This young man is Zack Draker, the first failed awakener of the illustrious Draker clan. Why say that? Because he was born into a great clan of mighty dragon slayers, yet his body was so wretched that he could not use light chi, the power possessed by every knight. Zack had failed to awaken, something that should have been impossible for a knight. Because of that, he was treated like trash and expelled from the clan. Zack's life was extremely difficult, forcing him to do anything he could to become stronger and survive. For example, stealing an ancient artifact, said to be capable of granting extraordinary power. Unfortunately for Zack, that artifact was also being sought by the Emperor. To obtain it, the Emperor did not hesitate to send a massive legion to pursue Zack after he got his hands on the artifact. Because there were far too many enemies, while Zack himself could not use light chi, he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, even ending up in such a miserable state that the enemy cut off both of his arms. The first two soldiers to catch Zack even played coin toss to decide who would execute him first. They clearly treated him as nothing more than a joke. At the most desperate moment, his fierce will to live drove Zack to stand back up. He clenched one of his severed arms tightly in his mouth, then used the healing power only he possessed to attach it back where it belonged. After that, he used that very arm he had just reattached to pick up his sword and slice off the heads of those two bastards. Unfortunately, although Zack took them down, they had already managed to contact reinforcements before that. Seeing the dense crowd of people rushing toward him, he could only click his tongue and lament his fate. Zack knew very well that he probably would not escape today. Even so, he calmly picked up his remaining arm and attached it back on. What the hell? Did he just reattach his severed arm? The legion pursuing Zack gaped in shock when they saw this. He really is an abnormal monster. How disgusting. Maybe we have to cut off his head before he'll really die. Once both of his arms were whole again, Zack used all his strength to continue charging into that hopeless battle. But no matter how fiercely he fought and how many people he defeated, in the end, he still could not win. By the end of the fight, Zack's back was filled with swords, making him look no different from a hedgehog. He kept coughing up blood, clearly feeling his life slowly slipping away. In the final moments of his life, Zack comforted himself by thinking that even if he could not take revenge or live a fulfilling life, he had still managed to steal the artifact the Emperor was searching for, as if that were some grand achievement. Zack tremblingly took the artifact out from his chest. Blood flowed down from his head and the corners of his mouth, falling onto the artifact and causing it to emit a dazzling golden light. Then Zack heard a completely unfamiliar voice. Your powerful will can awaken an ancient power. The soul of an ancient dragon is engraved into the will of the persistent. Emergency measures have been activated. Zack Draker, do you agree? Zack thought he had misheard. Or perhaps he was hallucinating because his life was already on the verge of ending. But that voice kept repeating again and again in his head. Do you agree? Do you agree? Shut up. Do whatever you want. Zack grew irritated and shouted, wanting to drive that voice out of his head. But then he heard it continue. The Awakener's agreement has been confirmed. An irreversible promise power is being activated. Countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, all Zack saw was a field of pure white, and he could no longer hear anything either. He thought he had passed into eternity, but after regaining consciousness, Zack discovered that he was in the body of a child. Yes, it was truly hard to believe, but not only had he not died, he had also been reborn and returned to the past. Zack could still vividly feel the pain of swords piercing through his body. But now there was not a single wound on him. Although a great deal of time had passed, Zack knew where he was at a glance. He was at the Draker clan's training camp. The dragon-slaying Draker clan was one of the three great supreme clans of this era. Tarikan Draker was the hero who once saved the entire continent by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut in a war 1,000 years ago. His descendants established the Draker clan as it existed today. Perhaps because they were the descendants of Tarak and the Dragon Slayer. All descendants of the Draker clan possessed blood blessed with light chi. Because of that, They could easily awaken high-grade light chi and become powerful knights. Zack's existence alone was the exception. That was why, in his previous life, he had ended up so miserably. The management system is rebooting. Zack had just laid himself down on the bed when he heard that strange voice again. He jumped in fright and sat bolt upright, anxiously looking around. Zack was certain there was no one around him, but that voice kept ringing steadily. Identifying the Awakener's soul. The Awakener's soul has been confirmed to be a 100% complete match. It has been confirmed that the selected Awakener's soul has accepted the will of the ancient dragon and fully merged with it. You have obtained access to part of the system. Pleased to meet you, Zack Draker. Activating status window display. After that, Zack saw many floating blue screens appear before him. With the knowledge of an ancient person, he could not define it with a phrase like virtual window, as modern people familiar with role-playing games would. But in truth, just like many other reincarnated male leads, Zack had obtained a system. At the time, Zack could not explain these incomprehensible events and simply assumed it was all because that artifact had been accidentally activated. He waved his hands and feet around randomly, and another status window appeared. Written on it was Low-Level Administrator Status Window, along with Zack's current information. It displayed his current occupation as Healing Mage, Rare Grade, and his title as the One Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. The class skills Zack currently possessed were Healing, Calm Mind, Recovery, Vitality, and Sensory Enhancement. His other skills included Accurate Thrust, Grade E, Slash, Grade E, and Critical Strike, Grade E. In addition, there was still one more category called Dragon Skill, but Zack could not view it at the moment. The system required 10 points to unlock this category, but his current number of points was a perfect 0. Zack was astonished by what had appeared before his eyes. He reached out and tried to grab it, only to find that it was like mist. His hand could pass right through it, and he could not grasp it. He could only navigate it by lightly touching its surface. Putting that aside, the information written on the status window also made Zack think. The so-called occupation and skills were all written in the ancient dragon language that was no longer used in the present era. But in his previous life, Zack had once had a master, and that person had mentioned these things before. Early awakeners classified themselves into occupations depending on what they were good at. Each occupation trained in specialized techniques called skills. In his previous life, Zack's occupation had also been Healing Mage, so he could use a skill called Healing. Zack still clearly remembered that after awakening, his master had put him through hellish training to the point where he had nearly gone to meet his maker. In any case, according to what was written on the status window, Zack was still a Healing Mage in this life. He wanted to test whether what it said was true. In his previous life, the moment he became a Healing Mage had been in his 20s, right after the ER hall was unlocked. Zack closed his eyes tightly and tried to sense himself, just as he had predicted. In this life, even though he was only a child, his ER hall had already been unlocked. Zack finally realized something. After his rebirth, although his tough, trained body was gone, he had returned to the past with all of his memories and skills. Compared to his previous life, he was currently in a far more advantageous position, and Zack could make full use of this to live a life worth living. But before that, he still had to carefully study what he currently had in his hands. "Young Master Zack, may I come in?" A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door, startling Zack. He had not even finished reading all the information displayed on the window, and he did not know how to close it either. Before he could figure out what to do, the person outside had already pushed the door open and entered. "Wait!" Zack shouted in panic, but it was already too late. "I cannot believe you still have not finished preparing. What are you thinking, young Master Zack?" Zack recognized this old man. It was Dicker, his personal servant. It seemed he could not see the status window. Zack secretly let out a breath of relief, then asked back, "Preparing? Preparing for what?" Dicker's gaze suddenly sharpened. Although he was a servant, Zack could still sense an unmistakable, intimidating pressure from the old man. "Are you seriously asking me that, young Master Zack?" Zack instinctively trembled all over. Thinking back, in his previous life, he truly had been terrified of Dicker ever since he was young. Now, even though he possessed the soul of a 32-year-old man, he still could not forget the fear deeply carved into that body. Right then, the system automatically activated the class skill calm mind. In an instant, Zach's anxiety was swept away. This skill allowed the user's mental state to remain unshaken in any situation and before any person. Zach had not expected the system to be able to activate skills automatically as well. It seemed extremely useful. Seeing his young master ignore him, Dicker continued, reminding him, "I have repeated many times that this is an important event. Are you listening, young Master Zach?" "Of course, Dicker. I am listening," Zach replied. It seemed he had remembered what important event was taking place today. "Are you talking about the pancreation evaluation?" The place where Zach currently was had another name, the Cradle. This was where every member of the Draker family came to undergo a training system beginning at the age of 7. 4 or 5 continuous years, they would go through the strictest basic training. The instructors evaluated new students each year through swordsmanship contests or lawless pancreation combat. Opponents would be chosen by the instructors, but there were cases where students could choose their own opponents if both sides agreed. Because this evaluation had no rules, some people ended it heavily injured, while others stepped onto the field and never left alive. However, this test was still held regularly because it was used to determine the classes the students would attend at the academy later. So the children had no choice but to fight with everything they had. Zach muttered while changing clothes and leaving his room to head to the arena. The person in charge today was Chief Instructor Panmark. Zach no longer had many impressions of this period of his life. But after hearing Pan say this was the final part of this year's evaluation, every student's spirits rose sky high. Zach stood at the front of the line, and it was not difficult for him to hear the whispers mocking him from behind. "That's Zach. He was humiliated last year, and he's still here this year? Wow, if I were him, I would have run away already. How is he from the direct bloodline? Completely useless." Zach could only pretend he was deaf. After all, he was already used to being looked down on like this from his previous life. The test soon began. The first 2 students to enter the field were Aaron and Gata. After Instructor Pan gave the signal, the 2 of them charged at each other like starving tigers. Zach sat to the side and yawned lazily, because after just that first move, he already knew the match would end quickly and who the victor would be. That was because Gata had not taken a proper stance from the very beginning and would soon be knocked down by Aaron. If it had been the 12-year-old Zach from his previous life, he definitely would have been terrified seeing this bloody brawl. But he had lived through an entire life, a miserable life in which he could not use light chi and could only rely on simple physical combat. So these students were nothing at all to Zach now. Throughout their match, he merely sat lazily in the viewing stand, yawning again and again. But Zach had no idea that, at that moment, on the opposite side of the spectator stands, there was a child staring fixedly at him with an extremely hungry gaze. That boy's name was Leon, and he was also Zach's opponent in the next match. Only after Zach stepped onto the arena did he realize that, at this point in time, Leon was much taller than him. He was also the one who had beaten Zach to a pulp last year. So when he saw Zach return for this year's exam, Leon was extremely excited. However, the situation was different now, and it was still unknown who would lose to whom. "If you want to live, beg for mercy, you weak parasite," Leon spoke in provocation. Leon made Zach recall his miserable state last year and the year before that as well. Leon had always been his opponent, and Zach had never once beaten him. Zach was certain Leon had pulled strings behind the scenes, because his family was exactly the sort to whisper boring nonsense into their child's ear. Things like how one had to personally create filthy schemes like that to become a true dragon slayer. Leon had been brainwashed by his parents since childhood, so while his talent was limited, his methods were endless. The more Zach looked at him, the more displeasing he found him. He could not understand how trash like this could be his cousin. In his previous life, there had been 4 direct bloodline siblings in the Draker family, but they had never even had the chance to meet one another. However, he had had the chance to meet a whole crowd of cousins, and they were always ready to bully Zach, no matter when. "Hey, I have to admit it, Zach Draker. You really are brave to dare come back here after being beaten to a pulp last year. Or is there something wrong with your head? Leon continued provoking him. If this were Zach at this age in his previous life, he probably would have been frightened or angry. But now, inside this young boy's body was a man already in his 30s. Moreover, the system had automatically activated the class skill Calm Mind, allowing Zach to be completely indifferent to the other party's insults. Hey, I won't go easy on you anymore if you keep insulting me like that, Zach warned him, mainly because Leon's endless chatter was giving him a headache. But in Leon's eyes, Zach was merely a weak, useless child, the clan's cripple. So when he heard Zach speak, he even found it extremely laughable. Instead of merely insulting him verbally, Leon stepped forward and grabbed Zach's hair. Then what are you going to do, you lowly good-for-nothing? No one had time to see clearly what Zach did next. They only saw Leon being thrown away by him in the blink of an eye. That was because Zach had accidentally used the skill Critical Strike. Just like its name, this skill allowed the user to inflict critical damage on an enemy. If the attack failed, the user could also be counterattacked with a similar impact. Leon clutched his face and screamed in pain, while Zach was also somewhat surprised. Originally, he had only intended to knock the other party unconscious, but his skill had accidentally activated when that punch was thrown. Although the effect of the blow was excellent, it pointed out the fact that Zach still could not properly control his abilities. "What are you doing, Zach Draker?" Pan rushed over to Leon in alarm. "How dare you attack before I declare the start? Does anyone announce ready, set, fight on a battlefield? The one who strikes first gains the advantage. Don't you know that, teacher?" Zach replied. It was not his words, but Zach's eyes, filled with bloodlust, that made Pan unconsciously freeze. Something he had never seen in him before. Only then did Leon's breathing stabilize, and he tremblingly said he was fine and asked Pan to allow the match to continue. Although blood was still streaming from his nose, Zach's punch just now seemed to have stepped directly on Leon's battle switch. He swore that today he would make sure Zach could not leave the arena alive. Leon staggered to his feet. After Panmark gave the signal to begin the match, Leon shot toward Zach like an arrow. Zach was still being rather cautious, afraid he might once again fail to control the force of his blows. And after that punch, Leon had become even more wary. Because of that, Zach's left-handed attack looked far too obvious in Leon's eyes. In that instant, Leon slipped past the punch coming from Zach's left hand and successfully grabbed Zach's thigh at the same time. With just one more move, he could slam Zach hard to the ground. Panmark thought the fight would end there, but the scene that unfolded before him afterward made his jaw drop. Panmark's eyes were fixed on Zach, unable to believe that the battle sense he had just witnessed belonged to a 12-year-old boy. The moment Leon dodged Zach's punch and tried to throw him down, Panmark had thought Leon would win. However, Zach reacted in a flash, striking Leon hard in the chin while breaking free from his grip. This was entirely Leon's fault for letting his guard down, because he thought he had already caught Zach. But what shocked Panmark was Zach's composure despite the fact that his attack had just failed. Could such terrifying focus and the precision needed to inflict effective, accurate damage really belong to the Zach Draker everyone had always known? As for Leon, after taking 2 punches in a row, he had nearly lost his mind. Leon had no choice but to widen the distance before Zach began his next offensive. But he still moved a step slower than Zach. The thought of creating distance had only just formed in Leon's mind when Zach kicked him hard in the shin. Zach was clearly smaller than Leon, yet the force behind his punches and kicks was astonishingly powerful. Leon felt as if his leg was about to be crippled, but his mouth still refused to shut, as he kept cursing Zach as a useless piece of trash. His rage flared, and he no longer cared about distance or anything else. All Leon could do now was charge in and attack on instinct. Unfortunately for him, after throwing a few strikes, Zach had now become able to control his strength. On top of that, he activated the sensory enhancement skill, temporarily increasing the sharpness of his senses. Because of this, Leon's wind-tearing punches appeared extremely slow to Zach. It made Zach feel more like he was taking a stroll than participating in a match. By now, he had grown used to controlling the power that came from the ER hall. Zach also had no time left to play cat and mouse with his opponent. He seized Leon's arm, then hurled his body hard into the ground. If this had been an ordinary person, that move alone would have completely stripped them of their ability to fight. But Zach had no intention of letting his opponent off. He activated Critical Strike again, then used his elbow in place of a sword, driving it straight into a weak point in his opponent's chest. "Stop, please," Leon groaned, panting in pain. "Even an idiot like you should be able to learn a lesson you'll never forget after this, right?" Zach replied, yet his hands continued punching without stopping. Not only Pan Mark, but every student present there turned pale with fear. Zach now looked exactly like a madman, venting his fury. Only after Leon lay completely still did Zach finally stand up in satisfaction, then turn toward the stands, where the students were standing and staring at him. Sweating a little really clears the head. "Now, if anyone here has any objections, you can all come down together." Zach's challenge was grating to quite a few people's ears, but after seeing him beat Leon in such a state, not everyone dared to stand up. In the end, a young boy rose from the crowd. Zach recognized him. It was Jakin Varek, another younger cousin of his, but when it came to personality, he was every bit as bad as Leon. Jakin wanted to challenge Zach, and Zach naturally had no reason to refuse. It was just that he was getting a little bored of fighting these snot-nosed brats one-on-one. So he personally designated one more person, Liam Stone, Jakin's servant, to join as well. "I think that would make the match balanced." Zach added another sentence, making Jakin's eyes turn red with anger. "Did you just insult me?" he hissed. "That's right, idiot," Zach answered in an excited tone, his eyes sparkling. Seeing him like that, Jakin was so furious that the veins on his face bulged. Just like Leon earlier, he immediately swore that he would take Zach's life today, no matter what. This time, Instructor Pan Mark had learned from experience and repeatedly reminded Zach in advance that he was not allowed to make a move before Pan Mark gave the signal. Yes, I know." Zach nodded vigorously, though his eyes remained fixed on his opponents without looking away. However, the person he was looking at was not that idiot Jakin, but Jakin's servant, Liam. In his previous life, Liam had been known as the king of mercenaries. Just like in that previous life, as Jakin's servant, he had also joined this training camp. But because he was merely a very distant relative, Liam had been all but forgotten and had not received proper education. He had once begged to attend advanced studies at Manhwa Academy, but had been refused. In the end, he joined the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranong. After Baranong fell, he officially became a mercenary. During the chaotic era when people flocked around the strong, Liam became a brilliant figure. Finally, after a long time as a mercenary, he became an outstanding knight and founded his own stone mercenary corps. After that, Liam even unified the 3 largest mercenary guilds on the continent, and the title of King of Mercenaries was officially born. In his previous life, Liam participated in the Great Continental War as the leader of the Stone Mercenary Corps. And Zach, under the alias Ghost of the North, had fought him alongside the Northerners as a mortal enemy. There was no denying that Liam had given him a very hard time. Even so, things might be different this time. "Begin." Pan Mark's voice rang out, cutting off Zach's recollection. Almost at the same moment the signal sounded, Jakin attacked with a punch full of openings. Zach caught it firmly, and his gaze suddenly turned cold, as if he were looking at a pile of trash when he looked at Jakin. "I said come and meet together." Even his tone was icy. But Jakin quickly struggled free. "Do you think I'll fall for that cheap trick of yours?" he said while stepping back to take advantage of the momentum and throw a kick. But perhaps because he was too angry, this kick had even more openings than the punch before it. Jakin's kick struck Zach's elbow. And not only did it fail to injure Zach, it instead made Jakin's own leg throb with pain. Instinctively, he looked down at his leg. But that was an extremely foolish action in the middle of a fight, because in less than a second, Zach had already rushed right in front of Jakin and thrown a straight punch into the boy's stomach. Immediately, Jakin spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Only then did Jakin accept that he could not beat Zack, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Liam, hurry up and take this bastard's life for me." Liam, who had been standing still and waiting all this time, only began slowly walking over after Jakin gave the order. Looking at his tall build, Zack found it hard to imagine that this boy was the same age as him. He had fought Liam many times before, and the most troublesome thing about dealing with him was his terrifying reach. If Zack let the opponent act first, he would fall completely into a passive position. So he wanted to seize the initiative by attacking first. As soon as Zack thought this, he immediately activated his E-rank/skill. It allowed him to unleash a series of attacks on his opponent, obstructing their vision. The students in the stands could only gape in shock at the sight. They could not even keep up with Zack's movements anymore, and he had already expected this. After all, this was the Central Lands, where the sword was the dominant weapon. How could a bunch of children possibly see through the Northern-style fist-fighting technique he had just displayed? However, Zack was still at a disadvantage in this match, because his childhood body was truly a piece of trash among pieces of trash. He had only used that many skills, yet his bones already ached all over, while his opponent possessed a physique no different from a monster's. Liam had not counterattacked or dodged at all so far. He merely calmly held his guard and received all of Zack's attacks. Compared to when he had been the king of mercenaries, Zack felt that Liam now was far more relentless. Zack took a deep breath and clenched his hand into a fist. He had seen just how strong his opponent's body was. But now, his own body was about to reach its limit as well. Zack poured all his strength into his right arm, intending to strike through that defensive stance and bring Liam down. However, at that moment, Liam's eyes suddenly opened wide and gleamed sharply. He tilted his head to the right, successfully avoiding the attack into which Zack had poured all his strength. It would be a lie to say Zack was not shocked, because Liam truly possessed terrifying senses. And unfortunately, after this situation, Liam successfully grabbed Zack's arm, then tried to slam him hard into the ground. The only pity was that the current Liam was still just a 12-year-old child. He had enough talent, but lacked real combat experience, while Zack carried the soul of a 32-year-old man, seasoned by having been beaten down far too many times. The instant Liam grabbed his arm and threw him over his head, Zack successfully used that posture and force to punch Liam hard on the top of the head. No matter how strong Liam was, he was still human. After being struck hard in the head like that, he could hardly avoid feeling dizzy. Zack seized that opportunity, activated his sensory enhancement skill once again, and used his fastest speed to clamp both legs tightly around his opponent's neck. Because he knew that no matter how strong his opponent's body was, once the brain was deprived of oxygen, it would become paralyzed. That was what Zack thought, but Liam was crazier than he had imagined. He had now practically gone berserk and was fighting with all his instincts, trying to escape Zack's chokehold. Liam kept striking and punching Zack's body, but Zack was no less stubborn, stubbornly keeping his legs locked around his opponent's neck. One side kept attacking, while the other kept increasing the force in his calves. Their fight immediately turned into a contest of stamina between two people of very different sizes. The students held their breath as they watched. With Liam's striking speed, they all believed Zack would lose the match and might even be beaten into a lump of minced meat. Even Instructor Pan Mark was so tense that he forgot how to breathe. He had never seen such a thrilling, suffocating match between two underage boys. After more than a minute, victory and defeat were finally decided. Because Liam had been deprived of oxygen for a long time, his body began to go limp, and he no longer had the strength to resist. Then he slowly collapsed completely. Although Zack was covered in injuries, he had won. Most of the students gaped in astonishment, unable to believe that Zack had actually won. Only one boy was smiling brightly at that moment, and that smile did not look kind at all. Good, he thought to himself. I expected at least that much from you. Only by performing like this are you worthy of being overthrown by me. Zach Draker. After finishing the exam with a result that could not have been better, Zach returned to his room. When Dicker heard that his young master had been seriously injured, he was very worried and wanted to check Zach's pulse himself. Zach knew that he did not simply want to examine him, but wanted to check whether he had awakened light qi. After changing clothes, Zach obediently held out his hand. Dicker carefully supported it, then began taking his pulse. What surprised Zach greatly was that Dicker was actually a Blue Knight, and his strength was by no means simple. Normally, when checking whether someone had awakened or not, people would usually only examine the energy core. But Dicker was truly thorough. Just transmitting light qi into another person's body was difficult enough, yet he could even control it to move throughout Zach's body with such precision. If he was not a Blue Knight, there was no more fitting explanation. Speaking of which, not all knights in the world were the same. They were classified by color, based on martial power and proficiency in operating light qi. White Swordsman was the most basic level. Most children who had not yet gone through the blessing ceremony were swordsmen of this level. A little higher was Yellow Swordsman, the level reached when one awakened light qi and opened the energy core. Usually, all students in a cradle would become Yellow Swordsmen after the blessing ceremony, with the only exception being Zach's terrible case in his previous life. Next, once one had learned how to control light qi, one would receive a new title, Knight. The lowest was Purple Knight, whose ability stopped at being able to strengthen a sword with light qi. One level higher was Blue Knight, the level at which one could manifest a blade made of light qi. Finally, there was the realm of Transcendence, who had long since surpassed normal limits, which was also the realm Liam had once reached in his previous life, and which Zach had reached before his rebirth, Red Knight. It was said that above Red Knight, there were even Black Knights. But throughout the history of the entire continent, only a few monsters like that had ever been recorded. After discovering Dicker's true strength, Zach found it even harder to understand. Someone of Dicker's caliber should have been a commander. Then why, exactly, had he become a servant caring for a young master like Zach? After thinking for a while and failing to figure it out, Zach decided to put this matter aside. Most important now was that he absolutely could not let Dicker discover the power he had obtained from the ER Hall. After all, there were only 2 people in the world who could use the ER Hall, so the chances of Dicker knowing about it were nearly impossible. Dicker checked Zach's pulse for a long while before finally letting go, then letting out a long sigh. "Young master, are you perhaps hiding something from me?" So Dicker had not discovered anything. Zach breathed a sigh of relief. He also realized that the other man was trying to pressure him into answering. If this had been Zach in his previous life, just hearing Dicker say this in that tone would have terrified him. But now, Zach was extremely calm and responded smoothly. "What's wrong? Are you hiding something from me, then?" Zach asked back. Dicker answered with silence. Only after long while did he speak again. "Why have you suddenly changed so much, young master?" At that moment, Zach stopped, turned his head, and Dicker saw a pair of eyes cold enough to chill him to the bone. "You're asking the wrong question, Dicker. What you should be asking is why I only changed now. Many more things will change from now on, but everything is merely returning to its proper place. So all you need to do is follow closely behind me. Do you understand?" "Yes, young master." Dicker bowed in a formal and respectful manner. Although he did not know the reason, the Zach of now truly had become a different person. As for Zach, he was not yet certain whose side Dicker was on, or whether he was a piece planted to monitor him. But he was certain that he needed to reverse Dicker's loyalty, keep him by his side, and dig out the necessary information. The problem was who had ordered Dicker to monitor him. Zach did not think it was someone from his mother's family. He only believed it was one of his siblings. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, so he temporarily stopped thinking about it. Zach went straight down to the personal training room that Dicker had prepared for him. In his previous life, because he had been too weak, he had never had the chance to come into contact with rooms like this when he was young. Now that he saw it, he could only marvel that this family truly lived up to its reputation. It was only a personal training room, yet it was overflowing with equipment and lacked nothing. Since he happened to be alone, Zack also took the opportunity to examine the so-called system. Most of the information had not changed at all. The only difference was that his slash skill, which had originally been at the rookie level, had now risen to proficient. It seemed the more he used them, the higher their levels rose. It was just that the skills were activated naturally based on Zack's actions. Zack began to wonder. In other words, these skills had been there from the beginning, and if he learned something new, it would be added here as another skill, right? Furthermore, what was the difference between skills and school skills? After all, they were both activated in similar ways. And then there was the so-called dragon skill, which he still could not view. What secret was it hiding? Zack tried tapping on the dragon skill category, and sure enough, it still required bonus points to unlock. The system said those points could be obtained by killing monsters. Speaking of monsters, there were swarms of them in the cavern, but to ensure his safety, Zack would need to become at least a purple knight before he could go there. In addition, he was very curious as to why he had been reincarnated 20 years into the past, and what exactly this system was. All he knew was that it was definitely connected to that ancient platform treasure. The remaining information was too scarce, so for now, Zack could not draw any conclusions. All he knew was that this thing could help him grow stronger, and that alone was reason enough for him to keep using it. Zack lifted a sword with this weak body. Then he began to sense himself. In this world, there were two known forms of power, the light chi of knights and the spirit chi of mages. Knights strengthened light chi in their dantian, while mages circulated spirit chi through a magic circle surrounding the heart. These two powers existed at opposite extremes, so once one awakened one type, one would have no fate with the other. In his previous life, Zack had been so unlucky that he could not awaken either a dantian or a magic circle. He was rejected by his own clan, then happened to meet his master during his wandering days. His master taught Zack many things, but the most useful things he taught him were healing arts and ER Hall. Through ER Hall, which Zack's master had developed, he was able to use the energy of nature. Because of that, Zack and his master became the only two people in this world who could use ER. Still, awakening light chi would be a good thing. Whether he could do it in this life would depend on fate. Zack began practicing swordsmanship, but after only 2 hours of training, he felt as though he was about to faint. This body was truly hopeless. Zack planted the sword against the ground and began panting heavily. At that moment, the system automatically activated the school skills of healing and vitality recovery again. That healing was an extremely rare skill, one he had not even known existed until he met his master. If he used it in front of others, Zack would certainly be regarded as a freak. That was why he could not use it during the fight with Liam. He had to quickly heal his wounds right after returning to his room. With it, Zack practically had an endless source of energy. Whenever he ran dry, he would buff himself again, and when he ran dry again, he would buff himself again. However, he could not rely on it, so he still had to train desperately to strengthen this body. In the blink of an eye, Zack had trained until dinner time, and the room had also been messed up by him to the point where its original appearance was no longer recognizable. Just like that, for an entire week, the students at the training camp began whispering among themselves about one thing. Zack, the disgrace of the clan, had now become a completely different person. Some even believed that, in his desire to become stronger, he had recklessly dabbled in dark magic. Yet there were also a few who changed sides and admired Zack, even hoping that he would act on behalf of justice. They hoped he would straighten out those who relied on their strength and walked around with their noses in the air. That day, in the dining hall of the training camp, Zack's cousins had gathered together in one place. They all shared the same goal. That goal was to defeat Zack. The most irritated one among them right now was undoubtedly Leon. A week had passed, yet the wounds Zack had left on him had still not healed. Both Leon and Jakin were worried as Zack gradually grew stronger. But Omen, the child who seemed the calmest in the group, casually put on the air of a strategist. Don't worry, the pancration match was savage, but it was also very impressive. However, Zack will soon suffer a crushing defeat once it comes to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword? Once Omen said this, Leon and the others also began to relax. Come to think of it, Zack's body had been so weak that he could not lift an ordinary sword because it was too heavy, so he even had to order a custom-made one. He definitely beat me because of luck. There's no way I could lose to that weakling. Leon was still indignant. At that moment, Vina Turuin, who had been the quietest all this time and had only been focusing on eating her steak, suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Luck? If you really believe Zack only got lucky, then none of you have the right to become knights of the Draker clan. After saying that, Vina left without hesitation. But it was also understandable why Zack's cousins were so looking forward to the day of the swordsmanship match. Unlike Pancration, real swords would be used in this match, and it was also the cause of most of the accidents that occurred in the training camp. A sword match was the place where the gap in skill between students was displayed most clearly. Very soon, the swordsmanship exam arrived. Unlike what the students had imagined, this time, Zack brought out an absurdly long sword, one that also looked extremely heavy, and yet he held it as lightly as if it weighed nothing. In the first match, Vina was the one who stepped forward to challenge him, and Zack agreed. When she stood face to face with Zack and saw the way he confidently swung that overly long sword, Vina could almost say with certainty that he was no longer the Zack she had once known, because the Zack she knew was someone who could barely even lift a sword. In fact, his current appearance made Vina feel threatened. She tried to calm herself down while also drawing her own weapon. In truth, Zack was not as relaxed as he appeared on the outside either. After all, fighting against Lightning Knights was something that made him extremely tense, whether in his previous life or this one. And Vina Turuin, who was standing right in front of him, was precisely that kind of Lightning Knight. In his previous life, she was one of the knights who built her own reputation during the Great Continental War. She was also recognized as one of the strongest members of the next generation of the Draker clan, since she was one of those who had awakened light chi even before entering the blessing ceremony. Zack remembered that Vina had awakened light chi several years before this point in time, but she did not use it in the training camp, and the reason was that she wanted to improve her fundamentals. That was also why Leon, Jakin, and the others had to fear Venus somewhat. In any case, compared to that trash, this girl was an opponent far more worthy of Zack's respect. As soon as Pan gave a signal for the match to begin, Vina impatiently attacked first. Her movements were extremely agile, and her sword path was decisive and sharp, so Zack did not dare let his guard down. She was even better than he had expected, but Zack knew he would not lose. Stop playing around with him. Hurry up and kill him with one strike, Vina. The students watching the match began shouting. How stupid. Jakin, sitting in the front row, began muttering. Does it look like Vina is playing around with him? Today, this kid seemed unexpectedly sharp. He knew that Vina was giving it her all, but it was still not enough to reach Zack's weakness. She was trying extremely hard and struggling greatly. After several moves were blocked by Zack, Vina finally found an opening in her opponent's defense. However, even though she attacked that spot with lightning speed, in the end, what the tip of Vina's sword touched was still not Zack's flesh, but his sword. Zack was still one step ahead of her, as if praising her efforts to search for an opportunity, yet also as if humiliating her. He kept revealing openings, then kept blocking the blow whenever Vina advanced. This made her feel as though Zack was completely controlling the rhythm of the fight, and that Zack was turning a life-or-death match into a friendly training bout to teach her. Their blades crossed once again. This time, Vina was knocked far back. She panted from exhaustion, while Zack looked strangely at ease. He could not help but sigh. Indeed, before becoming a Lightning Knight, Vina had once been a child too. The way she resisted and fought while she was still in the training camp could be described in 2 words: immature. Her sword was very straightforward. That was what Zack saw most clearly in this person who was obsessed with her so-called fundamentals, and it was also the thing that hindered Vina the most. Because of that, he wanted to help her break out of her cocoon and become a brilliant butterfly with her extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Thinking this, Zack's center of gravity suddenly dropped. He assumed an extremely low stance with the oversized longsword in his hand. Vina silently calculated, guessing that her opponent intended to close the distance in a single strike. Her speed was not mediocre, so Vina believed she could deal with that attack. Come, Zack Draker, Vina thought. And then, just as she had predicted, Zack suddenly sprang up and charged forward, fierce as a tiger pouncing on its prey. It was just that his speed was faster than Vina had imagined. She did not dare block it. Instead, she had to retreat at once to avoid her opponent's blade. But continually widening the distance and constantly dodging like this was not a way to win. Vina was extremely troubled. While Zack continuously attacked, she continuously fumbled to manage the situation. Then Zack once again abruptly shortened the distance and attacked. Vina's eyes widened in horror, and only 3 words appeared in her mind. I'm done for. Then she gritted her teeth. Instead of dodging, she counterattacked. Zack's long sword was knocked into the air, flew behind him, and stabbed deep into the ground. The students immediately stood up and cheered. Zack lost. As expected of Vina, she can defeat that disgrace even without using light chi. Only Panmark recognized the problem here. When Zack's final attack approached Vina, she had used the smallest possible amount of light chi, an amount so tiny it could almost be called undetectable. Vina was someone who had sworn she would never use light chi until she officially entered the academy. And today, Zack had forced her to do it just to keep herself alive. Perhaps precisely because of this, Vina stood there in a daze, completely ignoring the cheers calling her name. What are you doing? Focus. It's not over yet. Zack's voice snapped her awake, but it was already too late. By the time Vina realized what was happening, Zack had already closed in on her and thrown a punch that struck her in the chest. Vina immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood and was forced down onto one knee. Her entire body trembled nonstop. This is a sword fight. We won't tolerate a despicable attack from trash like you. The person involved had not even spoken yet, but from the stands, Leon was already roaring. That's right. A knight throwing away his sword? Ridiculous. The other students began noisily agreeing. This is Vina's victory. You don't have the qualities to become a knight. How shameful. The students above frantically cursed Zack, making him feel as though if each of them spat once, they could drown him. After coughing violently several times, Vina staggered to her feet. Do you want to continue? Zack asked. She had not admitted defeat. The first thought that appeared in Vina's mind was that Zack had only been able to hit her just now because she had let her guard down. But in the end, she was still an honest person. If Zack had not used his bare hand just then, but had instead held a dagger, her throat would already have been slit. Thinking of this, Vina furrowed her brows tightly and forced out a sentence with difficulty. I lost. The entire stand, which had been busy cursing Zack, immediately fell deathly silent. They were staring at Zack Draker, the person who, only a few days earlier, had been despised as human garbage. Yet now, he had achieved victory against one of the brightest talented children among the prestigious families, Vina Turuin. The news that Zack had suddenly changed and become a different person reached his elder brother, Aben. In the battle for succession, the children of the Dragon Slayer clan were all extremely tense. Therefore, Aben, someone who practically had no concept of returning home for visits, decided that he would return to the clan once before the blessing ceremony officially took place. The reason was very simple. He was curious to know what kind of awakening had caused his youngest brother to become such a different person. After Zack's victory against Vina, the entire training academy was deeply shocked, but this did not seem to affect his life at all. Zack simply returned to his personal training room and continued training. Another month passed, and the blessing ceremony finally arrived. Even so, Zack still maintained his habit of training every day. Because of that, his body was now much better than when he had first been reborn. Zack opened the status window to check. Just as he had expected, almost all of his skills had increased in level, and among them were even some skills that had reached the veteran level. He had even raised the proficiency of flexible footwork a skill he had obtained during combat. Footsteps sounded outside. Zack immediately guessed that Dicker had arrived. Sure enough, a voice soon came from outside. "Young master, we will depart in 2 hours." "All right, I'll join you soon. Prepare everything." After washing up and changing properly, Zack boarded the carriage on the way back to the clan's main mansion. If he counted the time from his previous life, it had truly been a very long time since he had returned to that castle. It belonged to the Draker clan and was located within the territory of the Duke of Troy. Although the cradle was located in the center of the continent, at the Four Seasons Fortress in the Central Lands, the blessing ceremony still had to be held at the main mansion, the place where the legend of the Dragon Slayers began. That castle also had another rather imposing name, the Dragon's Lair. After an unknown amount of time, when the carriage stopped, Zack stepped down and gazed at that castle with an indescribable emotion. Although he was a direct descendant, he still stood together with the other trainees of the clan, without receiving even the slightest preferential treatment. During this process, Zack constantly looked around and realized something he had never noticed before. All the guests present at the ceremony were famous figures whose names he had previously only heard through continental newspapers. Zack was certain that among those gazes, half were fixed firmly on him. But regardless of what their intentions were, as long as they saw him fail to awaken, they would simply ignore him. Then Zack's gaze suddenly stopped on a tall figure. That person's appearance was enough to make the expression on his face gradually go out of control. This person was shaking hands and greeting the guests, and it seemed that everyone was surprised to see him appear here. "Father, I did indeed come back today with a purpose, because by coincidence my adorable youngest brother is also here." Oh, there he is. That face was one Zack could never forget. He was Aben Draker, the second son of the clan, currently known by the title Sword Lion. But in his previous life, he had another name, the Butcher Knight. The moment he saw this older brother, Zack was so furious that his whole body seemed to turn purple, but he could only force himself to calm down, because right now, there was nothing he could do. He only remembered that in his previous life, Aben had not even bothered to come and watch him at the blessing ceremony. But today, he had appeared here, which meant Zack's actions had changed the future. If so, this might be an opportunity for Zack to change his cruel fate. Once the guests above had settled down, the blessing ceremony officially began. The first person whose name was called was Aaron. This child trembled as he stepped forward. There was a basin of holy water placed before the knight statue, along with 2 spirit chi lamps. If one awakened light chi, the statue would react. If one awakened spirit chi, the lamps would react. Aaron took a deep breath, then rolled up his sleeve and plunged his hand straight into it. Through this blessing ceremony, all members of the Draker bloodline who had turned 12 and graduated from the cradle would awaken their sealed light chi. And Aaron was the first to succeed smoothly. Compared with ordinary knights from other families, the age of 12 was very early. Usually, they only awakened after the age of 20. Among these children, there were also a few rare cases where, along with light chi, they would awaken a Dragon Slayer trait called Spirit Chi Suppression. At that moment, the 2 Spirit Chi lamps at the site would react, giving off a red light. These extremely rare cases would at least reach the level of a yellow swordsman in the future, and a small number could even rival Red Knights and Black Knights. Awakening both light chi and spirit chi suppression meant that the child had awakened true blood and was a genius. And this year, such a case had appeared. As expected, it was Vina. Right after she awakened spirit chi suppression, Instructor Pan asked a servant to bring him gloves. Because of that important trait, everyone who awakened had to wear a special pair of gloves made by the clan. Otherwise, they could not live a normal life. And once someone proved themselves to be a descendant with true blood, they would be granted the Draker surname in their name, regardless of whether they were a direct descendant or not. Along with that, they would also receive unimaginable funding and countless privileges from the clan. But even Vina, with such limitless prospects, could not make people look forward to her as much as Zack. Most of the guests believed that he would also awaken true blood, because he was the one who had defeated Vina. Zack walked forward calmly. He had never thought he would have the chance to stand before the statue again. In his previous life, he had had an utterly terrible experience standing before it. Although that blessing ceremony was the one thing that had driven him to overcome every difficulty in the cradle. In the end, Zack had only received the disgraceful title of the family's useless failure. However, in this life, perhaps everything would be different. Not only did Zack possess extraordinary healing ability, he could also use ER Hall, something no one besides his master and himself could open. Above all, he had not given up or surrendered. He had stood back up through his own will. Even so, help me out, you damned status statue. Zack thought to himself. Then he rolled up his sleeve and dipped his hand into the basin like everyone else. When Zack's hand touched the surface of the water, the knight statue suddenly shook violently, then stopped again at once. The entire room fell into a terrifying silence. Zack cursed inwardly. He had known he should not have expected the future to change. It was only Aben's sudden appearance here that had made him overly confident. Just like in his previous life, whispers began to rise in the Great Hall. Did he fail to awaken? Is that even possible? So even the blood of the clan head isn't enough to suppress that cursed bloodline. Then how did he defeat Vina? He must have used some trick behind the scenes, right? He really is the clan's disgrace. Zack clicked his tongue. These people's reactions were no different from his previous life. But failing to awaken light, Chi no longer mattered to him now, because Zack had many other ways to grow stronger besides awakening. Just then, the system sent several new notifications. I apologize, Zack Draker. Due to an error during processing, a message was delayed. Required information was detected as missing from the identification device during class identification. Class information has been entered using System Administrator Authority. Zack read the notification over and over in half-doubt. Although it was a little wordy, it seemed that his failed awakening just now had been caused by missing information during the identification process. And the system had very quickly fixed the error automatically. First, it unlocked Zack's rare class, Healing Mage. When this message arrived, the knight statue finally began to emit a red light, just like when Vina awakened. Public opinion quickly shifted because of that. It's red. That's another true blood awakening. It did not stop there. The system also automatically created a connection, and the title of Ancient Dragon Blessed One, which had been sealed within Zack's soul, was unlocked as well. At the same time, the talent of the Draker bloodline flowing in his blood, the fighter bloodline, was also awakened. These three things, Healing Mage, Ancient Dragon Blessed One, and Fighter Bloodline, combined together, ultimately creating a unique new class called Immortal. At the same time, the color on the statue began to change from red to golden. This was a phenomenon that had never happened before, so everyone who witnessed it could not hide their confusion. Zack decided to remain silent and let them speculate on their own. After all, he could not exactly speak up and explain that he had just awakened a unique class. The Spirit Chi lamps didn't react at all. So, is the sword statue broken? Right, if there's no Spirit Chi suppression, how can it count as awakening true blood? In the end, Aben's applause silenced the whispers in the crowd. Don't make it sound so serious. We have 2 true blood awakeners in one generation. Isn't that something worth celebrating? He said. Everyone looked at one another with eyes full of suspicion. But in reality, the second son of the Draker family carried tremendous weight. Since he had said that, it meant he recognized that his younger brother had awakened true blood, so no one dared to refute him anymore. Zack, who had just been doubted and whispered about by them, had now become a blessing of the clan alongside Vina. Aben immediately ordered a servant to bring gloves for Zack, while also shifting public attention to the next child. Zack put on the gloves and wandered away. He could clearly sense this older brother's intentions, but being forced to accept his help made Zack feel as if he had eaten something filthy. After several more children, the blessing ceremony finally ended. To celebrate the clan's new batch of seedlings, a lavish banquet was held. But Zack had no interest in such extravagant party games. He wanted to look for the training room in the main mansion, only to be stopped by Aben. The banquet has only just begun. Where are you going? Zack tried to restrain the daggers in his gaze. He had not expected Aben to be so eager to come talk to him this quickly. Aben's eyes were also full of danger and scrutiny. But in the end, he still put on a hypocritical expression and congratulated Zack for awakening true blood. At the same time, he extended his hand. Zack was extremely disgusted, but if he did not shake it, his hostility would be far too obvious. So he reluctantly reached out. But before he could touch Aben's hand, terrifying memories from his previous life surged back. Zack froze, his arms suspended in midair, and finally lowered it again. In that moment, he decided that even for the sake of appearances, he could not shake hands with this scum. Aben was thoroughly embarrassed and had no choice but to speak up to smooth things over for himself. Well, that was awkward, Zack, but so be it. I suppose I'll just have to be satisfied with seeing your face much more often from now on. See you again. As he passed by Zack, Aben deliberately patted him on the shoulder several times, making Zack feel utterly repulsed. Those 3 words, see you again, sounded no different from a challenge to him. Zack swore that in the future, he would make this bastard taste everything he had done in the previous life. Returning to the banquet, as expected, everyone was discussing the 2 children who had newly awakened true blood, especially Zack because he possessed an extremely unusual golden light. Most of them had thought he had failed to awaken, but before they could look down on him, Zack had created such a shocking event. Yet the main figure himself was nowhere to be seen. Zack had already returned to his private room by then, taking off the heavy outer clothing and breathing freely, including removing that special pair of gloves. Honestly, he was thinking a little about what had happened earlier. All children who awakened true blood would carry the trait of spirit chi suppression. It was the ability that proved you were an enemy of dragons, the source of spirit chi, and a true dragon slayer bloodline. However, because most machinery used spirit chi as fuel, children who awakened true blood were required to use the clan's specially made gloves. That also meant that if Zack truly had true blood, then the moment he took off the gloves, a problem should have occurred. But right now, he was still completely safe and sound. Zack waved his hand and opened his status window. His class had changed from healing mage to immortal. In addition, there were 2 new skills, spirit power reversal, a rank, and overall buff, a rank. Zack let out a sound of surprise. These 2 were certainly new. So was spirit chi reversal, not spirit chi suppression. This skill allowed him to create a distorted environment that neutralized nearby spirit chi, compared to spirit chi suppression, which was like a passive skill. Spirit chi reversal was an active skill, which was why the spirit chi lamps had not reacted back then. Zack found it truly marvelous. Before the blessing ceremony, he had been a rare healing mage, but now he possessed the unique immortal class. But the more he thought about it, the harder it was to understand. While all the students who graduated from the cradle had awakened with blue light chi, only Vina had awakened true blood with a red light. Zack was different from all of them. At first, his light had also been red. Then it had turned golden. He remembered the system's previous notification. It had said that the identification device had been unable to function correctly because essential information was missing. Then was that identification device referring to the knight statue in front of the basin of holy water? After that, when the system entered Zack's class information using system administrator authority, the statue immediately emitted red light. After his class combined, it turned golden. Thinking about it carefully now, Zack realized that the bronze statue did not seem to determine whether you had awakened or not. Instead, it determined the user's traits and their class. Red represented a rare class, like when Zack had still been a healing mage, and golden represented a unique class after he had become immortal. Zack remembered that the bronze statue was an ancient treasure used even before the time of the great ancestor Tarakan, who had founded the clan. Because the concept of classes no longer existed in this era, it was only used to determine whether a person had awakened or not. And generation after generation, they had mistakenly established that the red light, which indicated that you possessed a rare class, was the sign of awakened true blood. Who knew which generation's clan head would eventually discover this mistake? But one thing was certain. He would keep his mouth shut. There was one other important thing as well. He had earned 100 karma points. Although he did not know exactly where he had obtained them from, he was eager to use them right away to take a look at the dragon skills. Several options appeared before him, all of them first-level dragon skills waiting to be unlocked. First was Dragon Eye, which allowed the user to view detailed information on others, costing 20 points to unlock. Next was Dragon's Might, which allowed the user to make enemies submit through light chi, costing 30 points to unlock. And finally was Devour, which allowed the user to eat a great deal and digest it very quickly, costing 50 points to unlock. He fell into thought. He understood the effects of Dragon Eye and Dragon's Might, but what use was this Devour that let him eat a lot? What was more, it cost a full 50 points to unlock. After thinking for a while, he decided to choose the clear options rather than take a risk, and he spent another 50 points to unlock the two skills Dragon Eye and Dragon's Might. There was no one in the room, so he could not test Dragon's Might. Therefore, he activated the Dragon Eye skill first. He was full of anticipation, only to find that nothing seemed to have changed. It was not until he opened the door and stepped out onto the balcony that he discovered something absurd. The statue placed in the middle of the garden was clearly very far away, yet now it looked as if it were right in front of him. So this skill also allowed him to magnify his vision. It seemed extremely useful. He had just closed the door when a series of status windows appeared before him again. On them was a question with two choices, yes or no. Do you wish to receive detailed information on the detected target? As soon as he pressed yes, countless other status windows immediately popped up around him. They contained information on every object around him. For example, a decorative candlestick from Mai, a table made of Oliver wood, a chair made during the Lover dynasty, a drawer cabinet made in the Mac Empire, and a carpet made in the Room Empire. He was overwhelmed by information, and his body also suddenly became heavy. Even during training, he had never felt this tired. He went over to a chair and dropped into it. It seemed that using dragon skills consumed a great deal of vitality. If that was the case, he could not use them often. How inconvenient, he muttered. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system automatically activated his healing-type skills and restored his vitality. He immediately felt perfectly fine and sat up straight. But just now, he had not intended to use healing or vitality recovery at all. Thinking of this, he opened his status window again. Then he discovered that all of his healing-type skills had now become passive skills, and their proficiency levels had also increased by one stage. Both shocked and delighted. He thought that this was honestly a little too outrageous. He had always known that possessing healing ability was truly overpowered, but it was not something he could use continuously. For example, in the final battle, when he reattached his two severed arms, he had been regarded as a monster. Moreover, its healing effect also had limits. It could not turn him into an immortal being. However, now that it had become a passive skill, self-healing would be limitless. This was truly far too terrifying. Thinking of this, he wanted to test it himself, so he grabbed the fruit knife on the table and cut his own wrist. When the first drop of blood fell to the ground, sure enough, the self-healing skill was activated, and not even a scratch was left on his hand. He could hardly hide his shock and joy. After graduating from the cradle and moving on to the academy, ordinary students would have to train for another 5 years. But with this astonishing system, he felt that he would only need 2 years. The Draker clan's Knight Training Academy was also the greatest academy on the continent, a place where anyone with ambitions of becoming a knight was willing to pay any price to attend. The Duchy of Choi was where this academy was located. Every spring, the place was filled with vitality as new recruits arrived to join. He had trained a great deal before coming here, so that his stamina would improve day by day. Looking at the average level of the new students, it was clear that they too had been trained to near perfection. However, among those students, he could tell at a glance the difference between ordinary people and the children of great families. Although people were always talking about equality These young masters and young ladies had already been marked out long ago. Here, the direct descendants of the Draker family were the most prominent figures. However, among the countless branch families that supported the Drakers, three families also held tremendous influence. They were called the Three Great Families, including the Turin family, where Vina was born, symbolizing strength and represented by the bull. Next was Omen's James family, symbolizing wisdom and represented by the viper. Finally, there was the Varek family of that brat Jakin, whose strength was wealth, and whose emblem was three swords set between two axes. The three children from the three great families have been watched closely ever since entering the academy, and each had quickly gathered a faction of their own. But Zack did not care. After all, he had never concerned himself with clique forming. Besides, the benefits he received as a direct line descendant were overwhelmingly superior, so he had even less need to cozy up to anyone's son. He was assigned to the Platinum Hall, the highest class dormitory. It had a vast training hall, a library, and all sorts of facilities. It was reserved only for high-ranking students with distinguished status. Because of that, even students who had graduated from the cradle were not guaranteed entry here. Moreover, as a true blood awakener, Zack had been granted the special privilege of being master of an entire floor known as the Platinum Floor. As soon as he entered the main hall, servants were already lined up in 2 rows to welcome him and waiting to escort him to his assigned floor. The feeling of being welcomed with such excessive enthusiasm was extremely pressuring, even for a true blood. When he returned to his room, someone was already waiting inside, having brought the things he needed. First was a new pair of specialized gloves, of a quality completely different from the temporary pair he had worn at the blessing ceremony. Zack was very satisfied. These were all benefits he had never tasted in his previous life. He also requested a new sword of his own. And naturally, the request was not refused, because the Choi Duchy's territory was close to a colossal mountain range. Many high-quality iron ores existed there, and it was the birthplace of many outstanding blacksmiths. They were prepared to find him a skilled blacksmith. But Zack refused, saying he had already chosen someone himself. "I will go meet that person in person, so arrange an appointment." He took pen and paper, scribbled down a few words, and handed it over. Written there was the name Gonlian Hanbach, a blacksmith the servant had never heard of. But the youngest young master now had very firm opinions of his own, so the man could only obediently follow what he had ordered. In addition, he also brought the relevant documents, because Zack's first class would begin the very next day. After giving all sorts of instructions, the servant finally left in peace. Once he had his private space back, Zack relaxed completely and enjoyed the life of a noble young master. Because the Platinum Floor was completely separated from the other students, he would have much more free time to develop his dragon skills. Just as he thought of that, a knock sounded from outside. A maid entered, bringing Vina's dinner invitation. He did not know what she was plotting, but in the end, he agreed. The maid led him to Vina. Zack had come alone, but Vina welcomed him with a whole crowd of servants behind her, as if she were some mafia boss. "Welcome. My family is rather unusual, so I apologize." Vina waved her hand, and the knights standing behind her left one after another. "Thank you for the invitation." Zack casually sat down in the chair at the far end of the long table. "Eat first, then we will talk." He had known this was not merely a simple dinner invitation. After all, the other party was a lightning knight. Through observation, Zack could tell that she was optimizing her dantian to control light chi. It seemed she had also set her sights on the position of Purple Knight. The only thing was that Vina's swordsmanship had remained stagnant. Zack could only click his tongue in regret at such wasted potential. The food was quickly served. Throughout the meal, Vina did not say a single word. What shocked Zack the most was that even though he was already the type to eat a lot, his appetite was not even half that of the girl sitting across from him. After the meal was over, Vina immediately got to the main point. "Accept support from our Turuan family." This was a proposal completely beyond Zack's imagination. "It seems you have forgotten, haven't you? Both of us are true blood awakeners. It appears you have misunderstood true blood awakeners. It is true that we receive many privileges. This platinum floor alone is proof enough. But we receive no benefits when it comes to actual growth. According to Vina, this academy had accumulated centuries of academic knowledge and practical combat experience. And it was extremely difficult to master all of it alone. If one had a suitable personal instructor, it would be extremely effective in improving one's abilities. Without that, no matter how wealthy someone was, they would quickly be left behind. That was why support from one's family was so essential. Even Aben, who had also awakened as a true blood before and was currently the youngest person ever to attain the titles of White Knight and Black Knight, had agreed to accept support from his maternal family, the Zeman family. Although the head of the Turin family did not tell me the reason, he did tell me that you were receiving no help from your maternal family. So I will say it once more, accept support from the Turin family. No, Zach answered immediately without even bothering to think, while Vina's proposal had been extremely serious. That contrast caused the atmosphere to fall into deathly silence for several seconds. Why? She questioned. Receiving support from the Turin family would not disadvantage you in any way. It is not that I'm looking down on it. I simply do not need anything beyond what I've already received as a true blood awakener. Zach stood up. He had originally planned to leave at once, but then he thought of something and stopped. As thanks for this meal, I am willing to give you one piece of advice. There's too much power behind your sword. And Zach had also seen that this girl paid far too much attention to such things. Vina's greatest strength was the flexibility that came from her supple body, so she should not be taking attacks head-on and crushing opponents with brute strength. Instead, she should flexibly deflect her opponent's attacks to the side and deliver a precise, refined strike. Trust me, if you can do that, you will grow and become many times stronger than you are now. After saying that, he left directly. Vina heard everything he said, and her emotions were extremely complicated. Because the Turin family symbolized strength, Vina had been following that traditional path. But now, he had advised her not to concern herself with others, and instead to display her own strength with flexibility and refinement rather than flaunting raw power. Though displeased, Vina could not deny that what he had just said was correct. She had been too obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the Turin name. As a consequence, that obsession had unconsciously transferred into her sword. This was something Vina herself had never noticed before, yet Zach had been able to see through it. When she was young, everyone praised her as a genius, and no one ever gave her any real advice. Zach Draker was the first and only person to do so at present. This caused Vina's view of this boy to gradually become different. After returning from Vina's place, Zach stayed up all night training. But the efficiency of the class skill he possessed was truly insane. By restoring his own vitality, Zach remained perfectly fine even after exhausting himself for an entire night. In his previous life, he had once regarded the Draker Academy as hell. But now, after becoming a legitimate awakener, it was heaven for Zach. The feeling of having money, authority, and power all at once was truly wonderful. Zach was leisurely on his way to class when he heard someone calling him. When he turned around, he discovered it was Owen. He was the third young master of the Zeman family. Because his family supported Aben, even though Zach had not had much contact with him in this life, he still could not bring himself to like that scumbag. Moreover, since scheming was the specialty of Owen's family, in Zach's previous life, Owen had always used others to bully him while cunningly maintaining his own good image. Just like Vina, Owen was followed by a group of people from the same family. He approached and asked Zach why he had not replied to his dinner invitation from last night. This friendly manner truly made Zach feel nauseated. Why did you not answer my invitation? Owen began to lose patience. Wow, you are pretty funny. Zach laughed. Why would I have to answer that? Zach's tone clearly revealed his contempt. It was so obvious that Owen's eyes widened in surprise. But before he could react, one of his subordinates rudely stepped forward. You are truly insolent, even though our young master was so kind to you, Zach Draker. Zach looked at the other party as though he were looking at a fly. "Who is this?" he asked. That question made the other party freeze stiffly, while those around him could only cover their faces and laugh bitterly. "How can you not know me?" Zack sighed again. "It seems servants from the cradle have no value at all. Listen, I understand that you want to show off in front of your young master, but remember who you are speaking to." In any case, Zack was a direct-line young master. This bastard was far too rude, so Zack only intended to give him a light warning. But unexpectedly, just as Zack turned to leave, the other party actually launched a sneak attack. Moreover, he used light chi rather than an ordinary physical blow. It seemed that high-ranking students like them had all begun to get used to controlling light. Zack could still dodge that move, and that only made the bastard even angrier. "I'm Durbin Rosegale. Here, they call me Mighty Durbin," he began to boast. "Today, on behalf of young Master Owen, I will teach you a lesson." Zack stopped, because he found the nickname Mighty Durbin far too ridiculous. A student who had not even officially become a knight already had an alias. This was truly an insult to genuine strength. Zack charged forward at top speed, like an arrow, while throwing a punch that struck a vital point in Durbin's abdomen. Blood immediately burst from Durbin's nostrils and mouth, and he was sent flying nearly 10 meters by Zack's punch, collapsing to the ground and completely unable to stand again. "Mighty Durbin, was it? Who is next after him? Choose quickly, young Master Owen." Zack arrogantly spoke while adjusting his crooked glove. Owen's gaze gradually turned cold. He approached Zack, and, as he brushed past him, he left behind one sentence. "You truly enjoy basking in glory, don't you, Zack Draker?" After saying that, Owen and his group of subordinates leisurely left. Zack found it truly ridiculous. They had clearly been the ones to provoke him first, yet now they put on faces as though he were the bully. Whatever, he was not in the mood to compete with them. At Draker Academy, students were mainly divided into two classes. There was a normal class where they taught that if one lacked talent, one had to overcome it through effort. Because of that, students in this class always followed a strict schedule from early morning until late at night. Alongside, it was the special class, where students could freely choose the subjects they liked aside from the basic courses. Within the academy, the place where the greatest elites gathered was precisely this special class. Because of that, Zack truly had some expectations when he came here. But once he arrived, he discovered that most of the students who had chosen this class were former students from the Cradle. They might as well just rename it the Cradle class. Since this was the first lesson, the students of this class were also welcomed with a rather special event. It was a visit from the commander-in-chief in the war against the Eastern Empire 20 years ago, the hero who had halted the Empire's invasion through his skill alone, and who had now become the Academy's principal. General Howard Draker. "Hello. It is a pleasure to meet all you young ladies and gentlemen here." Howard stood at the lectern and cheerfully waved at the students below. It was difficult to imagine that this gentle-looking man was a war hero. He was worshipped as a hero of wartime and a tactical genius. But Zack knew that was not the truth. Back then, for the sake of his own survival, Howard had deliberately leaked information to the enemy, which unintentionally caused them to fall into chaos. Rather than calling Howard a hero, Zack felt it would be more accurate to call him a lucky traitor. Most importantly, the reason Zack hated Howard was that he was the mastermind who had caused Zack to be expelled from the academy. Zack had lost the only place left that he could return to, and in the end, he wandered all across Troy. Eventually, he was kidnapped by slave traders and sold to Southern Kale. Meeting him again in this life, Zack swore that he would make that rat taste all the suffering he himself had once endured. After Howard finished instructing the new students, he left immediately, while they would soon begin their first basic class. All the students took their swords and headed to the special class's indoor arena. Zack looked rather bored. He had gone through the trouble of enrolling in the special class, yet he still had to learn basic knowledge about dragon slaying. In his previous life, because he could not use light chi, he had spent a full 2 years learning things that an ordinary person should have been able to learn in 3 months. Although things were different in this life, Zack was still rather heavily traumatized and could only silently hope that everything would pass a little more easily. The person teaching today's class was the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. His appearance caused the students below to start whispering among themselves again. That was because, despite his young age, he wore the official uniform of the prestigious Draker clan. Only Zack knew this person well. Andre was not a pure-blood awakener, but he had graduated early as the top student. He was a rare genius of the century and had been honored with the Draker surname. It was said that Andre was famous for his rigid personality and never made exceptions under any circumstances. It seemed even the instructors of the special class were on a different level. Silence. Hearing the whispers below, Andre's expression changed completely. That stern look alone was enough to make the children below nearly wet themselves. If you are all ready, I will begin the class now. Under Andre's guidance, the students drew the swords at their waists one after another. Only Zack, who wore his sword on his back, drew Andre's attention. After seeing Zack's oversized sword, Andre ordered him to step into the arena and face him. Student, do you not know that you need to choose a sword suited to your body? Andre questioned. Zack sighed. He had known this would happen. In a situation like this, Zack should have lowered his head and admitted his fault. But as if driven by some mysterious force, he stubbornly answered, Sir, I can defeat you with this sword. The expression on Andre's face immediately became terrifying. Zack had expected that as well. It was just that Andre already held a prejudice against this sword, and no amount of explanation would be as effective as showing him Zack's skill. In the face of Andre's mental pressure, the system automatically activated the class skill Indomitable Mental Defense, which had been upgraded from Calm Mind. Because of that, Zack was still able to maintain an utterly emotionless expression. I understand, student, if you wish to learn with your body. Then if your sword touches my body even slightly, not only will you be exempted from punishment for your rudeness, you will also be exempted from this basic dragon-slaying class. Zack was extremely satisfied. As expected, Andre was easy to provoke. He had taken the bait. Do not worry. I have no intention of using light chi against my student, Andre added. Zack was secretly delighted because the condition of being exempted from dragon-slaying class was far too tempting for him. More importantly, Zack could absolutely defeat Andre because he knew all of his weaknesses. However, Aben was definitely watching him closely at present, so Zack could not act so arrogantly as to knock Andre down. It would be very dangerous if he drew even more attention to himself, like when he defeated Vina back at the cradle. It seemed he should only go as far as Andre had said, touch him with his sword, then admit defeat. And so, Zack took the initiative to attack first. At the beginning, although his speed was very fast, his opponent was no ordinary person either. After all, he was a Blue Knight and the top graduate of the academy at that. Even just touching the corner of his clothes was no easy task. Andre's bearing was extremely calm, and he seemed to have no intention of striking back. From beginning to end, he simply stood in place, holding his sword in one hand as he lightly blocked every one of Zack's attacks. The strength of an official Draker Knight truly was on a completely different level. The students below watched the two of them without daring to blink. One attacked while the other defended, and they continued like that for 30 minutes. Yet Zack still had not managed to so much as graze his clothing. However, during those 30 minutes, Andre had been exerting himself nonstop. Because of that, the arm holding his sword had begun to tremble, ever so slightly, but even that tiny movement could not escape Zack's eyes. Zack could recover his vitality infinitely thanks to his class skill, but his opponent could not. Andre, of course, did not know Zack had the system. He could only explain Zack's absurd stamina as a result of him awakening his true blood. Seeing his opponent gradually weaken, Zack was secretly delighted. Sure enough, poor stamina was still Andre's fatal weakness, in this life as in the last. On top of that, the fact that he was suppressing his light chi made things even worse, because the Draker family's light chi cultivation method was famous for its special characteristics. Knights had to keep their light chi activated constantly while training, in their daily lives, and even while eating and sleeping. Basically, they had to maintain it like breathing. So for Andre right now, he was essentially holding his breath. An inconvenient sword style consumed even more stamina. If he kept swinging his sword nonstop while holding his breath like this, Andre definitely would not last much longer. Zack wanted to end the match quickly, so the simplest way was to force him into a situation where he had no choice but to use light chi. Therefore, his attacks grew increasingly dangerous. He needed something that would make Andre use light chi unconsciously. In other words, he had to create an extreme situation with no way out. Thinking this, Zack suddenly accelerated. The agile footwork skill had been activated. Andre was experienced, so he recognized the skill at a glance. His originally calm state immediately turned into panic, because Andre had never met a student so outstanding that he could use this skill. By the time he regained his composure, Zack had also activated the accurate thrust skill and launched a sudden attack from behind. The distance between them was now so short that Andre could lose his life if he did not resist. And Zack's speed would not allow him to dodge in time. To save his life, Andre was forced to use light chi, while also countering with the first form of the dragon-slaying art. His sky-rending slash carried all his anger as it came straight at Zack. And Zack took the full brunt of that blow. When Zack's younger cousins saw this, they were delighted. Although Andre had broken his promise not to use light chi, the one taking the hit was still someone they hated. To make the performance as complete as possible, Zack chose not to dodge and took all the damage from that strike. Although his self-healing skill quickly activated, the pain was still real. Fortunately, he had also succeeded in touching the corner of his opponent's clothes with his sword. Now all he had to do was act as though he had just been thoroughly beaten so that no one would suspect anything. To finish the performance, Zack chose to drop his sword and pass out for extra realism. Andre sheathed his sword and turned around. As the rescue team came forward to give Zack first aid, he loudly announced to the whole class, "This student no longer needs to attend the basic dragon-slaying class. As for the rest of you, does anyone else want to be exempt?" Below, it was dead silent. Everyone could tell that Andre was furious about losing this bet. Why would they be foolish enough to poke that hornet's nest any further? No one is speaking up, so I'll take that as no one else. Then raise your swords and learn properly. Class continued, while Zack was taken to the infirmary. Once he was left alone, he no longer needed to pretend to be in pain from his injuries. If he had to say, Zack would give his performance just now a 10 out of 10. Although he could not injure his opponent, he had successfully forced Andre to use the light chi he had promised not to use, while also making him acknowledge his ability. Although he had to sacrifice a bit by deliberately taking a strike filled with his opponent's rage. In exchange, Zack had gained free time and no longer had to attend that easy class. In that sense, he had won. Thinking back to Andre's final attack, it was the most basic attack of the dragon-slaying art, the first form, sky-rending slash. Moreover, it had been unleashed by a blue knight, so overall, the power was nothing particularly special. Even so, Zack still felt proud that he had been able to defeat a blue knight with his infinite stamina and self-healing. However, that much was still not enough for him to live freely. In order not to be restricted by any force, Zack wanted to develop his strength to an unstoppable level, so that he would not have to bow his head or hide his power before anyone. So you're Adler's youngest son, are you? While Zack was lost in thought, an unfamiliar voice and the strong stench of alcohol hit his face, jolting him awake. At some point, a drunkard had appeared beside the bed, and Zack was certain he had no idea who the man was. The strange man took another gulp of liquor, then continued, "You have eyes just like that arrogant bastard Adler." Zack stared at him with a probing gaze. This person was definitely very strong, because he could appear so suddenly without Zack noticing, despite reeking so strongly of alcohol. Not to mention, the way he referred to the current head of the Draker family as that arrogant bastard was enough to prove that he was no ordinary person. "Who are you?" Zack questioned him, but he received no answer. Instead, the man answered with a question of his own. "How did you do that earlier, kid?" After asking, he took another gulp of liquor. His actions were extremely casual, even irritating. "What do you mean?" Zack asked again, but the reply was a cold snort. Don't play dumb. Earlier, you clearly suffered internal injuries from Andre's attack. So how did they heal so quickly? Zack unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. This man, who looked like nothing more than a drunkard, could actually see through the secret of his self-healing. It seemed his strength was no joke. Although indomitable mental defense had activated, Zack still felt somewhat tense in front of this mysterious figure. He merely tried his best to appear calm. In this academy, aside from him, no one possessed or knew about the system. So all he had to do was deny everything and in the matter. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, so you're going to keep acting like that? The man asked again, while suddenly launching an attack. He pierced through the wall behind Zack with his bare hand at a speed so fast, even Zack was shocked. But that attack was only a warning. As the man's hand continued moving, Zack instinctively lowered his body to dodge. The two exchanged several more moves, but Zack managed to escape his opponent's range each time. In the end, to put an end to that meaningless fight, Zack had no choice but to take the blanket covering him and throw it over the man's head. For some reason, at that moment, Zack's instincts told him something important. If he did not take the initiative and eliminate this opponent first, he would be the one to die. So, even before figuring out the drunkard's identity, Zack had resolved to use a killing move. Yet surprisingly, even with his vision blocked, the old man was still able to catch Zack's oversized sword with his bare hand. Your adaptability is impressive. You're almost like a mercenary. Zack used all his strength, but he still could not move the sword at all. This was the first time since transmigrating that he had felt so helpless before an opponent's strength. Just who on earth was this man? Zack's sword had been stopped with ease. The old man grinned and said, "It's as if." At this point, his eyes suddenly shone with a strange light as he continued, "that you were a mercenary." At those words, Zack quickly jumped backward, disappearing from his original position in an instant. A trace of anxiety appeared on his face as he wondered, just what kind of monster was this man? A mercenary? And what worried him most was whether the man knew something about his previous life. At that moment, the old man still looked completely relaxed as he toyed with the sword and spoke. A Draker dropping his sword and retreating. After thinking for a moment, he raised one finger, looked at Zack, and said, "I think you're more suited to being a mercenary than a knight." Hearing that, Zack was startled and thought to himself, so that was what he meant? I haven't been like that since I met Master. I was certain after that brief exchange, there's too great a gap between our abilities. So great that, if he wanted to, he could easily kill me. He is at least an outstanding knight. The old man pointed straight at him and asked, "That two-handed sword is standard issue from the cradle, isn't it? You have talent, so why are you using that kind of weapon?" Zack blurted inwardly, no, he might even be stronger. Just as the atmosphere grew extremely tense, someone suddenly entered from outside the door. That person spoke up. "So this is where you were." The moment Zack saw the person before him, he was extremely surprised and thought, "Andre? Why is he here?" Andre continued, looking toward the old man. "Dexter, the garden keeper." Hearing that, Zack stared blankly at the old man and exclaimed, "That's the garden keeper? Him." The old man then spoke. "You persistent little bastard. How did you know I was here?" Andre replied, "You were in the training room earlier." The old man continued, "You really are annoyingly quick." Suddenly, Andre glanced toward Zack and reminded him, "If your treatment is finished, you may leave, student." Zack hurriedly turned away and replied, "Yes, understood." Just as he reached out and touched the door handle, a loud call rang out. "Kid." The one who spoke was none other than Duke. He continued, "If you have time, come to the greenhouse on the west side of the academy. I'll teach you useful things." Those words made Zack freeze in place, unable to understand what was going on. After standing there in a daze for a moment, he walked straight out and refused. "No, thanks." Hearing that, Duke was so furious he nearly fumed as he shouted, "Listen to that mouth of yours. That personality is exactly like Ather's." After closing the door, Zack smiled and thought, "Dexter the garden keeper? Who does he think he's fooling?" He recalled what the man had said earlier. "So you're Ather's youngest son?" Zack thought to himself, If he is at a level where he can casually call the current family head, either Draker by name like that, then he must be the person who had only one disciple, Andre, in his entire life. An image of him appeared in Zack's mind. Duke Draker, the Storm Knight, one of the Black Knights, with martial power capable of opposing an entire kingdom alone. He had become a hot topic when he suddenly disappeared one day. Zack had not expected him to be living in hiding inside the academy. Perhaps Andre came here because he was here. As Zack walked silently, he thought Duke was said to be a man with terrifying determination. There is even a rumor that he obtained the title of Black Knight simply because he liked the color black. That was just a ridiculous rumor, right? At present, Duke was showing strong interest in him, but receiving ordinary instruction merely because of simple interest was not something Zack was interested in learning. Thinking this, an idea occurred to him. If he was going to learn something, then at the very least, he had to learn the man's secret technique. He would transform that interest into determination. At the same time, inside the main building of the academy, someone standing on the platform asked, "In a case like this, do you know what will happen?" He was Professor Fannin, the academy's magic theory instructor. In response to that question, the atmosphere was completely silent. All the students were dozing off together. The professor asked again, "No? No one knows." Seeing that no one answered, he could only force a smile and say, Then, when forming a spirit formula. Just as he reached this point, a voice rang out and interrupted him. Because of the resistance, you would actually suffer an injury. The one who had just spoken was Zack. He raised his hand and continued, I don't understand a law of spirit chi energy circulation you mentioned earlier." Hearing that, the professor exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." Zack called again, "Professor." The professor then replied, Sorry. This is the first time I've received a question about spirit chi circulation. To explain that concept. That is interesting. It is the way spirit chi. The discussion continued very smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for class to end. Everyone stood up and chatted among themselves. Why are we learning magic theory at a night academy? It's basically nap time. However, Zack did not think that at all. That was an easy-to-understand lecture. He is no ordinary professor. Just as he thought this, someone called him from behind. Wait, Zack." The one who called him was the professor. Zack turned around in surprise and asked, "What is it, Professor?" The professor answered while panting, It's nothing much." He smiled and continued, "It's just that, thanks to you, it's been a long time since I felt like I taught a proper class. So if you have any questions, come to my research laboratory anytime. I'm still a scholarship alumnus of Delphi Magic University, so I know many things." Hearing that, Zack looked surprised and thought, I figured he was no ordinary mage, but I never expected him to be an alumnus of Delphi Magic University, the nation where magic originated. Thinking this, he replied, "I understand, Professor." Even after leaving the classroom, the professor remained very enthusiastic. Zack smiled and thought to himself, there is nothing bad about being close to a mage. Mages are good at mathematics and are often flexible thinkers. They make better colleagues than knights. Fannin, Let's see whether he'll be useful. Thinking this, Zack suddenly stopped, his eyes widening. In front of him, Duke was lying stretched out on a bench, waiting for him. He was more impatient than Zack had expected. It had only been about a week. Duke glanced toward him and asked, "Are you done, kid?" Zack continued, "Why are you?" Before he could finish speaking, the old man sat upright and asked, "Why didn't you come to the greenhouse?" He continued, "You definitely understood what I meant when I said I would teach you useful things." Hearing that, Zack replied in annoyance, "I told you I'm not interested." Those words made Duke so furious, he jumped up and shouted, "What? Why not?" Zack calmly replied, "I know you are extremely skilled, but right now I'm busy with my personal training." The old man laughed and continued, "Of course, you can't neglect personal training." Just as he said this, Duke appeared behind Zack at some unknown point and asked, "Did you think I would say that?" Sensing that something was wrong, Zack quickly glanced behind him. However, he was still one step slower than the old man. Without saying a word, the old man raised his hand and struck Zack hard on the back of the neck, making his eyes roll back as he lost consciousness. After a while, Zack finally escaped his daze. His eyes slowly opened as he groaned. Ugh. He stood up, held his head, and grumbled, I can't believe he knocked me out. Looks like waiting a week was already too long for him. Thinking this, he looked around and wondered, so this is the West greenhouse? Seeing that Zack had woken up, Duke put down the watering can and asked, Awake, kid? Zack looked at him warily and asked back, Did you kidnap me? At those words, the old man approached him enthusiastically and replied, That's right. I kidnapped you. Duke grinned and continued, I'm a little interested in you, kid. Hearing that, Zack fell silent and thought to himself, now he isn't even bothering to hide it. Looks like he's pretty impatient. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he immediately used the system skill. Skill activating, agile footwork. As he shot forward at a speed that tore through the wind, he grinned and said, But now isn't the time. However, before Zack could get very far, Duke had already caught up and stood right in front of him, saying, Sleep. Seeing that, Zack instantly changed direction like lightning and leapt to another side. But things were hardly any better than before. A hand suddenly appeared right in front of his face. Zack looked at him in shock and thought, he still sees me as a joke. Then he thought, I need something to spark this off. With that, he asked, What is it about me that interests you so much? Duke immediately replied, I asked you how you healed your internal injuries so quickly. Those words made Zack freeze. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly in a smile. So that's what's bothering him? He continued, If you're that curious, then make me answer. Suddenly, Duke vanished from where he stood without leaving the slightest trace. Zack looked around in surprise and thought, he disappeared. He stood calmly and wondered, where is he? Just as he thought that, an unidentified object suddenly came flying toward him from behind at terrifying speed. Zack seemed to sense the approaching danger. His eyes widened as he glanced upward. He immediately dodged to the side and raised his hand to catch it. What had been thrown at him was a sword. Fortunately, he blocked it in time. Even so, the force pushed his feet backward. Zack glanced back uneasily and asked, What are you doing? Duke slowly approached and replied, You told me to make you answer. But that would be too easy. Let's make a bet. He said, If you can so much as scratch my clothes, I'll grant you one wish. Zack immediately raised the sword and thought, like teacher, like student. At that moment, Duke's expression became terrifying. He gave a sinister smile and continued, But if you give up during this fight, you'll have to tell me everything you're hiding. And so, a fierce battle unfolded inside the west greenhouse of the academy as the sun gradually set. Inside, dust and sand filled the air, making it extremely hard to see. Duke stood there with his fists clenched, allowed a sigh, and thought, just what is this kid made of? The scene before him was frighteningly devastated. Everything was in complete disorder. 3 hours had already passed. From behind a boulder, a hand reached up and gripped it tightly. Duke thought, not only does he have good stamina and endurance. As he thought that, he looked toward Zack, who was getting back up in front of him. His stamina and injuries are also recovering without limit. A faint, indescribable doubt appeared in Duke's eyes. That kid. At the same time, on Zack's side, his clothes had been beaten to tatters, and his expression had darkened. The system panel suddenly appeared. Class skill, self-healing has activated. Class skill, endless stamina has activated. Zack glanced toward Duke and thought, I can do this all day, but I can't win the bet like this. Dragon's Might. It seemed dangerous, so I've never used it before. Thinking that, he charged forward and made his decision. But against the Black Knight, it shouldn't be a problem. Both of their eyes suddenly changed, killing intent surging along with the power bursting forth. Let's continue. Seeing that, Duke smiled with interest and exclaimed, Those eyes. He burst into loud laughter and praised him. Good. That's exactly how it should be. Zack stood still, and whirlwinds rose around him, sending dust and sand flying everywhere. The system immediately displayed a notification. Skill Agile Footwork has activated. Zack shot forward along with it. He swung his sword wildly and slashed toward Duke, but Duke was no ordinary opponent. He was able to evade everything with ease. Looking at the incoming sword path, he smiled and thought, he's repeating the same attack. He may be fast, but compared to that madman and that little girl from my family, he's nothing. But this malice. His malice surpasses even his persistence. I love it. As he thought that, Duke slipped a hand into his pocket. Maybe I should use a little light chi. But before Duke could do that, a terrifying golden gaze appeared right beside him, making him freeze. He immediately swung his hand and shattered Zack's sword into several pieces. Duke's expression darkened as he thought, just now that was. Before he could finish the thought, a thick cloud of dust rose up, blocking his vision. Duke looked around and wondered, did he block my line of sight? But it'll be hard for him to find me too. The moment that thought ended, Zack appeared right behind him with a sharp gaze. The system displayed a notification. Dragon Mark, Dragon Eye, has activated. But just as the sword drew close, Duke noticed immediately. Zack was startled when he realized that what he had just slashed was not a person, but only an afterimage. Duke had vanished from his previous position without revealing the slightest trace. His movement speed was so fast that it stirred the dust and sand into a dense cloud. Zack looked at the whirlwind circling around him in confusion and exclaimed, "This is Duke's secret technique. A simple dash that creates such a powerful wind. Is this why he's called the Storm Knight?" While he was still dazed in thought, Duke closed in behind him and whispered, "Let's." Hearing that, Zack startled and swung his sword, but he failed to hit anything. "What?" Suddenly, Duke rushed in front of Zack with a punch and shouted, "Let's call this a draw, kid." The punch was thrown so quickly that Zack had no time to resist, and blood poured from his mouth. His body was sent flying backward and crashed hard. The system displayed a notification. Due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion has exceeded the acceptable limit. Seeing that, Zack grinned and muttered, like teacher, like student. The system continued its notification. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. Immediately, his vision became blurry. Damn it. After being unconscious for a while, Zack's eyes finally opened slightly. In front of him was a familiar room. He held his aching head and sat up abruptly. Zack tried to look again and thought, this is my room. Did Duke bring me back? Thinking that, he sighed in frustration. Man, I almost won. He flopped back onto the bed and exclaimed, as expected of a black knight, I think I did everything I possibly could at the moment, and it was useless. I tried to make Duke let his guard down by repeating the same attack hundreds of times. Then, at the decisive moment, I created an opening with Dragon's Might. On top of that, I used Dragon Eye to attack him, and it still wasn't enough. The skill Duke used at the very end was definitely his secret technique. I did lose consciousness because I overused the dragon skill. But thanks to that, I got to see his secret technique, an absurd high-speed movement art that he performs using his body, trained to the absolute limit. That secret technique must be what allowed Andre, whose stamina is poor, to rise to the position of Red Knight. Thinking that, Zack felt somewhat disappointed. It's a shame I lost the chance to learn Duke's secret technique, but it was still worth it. Dragon's Might has enough pressure to make even a Black Knight hesitate. Most small fry would submit the moment they came into contact with this skill. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared in front of him, making him flinch and glance at it. Written on the panel were the words, "You have one unopened message. Confirm? Yes or no?" Seeing that, he wondered, an unopened message? The system continued. D-rank skill agile footwork has evolved into C-rank skill high-speed movement. Your soul has grown due to your display of strong will. Along with the growth of your soul, your system functions have been activated. The next function can be activated by using karma points. Zack's eyes became unfocused. What? The system announced. Minimap. Geographic and terrain features can be viewed in the form of a map. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Storage compartment. Can store as many items as capacity allows. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Beginner quest book. Includes guides and quests for the effective growth of a low-level administrator. Locked. 4 to 5 points to unlock. Current karma points. 40. After reading through it, he sat deep in thought. A whole bunch of things appeared. Judging from the descriptions, other than the storage compartment, Having thought that, Zach did not hesitate and directly pressed the confirm button on the system panel. Let's check the storage compartment first. A notification immediately appeared. If you select the item you want, it will be stored in the storage compartment. When taking out an item stored in the storage compartment, you may think of the item's name or shape. The amount of space an item occupies in the storage compartment depends on its size and weight. If you want a larger storage compartment, you can use karma points to increase its size. After hearing the explanation, Zach glanced to one side and wondered, "Select the item I want?" He quickly walked over and picked up his shattered sword. I can activate skills by thinking of them, so putting items into the storage compartment should work the same way. Zach gripped the sword tightly and repeatedly thought in his head, "Store, store, store." And immediately, the sword emitted a white light and slowly disappeared. He looked into the storage compartment before him and thought. The two-handed sword disappeared and took up 2 out of 28 slots in the storage compartment. So this is what the system meant when it said the amount of space an item occupies in the storage compartment depends on its size and weight. To take it out, I need to think of its name or shape. Just as Zach thought, the sword appeared right in his hand. He grinned with interest and said, "I was thinking of subspace storage, but this is even better. That treasure is obviously very expensive, but it's hard to find something to contain it. And I can even expand the storage space by using points." Written on the notification panel were the words, "Status window. Low-level administrator. Name, Zach Draker. Class, unique immortal. Title, one blessed by an ancient dragon. Administrator function, low level. This overly advantageous function is only at the low level. What will it be like when I reach a higher rank?" He thought, if the value of these points is this high, I can't use them recklessly. Looks like I'll have to change my plans. Just like that, Zach sank into a whirlpool of tangled thoughts. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "May I come in, young master?" Hearing that, he thought Decker. Then he replied, "Come in." "What is it?" Decker answered, "There is a message for you." After saying that, he took out a piece of paper, handed it to Zach, and said, "He said you would know who it was from if I mentioned the garden keeper, Dexter." Hearing that, Zach understood immediately, and the corner of his mouth lifted in a smile. He began reading the contents of the paper. "Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come anytime." He thought, looks like it wasn't a complete defeat. Zach recalled what Duke had said before. "Let's call this a draw, kid." He wondered, so this is what he meant by a draw? He clenched his hand and exclaimed happily, "Either way, it means I still have a chance." Suddenly, Decker, standing beside him, spoke up. "I have one more thing to tell you." He continued, "I found the blacksmith you mentioned before." Hearing that, Zach exclaimed, "Oh, really? Then when is the appointment?" Decker slightly raised a hand to adjust his glasses and replied, "About that, there is a problem." Decker reported, "The blacksmith refused the appointment." Hearing that, Zach cried out in shock, "What? Why?" At the same time, on the blacksmith's side, the space was extremely dark, with weapons scattered everywhere. He spent all day drowning himself in alcohol. Decker explained, "He no longer makes weapons." Early the next morning, a foot stepped down from a carriage. Zach was now standing in front of the blacksmith's house. He thought to himself, it's been a while. The sign above read, "Papney bread, Papney's breath." Zach smiled awkwardly with a fed-up expression. Haha, what a prestigious name for a forge. Thinking that, Zach slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, asking, "Is anyone here?" According to what he remembered, Graham, the Aura sword, was the masterpiece forged by Gonley. He had said it was the prize for researching Zach's life, worthy of the title Soul Blacksmith. It was said that he read the soul of the person before crafting a weapon for them, and he lived up to that reputation, creating a sword with the ability I needed most, the ability to replace Light Chi with Azure. The greatest blacksmith on the continent forged that sword. Thinking that, Zach looked toward the man who was dead drunk and wondered, what is with his current state? Sensing someone's presence, the man looked toward Zach in confusion and asked, "What's this? A kid? This isn't a place for children. Get out." He was the Soul Blacksmith, Gonley Handback. In response to those words, Zach paid him no mind and looked over the messy surroundings, thinking, even though he's a very emotional person, he wasn't excessive to this extent. Just what happened to him before he met me. Zach immediately went and brought over a large bucket of cold water. Then he directly threw it in a Hanback's face. After doing that, Zach tossed the bucket aside, sending it rolling. He walked over and asked with a smile, "Are you awake now?" He continued, "I want to know why you refused my request." After a moment of dazed silence, Hanback finally noticed the crest on Zach's glove. Trembling, he exclaimed, "D. Draker." Hanback lowered his head and shouted, "I apologize for showing such disrespect." His whole body trembled as he continued, "Please forgive my rudeness. However, I'm not accepting any requests at the moment. How can a bastard create what someone else wants when he can't even make what he himself wants?" Hearing that, Zach understood somewhat. So even Gonli went through a phase like this. Now that I think about it, he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent when I met him, and Gonli never told me about his life before that. Hanback sat there clutching his head and lamenting, "Why am I so useless? Can I even make weapons anymore?" His whole body shook. A blacksmith who cannot make weapons. Zach shouted, "Gonli Hanback." Hearing that, Hanback startled awake and replied, "Please forgive me for behaving so rudely before you." Zach continued, "Don't worry. I want to see some of your failed works." Hanback quickly answered, "Teachin, let me lead you to the back." Zach thought, there's no other way. I'll have to guide him onto the right path myself. A while later, the two of them were in the backyard. Hanback said, "I apologize, my lord. I should not have left everything in such a mess." Zach replied, "It's fine, it's fine." He looked toward the pile of weapons before him and continued, "You could say it's quite eye-catching." Hearing that, Hanback answered, "Teach, thank you, my lord." At that, Zach continued walking forward. Then, seeing Zach pick up a sword and inspect it, Hanback anxiously warned him, "My lord, please be careful. Even though they're failed works, they're still very sharp." In response to those words, Zach paid no attention. He assessed the swords one by one. This one and this one. No, these. They aren't failures. Their quality is on par with the things he forged when he was revered as the greatest blacksmith on the continent. The system displayed a notification. "Dragon Mark, Dragon Eye has activated." Zach exclaimed, "Just as I thought." He then asked, "There's a problem with your furnace, isn't there?" Hearing that, Hanback was extremely shocked and asked back, "How did you?" Zach replied, "I'm asking you. You optimized your own metallurgy style, didn't you?" Zach continued, "It looks like you mixed several metals to create a lighter, more refined material." As he said that, he swung the sword. With just a little force, the sword shattered instantly. He said, "But its durability is far too poor. In cases like this, it's because the impurities weren't properly removed during the heat treatment process." Hanback looked at Zach and thought to himself, he's exactly right. He not only recognized my metallurgy method, he even analyzed the key flaw and its cause. If it's this person, then maybe. Thinking that far, he spoke up, "And my lord, this is a bit. No, very sudden." He continued, "But there is something I would like to ask of you." A while later, inside the house, Zach stepped forward and asked, "What is it?" Hanback answered, "Could you take a look at this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he placed a large scroll on the table and spread it out. Zach also approached and studied it carefully. He thought to himself, this is Gonli's secret, the thing he revealed many years later. The blueprint for a magic furnace. He recalled what Hanback had once said. "What is there to hide from the person who saved my life? A furnace whose temperature can be freely adjusted with magic. This is my secret." Thinking of that, he smiled and said, "With this, your metallurgy method will work perfectly." Hanback happily continued, "As expected, I knew you would recognize it immediately, my lord." Zach asked, "You have the complete blueprint, so why haven't you built it?" Hanback thought for a moment and replied, "The most important part, the blueprint for the Spirit Chi Energy Law, is still here, but the Magic Tower's implementation fee is 10,000 gold." Hearing that, Zach thought to himself, an ordinary family of 4 spends 10 gold a month on living expenses, so that's 1,000 times more. So it took him 10 years to save that amount. Hanback continued, "That price is absurd. That is why I want to ask you for a favor, my lord. You are a Draker and also a true-blood awakener. So if you create this furnace for me, I will fulfill any request you make, free of charge and unconditionally, until my final breath." Hearing that, Zack thought, "This is difficult. It would be possible if I were a guardian knight of the clan, but for me, it's impossible, even as a true blood. Getting 10,000 gold in support. But I also can't give up Graham, the light sword. His problem is the spirit chi energy law." Just as he thought that, an idea suddenly came to Zack. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wait." He grinned and wondered, the spirit chi energy law? Without hesitating any longer, he slowly rolled up the blueprint and said, "All right, I accept." Hanback asked in confusion, "Oh, really, my lord?" Zack answered, "I can ask a mage I know. Once I have an answer, I'll tell you immediately." Before leaving, he did not forget to remind him, "Oh, and stop drinking." But before he could finish speaking, Hanback stepped forward and dropped to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried, "Thank you, my lord. I sincerely thank you. I, Ganli, will serve you for the rest of my life as my life-saving benefactor." Loud voices rang out from inside the house. "Thank you. Thank you very much, my lord." "Good grief, I understand already. Stop it. I'll let you know when it's done." A while later, at Draker Academy, in the professor's research building, Zack walked along while thinking to himself, why are those magic tower bastards charging such a high implementation fee? The structure looks simple enough. Fanon's specialty is spirit chi energy design laws. His research laboratory. Just as he thought that, his entire body suddenly froze in place. An ominous feeling appeared in his mind, and his sharp gaze glanced to one side. Right beside Zack was a dark alley. He thought to himself, in that alley, a terrible memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Back then, Zack had been dragged into an alley by a group of people and beaten. He had knelt on the ground and begged them, "I am sorry. It's all my fault. Please." But those men had no intention of sparing him. With an enraged face, he shouted, "What was that?" Zack sobbed as he said, "I apologize, Lord Conrad. A lowly thing like me dared to lay a hand on your body." Hearing that, Conrad immediately stomped hard on Zack's head and praised him. "Good. Well said, Zack." With a contemptuous smile, he continued, "As a reward, I'll give you the chance to clean the ground you dirted." Faced with those words, Zack could not resist at all. He could only kneel on the ground and say, Thank you, Lord Conrad." Returning to the present, Zack could no longer endure this resentment. He slowly walked toward the alley and cursed, "Damn it." At the same time, from inside the alley, the sounds of vicious cursing and beating rang out continuously. "Vermin like you are nothing but obstacles to other people's existence." Conrad panted heavily and continued, "That damn bastard Zack is the same." An unprecedented golden light reaction. A true blood awakener above all others. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kept stomping hard on the person called Vermin as he cursed, "Damn it." Losing to that lowly bastard was unavoidable because of that surprise attack he launched before the match began. But why did that worthless piece of trash, who only got lucky and beat me, become a true blood awakener? Just as he said that, a figure suddenly approached from behind and spoke. "Hey, Pockface." Zack smiled and continued, "You already found someone to replace me?" As he said that, his smile slowly vanished, and his face darkened. He pointed straight at Conrad's face and warned him, "I'll give all of you 3 seconds. If you know what's good for you, put your heads on the ground." Hearing that familiar voice, Conrad slowly approached and asked, What did you say?" Trying to appear calm, he pointed at Zack and continued, "Your arrogance has gone through the roof ever since you awakened as a true blood. Zack Draker, are you sure you really awakened as a true?" Before he could finish, Zack cut him off directly. "Do it." His eyes revealed surging killing intent, and he said coldly, "If you don't bow down, don't blame me." Hearing that, Conrad was frightened, his face turning deathly pale as he stepped backward. Sweat poured from him like rain as he thought. Oof, this pressure. Just a few months ago, he was still crawling between my legs, and now I'm scared. Feeling as though his pride had been trampled, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you order me around, you lowly bastard!" As soon as he finished speaking, Conrad immediately charged straight at Zack and yelled, "What are you doing? Beat him!" Watching them charge at him like madmen, Zack still calmly stood in place and asked, "Don't blame me for this, got it?" As he said that, Zack quickly tilted his head to one side and dodged the attack. While the other man still had no idea what had happened, a lightning-fast punch shot straight toward his face. Zack struck him with a devastating blow, sending his entire body falling backward. The others became slightly intimidated when they saw that, but they could no longer stop. Zack threw punch after punch, smashing each of them so hard their teeth flew. It seemed that none of these men was a match for him. He could take them all down with ease. Zack mercilessly tossed them aside like trash. He shouted, drove in his knee, then kicked again, knocking them down one by one. Every blow he struck was extremely swift and left no opening. In the end, the last one was also beaten down. Having witnessed everything from the start, Conrad broke out in a cold sweat and stood frozen in place. He looked at his underlings, none of whom could still stand, and muttered, "Impossible." He kept asking himself, "Is this bastard really the Zack Draker I know?" Zack now walked toward him and reassured him, "No need to be scared. I believe you already know. It only hurts for a moment." Conrad immediately took a gamble and drew his sword. Trembling, he pointed the sword at Zack and shouted, "Stay. Stay away. If you come any closer, I'll cut you." Hearing that, Zack coldly replied, "You actually drew a sword outside the training grounds. You know what that means, don't you?" Those words startled Conrad and left him speechless, his eyes filled with fear. Zack reached for the sword on his back and continued, to face the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who drew his sword outside the sacred training grounds. Hearing that, Conrad cried out in fear, "Wait, wait." But Zack had no intention of stopping. His expression filled with killing intent, and he said in a low voice, "I, Zack Draker, shall respond in the name of honor." Before Zack's solemn words, Conrad was so frightened that his body went limp. "The battle that follows shall end when one of us dies. All responsibility lies with ourselves, and the opponent shall bear no responsibility for its outcome." Having said that, Zack looked at the person lying on the ground and continued, "Liam Stone, you are the witness." Without wasting another moment, Zack began to raise his sword. "Now let us continue." Seeing that Zack's eyes were not joking, Conrad hurriedly begged in terror, "I am sorry." He was so frightened that he wet himself, kneeling on the ground and bowing repeatedly. "Lord Zack Draker, please, please let me live." His whole body trembled violently. "Please spare me." Hearing that, Zack slowly lowered his sword. He remembered how he himself had once looked like that. "I am sorry, Lord Leon Conrad. Please spare my life." The more he remembered, the more his blood boiled. "You damn idiot." Immediately after that, a lightning-fast slash swung straight toward Conrad's face. Zack directly took one of his ears. Sheathing his sword, he said, "I'll take your ear as the price." Hearing that, Conrad clutched his head and groaned in pain. "My ear! My ear!" Zack stepped forward, placed his hand on Conrad's head, and warned him, "If your ear has been reattached when we meet again, the next thing I take won't be your ear." Zack clenched his hair tightly and growled, "It will be your head." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed Conrad's head straight into the ground. After that, he let out a relieved breath and stood up. "Phew." Stone looked at Zack's departing figure and called out, "Zack." Hearing that, Zack stopped. Stone continued asking, "Why? Why did you help me?" Faced with that question, Zack answered frankly, "Don't think too much about it." He smiled and continued, "I didn't help you." As he said that, he turned and walked away while thinking, "I was helping myself." Zack scratched his head, sighed, and wondered, "Is Gonley rubbing off on me?" I almost said something embarrassing. Back at the academy, in Fannon's research laboratory, a voice came from inside. Is it possible, Professor? Fannin looked at the blueprint Zack had brought and replied, "Let me be direct. It can be said to be possible." Zack continued, "Really? Then I'd like to entrust it to you, Professor." Fannin lightly adjusted his glasses and replied, "Wait. I think it would be better if you listened to my explanation first." The two of them looked at the blueprint together, and Fannin continued, "As you said, the overall structure is simple. However, the problem lies in the core responsible for the energy output. The core can be considered the heart of this machine, but the circuit path has extremely troublesome limitations. It may be small, but it needs to have enough energy, and we will also need a way to regulate the output without delay." Fannin exclaimed, "This is unprecedented." Zack asked, "But it is possible?" Fannin answered, "Yes. There are two options. Based on the core's conditions, I can personally adjust your design. However, it would take at least a decade to revise the core design. No, it would take 15 years. Hearing that, Zack shouted in horror. 15 years. Fannin replied, "Yes. It would consume a considerable amount of time. As for the second method, we can omit the core design and use a similar material instead. Doing so would save a great deal of time, but the necessary material would be a high-grade compressed spirit chi stone." That answer left Zack unable to believe it, and he asked, "What? Isn't that an ancient treasure that can't be created with modern technology?" Fannin answered, "Exactly. Ancient treasures are already rare. However, even among treasures found in ruins, finding a spirit chi stone that can withstand our design will be extremely difficult. It would cost over 3,000 gold." Those words made Zack's hopes collapse, and his expression went blank. Dejected, he thought, "I might be kicked out if someone discovers I can't use light chi, but 15 years is too long. But 3,000 gold is also too much. I can't believe I can't give up Graham, the light sword." Most people thought he was a light chi user because of what had happened during the blessing ceremony, but that had only been a reaction created by healing and ether. The fact that he could not actually use light chi remained unchanged. Ether was considered a power difficult for humans to control. However, except for the primordial spirit's spiritual sense technique that his master had taught him, he could not use any sword technique that utilized light chi. Even with that technique, all he could do was strengthen and swing his entire body. Compared with that, light chi was much easier to use and far more versatile for others. That was why he needed Graham, the light sword. Thinking of that, Zack clutched his head and groaned. "Damn it, how am I supposed to find a high-grade compressed spirit chi stone?" Suddenly, Fannin spoke up, "By the way, the person who created these blueprints is extraordinary. Even considering the complexity of the core, this is an excellent design." Fannin continued, "It would be difficult to create even among the treasures of the Golden Age." Hearing that, Zack suddenly had an idea. His whole body froze, and he exclaimed, "A treasure of the Golden Age?" The corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. "Why didn't I think of that before?" Without wasting any more time, Zack slowly stood up and left. "Please keep the design safe until I return, Professor." Hearing that, Fannin asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Do you want to spend 15 years completing it?" Zack laughed and replied, "Haha, of course not." He reached out and gripped his sword tightly as he continued, "I'll bring one." Zack's expression was full of confidence. "I mean a high-grade compressed spirit chi stone." The Golden Age. The Liberation War, a battle to escape the rule of the dragons, ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut by Tarakin Draker, bringing humanity a century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in the dragon's lair, relics from the age of the Hero King, the peak era of magic. All the treasures discovered possessed technology and magic far beyond modern standards. Among them was the high-grade compressed spirit chi stone, which contained enough essential spirit chi to sustain an entire village. A treasure from the age of the Hero King. The scene shifted to Draker Academy, Central Library. Although rarely used, the Central Library was still maintained because it was believed to have been personally established by Tarakan during the expansion of the records room. Treasures from the Golden Age had been discovered, which led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and Archmage Nerva, a member of the three great families in the excavation. During those months, countless treasures from the Golden Age were discovered, and news of them spread through the continental newspapers. Or at least, that was what would happen 10 years later. In the records room of the Central Library, Zach had also arrived. As he looked around, he thought, no one has discovered the treasures yet, or even become aware of them. Having thought that, he sighed in frustration. I could grope around all day and still not find it. A system notification appeared. Dragon mark, Dragon Eye has been activated. One of Zach's eyes began to glow. Refusing to give up, he continued walking around the library in search of it. As he was walking, he suddenly discovered something. His entire body froze, and his eyes widened. On the ground, one floor tile was now emitting a faint red light. Zach exclaimed, "There it is." He stepped forward, reached out, and knocked on it while thinking, it should sound hollow when tapped. Yes, this is it. He quickly used the primordial spirit's spiritual sense technique. Cut. It was the only application of the primordial spirit's spiritual sense technique that he had learned from his master. Because EZ materialized the user's will, it was possible to apply certain properties, such as cutting, and use it in various situations. However, it had a limitation. The user had to consume a huge amount of EZ to perform any action. The moment he thought that far, his head throbbed, as if it were being split open. It seemed using it was still too much for him right now. After a long while, the final brick slowly opened, and Zach slipped straight down below. He carefully closed the lid again, leaving the tiled floor looking as if nothing had ever happened. Down below, it was extremely dark and damp, so Zach had to take out a torch and light it. He looked around and said, "The report didn't say it was this deep." The moment he said that, a sudden noise rang out, startling him badly. Right beside him, two figures were faintly moving about. He thought in surprise, there should still be at least another decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Zach took a risk and peered over, wondering, could someone have found it first? But the sight that entered his eyes was not human beings, but two moving skeletons. He blurted out, "Skeletons?" They were holding a pickaxe and a shovel. All right, looks like they weren't created by a spirit. Zach immediately took a sword out of his inventory. In that case, the system appeared with a notification, "Critical strike skill has been activated." His figure shot forward like lightning, smashing the skeletons apart. If that was all, this would be easy. He dealt with them just like that, without the slightest difficulty. After he finished them all off, the system appeared with a message. Because you defeated 2 skeletons, you have received 2 karma points. Skeletons defeated, 20. Current karma points possessed, 22. Hearing that, Zach burst into delighted laughter. Oh, right. I can get points from killing monsters. I completely forgot because I was focused on the treasure. Thinking of that, he became extremely excited. Wait, isn't this a great chance to grind points? Without hesitation, Zach immediately gripped his sword and dashed off, shouting, "I'm coming, my beloved points!" And so, one skeleton after another was defeated. The system appeared accordingly. Because you defeated 1 skeleton, you have received 1 karma point. Skeletons defeated, 20. He smiled and said, "So easy." The system continued its notification. Current karma points possessed, 22. Status window. Low rank, administrator. Name, Zach Draker. Class, unique immortal. Title, one blessed by the ancient dragon. System functions, inventory, 25 slots. Minimap, locked, requires 20 points to unlock. Beginner quest book, locked, requires 45 points to unlock. Skills, self-healing style, calm mind, vitality recovery, heightened senses. Skill, precise thrust. E-rank, proficient. Consecutive slash, D-rank, rookie. Critical strike, D-rank, veteran. Agile footwork, D-rank, vétéran. Spiritual power reversal, E-rank, rookie. Overall buff, E-rank, rookie. Dragon mark, level 1. Dragon eye, rookie. Devour, locked, requires 50 points to unlock. Dragon mark level 2. Cannot be viewed, requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 40. Seeing that, he thought, I need to examine it more carefully in case I find something worth spending points to unlock. The beginner quest book is 45, and the minimap is 20. Dragon Mark Devour and the locked level 2 skill both require 50 points. Looks like the only thing I can buy right now is the minimap. The minimap function has been activated. A map appeared before Zack, even showing the location where he was standing. He observed it and exclaimed in admiration, it's similar to a magic map. He then reached out and pressed a button on the edge, wondering, what's this? The system appeared. The minimap has been switched from 2D to 3D. Seeing that, Zack grew extremely excited and laughed. Great. Now, this is exactly what I wanted. His eyes focused on a room emitting red light. But why is only that room a different color? The system appeared. Would you like directions to the selected location? Dragon Slayer storage room? Yes or no? Hearing that, he thought, storage room. Without hesitation, he directly reached out and pressed yes. It took the search team many days to find this place, but I found its location this easily. We will now provide the fastest route to your designated location. Zack looked at the detailed guide and laughed loudly. Unbelievable. With this, how could I possibly get lost? And so, after moving for a while, he finally stood before a large door. The system appeared. You have arrived at the designated location. He looked around and said, this must be the place. But how do I get inside? He touched the door with his hand and continued. Looks like it won't open just by pushing. The moment he said that, a strange red light suddenly emitted from the spot on the door where his hand made contact. Not only that, it also carried an enormous surge of lightning that blasted Zack's hand backward. He thought in shock, a security spell. The reason the magic tower and Archmage Nerva were connected to this must be because of this door. Zack looked at his smoking hand and silently felt lucky. If not for the glove, I would have lost my hand. I can't get past the spell. System, can't you open it for me? The system responded, administrator's request has been received. We will connect to the security device accordingly. Security spell has been disabled. Automatic device activation has failed. We will now switch to manual device activation. He exclaimed, what? Zack asked in shock. Wait, are you responding to what I just said? The system answered, yes. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zack Draker? Hearing that, he stood dazed for a moment. I can talk to the system. He continued asking, then why did you force me to reincarnate? The system replied, I cannot answer the stated question. Zack asked again, what is this administrator system? The system replied, I cannot answer the stated question. Still unwilling to stop, he asked one question after another. Who created you? The system replied, I cannot answer the stated question. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zack Draker? Zack dejectedly held his head and sighed, thinking, damn it, I can't get answers to any of the important questions. Thinking of that, he said, fine, open the door. The system replied, administrator's request has been confirmed. Dragon Slayer storage room has been opened. Just like that, the enormous door slowly opened. He stepped inside, looked around, and exclaimed, wow, all of this. Unable to believe his eyes, he shouted, is this a treasure vault? A treasure vault, as its name suggested, was a vault filled with valuable treasures and riches. Finding even a single treasure could already be considered a miracle. Without further hesitation, he reached out and opened a treasure chest. A dazzling golden light shone from inside. So there are 100 or so of these things. The treasure chests were quickly swept clean by Zack. I'll take this. Oh, this one looks pretty good. I'll give this to Fanon. He grinned and exclaimed, finally found it. Inside a small wooden box were 4 compressed spirit chi stones. High-grade compressed spirit chi stones, and there are 4 of them. Even better. Zack happily stored them all in his inventory. I'll use 1 point to expand the inventory by another 4 slots. I still don't have enough space to store everything. Looks like I'll have to come back often until graduation. After taking everything he needed, he slowly stood up and left. This should be enough for today. But before he could put that thought into action, a strange aura surged over him, making a chill run down his spine. He anxiously glanced around, but he could not sense the presence of anyone else. Zack thought, what is this creepy feeling? Suddenly, one of his arms accidentally touched the stone wall beside him, and a red light emitted from that spot. Sensing that something was wrong, he was startled and pulled his hand back, but it was already too late. A series of sealing marks appeared, surrounding his body. He asked in shock, what is this? Before Zack could finish speaking, he instantly vanished from the spot without leaving the slightest trace. After being transported, Zack appeared in a completely unfamiliar place, somewhere he had never been before. He looked around blankly and asked, "System, where is this?" The surroundings were terrifyingly gloomy. The system appeared and answered, "The administrator is currently inside the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary." Hearing that, he glanced upward and continued, "Dragon Slayer Sanctuary?" The report didn't mention anything about a room full of coffins. As he said that, Zack opened the mini-map to observe it. With a thoughtful expression, he thought, "As expected, it's not too far from my previous location, but there's no passage leading to the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary. If that's the case, then this must be a location that wasn't discovered in my previous life." Without delay, he reached out and pushed open the coffin right in front of him. "I can't ignore this." When the coffin lid was opened, it revealed a strange suit of armor lying neatly inside. Zack exclaimed, "Armor!" The system appeared with a notification. "Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment has been discovered." Hearing that, he could not help feeling curious and propped the armor up to examine it. He studied it carefully and said, "Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. It's certainly sturdy. It's not like the armor from the Golden Age that I know." "What's this?" Zack stared at the back of the armor's neck and wondered. A hole? Is something supposed to be inserted there? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening as an idea occurred to him. "Don't tell me." Unable to wait any longer, he immediately took out a compressed spirit chi stone. "But I can't just leave it like this, can I?" The system appeared with a notification. "Spirit chi battery has been installed into the exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment." Activating equipment. As soon as the notification ended, the armor's eyes suddenly lit up as if it possessed intelligence. Seeing that, Zack grew increasingly curious and wanted to explore what was hidden inside that armor. Suddenly, the armor shook violently, leaving him utterly confused. He cried out in alarm, what's happening?" The moment he said that, a loud explosion rang out, and smoke and dust billowed everywhere. The system announced, "Equipment malfunction due to overload. Activation failed. A small explosion is expected shortly. Please evacuate immediately." Hearing those words, Zack sat slumped on the ground in frustration, his face covered in soot, and replied, "It already exploded." The system then expressed, "Apologies." He slowly stood up and looked toward the armor, which was smoking and burning, wondering, so one high-grade compressed spirit chi stone was only enough to serve as this armor's power source? That made him think deeply. Just what functions does it have that require such an enormous amount of energy? I'll ask Fanon later. Not wasting time, Zack continued walking. "I'll explore first." After moving for a while, he finally stood before an extremely large room. The other rooms were empty. This is the last one. He looked around and thought, an entire room with only a single glass case. Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared right before him, drawing his attention. Zack's expression changed, his brows furrowing as he exclaimed, "What?" He gave a helpless smile and continued, "Tarakin Draker." He really was insane. On the system panel was written, "You have discovered Tarakin Draker's legacy, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Zack wondered. He left behind the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy? Then that creepy feeling I sensed back in the storage room was this. But right now, his body slowly moved. The feeling was completely different. The system appeared. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. His hand was now placed on a glass case. From that spot, a mysterious black aura flowed out, accompanied by a voice. "All right, I hear you." His expression became strange, and his vacant eyes opened wide. "Looks like there's no other choice. Phoenix." Zack seemed to have been controlled, no longer himself, and his mouth kept muttering, "I'll kill them all." At the most dangerous moment, the system appeared, activating indomitable mental defense skill. Thanks to that skill, Zack finally returned to normal. He clutched his head in confusion and wondered, why did I? The moment he said that, one of his eyes suddenly felt unbearably painful, and its pupil had turned black. His body and the glass case were both being covered by a strange black aura. He shouted, "What is going on?" The aura seemed to grow larger and larger, spreading to cover the surrounding space. Zack asked in confusion, "What is this?" Suddenly, a system panel appeared. Sudden quest. Quest reward. Ownership of Terrakin's legacy. Seeing that, his mind became even hazier. Skills activated in succession. Activating indomitable mental defense skill. Error. Skill activation failed. A dark aura radiated from around Zack's body in an extremely eerie manner. Both his eyes were pitch black on the outside, and terrifying laughter and voices echoed in his mind. Faced with that situation, he directly slammed his head hard into the glass case in front of him. The impact was so strong that cracks appeared in the glass case. Zack grinned and said, "You just won't stop babbling. How annoying." Through the glass, he could see a completely different version of himself, like another human being. "You're talking about freedom? Freedom is something you seize for yourself, idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, the glass instantly shattered into countless fragments. The system appeared with a notification. "You have overcome the curse of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Sudden quest complete. Quest reward. Ownership of Terrakin's legacy has been obtained." Hearing that, Zack's entire body ached, and he collapsed his knees on the ground, thinking, "Damn it, I nearly died. I can't believe my skill failed to activate." What was that just now? The system appeared, activating self-healing style skill, activating endless stamina style skill, beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. After waiting for a while until his body slowly stabilized, he lifted his weary eyes and looked up. Right before him, the heart of the evil dragon Bahamut was glowing. Suddenly, Zack seemed to be drawn in by that power. His eyes rolled back, and his veins bulged as he wondered in terror, "What is this?" Pure, condensed spirit chi was flying straight into him. "But I don't have a spirit chi ring to receive it. This vast amount of spirit chi has nowhere to go and is destroying my body." Things grew more dangerous by the second. "I have to do something." Without any further hesitation, Zack slowly raised his hand. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to create a large black sphere. Soul Body's secret art, seal. Immediately, the spirit chi spreading outward was slowly gathered together. He thought, "Wrap the spirit chi in EZ, then seal it inside the EZ storage space." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. From where Zack stood, a gigantic column of pitch-black smoke rose and billowed upward. The ground was also blasted open, forming a huge, deep crater. Zack's body was now twisted, his eyes shining brightly, his body seeming as if it were about to explode. After a while, his face darkened, and he let out a relieved breath. He fearfully stepped forward and wondered, "Phew, I'm alive now, right?" Zack slowly walked over and stood before the glass case, remaining silent in thought for a while. He looked inside the glass case and thought, the heart is gone. Then that pile of spirit chi belonged to Bahamut. Just as Zack thought this, he suddenly noticed something and his eyes widened. Through the reflection in a shard of broken glass, he saw some strange mark exposed on his body. "What is this?" Zack reached out and lightly touched the dragon-shaped mark on his chest, wondering, "Is this because I sealed Bahamut's spirit chi?" Suddenly, a system notification window appeared before him, making him freeze. It read, "You have absorbed the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." After that, a series of other system windows appeared as well. Absorbed spirit chi has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has changed to the heavenly bone body. Power beyond the administrator's capacity has been detected, compressing and sealing 95% of the power. As the successor, You have received access rights to Terrakin Ranker's secure archive. Activating the beginner quest book. Providing guidance for the low-level administrator. Hearing this, Zack stared blankly, unable to understand what was happening. Heavenly Bone Body, Terrakin Ranker's secure archive. Guidance. Why had another pile of bizarre things been added as usual? I'll look at it later. For now, let's clear. He had only spoken this far when he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Wait." He reached out and tapped the system window, saying, "Leave this one." Zack's expression became extremely interested, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. My ancestor really is generous. The system appeared. Do you want to open another legacy of Terrakin Ranker? After a moment of waiting, a pile of items quickly appeared before Zack. The system announced, Terrakin Ranker's second legacy has been unlocked. Looking at the pile of objects before him, he cried out in shock, "This is—" That evening, at the Platinum Tower. Inside the room, Zack carefully put all the items he had obtained into a sealed cabinet. It seemed the cleanup was almost complete. He happily looked at the system window and continued. Let's take a closer look. An information window quickly appeared. It read, Status Window. Low-Level Administrator. Name, Zack Draker. Occupation, Unique Immortal. Titles, One Blessed by the Ancient Dragon, Successor of Terrakin Draker. Authority, Dragonkin Dominion. Physique, Heavenly Bone Body. System Functions, Storage Compartment, 6 slots. Minimap, Beginner Quest Book. School Skills, Self-Healing, Indomitable Mental Defense. Endless Stamina, Ascending Senses. Skills, Precise Thrust, Rank E, Proficient, Consecutive Slash, Rank D. Novice, Critical Strike, Rank D, Veteran. Agile Footwork, Rank C, Novice. Spirit Power Reversal, Rank A, Novice. Overall Analysis, Rank A, Novice. Dragon Mark, Level 1. Dragon Eye, Novice. Dragon's Majesty, Novice. Word Command Art, Locked, unlocks when conditions are met. Devour, Locked, requires 50 points to unlock. Dragon Mark, Level 2, cannot be viewed. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current Karma Points, 10. Dragon Mark, Word of Command Art, imbues your words with power. Locked, unlocks when conditions are met. After reading through the information window once, Zack continued tapping the system window. There really are a lot of expanded sections. Let's see what their names mean. The system appeared. Dragonkin Dominion. Grants dominion over Dragonkin. Allows summoning and command of subdued Dragonkin. Heavenly Bone Body. Optimizes physical abilities, accelerates martial arts learning speed, and strengthens EZ conduction intensity. Although he studied it over and over, Zack still found it somewhat difficult to understand and thought to himself, a description alone doesn't tell me much. And earlier I caught a glimpse of it. There wasn't only Terrakin's second legacy, but also an entire system window related to Terrakin. He sat down on the steps and ordered, System, show me the notifications related to Terrakin again. The system quickly appeared. To access Terrakin's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Hearing this, Zack reached out and tapped the system window, wondering, Terrakin's secure archive? The system replied, please move to a synchronization point. Do you want the synchronization coordinates to be displayed on the minimap? He sighed and said, what? So I have to go to a designated location to access it? Show me the location. A minimap immediately appeared before his eyes. He muttered, so it's... Zack's expression became extremely puzzled as he wondered. What does Valhalla mean? As far as he knew, Valhalla was a top academy for training knights. Thinking of this, he scratched his head in frustration. No one except authorized individuals can even approach it, let alone enter. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going to Valhalla wasn't part of my plan either. But if something like Terrakin's legacy is there, Zack swiftly reached out and tapped the system window, thinking, then it's worth changing my plans for. Looks like I'll have to stay in this cursed clan a little longer. The system appeared. The beginner quest book has been activated. The beginner quest book will begin guidance for the low-level administrator. After guidance, quests will become available to assist the administrator's growth. Completing quests will grant rewards. Hearing this, Zack stroked his chin thoughtfully and thought to himself, so I accept quests and get rewards when I complete them. The structure is similar to an adventurer's guild or mercenary commissions. But what is this guidance? He had only just said this when another notification suddenly appeared. Beginning guidance for the low-level administrator. Just like that, before he had time to understand what was happening, the surrounding scenery began to change. Everything turned into an endless, pitch-black space. Zack stared around blankly and wondered, what is this? Where am I? He recalled what had happened before and thought, have I been teleported again like last time? No, this feels very different, as if the entire space itself has changed. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of loud noises suddenly rang out from behind him. Startled, Zack turned his head to look back. Right behind him, several giant monsters were currently charging toward him. He cried out, "Orcs!" Then he glanced down at the system window again. It read, Guidance Quest. Defeat the monsters that appear within the time limit using at least 2 skills. Reward. Points. Access to the system shop. Time limit. 60 minutes. Hearing this, he immediately drew his sword and thought. Orcs suddenly appeared, along with a corresponding arranged quest. So this guidance creates situations where I can actively use the system? This should have been provided sooner. Just as he said this, the orcs' giant clubs came crashing straight down onto the ground, shattering it and sending dust flying. But Zack was no longer standing where he had been. He had shot off in another direction to dodge. Activating high-speed movement. Activating consecutive slash. The orcs' entire bodies froze in place and trembled violently. Dozens of slash wounds crisscrossed their bodies. Immediately afterward, their bodies exploded before they could understand what was happening. Zack thought to himself, a two-handed sword feels as light as a feather. The system appeared. Heavenly Bone Body. Optimizes physical abilities, accelerates martial arts learning speed, and strengthens EZ conduction intensity. He wondered, so this is the effect of the Heavenly Bone Body? At this level, I can easily take down commander-class enemies. The system announced, Guidance Quest completed. Immediately, the surrounding scenery returned to the original room. Seeing this, Zack exclaimed, "Oh, I'm back." He put the sword back into the storage compartment and thought, so all of that was just an illusion? The realism is no joke. A notification appeared. Additional critical reward has been added to the reward. Additional time reward has been added to the reward. Quest reward, 40 points, and the shop category has been unlocked. He looked excitedly at the system window and asked, I can buy items through the system? The system window now displayed countless strange items. Giant skin, 10 points. An elixir similar to a giant's tough skin, temporarily increases defense. Low ancient rune. Speed, 7 points. A magic stone engraved with ancient runes that slightly increases movement speed. Strong breath of the fire giant, 20 points. An elixir containing the densest breath of a fire giant. Releases flames that cannot be extinguished. Wings of the sky, 5 points. An elixir made from the feathers of a bird. Temporarily greatly increases agility. After reading through them, he exclaimed, What is this? This is way too convenient. Giant skin, strong breath of the fire giant? They're all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just reselling the items in the shop would be enough for me to make a fortune. The notification continued sounding. Please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items stored in your storage compartment can also be sold. Training two-handed sword. This item cannot be sold. Elf's dagger. Do you want to sell this item? Sale price, for points. Hearing this, Zack pondered deeply, but it seems selling only applies to the ancient items. For points for this dagger, I could get at least 100 gold for it at auction. Selling items won't be useful unless I desperately need points. Saying this, he tiredly stretched and walked away. Phew, what an exhausting day. The lights in the room were quickly turned off. The large door slowly closed after that. Tonight, I'll probably sleep for a long time. Early the next morning, at Draker Academy, in the professor's research building. Inside Professor Fannon's room, he spoke up and said, You really brought back a high-grade compressed spirit chi stone in just one day. How did you manage that? Hearing this, Zack replied, "It's complicated." He slowly picked up his teacup and asked, "When can the device be completed?" Fanon replied, "It's already complete." These words surprised Zack greatly, and he exclaimed, "Already? Professor, you really are extraordinary." Fanon continued, "The fact that you brought this thing here is even more extraordinary." Faced with Zack's calm appearance, Fanon felt even more that something was being hidden. Suspicious. Whenever a high-grade compressed spirit chi stone is discovered, the major powers on the continent register various ancient characters as serial numbers and manage ownership rights over valuable spirit chi stones. Therefore, by checking the serial number, one can determine the time of excavation, the location, and the current owner. Zack thought to himself, "There's no way the things I brought are registered in that book." The Encyclopedia of High-Grade Compressed Spirit Chi Stone Serial Numbers of the Central Continent. This is a completely new discovery of my own. Thinking this, he slowly set down his teacup. Putting aside the suspicious part, he really does have good appraisal ability and skill. He quickly stepped forward and asked, "If you've finished confirming the registration code, can we go now?" Hearing this, Fanon turned in surprise and replied, "Ah, you know about that too? You're far too talented for this place." Scene change at Gonli Handback's forge. From inside, a voice rang out, "All right, I'll activate it." A green formation quickly appeared. It was like the main mechanism connecting all the surrounding parts of the forge together. Everything was now operating with absolute perfection. Even Gonli Handback himself could hardly believe that his design had finally been realized. Zack and Fanon, standing behind him, could not help feeling happy for him as well. The professor spoke up, "Now I have to go teach." Handback happily replied, "Thank you, Professor." A while later, once everything was settled, Handback happily looked toward Zack and said, "I never imagined that in my lifetime I would see a fully functioning magic furnace." "Truly, thank you, my lord," Zack replied. "It was a transaction, so there's no need to go that far." As he reached into his bag and rummaged for something, he continued, "You haven't forgotten the conditions we agreed on, have you?" Handback answered, "Of course. Please state your request." At this, Zack took out an item and presented it before him, proposing, "Make me a sword with this." Seeing the item before him, Handback could not help being surprised. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "My lord, this is—" Inside the wooden box Zack was holding out was a fong. A dragon fong, the hardest fong of Bahamut, the cursed black dragon. Handback looked at the item, practically drooling with desire, and exclaimed, "This size and condition. I've never seen anything like it. Just where did you find this, my lord?" This was Tarakin Ranker's second legacy. From the heart to the fong, it feels like grave robbing. Zack smiled and replied, "It's very complicated to explain." Before he could finish speaking, Handback's current appearance suddenly made Zack freeze. His whole body was trembling, his nose was running, and he said, "Not only did you make a magic furnace for me, my lord, you're even giving me the chance to forge a dragon fong." At this, his aura seemed to explode as he shouted, "I will absolutely repay your trust." Handback's gaze became more determined than ever as he continued, "I, Gonli Handback, will risk my life for your sword, my lord." These words immediately made Zack recall a familiar scene from before. "I, Gonli Handback, will risk my life for your sword." Faced with those words, Zack felt extremely awkward. That way of speaking is way too much pressure. "Please don't." Zack smiled in satisfaction and thought, he really is resolute. "Fine, I'll trust him." Just like that, he happily turned and walked out. Let's see what kind of sword he'll make. I'm looking forward to it. Scene change at the Platinum Tower, Zack's bedroom. He reached up and tugged at his shirt, sighing as he said, "Making a sword really is exhausting." In his mind appeared the image of his previous battle with Duke. "It's been a week since I received the message telling me to come back after the wager with Duke ended." Just as he thought this, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Now that I think about it, it's about time something happened." Outside the window, footsteps were slowly approaching, and the atmosphere became incredibly frightening. Immediately afterward, a voice rang out from behind Zack. "Why didn't you come this time, kid?" Hearing this, his whole body trembled slightly, and he forced a strained smile. Duke was now extremely furious, his eyes bulging as he shouted, "Answer honestly." Seeing that appearance, Zack thought in terror, "He looks like he wants to kill me." Thinking this, he quickly waved his hands and said with a laugh, "Well, you said to come back if I wanted to challenge you. Naturally, since I didn't intend to, I didn't come." As soon as he finished speaking, Duke suddenly walked straight toward him and asked again, "I told you to be honest." His hand tightened around Zack's collar and lifted him up. Immediately afterward, without another word, he directly hurled Zack backward. Zack shot straight out through the window, without even having time to react. His eyes widened blankly as he exclaimed, "What?" Realizing he was in a dangerous situation, he glanced downward with a worried expression. The scene below was truly dizzying. Too high. To save himself, Zack quickly twisted his body and jumped back upward. From this height, I'll die instantly without even getting the chance to heal. His arms stretched out, trying to grab the railing. But before he could do that, a large hand reached out and tightly grabbed him by the neck. Duke's face darkened as he asked, "You don't want to challenge me again? I don't think you're so slow that you couldn't understand what I meant. In any case, it was the opposite. You didn't come after losing, and you didn't even come to show your face. It was as if you were deliberately provoking me." Hearing these words, Zack looked bewildered and thought, what? He knew and still went along with it? Duke continued, "I'll give you 5 seconds. This time, answer honestly." 5. Zack's lips curved into a slight smile as he said, "How unreasonable." Duke's hand tightened around his neck as he continued counting. 4. 3. Zack said, "You haven't even revealed your true identity." After the count of 2, he continued, "Am I wrong, Garter Dexter?" These words made Duke pause, and the corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Immediately afterward, he threw Zack hard back inside. Zack leaned against the wall, rubbing his aching head as he groaned, "Ouch." Duke continued, "Fine, you're right, kid." With that, Duke walked up to Zack and introduced himself. "I was once a Black Knight of the Draker clan." Zack thought in confusion once. Duke happily continued, "I am Duke Draker." After standing there dazed for a moment, Zack raised a hand to his chest and replied, "Honored elder of the family and former member of the Black Knights." He bowed his head slightly and continued, "I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I showed as a knight." Seeing this, Duke pointed at him in surprise and asked, "That expression, like you knew this would happen. What is that about?" Zack scratched his head in confusion. "Not at all, sir." Then he stood up and asked, "But Duke, what did you mean when you said you used to be a Black Knight?" Duke replied, "It's simple. I used to be black, but now I'm red." Those words left Zack utterly confused. What? Is something like that even possible? A knight's rank could rise, but he had never heard of one falling. Duke cut him off. "Kid," Duke warned him, "don't bring that up anymore." Hearing that, Zack noticed Duke's hand trembling in waves and answered, "Yes, sir." He confidently placed a hand over his chest and added, "Since you were honest with me, Duke, I will answer honestly as well." Duke immediately asked, "So you guessed my identity from the very beginning and deliberately provoked me, so you could become my official disciple?" Zack replied, "Yes, that's exactly right." At that answer, Duke looked extremely intrigued and exclaimed, "You're quite the gutsy brat, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Duke slapped his thigh with a loud smack and shouted, "Good!" With a bright, delighted smile, Duke cried out, "I'll take you as my disciple." Everything went so smoothly that Zack did not even have time to understand what was happening. Huh, that's it. Without hesitating any longer, he dropped to one knee and thought. Then, before he changes his mind, he began reciting the oath. "I, Zack Draker, offer my disciples oath to the great Duke Draker, knight among knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings with devotion, to cultivate the virtues of learning and striving, and to preserve and elevate my master's honor." Hearing that, Duke looked satisfied and replied, "Oh, you even know the disciple's oath? That's rarely used these days." Zack smiled and continued, Cultural knowledge is a knightly virtue, is it not? Duke clicked his tongue and answered, "You sly little brat." Zack gave an awkward smile and replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." Then he glanced up and asked, "But master, may I ask one question?" Duke replied, "You're quick to call me master, aren't you? Go on, ask." Zack asked frankly, "What did you find appealing about me that made you decide to accept me as your disciple? I heard you were famous for not taking disciples. Even Andre, the prodigy of the century, had to beg for years before becoming his only disciple. Why had he accepted Zack so easily? I have a guess. He must have seen my potential in the wager, something far beyond Andre's talent. He clearly has a sharp eye." At that question, Duke burst out laughing and asked in return, "Why do you think? Try guessing, disciple." Zack answered bluntly, "Naturally, because I'm an unparalleled prodigy." Duke clutched his head, speechless. "Your confidence truly is admirable." "Pahaha. If that were the reason, I would have taken Zaina as my disciple." He continued, "It's because you have resolve. Not everyone called a prodigy can reach the level of a red knight or a black knight. Those who grow up without hardship collapse easily before the smallest trial." Hearing that, Zack thought with a cold expression, "He's right. Many prodigies who were expected to reach at least the red rank in the end stalled at purple or blue." Just as Zack thought that, Duke slowly stood up and said, "Enough chatting." He continued, "Follow me. Your first lesson begins right now." Zack grew excited and replied, "Yes, master." The scene shifted to the West Greenhouse training ground. Zack looked around and thought, who would have thought there was a place like this beneath the greenhouse? What was he planning to make me do? He told me to run, so I ran. Looking at his face, I can't understand him at all, but it's already been 3 hours. Just then, Duke shouted, "Stop." Zack was surprised and asked, "So I can stop running now, sir?" Duke continued, "Yes, but I want to ask you something." Zack cheerfully waved a hand and answered, "Yes, master. What would you like to know?" Suddenly, Duke appeared right behind him without leaving the slightest trace and said softly, "Nothing much." He swiftly reached out and grabbed Zack's hand. Sensing something strange, Zack immediately swung his arm up and pulled back. His expression became more guarded than ever. Zack glanced down at his reddened hand. At that action, Duke asked thoughtfully, "It seems checking your energy isn't easy, is it?" Those words left Zack extremely confused, and sweat began to pour down. Duke continued, "All right. Something was wrong from the very beginning, in the infirmary during the test, and even at the greenhouse during the wager. And just now, after 500 laps around the training ground, I couldn't sense any light chi from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you avoided it." "Kid, don't tell me." Based on those deductions, he said something that made Zack freeze. "You can't use light chi, can you?" Duke asked. The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? He slowly stepped closer and continued. "An unprecedented golden light caused an uproar and brought you here." When he stood before Zack, he stopped. "So why did you stop me from checking your pulse?" Hearing that, Zack did not know how to answer. He cast a cold glance toward Duke. He thought, it's curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who can't use light chi is a serious situation, but it seems his interest comes first. Fortunately for me, the person I'm dealing with is Duke. Once I obtain Graham, I won't be suspected for lacking light chi anymore. Until then, I have to be careful and stay on guard. There's no need to come up with some long-winded lie. Not like in my previous life, when I was the family's first failed awakener. Thinking that, he slowly pulled off his glove and answered, "You're right, master." A system notification suddenly appeared. Skill activated, reverse spirit chi. Zack continued, "I even have the ability to influence spirit chi, a sign of true blood. And yet, for some reason, I cannot use light chi." Zack raised his hand before Duke and thought, this truth will shield my cover-up. He began to immerse himself in his performance. "I apologize. Before I was terrified. If the fact that a Draker cannot use light chi were exposed." 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks as he continued, "I would be expelled. It was a fitting principle for the situation." At those words, Duke gently reached out to sense the light chi within Zack. His expression became thoughtful. Zack asked in surprise, So what do you think, Master? Duke's gaze drifted down toward Zack, as if he wanted to say something. Duke thought, a child with this much resolve at his age. But why can't I sense any light chi at all, even after he awakened? The more Duke thought, the more confused he became, unsure how to explain the situation. Zack darkly calculated. Even if he checks my pulse, he won't be able to know for certain. The blessing ceremony is of utmost importance to the Draker family. At that moment, Duke spoke softly. Zack thought. Even if I truly couldn't awaken light chi, he would most likely find some reason to explain that fact himself. But all his guesses stopped when Duke said, "A mutant." Zack closed both eyes and thought. A mutant? Of course. This is where he would go with it. If he doesn't understand the concept of a class, then that conclusion is reasonable. He pretended to be innocent and asked, "What is a mutant, Master?" Duke replied, "It refers to people with abnormal abilities. For example, someone who uses both light chi and spirit chi, or someone who can see the future, things that defy common sense. Because of that, mutants are often treated badly. Don't go around telling people you might be a mutant." Zack kept following him and asked, "Then why do you think I'm a mutant, Master?" Duke walked on and answered, "Your abnormal physical stamina and recovery. No matter how mild they are, internal injuries need time to heal. But you recovered immediately. I'm certain a tremendous amount of energy was consumed. What do you think that energy is?" Zack replied, "Light chi." Duke continued, "Exactly. My hypothesis is that any light chi you generate is immediately consumed by your stamina and recovery, leaving no trace for you to sense." Those words made even Zack marvel. "Oh, that's actually pretty convincing." Zack stepped closer and asked, "Then does that mean I'll never be able to use light chi, Master?" Hearing that, Duke burst into loud laughter. Haha, no need to worry." At that point, he glanced at Zack and grinned. "The whirlwind secret art doesn't require light chi. It is a special secret art." Duke explained, "Special secret arts are unique skills developed by highly skilled knights. Normally, they involve the application or enhancement of dragon-slaying secret arts, which require light chi. But my whirlwind secret art is based entirely on physical training." Then he began warming up his arms and legs. "I'll demonstrate. Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot forward like lightning, leaving a large depression in the ground. His speed made it impossible for Zack to look away, and he had to struggle to observe him carefully. Each of Duke's steps was incredibly agile. Zack could only sense the faintest sounds of footsteps everywhere, without being able to see him at all. After a while, Duke stopped right in front of Zack. He looked at Zack and asked, "Did you see it?" Zack slowly stood up and replied, "I just need to follow your footsteps, right?" Those words surprised Duke quite a bit. "Well, if that's all you think it is, then I don't need to explain any further." Zack continued, "I've seen enough." Duke burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Your confidence rivals that of a black knight. Very well, show me what you can do." Immediately afterward, Zack took his position. His eyes shone with a confidence no one else could possess. Suddenly, he vanished from where he had been standing, leaving only a small footprint atop the larger footprint Duke had left. Zack's body nimbly leaped from one side to the other, leaving Duke utterly astonished. Zack thought, "By stepping into his footprints, the paths I couldn't see before have appeared. Every step has a purpose, whether for attacking, evading, closing distance, or creating distance. Not a single step is wasted." After moving for a while, Zack gradually came to a sharp stop. Seeing that, Duke thought, "Unbelievable. It has only been 1 week. He has talent too, but this level." He looked towards Zack, who was standing in contemplation. "The distance between the steps is somewhat different, isn't it?" Duke wondered, "Just what happened during this 1 week?" Duke grew increasingly interested and exclaimed with a bright smile, "What a perfect prodigy." Zack glanced toward him with a confident smile and asked, "I'm worthy of the confidence of a black knight now, aren't I?" Seeing that, Duke grew irritated and thought, if only he could get rid of that insufferable personality. Duke ran over, grabbed Zack tightly by the neck, and scolded him, "You brat. A moment ago you were crying, and now you're already acting smug?" Zack hurriedly pulled back. You're not going to go bragging about me, are you? That depends on your attitude, you insolent disciple. What kind of former Black Knight can't keep his mouth shut? Some time passed in the academy dining hall. Today's food was incredibly abundant, with both savory and sweet dishes laid out in full. Zack was alone, wolfing down an entire heaping plate of food as he thought. It's been a month since I started training under Duke's guidance, and my portions keep increasing. While he was still chewing ravenously, a figure suddenly approached him. The person who arrived was none other than Andre. He asked, "Can you spare a little time, Zack Draker?" Hearing that, Zack thought in surprise, "Andre?" However, he was in no hurry and merely shrugged. "If it's here, then fine. I am Busse." Andre continued, "Very well." Then Andre pulled out a chair, sat down in front of him, and asked, "How did you persuade Duke?" Zack thought, "Straight to the point, huh?" It looks like he panicked because I became Duke's disciple, even though I haven't truly become one yet. After thinking for a moment, Zack answered while chewing ravenously, "Persuade him? There was no need. Duke chose me himself." Those words only made Andre even angrier, and he ground his teeth. He looked at Zack with a scrutinizing gaze and thought for a while. Then he spoke. "In the end, it's because you're true blood." Hearing that, Zack exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Then he slammed his knife and fork down on the table. Without hesitation, he directly asked Andre, "Is your inferiority complex really that severe?" Hearing that question, Andre tried hard to hold down his trembling hands and answered, "Is that all you have to say?" Zack continued, "No, that was only half of it." Wiping his mouth, Zack continued, "Even if he was initially drawn in by my bloodline, do you think someone like Duke would accept a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I was able to become his disciple, setting aside that interest, is my talent." He tossed a paper toward Andre and said, "So instead of wasting time wallowing in jealousy to bolster your confidence, why don't you work hard to become someone worthy of being chosen?" The scene shifted to the West Greenhouse training ground. Zack stared blankly at Duke and asked, "What is this, Master?" Duke replied, "I'm wondering the same thing." Both of them looked toward Andre, who was running nonstop despite being exhausted, and exclaimed, "What is wrong with that brat?" He begged to be allowed nearby and even offered to serve as an attendant if necessary. "I told him to run 300 laps without using light chi if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it." Hearing that, Zack thought in astonishment, 300 laps without light chi? Duke held his head and sighed. That guy's a genuine madman." Zack smiled and thought, "I thought he was just arrogant, but it seems he does have resolve." The next morning at Draker, the atmosphere was livelier than usual, accompanied by whispering voices. "Idiot, did you forget what day it is today? The family head is visiting today." Soon after, the thunderous sound of horse hooves rang out. A splendid white carriage marked with golden emblems appeared. Seeing it, someone shouted loudly, "The head of the family is arriving." Howard stepped forward, stroked his beard, and said, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." The subordinates replied, "Yes, Principal." Everyone's attention turned toward the horse-drawn carriage, which had come to a stop. The soldiers quickly stood on both sides and opened the door. From the carriage, a man with platinum hair slowly stepped down and said, "It has been a long time, Howard." Hearing that, Howard respectfully bowed his head and replied, "I greet the master of the Draker family." As soon as he said that, all the soldiers standing around shouted in unison, "We greet the master of the Draker family." On the clock, the hands began to move. The hour hand and the second hand pointed exactly to 12 noon. An incredibly terrifying pressure radiated from the head of the Draker family. He raised his large hand and reached out. His hand rested directly on Howard's shoulder. The family head spoke, "You have been through much." "I can imagine." Hearing that, Howard replied, "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, Master." The family head smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Then I will continue to rely on you." He was Arthur Draker, head of the Draker family, one of the 3 great dragon-slaying families. Howard then spoke respectfully, "The sun is rather harsh today. Let's go inside." But just as he said that, he was stopped. All the students heard the loud commotion and poured out at once. "Oh, that's the head of the family." "What? Where?" Arthur stepped forward to stand before everyone and raised one hand. Then he said loudly, "Young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker clan. Focus on your training, and further still, your growth." At that point, a hidden meaning appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted as he said loudly, "That is the growth of Draker." After hearing those words of instruction, all the students bowed their heads and answered in unison, "We will keep it in mind." "Master." The sunlight grew more and more dazzling. Arthur turned and walked away, saying, "All right, let's go." Howard replied, "Yes, master." A while later, a voice rang out from outside the family head's office. "Master of all knights and honorary protector of the Dragon Slayers, Arthur Draker, I, Zach Draker, a member of this clan," standing before him, he continued, "offer you my respect and greetings." Hearing that, Arthur turned back and replied with a smile, "Even the people at the Four Seasons Fortress no longer greet others like that. Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea, so I brought something excellent. I hope it suits your taste." Zach answered quietly, "Thank you, father." He sat down and looked toward him, his eyes somewhat doubtful as he thought. "Even my tea preferences get reported back to the clan? They say that even if the emperor may not know something, there is nothing the Draker family does not know. Now I can feel it for myself." Just as he thought that, Arthur spoke. "The reason I summoned you is that I heard some unexpected news. Duke has taken on a disciple." His words startled Zach, and he thought, he's going straight to the point without any ambiguity? After thinking that, he replied, "Lord Duke was simply showing me his generosity." Arthur calmly continued drinking his tea and said, "Is that so? If you say so, then I suppose that must be the case. I do not know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings, you will become the strongest person on the continent." As he finished speaking, a calculating look appeared in Arthur's golden eyes. He continued, "Stronger than anyone, so that you may live more freely than anyone else." After saying that, he gently set his teacup down on the table. Zach said cheerfully, "That is exactly my goal." Seeing that confident expression on him, Arthur's face darkened, and he did not respond. Suddenly, the space around them was distorted by a crushing pressure. He asked, "Then that includes surpassing me, does it not?" Zach's entire body stiffened, and sweat poured from him as if he had been drenched. Ugh! In agony, he wondered, could this be? Within this range, the life and death of every being would be under his control. Though it was uncomfortable, Zach still felt incredibly fascinated, and a smile appeared on his lips as he thought, the celestial sword, the pinnacle of light chi manipulation that only black knights can reach. Arthur glanced down at his son, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Zach still did not collapse. He looked straight at Arthur and answered, "Of course." Faced with that confident reply, Arthur smiled faintly and took hold of his teacup. Immediately afterward, the enormous amount of light chi in the room was withdrawn at once. Arthur said, "Of all the things I have heard recently, that is the most interesting." Zach thought, with a somewhat worried expression. "What is this?" Arthur continued, "I came to the academy to encourage you, but now that I have seen you, mere encouragement is not enough." Seeing him like that, Zach could not help but say, "The current master of Draker, a true Black Knight." At that point, Arthur placed a card on the table. Seeing it, Zach thought, I already thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is something completely different. Arthur continued, "Consider it a gift to celebrate you becoming Duke's disciple." Zach asked in surprise, "This is?" Arthur replied, "A black card." Those words startled Zach, and he exclaimed, "Father, you are giving this to me?" Arthur continued, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you know what it is." Zach took the card and thought, "A card issued only to a very small number of VIPs. It is known to provide tremendous benefits and has no spending limit. I never thought I would see this legendary card with my own eyes." Arthur smiled and said, "I will add you as a joint user. Use it as you please." Zach replied, "Thank you, Father." I will be sure to use it wisely. He glanced at the card and thought, his words are kind, but his intention is far too obvious. Since the card will leave records, it means my movements will be easier to trace. Even so, the fact that he is using such a superficial method instead of forceful coercion means he has not become too concerned about me yet. Arthur continued, I cannot waste any more of the precious time of young Zack, who will become the strongest. He waved his hand and ordered, You may withdraw now. Zack bowed and replied, Understood, master. After saying that, he quickly went outside and slowly closed the door behind him. Just like that, he silently walked back to his room. Inside the room, the atmosphere was now suffocatingly silent. Arthur leaned his head back against the chair, his eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, Duke appeared from behind him and said with an annoyed expression, What a nasty fellow you are. Hearing that, Arthur smiled and asked, Why are you so heated, Duke? The corners of Duke's lips lifted slightly as he replied, The boy was ignored in his cradle, and now you are playing the part of a caring father? Arthur glanced at him and continued, As the family head, I have no choice, and you know that. Also, what you just said is slander against the family head. Duke waved his hand, sat down in a chair, sighed, and answered, Fine. Arrest me, then. Arthur reached into his coat, took out something, and said with a smile, This is why you're the only one I can speak comfortably with. What he had just taken out was a bottle of liquor. He smiled and continued, Shall we talk while drinking? Now that you have seen this bottle? Duke looked extremely excited and exclaimed, Dragon's breath, and a red one at that. See, in the end, you do have good taste. The two continued talking to each other. You have heard about the strange state of the continent, haven't you? I have been hiding away in the academy. Duke smiled and continued, How would I know? Arthur asked in return, Your eyes and ears spread across the continent are still alive, are they not? Duke's face flushed red as he scoffed. If you already knew, why ask, you old fox? The Emperor is obsessed with immortality, and he is searching all over the continent like a madman. Arthur asked, Yes. Do you think it is feasible? Those words left Duke speechless, and he shouted, Of course not. Eternal youth may be possible through magic, but immortality is absolutely impossible. Hearing that, Arthur's eyes turned somewhat contemplative as he continued, I agree. He went on, But what if? What if it involves an ancient dragon's treasure? Those words made Duke freeze in shock as he exclaimed, What? Inside Arthur's room, the conversation grew lively. Even if magic could make a person look younger, immortality was still completely impossible. In a nearby room, Zack stood watching. What if what? He stood silently in one spot, using the spirit transformation skill to listen to the entire conversation. Arthur and Duke still did not notice anyone else's presence as they discussed with each other. What if the ancient artifact he is searching for is related to ancient dragons? That is only a possibility. Duke asked, Could he have found its location? Arthur replied, It is possible. The Black Knights have reported to me that the artifact is most likely on the northern continent. Hearing that, Duke asked the northern continent. He continued asking, The people of the Empire do not know this information yet, do they? Arthur replied, No, but it is only a matter of time before they do. This reminds me of the past. That mad emperor had only just ascended the throne, yet he immediately began a war to unify the continent. The war only stopped after he seized half of the central continent. I thought he would abandon that insane and rotten dream. But perhaps I was wrong. If even one of those ancient artifacts can grant immortality, that alone would be enough to... Before Duke could finish, Arthur interrupted him. This continent will once again be drowned in flames. He continued, Recognizing the importance of this matter, I have decided to make a trip to the north alone. Hearing that, Duke exclaimed in shock, What? You're going to leave your position vacant when you know perfectly well that that bastard emperor will cause chaos everywhere. Arthur replied with a meaningful smile, That is why I came to see you. At Arthur's words, Duke also understood the implication and sighed as he asked, Were you a fox in your past life? Why are you so cunning in this one? Just like that, The two reached an agreement and clinked their glasses. Right beside them, Zack was still listening without missing a single word. I knew I could trust you. You always make me do difficult things. Just as he heard that, he suddenly buckled and collapsed to one knee on the floor. His face grew exhausted as he thought, I overused spirit transformation. Even though I absorbed Bahamut's heart, I still cannot do anything about this side effect. Ancient dragon. That's right. Then the statue I held in my hands before my regression was definitely an ancient dragon artifact. The voice I heard in my head before I died, and the system message I saw right after I was reborn. Now everything makes sense. I stole the artifact that the Emperor wanted. He even sent his hunting dogs after me. At the time, I did not even care what it was. However, I did find one clue. The administrator system that sent me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon's treasure. But who created it and why? Thinking this far, he sat down flat on the floor, his mind in turmoil as he sighed. In the end, I have only gained more questions. After finishing the conversation, Duke began to leave and said, That was excellent. I will act immediately. Arthur waved his hand and replied, I am counting on you. After seeing his close friend off, Arthur quickly returned to his room as well. His powerful footsteps moved swiftly forward. Suddenly, Arthur stopped and stood completely still. He cast a probing glance toward the inside of a closed room. He seemed to have sensed something. Inside the room, Zack was still sitting there deep in thought. If this really is the treasure the Emperor is searching for, then what does rebirth have to do with eternal life? Just as he thought that, a loud noise suddenly rang out, startling him into panic, his eyes widening. From outside the door, Arthur abruptly pushed it open and rushed inside. But before his eyes, the room was completely empty, without a single person in sight. It turned out that at the most dangerous moment, Zack had managed to leap out the window and escape. Arthur stood there looking around and wondered, was I mistaken? A while later, Zack returned to the training room. While he was training, a loud knock suddenly came from outside the door. Hearing it, he said, Did I not say not to disturb me while I am in the training room? Dickon answered, Please forgive me, young master. A classmate has come to see you. Shall I tell them to leave? Those words made Zack extremely puzzled, and he thought, A classmate? I do not have any friends at the academy. Is it Rena? Thinking that, he replied, All right. Zack wearily looked at the man kneeling before him and thought, It is Liam Stone again. Why am I your friend? Liam remained kneeling on the ground and shouted repeatedly, Please, I beg you to accept me. Hearing that, Zack sighed awkwardly and thought, I should have left back then. After thinking that, he asked, Accept you? What? You mean as a subordinate? Liam bowed his head and answered, Yes, master. I swear my loyalty to you. Zack asked in return, Then what about Jackin? Hearing that, Liam angrily clenched his hand against the ground and said, I have abandoned him. His face darkened, sweat pouring down like rain as he continued anxiously, I have to get into Manhwa. Seeing his attitude, Zack wondered, he was like this in my past life too. Why is he so obsessed with Manhwa? Liam did not give up and kept pleading, Please, I beg you to accept me. Zack replied, Are you stupid? You should have chosen Jimin or Turuin. As he spoke, he turned and walked away. I have no family backing me. He stepped forward, picked up a sword, and continued, That means I am useless when it comes to helping you enter Manhwa. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he asked, Why should I trust you? To be blunt. The words Zack said next made Liam's face darken, and he was so frightened that sweat streamed down his face. You could be a spy sent by Jackin. Suddenly, Liam pulled a dagger from his clothes. He looked more determined than ever, wanting to prove his loyalty. Liam gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and brought the knife toward his own ear. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly cut off one of his ears to prove himself. Liam raised the knife and shouted, You are right to doubt me, my lord, but I will prove it to you, no matter what price I must pay. If you want me to be mute, I am willing to cut out my tongue. If you want me crippled, I am willing to cut off my legs. His entire body trembled as he continued, My life is yours to decide, master. His words left Zack utterly confused, and he glanced back at him with cold eyes. He recalled the scene from before. In exchange for that worthless life of yours, I will take this ear. Liam looked more serious than ever and said, so please, accept me. Zack remembered a familiar scene. He had once said, I want to become stronger. Standing before his master, he continued, and surpass everyone. His eyes at that time had been exactly the same as Liam's now. Please teach me, master. Returning to the present, faced once again with an image of his past self, Zack still did not know what to say. Liam continued pleading, please, please, I beg you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zack directly threw the sword straight toward him and replied, one strike. He pointed straight at Liam's face and continued, if you can withstand one strike from me, I will accept you. Those words gave Liam hope. He smiled and replied, Teach, thank you very much, my lord. A while later, Zack asked, have you been fully healed? Liam answered, why, yes, sir. He thought anxiously, honestly, I thought this one strike would be easy because the fact that I can use the Draker family's aura is undeniable. However, is he really the same age as me? The aura Zack emitted frightened him, and his whole body trembled. His eyes grew unfocused as he muttered, I can barely breathe. Before Liam could even get ready, Zack charged forward with his sword. With no time to think, Liam also took a desperate gamble and swung his sword. The collision of the two swords created a huge shock wave around them. The two blades scraped against each other so fiercely that sparks flew. Immediately afterward, one sword was knocked into the air, and that sword belonged to none other than Liam. He collapsed to the ground. Facing his terrified expression, Zack asked, Liam Stone, is that all you have? He continued in disappointment. You have let me down? Zack looked straight at Liam and said, I acknowledge your determination, but he turned away and continued, you would be better off giving up on your dream of going to Manhwa. Hearing that, Liam jolted to his feet and called out loudly, Lord Zack. Zack thought, it seems he really was abandoned by Jaqen. If he were not Jaqen's servant, someone from a distant branch family like him would never have been able to study at Cradle. Even I, a direct descendant, was expelled from the academy, so it would not be strange if Liam were expelled now. Just as he thought that, he suddenly stopped, knowing Liam did have a reason to be anxious. He glanced behind him. Liam was kneeling on the ground, gripping Zack's leg tightly. But is it worth clinging this desperately? In his previous life, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and his knight order had fallen apart afterward. Yet he had reached the level of Red Knight and become the mercenary king. Liam was now powerless, tears streaming down his face as he said, Please, please give me one more chance. Seeing that, Zack felt extremely conflicted and thought, does this guy really have no intention of giving up? Thinking that, Zack said, fine, I'll give you a chance. His expression darkened as he continued, but on one condition. You said that if I wanted you mute, you would gladly cut out your tongue, or if I wanted you crippled, you would gladly cut off your legs, correct? Zack quietly stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. He ordered in a low voice, then cut off your right arm. Those words made Liam freeze for a moment, his eyes widening in terror. Seeing him hesitate, Zack asked again, what's wrong? Is that arm too precious? Zack thought to himself, this is no different from telling someone to give up their life as a swordsman. No sane person would accept this proposal. With that thought, Zack stood up and said, I have a mountain of training to do, so if you can't do it, hurry up and leave. After a moment, Liam suddenly rose slowly to his feet. Seeing that, Zack glanced back and thought, I don't know why you're so desperate, but I hope you don't lose heart, Liam. Even if you can't get into Manhwa, you can still reach the level of a Red Knight. Just as he thought that, the sword stuck in the ground was slowly pulled up. Zack's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Liam truly intended to cut off his own right arm. Zack charged forward in fury, thinking, you madman. At the same time, Liam was already bringing the sword down. At the most dangerous instant, Zack fortunately managed to strike and break Liam's sword in time. The two stood facing each other, motionless, unable to understand what had just happened. The broken blade rolled across the ground. Seeing it, Liam panted in fear and looked down at his own hand. Zach could not hold back anymore. He rushed over and grabbed Liam tightly by the collar. He glared at him furiously and asked, "Have you lost your mind? What if I change my mind after you cut off your arm?" Hearing that, Liam's expression became deeply sorrowful as he replied, "That is because," he continued, "I cannot give up something even more important than this arm." Hearing that, Zach turned away and said, "If you ever do something this stupid again, I won't hesitate to throw you out. Whether you're loyal or not, remember that well." Those words made Liam cry out joyfully, "My lord, Lord Zach. Does that mean?" Before he could finish, Zach cut him off. "Move your feet, Liam. If my subordinate only has one arm, what will people think?" Liam replied happily, "Yes, I understand, my lord." A little while later, inside the dining hall, the two sat down to eat together. One of Liam's ears had also been treated by then. He asked anxiously, "Am I really allowed to use such good medicine?" Zach smiled and replied, "Don't worry. You're worth investing in." As he said that, he gently set his teacup down on the table. His expression became more serious than ever as he asked, "So what exactly happened?" "Your right arm." "No. What is it that's even more important than your life?" Hearing that question, Liam gripped his arm tightly and replied, "My mother." He explained, "A few days after Jackin drove me away, I received word that my mother had collapsed from high fever. Fortunately, the fever quickly went down, but her body became covered in red spots that looked like roses. On top of that, she has been growing weaker by the day." As he spoke, he painfully lowered his head onto the table. "The healers in the village do not even know the name of the disease." Zach asked, "So that's why you were aiming for Manhwa?" Liam replied, "Yes. The medical benefits Manhwa provides for its students and their families are considered the best on the continent." Hearing that, Zach irritably picked up a pen and dipped it in ink. As he wrote something on a sheet of paper, he said, "Red spots that look like roses, huh? Periodic high fevers and rose-shaped red spots all over the body. These are symptoms of red rose disease, an illness that will spread across the entire central continent within the next 5 years, with its high infection and mortality rates. It took countless lives until a groundbreaking cure was developed and brought the pandemic to an end." Thinking that, Zach handed the paper to Liam and said, "This is the formula for the medicine that will cure your mother's illness. It isn't very difficult, so the healers in your village should be able to make it." Liam took the paper in astonishment and replied, Thank you, my lord. But how do you know about an illness that even the healers do not know the name of?" The genius alchemist siblings and Inzep were the ones who developed the medicine that saved the declining central continent at the time. But the Alchemy Association was blinded by money and exploited desperate people to make a fortune. When the siblings learned of this, they publicly released the formula, and the information spread so widely that even mercenaries like him came to know of it. Zach smiled and replied, "Let's just say I know a talented alchemist." He continued, "Now that you have the medicine, there's no longer any reason for you to go to Manhwa or become my subordinate." Hearing that, Liam shot to his feet and exclaimed, "How could I possibly do that?" He said frankly, "I have already entrusted my life to you." As soon as he finished, he clenched his fist and pressed it to the floor. Liam knelt before Zach and said, "From now on, I swear to be loyal to you for the rest of my life." Zach smiled and thought, "An oath of loyalty? Having the mercenary king as a subordinate really does make me feel much more at ease." Thinking that, he said, "If you fall behind, I'll leave you behind. So make sure you keep up with me." Liam replied, "Yes, I understand, master." Just like that, time quickly passed, and before long, the sky had grown dark. From inside a room, a voice rang out. "So, what is the matter?" Howard asked. "Student Owen." The other person continued, "Yes, principal. There is something I would like to say. What do you think about increasing the difficulty of this semester's evaluation test?" Those words seemed to surprise him somewhat, and he asked, "Why?" Owen smiled and replied, "You may find this somewhat arrogant, but this year's first-year students are very talented. They all come from prestigious families, and there are even 2 true-blood awakeners among them. If this exam is as easy as last year's, it will not properly distinguish their abilities. Faced with that answer, Howard was somewhat in agreement. That makes sense. As expected of the Jimin's bloodline. I will consider it. Owen immediately bowed and replied, "Thank you, Principal." After saying that, he quickly withdrew outside, and the door closed. Howard sat with his back to the window and let out a heavy sigh. He pondered to himself, bloodlines truly never lie. I never expected him to have the same thoughts as that person. Considering the potential threats in the future, it would be better to nip it in the bud. On the day of the dungeon exploration for the semester evaluation, the dungeon exploration test was a special evaluation at Draker Academy, where a two-person team had to escape a dungeon within the time limit. One distinctive feature of this evaluation was that each team would be assigned to dungeons with varying difficulty levels and environments. Inside the dungeon, Zach looked at Liam and asked, "Are you nervous, Liam?" Liam replied, "Ah, yes. A little." Hearing that, Zach smiled and reassured him, "It's fine. That's normal. But if you worry too much, you'll make mistakes, and if you worry too little, it will lead to arrogance. So it's best to be just moderately nervous." Nearby, Rena was also extremely anxious about this test. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. "Next, Zach Draker, Liam Stone." Hearing that, Zach spoke up, "Let's go." Liam also replied, "Yes, master." Just as the two were about to enter, someone suddenly approached and stretched out a hand to stop them, saying, "Wait." He pointed to the side and continued, "You two will take this path." Before them was a dark, cold dungeon that looked exceedingly mysterious. Sensing that something was off, Zach glanced around and observed the area. Seeing the two still standing there, the professor urged them, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry inside, students." Hearing that, Zach merely smiled faintly without replying. After that, the two decided to enter the assigned dungeon. Fine. As you wish, Professor. Although the difficulty would vary depending on the dungeon, since this was a test dungeon managed by Draker, there should not be any major danger. The final goal was still to escape within the time limit. Each team would be given a timer that began counting as soon as they entered, and the exact time limit was 96 hours. Basic combat ability was also part of the evaluation, and if they could bring back the heads of monsters they defeated, they would receive additional points. However, the most important thing was still escaping the dungeon, so failing to get out within the allowed time also meant failing the test. Inside the dungeon at that moment, Zach said leisurely, "We just finished eating, so take the chance to rest." Liam. Hearing that, Liam replied, "But you set up camp and prepared the meal yourself, my lord. Perhaps you should rest first." Zach continued, "I can go 4 days without sleep and still be fine, so don't worry." Since Zach had said that, Liam no longer dared to argue. "Then if you do not mind, I will lie down and rest first." Zach replied, "All right. I'll wake you if something happens." Just like that, the two pitched a tent, lit a fire, and rested in the dark, cold dungeon. Zach sat looking at the watch on his wrist and thought, 16 hours have passed since we entered the dungeon, and I stayed awake for 3 days before the test, so in total, I've been awake for about 90 hours. However, infinite stamina can only recover physical fatigue, not mental fatigue. In a place like this, where I don't know what might happen, it's best to minimize as many risks as possible. Around him, numerous bell wires have been set up in preparation for any major movement. His eyes also began to blur and droop. Then when Liam wakes up, I'll switch shifts with him. Suddenly, the image of a bell in a snow-covered space appeared in his mind. Zach's eyes gradually closed, and he succumbed to drowsiness. An unfamiliar scene continued to appear in his mind, a place he had never seen before. Above the city gate was a red flag bearing the image of a great lion. Everything was utterly ruined and desolate, as if a war had just taken place. On the pure, white snow, the corpse of a girl lay sprawled, soaked in blood. He could not see the girl's face clearly. All he heard was the ringing of a bell. Immediately, Zach jolted awake, his eyes wide open and sweat pouring down his body. Before him was still the scene inside the dungeon, with the golden flames of the fire still burning brightly. He clutched his aching head and breathed with difficulty. Damn it, that dream again. Wait, I'm sure I heard a bell somewhere. Just as he thought that, he suddenly remembered that he had strung bell wires outside the entrance. Zack immediately splashed water on the fire, putting it out. He woke Liam. "Wake up, Liam. Enemies are coming. I'll check the situation first. Don't you dare light a fire," Liam replied. "I understand, Master." Zack stood on alert, hiding at the edge of the entrance as he thought. Using Dragon Eye in a 4-day test is too risky. It's best to let my eyes adjust to the darkness naturally. Just as he thought that, a strange scent suddenly passed his nose. Is this the smell of sulfur? Don't tell me. A creature that smelled of sulfur and hunted in packs. A monster classified as Danger Rank 3, Hellhounds. Zack tightened his grip on his sword anxiously and thought. In my previous life, Rena brought back orc heads during the evaluation, but I never expected to run into hellhounds here. He quietly glanced into the distance and observed the situation. Strangely, however, he could not see a single one. Wait, something isn't right. Even their pack leader shouldn't weigh more than a few hundred kilograms. Thinking that, Zack slowly raised his sword. Through the reflection on the blade, he looked toward the cave entrance before him. But with these vibrations, it feels like it has to weigh at least several dozen tons. Could it have mutated? Before he could understand what was happening, a massive tremor struck. Damn it! The earth and rocks around the cave shattered, falling in large chunks. Fortunately, in that dangerous moment, Zack managed to use his sword to steady himself. Seeing that, Liam ran over anxiously and asked, "My lord, are you all right, master?" Zack angrily gritted his teeth and thought, those Jimin's bastards. Before him now, a hellhound of terrifyingly enormous size was stepping forward. I knew they were behind this. But things did not stop there. The hellhound's eyes went dark, and its severed head dangled loosely. What appeared was a giant troll. Liam asked with a horrified expression, "A troll?" Trolls are monsters classified as Danger Rank 1. They could easily swallow hellhounds and orcs whole. Their blood was also a main ingredient in making recovery potions. But more importantly, they possessed an absurdly powerful regenerative ability. Suddenly, before Zack could say anything, Liam stepped forward. He raised his sword and stood in front of Zack, saying, "I will distract it. During that time, please run, master." Hearing those words, Zack knew he had chosen the right person. He smiled in satisfaction as he looked at Liam. Then he slowly stepped forward, lightly tapped Liam, and replied, "Don't say such desperate things." The two stood back to back, taking a fighting stance. What kind of master would abandon his subordinate? He continued, "I believe in your efforts, Liam. You're not weak. I'll support you, so go wild as much as you like." Hearing that, though Liam was extremely tense, he also felt more confident and replied, "Thank you, my master." Immediately, the two coordinated and charged like lightning toward the monster before them. Before the troll could react, it was struck by countless lethal sword slashes across its body. Zack glanced at it and thought, not bad. It's fairly impressive that he can wound the troll's tough hide. On top of that, he's accurately targeting the joints. Zack wondered in confusion. Did you spend time studying these monsters, Liam? Thinking that, Zack spoke up, but just then, the troll's club suddenly came swinging toward them. Fortunately, Zack reacted in time and blocked the blow, saving Liam's life. He followed up with another slash, cutting the troll's club in two. Seeing that, Liam looked back anxiously and said, "I am sorry, master." Zack smiled and replied, "It's fine. For your first real battle, that wasn't bad. Aiming for the soft joints was the right choice, but you underestimated its regenerative ability. Remember, trolls can recover from minor wounds almost instantly, so direct attacks like that have no effect against its regeneration." Zack looked at the troll, raising its hand in front of him, and continued, "Looks like it's a bit too much for you." A murderous glint appeared in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his sword and said, "I'll finish it off." After a moment of frenzied attacks, the troll's head was finally sent flying. The system then displayed a notification. "You have defeated a troll. You have received 30 karma points." Zack said, "This will earn us a lot of bonus points. Hurry and collect it, Liam." Liam immediately stepped forward and replied, "As you command." While he was diligently collecting the monster's head, Zack turned his gaze toward the system window. Displayed on it were the words, Sudden Quest, 2 birds with 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 types inside the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Quest reward. Karma points earned during the quest will be doubled. 2 random boxes. Seeing that, Zack exclaimed joyfully, "What? Double karma points?" The system continued. Quest status, 2 types, 14 monsters. Docile monsters will not be counted. Time remaining, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 52 seconds. Zack looked at the clock and thought to himself, there are still 79 hours before the test ends, so the condition of 100 monsters won't be a problem. But getting all 10 types will be a little difficult. Even though this place is huge, it is still a dungeon meant for a test, so normally it would only have 3 or 4 types at most. But since this is a trap prepared by those Jimin's bastards, maybe if we search carefully, we can find all 10 types. Complete the quest and escape from here? Looks like that won't be easy. Just as he thought that, Liam spoke up. "It's done, my lord." Along with the timer, they had also been issued a bag to store the heads of the monsters they had eliminated. Although it was far inferior to a spatial bag, it was enough to carry their spoils. Thinking that, Zack replied, "All right, let's hurry. Don't fall behind." Liam answered, "Understood." The two continued fighting like that as time slowly passed. 67 hours, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. 64 hours, 7 minutes, 60 seconds. 61 hours, 3 seconds. 56 hours, 47 seconds. 47 hours, 1 minute, 6 seconds. 41 hours, 1 minute, 41 seconds. The two of them discovered one monster after another. 39 hours, 8 minutes, 4 seconds. 31 hours, 33 minutes, 44 seconds. In that way, the time for the quest to end was drawing near. 27 hours, 47 seconds. 20 hours, 8 minutes, 49 seconds. 12 hours, 26 minutes, 26 seconds. A while later, Zack looked toward Liam and asked, "How is it, Liam? We've hunted quite a lot already. Are you used to real combat now?" Hearing that, Liam forced a smile and replied, "I'm not too sure." Seeing that, Zack smiled and comforted him. "It's all right. Everyone needs time to adapt." After saying that, Zack continued looking at the system window that had appeared. Time remaining, 50 minutes, 54 seconds. Quest status, 9 types, 99 monsters. He thought to himself, even after catching those tiny blood-sucking ones, we only have 9 types. There's nowhere left for us to search either. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Those Jimin's bastards are absolutely useless. Why didn't they prepare one more type for me? Just as he thought that, Zack suddenly froze, his eyes widening. He sensed something rushing toward them, and with a wary expression, he glanced to one side. Immediately, the ground beneath the two of them split open in a huge crack. Zack shouted anxiously, "Liam, drop that bag." Hearing that, Liam still did not understand what was happening, his face blank. Suddenly, a slash swept upward and cut Zack's bag in two. From beneath the ground, a gigantic monster appeared, blood spilling everywhere. Liam was so terrified that his face went deathly pale and his entire body went stiff. Fortunately, Zack had managed to run over in time and save him once again, but Zack's hand had also been injured. After standing there dazed for a moment, Liam asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Zack replied, "I'm fine. This is just that monster's blood." He raised his hand and continued, "Stay out of this one, Liam." In front of the two of them, a monster with a hideous body and a mouth full of fangs rose up. Zack said, "I don't think I can fight while keeping an eye on you." He thought to himself, "A dungeon worm? It's an extremely dangerous monster. Usually, it takes a dozen experienced Death Knights just to restrain one." Thinking that, he became even more furious and cursed. "Damn those Jimin's bastards. Are they really going all out to kill me?" The dungeon worm then lunged forward at terrifying speed, sending clouds of dust and sand flying everywhere. Liam shouted anxiously, "My lord!" His expression darkened as fear gradually welled up inside him. Suddenly, Liam remembered something and glanced behind him. He stepped over and rummaged through the items inside the storage bag. On the other side, Zack was still struggling to block the monster worm's attack. He nimbly leaped to one side, swung his sword, and slashed at its body, but it had no effect at all. He thought to himself, even Blue Knights would avoid encountering a dungeon worm in a place like this, because it tends to dig and move underground. If I don't kill it quickly. Just as he thought that, a huge crack suddenly appeared from beneath the ground. Zack quickly sensed its presence and turned his head to look behind him. Just as he had expected, the dungeon worm appeared, charging straight toward him with its fong-filled mouth wide open, wanting to swallow him alive. If I get caught, I'll be buried alive. Without thinking any further, he immediately jumped aside to dodge. After that, Zack swung his sword forward again. He drove his blade deep into the monster's body. Then, gritting his teeth, he swung the blade forcefully and dragged it through the monster's body. The dungeon worm could not react in time, and blood spurted violently from its mouth. Zack clenched his teeth and declared fiercely, "Just wait. I'll cut you in half." His legs were pressed down by the weight, shattering the ground beneath him. A row of venomous spikes emerged from its tail. But at this moment, Zack no longer cared about anything else. In his mind, he only wanted to swing his sword madly and cut down that damned worm. Just as he said that, the dungeon worm's body slowly tightened. It coiled tightly around him, giving him no way out. After constricting its prey, it shot its tail and mouth toward him at the same time. Fortunately, at that exact moment, Liam arrived in time, holding his sword and stabbing it straight into the dungeon worm's body. After taking an unexpected blow, the worm's whole body writhed in pain, and it lifted its head to the sky and roared. Zack also sensed that something had happened and thought, the constricting force has weakened. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly retreated and escaped from the dungeon worm's coil. As soon as Liam saw Zack, he asked, "Are you all right, my lord?" Zack wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand and asked, "What did you do, Liam?" Liam held up a bottle of medicine and replied, "I coated my sword with anesthetic." Hearing that, Zack thought to himself, "I see. The main ingredient of the anesthetic is Dechira. For humans, it only slightly numbs the senses, but to a worm, it's no different from a deadly poison." In such a critical situation, he still remembered that Dechira is the worm's weakness, then improvised by using anesthetic as a substitute. As expected of Liam Stone, the future mercenary king, his judgment and adaptability are incredible. Thinking that, Zack smiled and said, "Liam, when I give the signal, stab it with that sword one more time. Bringing you along really was the right decision." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly leaped back onto the monster's body. He weaved his way straight toward its head, then swung his sword and shouted, "Liam!" Hearing the command, Liam immediately used the sword coated with anesthetic to stab straight into the dungeon worm. After taking that blow, it raised its neck to the sky in pain and roared. Its entire body went rigid from the poison. Seizing this chance, Zack used his sword to activate spirit transformation. He slashed in a straight line down from its neck. Slash! Just like that, the monster's body was split in two and died on the spot. The system then displayed a notification. You have completed the sudden quest. Karma points earned during the quest have been doubled. You have received 2 random boxes. Current karma points, 780. At the same time, outside the dungeon, an announcement rang out. The students have successfully escaped the dungeon. Come here quickly to have your scores calculated. Those who are finished may leave. A professor looked at the pile of monsters Rena had gathered and said, "All right, I'll begin calculating your score." She replied, "Yes." The professor continued, "Basic score for escaping the dungeon, 30 points. 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, 1 orc. Total score, 180. Hearing that, the other students could not help exclaiming and whispering among themselves. That's almost equal to Lord Aben's record of 200 points. As expected, a True Blood Awakener really is on another level. The professor also praised her wholeheartedly. As expected of the Turuan clan, you surpassed the passing score by 130 points. She placed a hand before her chest and replied, "Thank you for your praise." After saying that, the professor looked toward Owen and said, "All right, I'll begin calculating your score." After calculating for a while, the professor announced, "Total score, 120. You surpassed the passing score by 70. Well done." Owen's teammates said happily, "Thank you." At this moment, Owen looked toward Rena in extreme anger and thought, "Rena Turuan, you won't be able to stay arrogant forever." Thinking that, he curled his lips into a sneer. "Well, if something goes wrong, I can just deal with her the same way I dealt with Zach." Just as he thought that, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Whoa, how long has it been since I last saw sunlight?" Owen immediately turned his head and thought. That voice. Just as he had thought, the person who had appeared was Zach. Not only that, Liam was also carrying the dungeon worm's head out with him. How? Why is he here? All the students standing nearby were shocked and started talking among themselves. Is that a dungeon worm? Wasn't an orc supposed to be the monster worth the highest score? Then why is that thing here? Did they kill that dungeon worm together? After arriving in front of the professor, the two of them threw the worm down. Zach smiled contemptuously, turned to look at Owen, and asked, "Why do you look so surprised, Owen?" He continued, "Not happy to see me?" Those words made Owen so furious that his blood boiled, and he bit his lip tightly, thinking, this arrogant bastard. But Zach still did not stop there. He continued teasing him. "Where's that expressionless face you usually wear?" Zach shoved his hands into his pockets and continued, "Well, whatever. You look better like this." Owen was so provoked that he was rendered speechless, his face dark as he said nothing. Watching Owen angrily turn around to leave, Zach asked, "Leaving already?" Owen thought furiously, "Damn those true bloods. I'll make you all pay for daring to look down on me." The sight of them running away made Zach feel extremely satisfied. How terrifying. The professor spoke up and asked, "Is your little Stone Age quarrel over?" Zach smiled and replied, "Ah, yes, it's over." He continued, "Professor Andre." Andre looked at the paper and began speaking. "Then I'll proceed with scoring." Zach asked, "We only have this one. Do you need a separate scoring system?" Andre replied, "As long as I'm the one calculating the score, don't worry. I won't miss anything." He then asked, "Did you lose your head storage bag?" Zach replied, "Ah, yes." Faced with the horrifying scene before them, all the students covered their mouths in fear and fled together. Zach smiled and thought to himself, "Looks like I got pretty lucky. That damn dungeon worm ambushed me and made me lose all the heads I'd collected over the past 3 days. I didn't want to fail, so I had no choice but to hurry and take its head to make up for what I lost." Other than Andre, who else would be meticulous enough to examine every piece of meat and debris stuck between those teeth? After examining it for a while, Andre tossed aside his 2 gloves, now covered in monster blood. The professor said, "So far, the identified monster types are gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, lesser fairies, fairies, greater fairies, hellhounds, orcs, and finally rats." When everyone heard that, they erupted into an uproar. "Rats? There were rats too?" Andre continued, "Judging from the amount of blood, there were quite a lot of them. But if we acknowledge all of that, it would be unfair to the other candidates. Therefore, we will count each identified monster type as one monster. In addition, rats and dungeon worms are not on the score chart, but based on the records, they are equivalent to 3 and 6 orcs respectively, so they will be converted into 90 and 180 points. Total score, 368. Pass. The other professors also exclaimed in amazement. How many points did we get back when we were students? Back then, hellhounds weren't even on the score chart. 368 points? Is it even possible to reach a score like that? Suddenly, one student angrily stepped forward and shouted, "Nonsense! The only corpse here is the dungeon worm." Another student replied, "Hey, that worm alone is already worth 180 points. Besides, what does that even matter now? Think carefully, everyone." If you ran into a dungeon worm, or even just one rat, do you think you'd survive? They cried out. Could Zack Draker really be that talented? Seeing them act like that, Zack thought to himself, these guys are exaggerating again. This feeling is completely different from when they mocked me before. It's not bad, but I've accidentally attracted attention again. The Jimmins even went so far as to manipulate the test dungeon just to eliminate me. Was this Owen's intention alone? No, even he wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's test. It may have been the Jimmins themselves who got directly involved. Thinking of this, Zack grew worried. Looks like I'm being watched more closely than I thought. Hiding my strength too obviously might actually backfire. From now on, it would be best for me to go along with the flow and observe. Suddenly, someone approached from behind him and called out, Zack Draker. The person who had come over was none other than Rena. Seeing this, Zack exclaimed in surprise. Rena, with a sullen expression, she brushed past him and said, Consider this your win. After saying that, she and her group silently walked away. Zack thought in confusion, my win? What does she mean? A while later in the training room, he looked at the system window and said, This is what you wanted, right? The system displayed, Level 1 Dragon Art Devour. You can eat more and digest more. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 780. Hearing that, Zack said, I ignored it because it looked useless, but now spending 50 points isn't much at all. The system asked, Do you want to activate the Dragon Art Devour? He replied, Yes. The moment he finished speaking, the system window suddenly underwent a major change. Zack was startled and thought, the skill description changed? The system displayed, Level 1 Dragon Art Devour. When used, all things can be digested and converted into energy. In addition, consuming monsters that possess bloodline abilities allows their powers to be absorbed. Hearing that, Zack smiled with interest. Absorb the powers of monsters? I really should have activated it before the test. To understand it better, I should try converting energy first. The system displayed, Activating Dragon Art Devour. Before Zack even had time to bite into the piece of meat, a black mist suddenly emerged from somewhere and pushed the meat to one side. Startled, he glanced behind him. The scene before him was extremely strange. He exclaimed, What is this? On the ground, the piece of meat was slowly being pulled downward by some force. Zack thought to himself, It looks like it's sinking into a swamp. Is the meat gradually disappearing into the darkness? Suddenly, the system announced, replenishing lost energy with the energy just absorbed. My headache is easing as if I just took a short nap. Could it have reduced my mental fatigue? Not only that, my entire body feels full of vitality. Mental fatigue, physical fatigue, and even my energy, although only a little, I've definitely recovered. Activating Dragon Art Devour. Thinking that, he continued throwing more and more meat down. It's completely worth 50 points. With just this skill, I can reduce the risks of all my other skills. Mental fatigue can be relieved with Devour, while physical fatigue can be handled by infinite stamina. The more Zack thought about it, the more excited he became. He tilted his head back and laughed loudly. That means I can train 24 hours a day without eating or sleeping. All right, time to get to work. Just as he said that, a sudden knock at the door completely ruined his mood. He spoke wearily. Dickon, didn't I tell you last time? Don't disturb me while I'm training. Standing outside, Dickon replied, I'm sorry, young master, but this is an important message, so I must deliver it to you at once. Zack asked, An important message? He immediately said, Your sword is complete, sir. Hearing that, Zack cried out in delight, finally. A little while later, at Gamleon's forge, Zack spoke up. Gamleon, is my sword finished? He replied, Yes. Please wait just a moment. He sat there in a daze as he waited, thinking, in my previous life, the sword I received from Gamleon was forged from mithril and pure iron. Anyone could recognize the legendary sword Graham. It was a masterpiece of a sword. Although this time I provided dragon fangs as the material, I figured it would still look like Graham. But his expectations completely collapsed when he saw the sword. It was not a gleaming golden sword, but a single jet black sword lying inside a wooden box. What? is this? Zack held the sword up in one hand and examined it, silently assessing it. At a glance, this sword looks crude. Zack immediately asked Ganlian, "Did you deliberately leave the blade unsharpened?" Ganlian answered, "This is what the sword was meant to be." Zack glanced at him, then placed the sword back into its case and said, "So this is the form you thought suited me best?" Ganlian stammered, "Yes." Ganlian looked at the person before him and thought, "Most people would be bewildered by it, but you understood my intention exactly." Seeing Zack's contemplative expression, Ganlian suddenly thought, "If it is him." Ganlian said to Zack, "Master, in truth, this sword does not yet have a name. I tried to name it, but I could not think of anything suitable." Then he asked, "Will you name it yourself, Master?" Zack pointed at his own face in confusion. "Me? Name it myself?" Zack's gaze suddenly changed, and he thought back. In my previous life, the name Graham was given by Ganlian himself. But now he says it is only Graham with a new appearance and made from dragon fangs. This is a completely different sword from Graham. Thinking that, Zack decisively pulled out a sharp knife and cut his hand. "A name, huh?" Ganlian was deeply shocked when he saw him do that. He cried out, "Master, what are you doing?" Zack did not answer his question and merely thought, even if self-recovery is always active, it is still a skill I use. I should be able to control it. Poor Ganlian kept worrying and urged him, "Quickly, stop the bleeding." A system notification appeared. Administrator request confirmed. The self-healing class skill will be temporarily disabled. A blue aura surrounded Zack's hand, and at the same time, the cut from earlier stopped healing on its own. Zack thought to himself, "All right, it worked. Now then." He closed his eyes. He dripped his blood onto the sword. Ganlian watched these actions with some confusion. Could this be a sword-naming ritual? The sword-naming ritual was a traditional dwarven rite used to bestow a name upon a weapon. The wielder infused their light chi or spiritual energy and blood into it. The ritual began when the blood touched the sword. Once the ritual began, the one performing it would sink deep into their subconscious, wandering through endless time until they found the sword's name. It was so dangerous that it had almost been forgotten. But he knows this ancient dwarven ritual? How can this be? Among the countless names that surfaced, he had to find the name he would move forward with. A name for a new path. A new name. Zack had thought of a new name, Black Sword Bahamut. Then the system displayed a notification. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Zack raised his head and looked at the glowing sword before him. Zack was the one who named the sword, yet he looked at it suspiciously. Out of all the names, I pulled out the name of that evil dragon. Is my subconscious all right? Ganlian, however, paid no attention to Zack's thoughts and only kept praising him. As expected, you are truly incredible. Master, even dwarves barely know of the sword-naming ritual. Zack answered modestly. I happened to learn it while researching dwarven history. He looked at the bandaged wound and wondered, how long has it been since I last used a bandage on a wound? Suddenly, Ganlian stepped forward and took the initiative to suggest, Master, would you rest for a little while? There is something I truly want to show you. Zack replied comfortably, Sure. Take your time. Ganlian immediately thanked him. Thank you. After Ganlian left, Zack looked down at his bandaged arm. Recalling the moment the system announced that the self-healing class skill would be temporarily disabled, he thought, being able to control passive skills has great significance. Remembering his past, he silently calculated, it means I can prevent my abilities from being exposed like during forging. Zack touched the bandage and told himself, I don't need to reveal all my cards. Sorry, Ganlian, but I'll remove the bandage later. Then he glanced at the sword propped against the wall nearby and smiled faintly. But right now, the more important thing is that I need to check this first. The system displayed the sword's information. Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a master blacksmith with mystical insight, using the strongest fang of the cursed dragon Bahamut, refined with blue flame spiritual energy, unique ability, indestructible, light chi conversion, special feature, sealed, unlocks according to the user's growth. After reading that information, Zack seemed excited. Seals that unlock according to the user's growth? I've never heard of a weapon like that. And it even has the indestructible trait. It was made from dragon fangs, but this is absurd. Thinking that, Zack picked up the sword. Well, even so, his face was reflected on the sword. The most important thing is light chi conversion. Zack thought, I went through so much hardship to help Gamlian create magical electricity and forge the sword. Not only because of his exceptional skill, but also because of Graham's core ability, light chi conversion. Zack slowly began to sense the flow of power within the sword, a unique ability that converted spiritual energy, mana, or any other energy into light chi. A stream of blue light chi began to radiate from the sword in Zack's hand. That light chi gradually enveloped both Zack and the sword. I was born unable to use spiritual energy, but this was what helped me reach the level of a Red Knight. At that moment, Gamlian scratched his head and came out from the room, speaking up. Phew, I finally found it. Please forgive me, Master. I made you wait quite a long time, didn't I? But as soon as he stepped out, the scene before him shocked him. Zack carried the sword over his shoulder and looked at him with a smile. You're back. Gamlian cried out, Oh, light chi. He inwardly exclaimed, A pure light chi is surrounding the sword. Master, you have surpassed the level of a purple knight. Zack said to Gamlian, This sword really is unbelievable. You worked hard, Gamlian. Gamlian smiled and replied, Compared to the furnace, this is nothing. More importantly, he held out a scabbard before Zack and said, Would you take a look at this? Zack looked curiously at the thing in Gamlian's hand. A scabbard. Gamlian continued, My master personally made this scabbard. Zack stared thoughtfully at the scabbard and thought, Even in my previous life, I never heard about Gamlian's master. Galranzaber? A thought suddenly flashed through Zack's mind. What? Galranzaber? The Galranzaber, known as the pinnacle of forging? Galranzaber, the greatest blacksmith on the continent, possessed unmatched skill among dwarves. Galran's creations were close to perfection and possessed many special abilities, making them worth tens of thousands of gold to collectors. Zack rubbed his chin and looked at Gamlian. So you are Galran's disciple. Gamlian exclaimed, As expected, you can read the dwarven language. Zack continued, If it is from Galran, then it cannot be an ordinary scabbard. Gamlian said confidently, Of course. Then he flicked a rotating button on the scabbard with his finger and said, If you turn the button on the surface of the scabbard, it transforms into a shield like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the scabbard transformed into an extremely sturdy shield. Gamlian briefly explained the shield's function. Made from wyvern bone and mithril, it can block most attacks. If you turn the button downward on the shield's handle, it will return to being a scabbard. Then he handed the scabbard to Zack and said, Although this is far from enough to repay your kindness, Master, please accept it. This is my gift to you. Zack asked in confusion. You could sell this to make a furnace, couldn't you? Gamlian laughed loudly. I could never sell my master's work to just anyone. Zack still tried to persuade him. But it's worth tens of thousands of gold. Gamlian was startled. What? Really? But Zack continued, Well, in any case, I will gratefully accept it. Zack took the scabbard and compared it to the sword in his hand. The scabbard was smaller than the sword. As he thought, he tried inserting the sword into the scabbard. But if it is a product of Galranzaber, then surely. Watching the scabbard's exterior transform to fit the sword perfectly, Zack smiled in satisfaction. Just as I thought, this far exceeds all expectations. Zack happily thanked Gamlian. I have received a truly precious gift. Thank you, Gamlian. Seeing Zack so pleased with the gift he had given him, Gamlian also felt happy. I'm glad you like it. After returning, Zack continued examining the pair of gloves he had just received. Meteoric iron, huh? That is an incredibly rare material. The system displayed information about the gloves he was examining in his hands. Glove information. Gloves created from durable and lightweight meteoric iron. Unique ability, none. Special feature. A unique ability will activate when the full set of meteoric iron equipment is equipped. 2 random boxes had been awarded as quest rewards. Zack looked at the first box he had opened with both surprise and caution. The random box I received as a sudden quest reward. I thought it would be like treasure, but what was inside was far more valuable. There was still one unopened box. Zack quickly unboxed it as well. Now for the second box. The box slowly opened, but when Zack saw what was inside, his face filled with question marks. What is this? Zack picked up a rather old-looking sheet of paper. It was also colored in many places. He wondered curiously, what is this? A map? Suddenly, Zack's eyes widened in shock. A system notification appeared before his eyes. A map containing traces of Grandmaster Kaiser has been detected. Zuck Wundet Kaiser? Could it be the hero King Kaiser? The Hero King Kaiser and the Clock Tower Knights was a book popular across the continent. It recorded the journey of Kaiser and his knights as they overthrew the kingdom of Kronos, once a brilliant civilization. However, its contents were too unbelievable, and no historical evidence existed to verify it, so it was regarded only as fiction. But with the system notification from earlier, Zack trembled as he gripped the map tightly. So the Hero King Kaiser was real. Another system notification appeared, restoring and analyzing the damaged portions of the item. Analysis complete. The confirmed location has been marked on the mini-map. Zack stared blankly at the system screen. Looking at the map before him, Zack thought, the giant mountain range? That is Manji territory. This might be easier than I thought. As Zack sat there thinking, a small system screen suddenly appeared beside him. Zack looked at it and read. Based on a user's level, the tutorial process has ended. Zack was somewhat puzzled. The tutorial has ended? Before he could even process that notification, another message appeared beside his hand. You have found an item linked to a quest. Achievement Quest, Kaiser S Legacy. Collect Kaiser's vision from a ruin bearing traces of Kaiser. Time limit, none. Quest reward, Administrator System Promotion. Current level, low-rank administrator to mid-rank administrator. Zack understood as well. I see. The tutorial was a system designed to lead me to a certain level. Zack smiled faintly. I have taken the first step. Now the real game begins. He was somewhat excited. Even the reward is on a completely different level. After checking the reward and the pile of notifications, Zack slowly stood up. Good. In that case, a determined smile appeared on his face. I will devour everything without leaving a single thing behind. First, I need to use the points I have saved. The system displayed notifications one after another. Tier 2 Dragon Arts are now available. Viewing Tier 2 Dragon Arts. Tier 2 Dragon Art, Dragon Scale Armor. Hardened into dragon scales. Provides excellent magic resistance. Locked. Unlock cost, 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summon a mighty dragon claw to slash the enemy once. Locked. Unlock cost, 80 points. Zack thought, I have quite a lot of points right now, but I don't know when I'll get another chance to accumulate this many points. Although I really want them, for now I should only invest in some potions in Tier 2 Dragon Arts, and keep 400 points in reserve. Thinking that, he tapped the screen. The system immediately announced, activating Dragon Art, Dragon Scale Armor. Activating Dragon Art, Dragon Claw. Very quickly, the Dragon Arts activated on Zack. He quickly tested his new skills. Let's try Dragon Claw first. Zack swung his arm in a wide arc, and a massive claw mark was immediately gouged into the floor. Looking at the mark he had just created, Zack exclaimed in admiration, this is even better than expected. Then he raised his sword and tested the other Dragon Art. All right, next is Dragon Scale Armor. A tremendous sound rang out from the impact, and the sword in Zack's hand was violently knocked backward. Zack was surprised. I didn't use light chi, but even when I struck with all my strength, instead of cutting through, the blade bounced back at me. This is like wearing full body armor, even without equipment. As Zack rotated his shoulder joint, he thought, Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Very easy to understand. Warm-up is over. Let's continue. The scene shifted to the central training grounds at Draker Academy. A voice echoed throughout the training field. All right, before we conduct the practical light chi exam, I will explain the rules. The instructor held a sword and continued. Behind me, you can see the training puppets. They are specially made puppets, and an ordinary physical attack cannot even scratch them. As he used the tip of his sword to carve a line into one puppet, he continued, "However, if you infuse light chi into your attack, they could be destroyed easily." After finishing the demonstration, he sheathed his sword and continued lecturing. "But if you cannot even break one, then you will fail." Then he looked at everyone with a cold gaze. "Regardless of your previous evaluations, you will have to start over from the basics." After hearing that, the students grew tense, sweating as they whispered among themselves. "Start over? That means we won't be promoted." The instructor shouted silence. "When I call your name, step forward." "Next, Aaron." The student named Aaron hurriedly ran up. "Present." Looking at his nervous appearance, Owen, who stood behind him, thought, "All the rookies are anxious." Then he formed a smug smile. "But to me, this training method is no different from my family's light chi. After all, this academy's light chi curriculum was established by the Jimin's family." Then he glanced at Jakin and Zach standing behind him. "No matter how talented True Blood Awakeners are, they cannot surpass me when it comes to controlling light chi." At that moment, the instructor spoke up. "Next, Owen." Owen confidently took his sword and stepped forward, ignoring the instructor's reminder. "When you are ready, step forward." He stamped his foot and swung his sword. Seeing the light chi surrounding him, everyone around him was surprised. Sword resonance. The examiner turned back and said to the instructor, "He has already achieved sword resonance at only 13 years old. That is remarkable." The instructor merely replied coldly, "That much is expected of someone from a prestigious noble family." A flash of light appeared, and one puppet's body was torn open. The second puppet's head was torn apart. Only streaks of light could be seen flashing past, and the other puppets were also slashed all over. The other students were left speechless in shock at the sight. Every puppet there had been cut to pieces by several passes of Owen's sword. The examiner immediately praised him. "Excellent, as expected of someone from the Jimin's family." Then he placed a hand on Owen's shoulder in encouragement. "At this rate, you might even surpass Lord Aben." But in response to that praise, instead of being happy like the other ordinary students, Owen gritted his teeth again and flung the other person's hand away. Watching his angry back as he left, the examiner muttered, "What is with that attitude?" The instructor folded his arms and frowned. "TCH, what an arrogant brat." After that, the next calls rang out one after another, and the other students went up in turn to take the test. But it seemed they could not perform very well. The examiner looked at the score sheet and snorted. "Looks like they are all struggling." The instructor said they must have lost confidence after seeing Owen make his move. He glanced at the students and thought, "Still, no one has failed so far. Even if it is only a tiny fragment, every student in the special class can infuse light chi into a blade. But even in a place full of elites, the strong always stand out." At that moment, it was Vina's turn to take the test. She said, "I am ready." Before taking the test, she said to the instructor, "Instructor, I have a request." The instructor immediately replied, "Speak." Vina looked at him with a determined gaze and stated her request. "I want to be evaluated on my use of the dragon-slaying art." The instructor said to her, "That is an upper year evaluation." Vina remained resolute. "I know." Seeing her like that, the students below began thinking, "TCH, ever since awakening as a true blood, she has become unbearably arrogant." The difficulty of infusing light chi and using the dragon-slaying art were on completely different levels. Maintaining light chi on a single blade was already extremely difficult, but the dragon-slaying art required precise control to allocate the correct amount of light chi to each movement. Owen thought she will probably manage to swing it a few times and then lose control of her light chi. "Ha! Vina Turuin, your competitive streak is going to be your downfall." The instructor asked Vina doubtfully, "The failure conditions will be much stricter. Are you truly certain?" Vina affirmed, "I am certain." The instructor then agreed. "Sigh, then do as you wish." Vina bowed her head and replied, "Thank you." With that said, she raised her sword, and the other students watched Vina's test seriously. A stream of light chi quickly enveloped Vina's body. She swung her sword down hard, slashing at the puppet. Next, countless rays of light swept past, cutting the puppets into many pieces. When she reached the final puppet, Vina thrust firmly into its body, shattering it to pieces. Vina had finished her test, with the fragments of the puppets scattered all over the floor behind her. After witnessing it, the students could not stop exclaiming, "Just looking at that, you can tell she is unbeatable. I thought Owen was the best at controlling light chi, but compared to her, he is far behind." Hearing those comments, Owen gritted his teeth in fury, veins bulging on his face. "Damn it!" Vina turned around while breathing heavily. She pointed the tip of her sword straight at Owen, surprising him. He frowned and guessed, "What is this? Are you mocking me?" But then his eyes suddenly changed. He slowly turned around, his entire face becoming tense. No, from the beginning. It was true that the sword tip was pointing in his direction, but there was an even more formidable person standing behind him. Vina smiled scornfully. "You are not even worth my attention." Zack scratched his head in confusion and thought, "Looks like this is going to be troublesome." He recalled the look Vina had given him. If she glared at me like that, I cannot just ignore it. Well then, should I meet her expectations a little? Thinking that, he raised his hand and said, "Instructor, I would also like to be graded according to the dragon slaying art." Hearing this, the professor's expression became displeased, and he glared at him. He asked, "You said your name was Zack, correct? Do you think the dragon slaying art is simple for you too, just because you saw student Vina use it easily?" He continued, "Student Vina is a pure-blood awakener. He had only just said that when another person cut him off. The grading conditions will be the same as student Venus. Do you have any problem with that?" Hearing this, Zack smiled confidently and replied, "Of course not." Without much hesitation, he began walking into position. The professor was still dissatisfied and asked again, "Why did you allow this, sir?" "That student is marked present for every class, but I have never seen him attend even once." The other professor replied, "That is the result of this student winning a bet against instructor Andre. Well, you have only just arrived, so you probably do not know. A pure-blood awakener with an unprecedented golden light. The student rumored to have broken Lord Aben's record in the dungeon exploration test. That is the person standing over there, Zack Draker." A system notification appeared. Black Sword 321 detected. Activating Black Sword 321's unique ability, Aura Conversion. Converting into Aura. His expression became anxious as he thought, "Damn it. Suppressing it is harder than I expected." After calming down for a moment, he tightened his grip on the sword and grinned. "This much should be fine, right?" Without any further hesitation, Zack began to swing his sword. The moment Rena saw this strike, she immediately recognized it. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "That is..." The technique Zack was using was the Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 1, Part 1, Heaven Cutting Slash. She thought worriedly, "Mine? No, compared to Instructor Andre's, it is almost perfect." With one swing, he split the scarecrow directly in half. "This is the Dragon Slaying Art," I repeated over and over for 2 years before my regression. From the direction of the sword's swing, to the placement of my feet, to even the flow of aura, my body can now move automatically without me having to think. Thinking this, Zack planted his foot against the ground and restrained his body. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought, although I got sick of practicing this technique again and again, it seems reviewing the basics is not so bad. This much should be enough to motivate Rena. He had only just thought that when the sudden sound of loud whispering startled him. Wait. He definitely wrapped the sword in aura just now, right? That's right, I saw it too. The entire sword. Then does that mean Zack has reached the level of a purple knight? Hearing those words, he flinched and exclaimed inwardly, "I must have gotten too absorbed." Behind him, all the wooden puppets had been smashed and broken apart. It seems I unconsciously revealed my aura. I only intended to adjust it to match Rena's level. Damn it, I have done something that draws attention again. The two professors were also left speechless and exclaimed, "A first-year student has already reached the level of a purple knight?" Hearing those words, Owen was so furious that his clenched fists trembled rhythmically. A fear had risen inside him, one he did not want anyone to know about. At the same time, on Rena's side, her hand also tightened into a fist. However, her expression was completely different from Owen's. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly into a smile. A while later, in a large room, someone set a teacup down on the table and said, "I heard about your performance in the semester evaluation." Howard continued, "It seems you achieved quite an astonishing result." Zach replied, "It was just luck." Not stopping there, he continued asking, "Reaching the level of a purple knight at only 13 years old is just luck. So then, Zach, what do you think about taking a grade skipping test?" Hearing this, Zach asked with some confusion, "A grade skipping test? Do you mean skipping one grade?" Howard replied, "It could be one, or even more. It is a program meant for outstanding students like you." At those words, Zach thought to himself, "Looks like they took the bait faster than I expected. Well, Howard must have attracted more attention than planned, so this is only natural." Thinking this, Zach smiled and replied, "All right, I will do it." The conversation ended there, and the door slowly closed. Zach walked away with murderous intent surging around him as he thought, "Looks like he has some kind of plan. If he wants to play, I will play along." Inside Howard's room, he sat looking out the window. Suddenly, he reached into his coat and took something out. He said, "Rena Draker and Zach Draker, both pure-blood awakeners, have accepted the test." Hearing this, a voice answered from somewhere, "Understood. I will arrange everything necessary." Howard then revealed a sly smile and said, "Things are getting interesting." The scene shifted to Draker Academy, Advanced Aura Training Room. Inside, Rena was already present, glancing to one side. Standing beside her was none other than Zach, who did not dare look back and avoided her gaze with an awkward smile. He broke into a cold sweat and thought, "At least pretend you are not spying on me." He had only just thought that when someone pushed the door open and entered, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." That person approached and continued, "The one supervising today's grade skipping test is a high-ranking knight from the main family." Before the two of them appeared a man with white hair and a scar across his face, Lord Draker. The moment Zach saw this man, he immediately recognized him. His eyes widened as he exclaimed inwardly, "This man is—" He wondered, the still-flowing sword? A memory quickly surged into his mind. At that time, Om was holding a man in his arms, looking dazed. When he had just set the person down, Zach appeared right behind him. With an irritated gaze, Zach asked, "Draker?" After saying that, he directly reached behind his back to draw his sword and continued, "Why are the Empire's damn dogs here?" Yet in response to that question, On did not react at all. Zach also stopped drawing his sword. He carefully observed the scene. On the ground across from him was a child. On began laboriously digging up handfuls of earth. Sensing that he was carrying a great pain of loss, Zach said nothing more. He stood there silently, watching On dig a grave for the child. Suddenly, a spade came stabbing in from somewhere, startling On and making him look up. Zach approached and said, "Need a hand?" Before On could answer, Zach continued, "Even if you refuse, I will help anyway." As he dug, Zach continued, "I am Zach Muirdad of the Northern Alliance Forces. You're a Draker, right?" Hearing this, On replied, "No, I have abandoned the name Draker." Zach asked in return, "Then we are the same. What should I call you?" He replied, "Just call me the still-flowing sword." Returning to the present, Zach smiled as he looked toward On and thought, "On, huh? A name perfectly suited to a silent, cold blade." In any case, thinking up to that point, both of them placed their hands before their chests, bowed their heads, and said, "Greetings, Lord On Draker." They needed a high-ranking knight to supervise the grade-skipping test of a first-year student. A high-ranking knight was, in practice, one of the pillars supporting the entire Draker clan. It was a high-level title requiring a balance of strength, reputation, and experience, a truly prestigious position. At that moment, a professor standing nearby said, "The test method will be a sword duel, something quite familiar to those from the cradle, is it not? As long as you do not lose consciousness or give up, you may continue challenging him. Use everything you have." Hearing this, Rena began drawing her sword and replied, "Then I will begin first." However, the professor immediately interrupted. "No," he continued, "there is no need to go one at a time. Both of you may attack at once." Those words made Rena extremely furious. Her hand tightened around her sword, but Zack immediately stopped her. He said, "Do not be so hasty. You know the difference in strength very well." He glanced at her and continued with a smile. "Besides, the test has already begun. If you rush in without controlling your emotions, points will be deducted." Hearing what Zack had just said, Rena also calmed down. She let out a sigh. Then she asked, "Then what should we do, Zack Draker?" Zack smiled and thought. As expected of the genius Rena, her judgment is sharp. With that thought, he replied, "I have a perfect plan for this situation. We will land one precise strike on him." And so, the duel continued. The two of them stood on either side, focusing intently on. Zack watched him draw his sword and thought, a special single-edged sword from the Eastern Kingdom, a wando. It was known that a wando was a short, single-edged, one-handed sword. It was designed to be used together with a shield. It originated from the Joseon dynasty and was named after the ring on its scabbard, where a strap was attached to make it easier for the user to carry. Thinking this, Zack murmured, "So he has been using this sword for a very long time." It seemed Rena's pride had been wounded, but what use were honor and pride to the weak? As he thought this, he looked straight at her and gave a slight nod as a signal. Just set aside your personal feelings and focus on the tactics. She also quickly understood his intention. Her gaze became resolute, and she nodded slightly in response. After they had come to an agreement, the two of them immediately swung their swords and charged straight toward On. But before their swords could even touch him, he struck with lightning speed, unleashing a series of attacks that blocked them with ease. It was not only Rena. Zack also tried very hard to close in, but he could not get near. Even so, the two did not give up easily, continuously coordinating with excellent precision. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. On struck both of them and sent them flying back to one side. Seeing the techniques just now, Rena was deeply amazed and thought, "So this is a high-ranking knight." Although I kept aiming for his blind spots, according to Zack's instructions, I not only failed to land an effective blow, I could not even scratch him. Thinking this, she did not hesitate and directly used the technique. Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 3, Part 1. I must be prepared to kill. As soon as that thought ended, a sword slash cut straight down in front of On. Half Moon Slash. However, he was not easy to deal with. He quickly retreated to evade it, then swung his leg and kicked Rena directly, leaving her no time to defend. That powerful kick sent her flying backward, crashing hard into the ground as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. The others standing around saw this and immediately ran toward Rena to ask after her. "Lady Rena Draker, are you all right?" Hearing this, she reached out and grabbed a broken piece of the wall as she replied, "I am fine." She wiped the blood from her mouth and warned everyone, "It is dangerous here. Hurry and step back." Although it was only for an instant, I had truly lost consciousness. Creating an opening? With my current strength, there is no way I can do such a thing. Thinking up to that point, she looked toward Zack and wondered, "Do you really believe you can do it, Zack Draker?" Rena remembered what he had said earlier. At that time, she had been extremely angry. "There is no way I will take part in such a cowardly tactic. Are you trying to tarnish an honorable duel, Zack Draker?" Hearing this, he burst out laughing and asked back, "Can honor be eaten? This is not a duel between knights. It is a test. They're testing our ability to kill." Faced with those extremely reasonable words, Rena did not know how to refute him. She sighed and replied, "Fine. I was the one who asked for your opinion anyway. But do you really think that tactic will work? Our opponent is a high-ranking knight." He smiled and replied, "We only need to create a situation that forces it to work. Just like when you fought me at the cradle. Think back. Why could you not dodge that stone? She answered, because I never expected you to use such a trick. He replied, exactly. Zack curled the corner of his mouth into a smile and continued, a high-ranking knight is the same. Wait for my signal. It will definitely work. A tiny opening is more than enough. Returning to the present, Zack took the opportunity while On had just attacked Rina and used the technique. Activating Dragon Slaying Art. Gale Art, Shadowless Step. Seeing this technique, On was extremely surprised and murmured, this is Lord Duke's technique. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something, and his sharp gaze flicked behind him. At the most critical instant, he raised his sword in time to block Zack's incoming slash. He smiled and said, from now on, you should take this more seriously. Before he could even understand what was happening, the lights suddenly went out. The space turned dark. Lord On looked around in confusion and thought, the lights went out? I see. So they're using the mana-suppressing trait of a true blood awakener. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he swung his sword and sent Zack flying backward, but did not stop there. Zack continued launching attacks in the darkness. Seeing this tactic, Lord On inwardly sighed in exasperation. What a childish trick. Do they think that just by blocking my vision, they'll have a chance to defeat a high-ranking knight? That thought quickly vanished when Zack's figure suddenly appeared beside him like a flash of lightning. He wondered in confusion, but what is this strange feeling? Why, in this pitch-black darkness where I can only see dimly, is he moving as if he can see through everything? While Lord On was still immersed in his thoughts, Zack also began to move. This is the perfect chance to test my new dragon technique. After all, Lord On isn't the type to go bragging about it everywhere, so. A system notification quickly appeared, activating Dragon Technique, Dragon Claw. On Lord On's side, when he saw the flame with tremendous destructive force rushing straight toward him, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, is this truly the swordsmanship of a first-year student? Right now, before his eyes, he could clearly see that what he was facing was the illusion of a majestic black dragon. No, this isn't merely swordsmanship. No matter how you look at it, Zack Draker has far surpassed the level of a student. As for Rina Draker, she doesn't seem able to move as freely as Zack in the darkness. Did he eliminate an unnecessary resource in order to restrain me? As he thought this, Lord On leapt into the air and swung his sword straight at Zack. But this tactic only works when the opponent is on the same level. In the dark space, a fierce series of clashing sword sounds rang out. The battle unfolded with extreme intensity. Zack was surprised and thought, his movements are almost no different from before the lights went out. Has he already adapted to the darkness? Just as he thought that, a blade suddenly slashed toward him like lightning. The one who had launched that attack was none other than Lord On. Fortunately, at the dangerous moment, Zack dodged in time. Lord On spoke in a low, frustrated voice. He disappeared. I can only barely make out his silhouette. It's like fighting a shadow. While he was still standing in one place, Zack's figure appeared right behind him. As if sensing it, Lord On swung his sword straight backward, but it was not a person. He wondered, mana lamps? It turned out that, at that moment, Zack was above his head, using all his strength to cut down every light fixture. That noise was concealing Zack Draker's presence. And then a lightning-fast slash came crashing down from above his head. Lord On immediately raised his sword to block that attack. Zack, at some point, had already appeared right in front of him, a faint, ominous smile at the corner of his mouth. Before Lord On could understand what was happening, Zack shouted, "Now, Rina!" He recalled what the professor had said earlier. In terms of structure and materials, it's simple enough, but it can only be used once. What kind of magic do you intend to transfer into it? Hearing Zack's words, the professor exclaimed in shock. What? An explosive spell? Zack smiled and replied, No, sir. As long as it produces a flash of light and a loud bang, that will be more than enough. Back in the present, the bomb thrown straight toward Lord On released a blinding flash of light and a deafening sound. Zack smiled in satisfaction and thought, perfect timing, Rina. This attack truly caught Lord On completely off guard. Unable to react in time, he could only collapse to the ground and cover his ears with his hands. His eyes rolled white, and he clenched his teeth as he cursed. Damn it. I fell for it. My mistake was judging Rena as unnecessary. Just as that thought came to him, Rena and Zack charged straight toward him together, swords in hand. Zack looked extremely excited, the corner of his mouth curling into a grin. But before the two of them could carry out their plan, Lordon sprang up and used a technique. Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 4, Part 1. Full Moon Slash. That blow sent Zack flying backward and slamming hard into the ground. Rena suffered the same fate and had no time to react. Lordon now stood frozen in place, his teeth clenched tight, his face clearly showing pain. At that moment, those injured in the chaotic battle were carried back one by one. A girl came over to encourage him. You worked hard. Before he could answer, a man came over, shouting loudly, On, you bastard! You've completely ruined someone else's disciples. It turned out to be his master. Seeing him, Lordon immediately bowed his head. Greetings, master. The old man waved in response. Still so stiff as always. Duke Draker put an arm around Lordon's shoulder and asked, So, how are my disciples? Hearing that, Lordon said nothing and fell silent. He thought back to that moment. Zack Draker, in the brief instant when the attack landed, had deliberately discarded his sword and switched to defense. He could have counterattacked, so why didn't he? Was his goal not victory, but only to improve and learn? Did he only reveal the minimum strength necessary? Lordon looked at his own hand and said, Zack Draker is beyond my ability to evaluate. The scene shifted to the Academy promotion meeting room. Then I take it everyone agrees with this proposal. The people in the meeting spoke up. Yes, headmaster. Andre also replied, I have no objections. Rena and Zack were officially promoted to the 5th year and the 3rd year respectively. After that, Zack stayed as quiet as possible. After receiving all of the Duke's instruction, Andre took over that position in Zack's place. Zack maintained a good relationship with Professor Fannin, but Zack and the professor gradually grew distant when the professor was selected by the Royal Magic Research Institute of Diploa and left the academy. Zack no longer had any connection to the powerful noble families. But then, something interesting happened. Lordon kept coming to Zack to challenge him to duels. Then, as though he had gained some kind of insight, he requested leave and shut himself in his room for secluded training. 2 years passed like that, and Zack graduated from the academy. Blessings were offered to Zack. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the youngest person ever to enter Valhalla. You must be very proud. Zack Draker was now 15 years old. Dicker said happily, the headmaster rarely writes letters of recommendation for admission himself. Zack replied, thanks to that, I suppose. Then he thought, the title of youngest freshman, huh? So 2 years of keeping quiet ended up meaning nothing after all. Zack spoke up. There are about 3 months until the entrance ceremony, correct? Dicker, you go to Atlas first. Dicker was shocked after hearing that, but still stammered in reply, why yes, sir. And what about you, young master? Zack packed his things and replied, I will withdraw to a quiet place by myself. He said, I don't want anyone disturbing me. Understood. Dicker obeyed. Yes, young master. The Kaiside ruins were located within the giant mountain range. Under the pretense of a retreat, Zack intended to use the Adventurers Guild of the Kingdom of Argur to conduct an expedition. There was no need to inform any suspicious people of his whereabouts. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Zack said, Come in. Liam entered, knelt, and bowed his head. I greet you with respect, Zack Draker. Zack turned around. Liam, I told you already. That way of addressing me feels too stiff. A simple greeting is enough. Hearing that, Dicker said, Then I shall take my leave, young master. Liam asked, Why did you call me all the way to the Platinum Manor? Only Zack and Liam remained in the room now. I heard you're transferred into the special class, Zack said. As your master, how could I just sit back and do nothing? I've compiled everything you'll need during your time at the academy. Expected questions for the academic evaluations, training notebooks, and the materials needed for exams. Go see Fafnir and show him this. He'll provide all the necessary items for you. Oh, and when you reach the 4th year, you'll need a proper sword as well. You can request that from Fafnir too. I've already paid for it, so don't worry. I believe you'll do well, Liam. I will never fail my master's expectations. Hearing these words, Liam was so moved that tears welled in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth to keep them from spilling. Then he bowed his head with determination. Just a minute ago, I told you that sort of thing makes me feel uncomfortable. I will correct my words. The kingdom of Es lay at the far north of the central continent. Together with Diploa, Tibia, and Alengia, it was considered one of the 4 great kingdoms of the central continent. The giant mountain range, which separated the land of demonic beasts from the continent, contained countless dungeons, attracting adventurers who yearned to seek their fortunes. Recognizing this, the first king of Agus integrated adventurers and dungeons into the kingdom's main industry. With the royal family's support, the giant mountain range was divided into hundreds of zones, with transport routes and outposts established for management. This was the origin of the Adventurers Guild of Az, an organization that would later spread across the continent. Next, number 546. 546. Is number 546 not here? Next, number 547. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Zach Murray. Submit the documents at the Eastleigh office, and they will issue your registration card. Murray replied, "Thank you." Draker thought while disguised as Zach Murray with a wig and magical glasses, it's better to create an adventurer identity for easier travel. Traveling under the name Draker would stand out too much. Zach thought, it's time to begin the treasure hunt. At the gathering point, several carriages had already started moving, while the rest were waiting for other adventurers. Zach was in one of those carriages. He thought to himself, good thing I still found a seat during the peak season. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey you're an adventurer too? You look pretty tense. Is this your first time entering a dungeon? Why don't you join us? We may not look it, but we're veterans. Dungeons have been dangerous lately. If you go in alone, you'll become monster bait in no time. Scum like this are everywhere. It was said that the first group one entered a dungeon with would determine half of one's life as an adventurer. Have you ever heard that saying? They thought inwardly that their true purpose was to lure in inexperienced adventurers and use them as monster bait or sell them to slave traders. Zach quietly listened without saying anything. They smiled as they sat there waiting for his answer. Suddenly, Zach stood up and said, "Shut up." That shocked them. What? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Then Zach walked near the carriage door and said to the driver, 500 meters behind us to the left. Monsters, probably a pack of orcs. Is this an area where monsters usually appear? The coachman asked in bewilderment. Huh? What are you talking about? This route is a safe zone. Hearing that, the adventurers traveling with him burst into laughter. Looks like this little chick is starting to panic. Don't you know the Adventurers Guild's main routes are directly managed by the kingdom? Forget monsters. Even wild animals can't enter the safe zones. Zach spoke up. Then what's that behind you? His heart seemed to skip a beat as he asked, What? A horde of monsters appeared and attacked them. The carriage convoy was broken apart. Everything was scattered by the giant orcs. What the hell is going on? An orc approached him while his entire body was pinned under the carriage. He trembled in terror, helplessly crying out, Save me. The orc's bloodstained club dragged along the ground as it moved forward. Zach had already quickly hidden behind a tree. If orcs are rampaging inside a safe zone, that means the outpost isn't functioning properly. After the orcs appeared, everything fell into chaos. Just as Zach had predicted, they truly created a complete mess. Even the Arger soldiers were taken down, but with this many people, they should have been able to handle most monsters. Zach had a bad, uneasy feeling. He looked at the slash wound in the middle of a soldier's chest and was stunned. Zach clenched his teeth in fury. It wasn't monsters. This was done by humans. This corpse was deliberately mutilated to make it look as if monsters did it. Zach moved from person to observe. If it were truly monsters, the cuts wouldn't be this clean. and most of them were killed in a single blow without being able to resist. He leapt lightly to another spot and continued sinking into thought. This must have been caused by at least a squad of purple knights. Unfortunately, staying here will only invite suspicion. Zack looked toward a tooth-like trap covered with skulls above it and made his judgment. My priority now is to find the Kaiser ruins, a territorial marker of the Manji people. Looking at the map, I'm almost at the Kaiser ruins. But suddenly, a sound came from behind him. Countless Imperial subordinates were hiding behind large tree trunks and observing him. Why are the Empire's hounds here? The hounds were an elite unit under the Emperor's command, selected from the Empire's knight trainees and trained in tracking and assassination. They were said to become a core force in the Continental War the Empire was preparing to ignite. Zack looked up at the screen and pondered. Watching how they moved on the map on their way here, there's no mistaking that method of tailing. Because old memories surged back. They're the bastards who killed me in my previous life. His gaze sharpened as hatred flared up, and the formula clearly stated that the Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is scouring the continent in search of something. That's right. Even before my regression, the Emperor was obsessed with ancient holy relics. He was chasing a foolish dream. Images continued appearing along with Zack's thoughts, unifying the continent, along with delusions of immortality. Could the Emperor have known about the Kaiser ruins? His eyes glanced to the side warily. I have to verify it myself. Once he finished thinking, Zack vanished, causing the Emperor's hounds to step out and search for him. Each of them looked around, scanning from side to find any trace of him. One captain then reached into his pocket and fumbled for something. He pulled out a gun, but before he could do anything, Zack appeared out of nowhere and launched consecutive slashes at the captain's arm. The man's arm then fell behind him, and the gun dropped from his hand as Zack's voice rang out. A yellow signal flare indicates an unexpected situation. As expected, you're the captain. He asked, only 3 of you? You must be an outer patrol. Normally, they divide into squads of 12. The remaining men then came over and shouted, who are you? Who gave the order? However, Zack paid them little attention and immediately swung his sword, severing the captain's head. His gaze sharpened and his voice turned cold. You still don't understand the situation? Zack growled and declared, I am the one asking the questions. His eyes turned toward the 2 men behind him, who were trembling violently, and he threatened them. Think carefully. There are still 2 of you. If one dies, will the other still stay silent? Zack's voice deepened. I hope you make a wise choice. A while later, he raised his blood-covered hand toward the screen, and a complaining voice suddenly rang out. This must be a temporary base. It's so cramped. Zack pulled up his face covering and thought to himself, did these bastards turn the outpost into a slaughterhouse? They even killed royal warriors. Did they really find the ruins? I'll know once I get inside. With that thought, he sprang down below. For those who dared oppose Meccan, only eternal death awaited. The scene shifted to the base. At that moment, a sleepy-looking guard kept yawning over and over. He sighed. No, what kind of madman stands guard in Majin territory? The man on the other side spoke up as well. Seriously. But the moment he finished speaking, the guard who had just been complaining was struck head-on by something and sent flying backward. In the next instant, the other guard was swiftly eliminated as well. At that moment, a very fast force shot into the base. The man standing inside quickly noticed because of the loud noise. The 2 men talked to each other. Why don't you come over here? Wait, didn't you hear something at the main gate? The other man turned and replied, No, I didn't hear anything. Right then, Zack appeared and drove his sword straight into the blond man. The black-haired man was stunned, his eyes widening as he stared at the blood-covered blade right beside his face. Before he could say anything, Zack swung a slash toward him, but the black-haired man quickly leaned backward and dodged it. He shouted, Intruder! However, before he could finish speaking, Zack's hand had already plunged straight into the black-haired man's mouth. With his other hand, Zack unleashed a powerful slash and took him offline for good. Zack swung his sword downward, sending blood splattering, while thoughts ran through his mind. This brings back memories. When our leader was exhausted from the territorial war, he ordered us to infiltrate the Pavela gang. It felt exactly like this. A captain standing above slammed his hand hard against the railing and spoke. The dagger technique of a southern assassin. He threatened loudly. Meccan, Pavela, it doesn't matter. Anyone who comes here dies. Surrender, and I'll give you a painless death. Hearing the voice, Zack looked up and pondered. Is that the captain? He's almost at the level of a Blue Knight. Compared to the hounds I've faced in my previous life, all of them are far too weak. Then he gave a faint smile. A painless death. All the guards gritted their teeth as they listened to Zack speak. Is that what you say to the one who killed your comrades? Instead of grieving for your comrades, you offer mercy to the enemy. He provoked them. A textbook example of the cowards of the Central Continent. Zack charged in with his gleaming sword. Give him the death he wants. Tear him apart. Without wasting words, he unleashed a series of classic slashes, sending all the subordinates surrounding him flying with a single cut. Zack felt somewhat puzzled. Strange. Were the hounds always this weak? He looked up and thought, are they weak or am I too strong? There's no need to probe any further. The system window appeared, activating skill, magic reflection. The captain standing above looked utterly horrified when he saw this. He looked up overhead in confusion. A power outage now? Fearful thoughts burst forth in his mind. Could it be magical interference from a dragon slayer? The captain remembered Zack's appearance earlier. No, he wasn't carrying anything from the start, and he hasn't used it at all. Even from the attacks he made when he slashed, judging by his swordsmanship, it's definitely his southern technique. There's no mistaking an assassin. He comforted himself. That must just be a coincidence. With that thought, the captain looked down and shouted, "Don't panic. The power will return soon. Focus on defense until then." But just as he was about to turn away, the lights came back on. The lights shone down below, revealing that all the guards had been killed, their bodies strewn across the dirt floor amid spreading pools of blood. The captain's face turned deathly pale. What happened? By then, Zack had appeared behind him and spoke. The Emperor is quite bold to target the ruins of the hero King Kaiser. The captain trembled in fear, his hands slowly gripping the sword below as he stammered, "Kaiser's ruins?" He swung his sword and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But when the captain turned around, no one was there. The voice continued to echo, though no person could be seen. "Don't worry. If you won't confess, I'll find out myself." Suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere and blocked his face. Zack ambushed him from behind, covered the captain's eyes, and pressed a dagger against his throat, making him scream in terror. "Wait, we really don't know anything." But Zack wasted no words. With a slight motion of his hand, he drew a slash across the man's throat, sending blood spraying into the air. Soon afterward, Zack finished off everyone who stood in his way. He walked outside and tossed the dagger behind him. Zack thought to himself, everything that happened here will be blamed on Meccan. The dagger stabbed hard into the ground. The Meccan Gang, a criminal organization from the southern continent that I served in my previous life. They would do anything for money. After the kingdom of Cusco declined because of civil war, the lawless region was divided between the Meccan Gang and the Pavela Gang. He kept thinking I should have hidden my identity by using only the abilities of the dragon descendants, but I deliberately used southern sword techniques. Recalling the old image and leaving behind Meccan's distinctive mark to make someone else take the blame is safer. Zack lowered his face, covering, and looked upward, pondering. The Empire will definitely think the southern gangs caused this. And even if they respond, it will bring about Meccan's destruction. So that's a good thing too. His expression became extremely tense. But more importantly, based on the letter I found inside, the Emperor is even crazier than I thought. Zack looked at the map on the table. The imperial decree said to search for ancient holy relics, but the shocking part was the attached operational campaign map. He thought to himself, from the center of the continent to the eastern continent, here in Chuz, and even the mysterious Black Sea, hounds are being sent to every location believed to contain ancient holy relics. Zack stepped outside and concluded In other words, the hounds have returned to the scale they had before my regression. But they still haven't found the Kaiser ruins. I have to hurry. Suddenly, a flash of light in the sky cut off his thoughts. Zack looked up in confusion and blurted out, "A red signal flare? Impossible." At that moment, the brilliant flare lit up, spreading light like the sun. He quickly realized that it was the signal to activate the heaven and earth net. Rays of light fell, creating spiderweb-like threads that connected one after another. The heaven and earth net had never failed in tracking, surrounding, and searching the area around the location where the flare was fired. This method of pursuit required every hound to maintain control of their position until they received orders from the commander. And once the execution order was given, what awaited the prey was unavoidable death. Even I died to the heaven and earth net once while stealing a treasure. He continued running while thinking of the system. But now I have the system. Suddenly, a scar-faced man rushed out from ahead and swung his sword to attack. Zack was immediately put on the defensive, and the others quickly rushed in as well, surrounding him. The scar-faced man fixed his eyes on Zack as if he wanted to devour him. Zack kicked up and swung his blade wildly, countering their slashes to see who would be the one to die. With great speed, he sprang upward, escaped their encirclement, and retreated. Zack observed them, just as I thought. The scar-faced man's expression remained tense, mixed with a hint of disbelief that Zack had managed to escape. All of them stopped and silently stared at Zack. They were completely different from the ones in that cave. At that moment, several more men appeared behind him. Now he was surrounded once again. Zack scratched his head and complained, "This is getting complicated." He opened the system screen and checked his position, thinking to himself, if I use my full strength, I can escape. But if I do that, the fake identity I've created will be exposed. Zack picked up the horn on his necklace. No choice. I really didn't want to use this. After thinking that, he raised it and blew, drawing their attention. The blasts rang out thunderously, echoing through the entire area. They immediately looked around and started murmuring. What is that? Does he have allies? Suddenly, the scar-faced man's face became extremely alarmed. He looked at Zack's hand, which was holding 3 bombs, and shouted, "He has smoke bombs. That whistle was just a diversion. Catch him now." At the same time, Zack lowered his hand and threw down the 3 bombs. A violente explosion érupted. Zack appeared behind the cloud of smoke and dust with a sinister smile. But after the smoke dispersed, he had completely vanished. The scar-faced man pointed and gave orders. "Don't panic. We've already deployed the heaven and earth net. He can't escape. Hold your positions firmly and watch carefully for any unusual movements around you." Hearing this, all of his subordinates stood still and observed. The scar-faced man felt utterly puzzled. Not even a trace of his presence remains. Did he think I would retreat after losing sight of him? Or was there some hidden meaning behind that whistle earlier? Suddenly, one of the subordinates was flung into the air, blood spraying out, as if he had been attacked by some invisible force. The scene happened so quickly that the scar-faced man was startled. What was that? His eyes widened as he turned to look behind him. This is insane. Before his eyes, countless giant Chan demi-humans charged out and attacked his subordinates. The scar-faced man was bewildered. Barbarian demi-humain? What the hell is going on? I never touched them. He looked at the Chan, who kept attacking, and grew frightened. 1 or 2 would be manageable, but why is there a whole group of them? One subordinate swung his sword, aura blazing, and charged forward while shouting, "You savages!" But the Chan quickly dodged his slash. His hand trembled in fear as he stammered, "I can't cut it." Before he could finish speaking, it unleashed a powerful punch straight into his head, taking him offline on the spot as blood splattered everywhere. The scar-faced man was utterly confused. Damn it, why did they suddenly get riled up? My men will all be killed soon. He then raised his gun high and fired a shot that rang out thunderously. A flare shot high into the sky along with a loud shout. Retreat! The Chan demi-humans immediately noticed the blast and chased after it without stopping. All the subordinates and the Scarface man threw themselves into flight, screaming in panic, "Retreat! Run!" After they fled, a figure slowly emerged from beneath the ground. Zack appeared from behind the dust and dirt. He brushed the dust off himself and chuckled. "This worked better than I thought." This tusk is a tactical communication tool used by barbarian demi-humans. Zack held up the necklace in his palm and thought to himself, "It helps regulate the situation on a chaotic battlefield." In my previous life, I allied with a barbarian demi-human tribe and learned how to craft and use it. I used the whistle to tell them that foreign invaders were trying to invade this land. Though they may seem like primitive savages, they also have their own traditions and customs, things they will do everything to protect. He snapped the necklace off and spoke softly. "With my crafting skill, it can only be used once." Finished, Zack slowly and leisurely continued walking. At that moment, explosions erupted violently without pause as he urged himself on. Now, then, time to find the true ruins. The scene shifted elsewhere, where cautious footsteps moved forward. Zack carefully hid behind a wall and observed, whispering, "There are too many obstacles." A notification window appeared. "You have discovered a dragon-type creature affected by demonic energy." Seeing the dragon monster appear, he felt somewhat doubtful. There are even dragon-type creatures? Zack looked at the door behind the monster and judged, according to the map, the correct path is through that door. He asked, "System, can you open that door?" A notification appeared. Administrator request confirmed. Accessing. Connected to the management system of the Sanctuary of Hero King Kaiser. Opening the Sanctuary of Hero King Kaiser. At the same time, the stone door slowly rose. And of course, the loud noise also drew the Hydra's attention. It immediately let out terrifying growls to check whether anyone was nearby. The corner of Zack's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Looks like getting through will take a bit of effort. Dragon slaying secret art. After that, he shot forward with lightning speed, directly appearing in front of the Hydra. Without another word, Zack moved as though splitting into multiple copies and repeatedly launched attacks. Dance strike. Shadowless step. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Use shadowless step to distract it. Then run quickly to the door. Zack's hand reached toward the opening door. Just a little more. But suddenly, the Hydra moved one step faster and opened its huge mouth to smash the door to pieces. Its tail slammed hard against the wall beside it. In the end, all of the Hydra's teeth were broken off. Zack had been 2 steps faster just now, gripping an axe in his hand. A powerful slash was unleashed. It was the dragon-slaying secret art, 7th form, Dragon Head Severance. Zack landed, but the Hydra's blood clung all over him, giving off red smoke as if it were burning. He stood up, looked at his smoking hand, and frowned in confusion. Its blood is poisonous too? A notification appeared, activating recovery skill. Zack was somewhat surprised after reading it. A dragon-type monster with 9 heads? Thick black smoke billowed upward. In my previous life, Master said he couldn't defeat it, the 9-headed dragon, Hydra. He looked up and smiled faintly. Then let me see just how strong you really are. At that moment, the battle broke out, and smoke and dust surged into the air. Zack was now resisting the Hydra's massive fawn. Another one of its heads growled and charged in from another direction to attack. He planted his sword into the ground, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cursed softly. Damn it! What's so great about this dragon-slaying art? Zack thought to himself. In an age when dragons are extinct, the closest things are dragon breed monsters, but has no effect on them. Watching the Hydra keep growling and attacking, he grew irritated. No matter how much I cut it, it regenerates immediately. How annoying. Zack's gaze sharpened. As expected, my current strength isn't enough to kill it. He observed his surroundings and calculated. The gate is about 30 meters away. With that thought, Zack lifted the sword in his hand and called System. Zack's voice turned cold as he ordered, "Close the gate." A notification window appeared. Administrator request confirmed. Closing the gate to the Sanctuary of Hero King Kaiser. The gate now slowly rumbled as it began to close. He stabbed his sword hard into the ground, creating spreading cracks across the floor. Immediately, glowing streams of energy radiated from those cracks. Dragon-slaying art applied form. The tip of his sword dragged along the ground, sending dust flying. Dan Strike's secret technique, Wind Slash. Zack swung his sword and charged straight toward the Hydra to attack. A direct, slashing force flew out with wind-like speed, creating a bright streak of light. Good. While there's an opening, forget killing it. I have to get through the gate first. But its eyes immediately snapped toward the direction he was going. The Hydra refused to give up and instantly coiled its body, lunging toward Zack. By then, he had already reached the door. His whole body shot inside. I made it in. Where is it? Then Zack's eyes widened as the inside revealed the image of the Hydra's mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, aimed straight at him. Before he could do anything, it clamped down on Zack's arm, sending blood spraying out. His entire body was lifted upward by the force of the bite. Zack trembled from the pain and cursed inwardly, "You damned snake." The Hydra twisted its body and entered inside. It chased me in here. He gripped the sword in his hand and shouted, "You want my arm that badly? Then take it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zack brought down a slash across his own arm, escaping from his gigantic mouth and jumping down. His hand quickly regenerated in his cellular form. The Hydra angrily exhaled a dense breath of dark energy outward. That aura flew straight toward Zack, making glowing veins rise all over his body. Clenching his teeth, he cursed under his breath. "Poison Bone, you really do have every trick, don't you?" A notification window appeared. "You have been poisoned by the venom of the venomous Hydra dragon." Zack had now reached the peak of his fury and unleashed a full-power attack, a mighty slash that pierced straight through the Hydra's heads. Two of its heads were instantly severed by the slash, while the remaining head let out savage growls. After that last strike, and with the poison still coursing through him, Zack had lost quite a bit of strength and was gasping for breath. The Hydra refused to give in and charged straight at him. A judgment flashed through his mind. There's only one left. It's all or nothing now. The notification bar displayed. Dragon skill. Dragon Majesty has been activated. Power immediately erupted violently around Zack. His eyes blazed as he growled in a fierce voice, "Get lost, unless you want to be torn apart too." The Hydra's eyes instantly widened, revealing obvious shock. In contrast to its previous ferocity, it now shut its foul-smelling mouth and timidly backed away. The Hydra seemed to have learned what fear was. It slowly moved away, gradually crawling completely outside and disappearing from sight. Only then could Zack finally sit down and let out a relieved breath. I didn't expect Dragon Majesty to work on Dragonkin. Damn it, I should have tried it sooner. But he was still somewhat puzzled and wondered, but why am I still tired even though infinite stamina is active? Is it because of the poison? At that moment, a notification window appeared. You have branded fear into a corrupted Dragonkin infected with filthy energy. Would you like to activate Dragonkin Domination Authority to subdue the target? The Hydra's frightened expression from earlier came to mind. Zack was bewildered. I branded fear into it? Was it because I used Dragon Majesty at the end? Whatever the reason, that absurd monster, he could subdue it. After thinking that, he spoke up. "All right, let's give it a try." Suddenly, Zack's face went blank as if someone had stolen his ration book because the notification bar displayed insufficient administrator authority to subdue Dragonkin. Failed to subdue corrupted Dragonkin. Confusion erupted in him. Insufficient authority? Zack braced a hand against the ground, his voice sinking. "Seriously? You got my hopes up for nothing. I guess it would have been strange if an overpowered skill like that had no limits until now." Suddenly, a tremor ran through his entire body, causing all his muscles to stiffen. A warning window displayed. Warning. The venomous dragon toxin has exceeded the danger threshold. Zack bent low, clutching his head as he cursed inwardly. Damn this poison. He thought over. Healing doesn't work on poison. There has to be some way. That's right. What if I use the bloodline absorption of Devour? An information window displayed. Level 1 Dragon Skill, Devour. In the state of Devour, anything can be digested and converted into energy. If a monster with an ability is consumed, its power may also be absorbed. He clenched his teeth, suppressing the pain as he calculated. A monster carrying poison this powerful must have some bloodline ability related to poison resistance. A notification window appeared, activating Dragon Skill, Devour. Zack's whole body now emitted a dark, black aura that aimed toward the severed head of the Hydra. Black energy rose like a roaring blaze. The notification bar displayed. You have devoured the severed head of a corrupted dragonkin infected with filthy energy. Designated target has been consumed. Devour skill level increased from novice to proficient. Recovering lost energy with Absorb Core. Absorbing the bloodline ability of the devoured creature. Absorption complete. Acquired incomplete trait. Immunity to all poisons. His entire body trembled as he supported himself on the ground. Zack used all his strength to punch the tile floor hard. The notification bar continued, displaying messages. Venomous Hydra Dragon Toxin detected. Detoxifying detected poison with the immunity to all poisons trait. He gave a faint laugh. Exactly. The information window displayed. Low-level administrator window. Name, Zack Draker. Class, Immortal, unique rank. Title, One Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Heir of Terrakan, Dragonkin Domination Authority. Constitution, Heavenly Bone Body. Immunity to all poisons. System functions, storage, 100 slots. Minimap, Beginner Quest Book. Class skills, self-healing, strong mental defense, infinite stamina, combat sense, weapon skill, grade A proficient, spirit energy reversal, grade A novice, wide area buff, grade A novice, level 1 dragon skills, dragon eye proficient, dragon majesty proficient, dragon maiden, locked, unlocks when conditions are met, devour proficient, level 2 dragon skills, dragon scale armor proficient, dragon claw proficient, level 3 dragon skills unavailable, unlock with 300 points, current karma points 465. After reading it, Zack commented, the word most is worrying, but the information window changed. Trait, immunity to all poisons. Can neutralize most types of poison and greatly increase poison resistance. He assessed it. With this skill, I won't need to worry about poison anymore. Another window changed, Devour, Novice to Devour, Proficient. Reading that, Zack immediately wondered, and Devour's proficiency level finally increased. It almost never happens. It says the rank increased because I absorbed the designated kill target, right? The notification window changed. Designated kill targets are monsters marked by the system for elimination. Eliminating them will grant additional rewards. He praised it. That information is pretty useful too. Zack put the system away and continued walking, speaking softly. All right, the Hydra slowed me down. I need to hurry. Hero King Kaiser, the legendary half-human, half-fairy, son of the wise sage and the fairy king. Like all legendary heroes, Kaiser's birth was anything but peaceful. Because of a dark scheme by a sorcerer, he was separated from his parents and abandoned in the mountains. A sacred wolf carried the tiny, crying Kaiser into the mountains and raised him. Thanks to that, Kaiser grew up safely. Kaiser saved oppressed humans and established a kingdom solely for humanity on the central continent, a kingdom called Kronos. The corners of Zack's lips lifted slightly as he thought to himself, this is the part of the story that everyone on the continent knows, the origin of Kaiser's legend. Zack's gaze shifted to the streams before him with pride. These days, no data remains at all. It is literally a legend. But the proof that Hero King Kaiser and the kingdom of Kronos truly existed. He raised his eyes and looked around. A tower appeared, and Zack entered it while thinking, it's here, right in front of me. It's unfolding before my eyes. He turned his gaze aside to observe. But it's much smaller than in the books I read. I can't believe Kaiser's ruins are actually the kingdom of Kronos itself. Zack was now standing before a shining, glittering door and said, "Now that I think about it, the sanctuary of the Dragon Slayers actually had a similar atmosphere." The system announced, opening the sanctuary of Hero King Kaiser. The door opened, and he stepped inside. In the middle of the vast space, a sparkling crystal slab appeared, displayed on a central pedestal. Blue light spread throughout the surrounding area. Zack approached, reached out, and touched it in doubt. Could this be the vision of Hero King Kaiser? A notification appeared, beginning chain quest related to the achievement quest, Vision of Hero King Kaiser. After reading it, he was somewhat puzzled. Where did this suddenly come from? A warning displayed. Warning. You cannot leave this area until the chain quest is complete. Zack jumped in shock. What the hell is this? Who gave you permission to do that? Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut. More information continued to display. Chain quest. The progress of Hero King Kaiser. In the ruins where Kaiser's traces remain, collect Kaiser's progress. Time limit. None. Reward. Tear of the Fairy King. His gaze grew tense. A chain quest. The progress of Hero King Kaiser. Zack froze. And the reward is the tear of the Fairy King, the mother of Hero King Kaiser, the being who bestowed blessings upon humanity. And this is the tear of that Fairy King. He reached toward the stone and declared, "I don't know what it's used for, but it's definitely a heaven-defying treasure." System, how can I obtain this progress? The system announced, Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from the magical recording device. The stone began shining brightly. A notification displayed. Found 546 magical video records of Hero King Kaiser. Among the 546 entries, 12 entries match the administrator's request, playing the first of 12 magical videos. Ancient Chronos language detected in this video. No longer in current use. Automatically translating into the common language of the central continent, the administrator's preferred language. A voice rang out from within. Then what is a sword? At the same time, the stone continued to shine brilliantly. This man must be the one recorded in the legends. This man is Hero King Kaiser. He spoke. A sword is just a sword. What else would it be? Hero King Kaiser? A bunch of old fools who can't even swing a sword keep babbling nonsense. Kaiser kept reprimanding. How useless. Hey! He pointed and shouted. Saturn, get a hold of yourself. The screen is shaking. Zack thought to himself, Saturn. That person is known as Kaiser's most loyal knight. As expected, so he really existed. Kaiser's voice came from inside, asking, how do you master swordsmanship? He drew the sword at his waist. There's nothing complicated about it. Just swing it. Hard and many times. A slash descended straight down along with Kaiser's cold laugh. You're probably wondering, how many times is many? I'll give you a goal. Even though it was truly a slash through empty air, it somehow cut horizontally into Zack's body. Zack fell hard to the ground from a shock. He clutched his chest and gasped for breath, unable to believe it. That aura, even watching a video, is enough to overwhelm me. Zack's eyes looked up at the sword held in the man's hand. So this is the Hero King's progress. The corners of his lips rose into a sinister smile. I like this. Zack ordered, System, replay the previous video from the beginning. The system displayed. Administrator's request confirmed. Several days passed. Holding a shining sword in his hand, he thought, it's been almost 4 days since I got trapped here and began training non-stop. Around Zack, there were now 3 doors facing the entrance. The first room was a food storage room, containing enough supplies for several months. The second room had a resting area and facilities for maintaining physical condition. And the last room was filled with all kinds of books and training tools. As he brought down a slash, he reflected, so this place is a training ground prepared for Kaiser's successor. Thanks to that, I've been able to completely focus on training, swinging the sword tens of thousands of times. Zack looked at his reflection in the gleaming sword and thought, now I can imitate the external form of that sword technique, but I still can't grasp that overwhelming feeling from before. Suddenly, the system announced, You have obtained an advancement in Hero King Kaiser's sword technique. Elemental Sword Principle, Basic Form. After reading it, he was somewhat puzzled. Elemental. Information displayed. Basic stage complete. Proceeding to Advanced Application Stage. Zack smiled faintly. Advanced Application Stage? The system panel continued displaying, summoning the soul of Hero King Kaiser. In an instant, energy erupted violently, and Hero King Kaiser appeared. His foot stepped onto the ground, revealing a perfect figure. A notification displayed. Hero King Kaiser, Lord of the ancient kingdom of Kronos. Seeing that, Zack could not help but rejoice inwardly. Oh my God, Hero King Kaiser is right in front of me. But Kaiser greeted him by drawing his sword. Zack immediately withdrew his earlier excitement and quickly received the attack, blocking Kaiser's slash. He was startled. What? A sudden attack? Kaiser's strength was truly immense, sending Zack's whole body flying backward as clouds of dust rose thickly. Kaiser shouted, "Stand up at once." Zack emerged from the dust with a wary look in his eyes. That sword strike blew me across this entire room. It feels like I'm facing a master from a past life. Kaiser rested his sword on his shoulder and mocked. You think you can learn my swordsmanship with skills like that? His voice was full of sarcasm. If the knights of the past saw this, they'd probably crawl out of their graves. Too powerful. In truth, Zack still could not understand this man at all. But why is he attacking me? Maybe he's testing my skills. While Zack was still lost in thought, Kaiser rushed in once again and attacked. He was lucky enough to dodge this time. Zack cursed inwardly. What test? He really wants to kill me. His gaze sharpened. Can I face him? Zack's eyes turned toward Kaiser's eerie face. A ridiculous monster like him is seriously too strong. He tilted his face up to the sky and took a deep breath. No, there's no need to think too much. Zack's sword was thrown down below. Just go all out like always. He drew out the enormous divine sword and called out, "I'm coming, Hero King." Seeing that, Kaiser was somewhat surprised. So you're Saturn's disciple. Do you truly think you can face me? What was that power of yours called again? Zack charged in, while Kaiser remained relaxed and curious. Aurora. When Zack drew near, Kaiser lightly swung a slash and counterattack. The two slashes instantly collided, creating a shocking impact. Kaiser rested a hand on his chin, his gaze thoughtful. Was that not it? As for Zack, he trembled in horror, thinking that sword strike is far too strong for such a casual swing. Kaiser shot forward with a cold smile. Who cares about your power? Without another word, he swung his sword and slashed straight into Zack's gigantic sword. Zack's whole body retreated as Kaiser said indifferently, "As long as I'm enjoying myself, that's enough. Let the two of us have a little fun fighting." After that, he unleashed continuous attacks. Zack's feet scraped hard across the floor. He was attacked until his whole body was drenched in sweat, and he clenched his teeth as he thought, I had expected his strength to some extent, but I never thought it would be to this degree. I never imagined the gap between us would be this huge. Right now, Zack was like a tiny ant, while Kaiser was like a giant looking down at him as delicious prey. The corners of his lips curled up. Is this what it means for becoming the Hero King, to be too difficult? But I still have a little strength left to fight to the end. The system announced, activating skill, critical strike. Activating skill, high-speed movement. Activating skill, blade. Activating Dragonkin skill, dragon dance. Zack's sword now surged with a violently roiling aura. Each slash came down powerfully, but none of them harmed Kaiser in the slightest. He still stood relaxed with his sword resting on his shoulder and laughed loudly, using the power of the Dragonkin without being one of the Dragonkin. At that moment, Zack had circled behind Kaiser and prepared to launch an attack. Kaiser glanced back, and the elemental sword principle too. This discovery shocked Zack. Without saying a word, he immediately unleashed a full-power attack. But Kaiser was not about to stand still. He swung his arm and counterattacked. The expressions on their faces were completely different. Zack gritted his teeth, desperately trying to withstand the recoil, while Kaiser's lips were always curved in a faint smile, as if this battle were nothing more than washing his hands. After some time passed, Zack suddenly woke up amid shattered rocks and debris. Zack sat up and saw Kaiser sitting in front of him. Kaiser spoke. "Weakling, you've finally awakened." He stood and kicked one foot up. "In any case, you have quite a few tricks, don't you? Saturn skills, dragonkin power, and even elemental force." Kaiser's eyes narrowed slightly. "What?" He moved closer to Zack, resting a hand on his chin as he muttered, A portion of your soul is intersecting with the spirit world." Zack was confused after hearing that. "What? The spirit world?" Kaiser continued. "It seems you have crossed the boundary of death many times in a human body, haven't you? So that is why you can use elemental force." Zack braced a hand against the ground, stood up, and said, "You keep talking about Saturn skills, the spirit world, and elemental force, but I don't understand any of it. Can you explain it in a way I can understand?" Hearing that, he glanced to the side, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Kaiser asked, "Don't you have a more important goal than those trifles?" Zack asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Kaiser pointed at him, his voice turning stern. "Don't play dumb, you ignorant brat. I'm talking about what you're trying to obtain." He gathered power in his fist and said, "My advanced sword skill technique. I'm talking about the high-level elemental sword principle. Elemental force, the pure natural force that creates all things: water, fire, earth, and wind." Kaiser raised the sword in his hand high, a powerful aura surging around him, and said, "The elemental sword is based on and expands from these four elements." He slashed downward, and a mighty water aura surged like a raging storm. Elemental sword, wind force chapter, storm sword. Kaiser smiled faintly. This is a technique that uses the wind element, the wind force chapter, and storm sword. The source of the elemental force used by the elemental sword is what you call R. After witnessing this splendid display, Zack froze. From the explanation to its power, it seemed more like magic than swordsmanship. Kaiser continued, "All right, now it's your turn." Looking at how powerful Kaiser was, Zack thought to himself, "Wait, elemental force comes from R? But I can't sense any trace of R from Kaiser at all. Is there some secret to the process of converting it into elemental force?" Zack stepped forward and asked, "Then what is the method for converting R into elemental force?" Kaiser's voice became a little hesitant. The sword in his hand flared with a blazing fire aura. Caught in an awkward position, he stammered, "Well, you just do it like this. How am I supposed to explain it?" Zack wondered in bewilderment. Why are all my teachers like this? Suddenly, the sword that had just been filled with fire aura now erupted with a fierce water aura, startling Zack. "It's not that it doesn't exist. You simply haven't sensed it yet," Kaiser said quietly. "You must focus all your senses to detect even a part of it. R is being used in the most extremely limited way possible." Zack raised his sword and said, "All right, I'll figure out myself then." Kaiser gave a faint smile. "You're getting cocky already. Don't cling only to what you can see." The image from earlier came flooding back. When Kaiser glanced at him, his voice was cold. "Even elemental force?" Kaiser had clearly called Zack's spirit body technique elemental force. The corner of Zack's mouth lifted slightly. "Then that means my spirit body technique must also use elemental force." Kaiser looked at the surging aura rising from Zack's sword and seemed somewhat surprised. Powerful currents of water aura surged over the sword. Spirit body technique, wind. Zack brought down an incredibly absurd slash. Kaiser fell backward and grumbled, "I told you to use elemental force." Elemental force. Where did you get that heretical technique that imitates the word spirit art? Zack clutched his head in confusion. The word spirit art? Kaiser analyzed calmly. Yes. The word spirit art is an authority exclusive to the dragon race. Dragon folk may be able to use it, but humans certainly cannot. Zack's face darkened as he listened to Kaiser continue. "Every time you use that power, you must suffer considerable weakness afterward, correct?" Kaiser went on, "Humans and dragons are fundamentally different from the very size of their souls. You may be capable of clumsily imitating it, but you will never be able to achieve the same effect. His expression twisted into a pained grimace. I don't know who created it, but this heretical technique is truly pathetic. What kind of shoddy imitation of the word spirit art is this? Then Kaiser lowered his voice again. All right, if you understand now, do it again. A thought appeared in Zack's mind. I've seen the word spirit art before. Old images came flooding back. When I absorbed Bahamut's heart at the resting place of the dragon slayers, I saw a message saying that I had learned the word spirit art, but that I couldn't use it. The system displayed dragon race skill, word spirit art. Words imbued with power. Locked. Administrator growth level insufficient. Zack raised a hand to cover his mouth and thought, if my spirit body technique is based on the word spirit art, then once my growth level is high enough to unlock the word spirit art, I'll be able to freely use the spirit body technique too. That's one more reason to grow faster. While he was lost in thought, Kaiser shouted, Do you need another blow to wake you up? Get up. Zack snapped back to his senses. Yes, sir. Continuous slashes were unleashed. Usually, advanced training takes far more time than the basics. Thanks to the heavenly bone body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and countless sparring matches, I was able to grasp the principles of the elemental sword. Just as magic is cast by transmitting mana through a magic formula, the principle of the elemental sword uses are as a medium to draw elemental force from the power of spirits. Once I understood its principle and capabilities, using the elemental sword was not all that difficult. After a while of training, Kaiser turned and walked away, praising him. At last, you look somewhat worth watching. He reminded him, the next stage will be even harder, so rest for today. Zack obeyed. Understood, master. Zack swung his sword and drove it firmly into the ground, then said, May I ask a few questions while we rest? Kaiser, who was now casually lying atop his own aura, replied, Ask whatever you want. Zack smiled faintly to himself. Now that I've learned, I know that the thing floating there is elemental force too. Zack's voice turned serious. When we first met, you saw me using light aura and call me Saturn's disciple, right? What did that mean? Kaiser answered indifferently. Light aura? All right, that's what it was called, wasn't it? Just as the name suggests. Saturn said humans couldn't use the elemental sword, so he created his own technique. You used that technique, which is why I said that. Kaiser seemed resentful as he cursed. He only passed down his own technique and pushed mine aside. Damn, that's Saturn Draker. Hearing that, Zack was somewhat confused. Saturn Draker. Saturn, the Hero King's closest ally, the knight of the nobility. Zack quickly realized it. The person who created the light aura cultivation method was a member of the Draker family. A thought appeared in Zack's mind. Don't tell me the founder of the Draker family wasn't Tarakan, but an ancient man named Saturn? Why does no one know about this? Thinking that, Zack asked another question. I see. Then what exactly is the spirit world where the spirits dwell? I can sense the power of spirits after learning about the elemental sword, but I still don't fully understand the concept. Kaiser waved his hand, and a line of energy slashed across the ground. Zack was immediately pulled inside, filled with astonishment. Elemental sword, Wind Force chapter. So it can be used like this. Kaiser's voice came from within. Technically they're different, but you can understand the spirit world as something like the afterlife, and the phenomenal world as this living world. Once you abandon your physical body in the phenomenal world and enter the spirit world, you cannot return. It is like being blocked by a wall and being unable to cross the boundary. Zack was puzzled. But earlier, Master, you said that part of my soul was connected to the spirit world. And besides, Master, you are standing before me in a soul state. Kaiser snapped his fingers. A vortex appeared, and Kaiser continued. I've never seen anyone like you before either, but there are a few tricks that allow one to cross the boundary. He explained, in my case, I received help from a dragon. Zack stepped inside. A dragon. But then Zack exclaimed in astonishment, a dragon. Kaiser glanced at him and asked, yes. Is there a problem? Zack stammered. Well, the dragon race doesn't help humans, does it? Kaiser looked confused. What are you talking about? Kaiser raised his head and said, No creature cherishes humans more than dragons. Hearing that, Zack couldn't help but feel bewildered. What the hell? The dragon race cares about humanity? Monsters like the evil dragon Bahamut, who try to destroy the world. Zack held his face, his expression filled with uncertainty. So in ancient times, the relationship between humans and dragons was different? What the hell is going on? Kaiser stepped down below. I still need to explain more. Kaiser reached out and touched Zack's chest. A magic circle appeared as Kaiser spoke in a low voice. Why, you yourself are living proof, aren't you? Your heart, and the tooth you made into your sword. Kaiser smiled brightly. Wasn't it Bahamut himself who gave it to you? He's quite ill-natured, but a thought appeared in Zack's mind. He also has an easygoing side. He cannot refuse sincere requests. It seemed that Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut had been quite close. After thinking that, Zack scratched his head and gave a foolish smile. Yes, he said my family was admirable for serving Lord Bahamut for generations and gifted it to me. It seems I misunderstood. Kaiser laughed loudly, still utterly loyal to himself. Is he? I see. You must have had a hard time dealing with that hot-tempered bastard. He clashed with Kronos a great deal because of that prickly personality. Hearing that, Zack's expression became serious and his gaze sharpened. Wait, don't tell me Kronos is also the name of a dragon. His voice dropped. You mean Lord Kronos, the name of the kingdom, is... Zack recalled. I heard a lot from Lord Bahamut. So the kingdom was named after Lord Kronos? Kaiser answered softly. Yes. I was his contractor. When I was having trouble naming the kingdom, he was just sitting there relaxing and sipping tea. So I named it after him. Zack laughed awkwardly. A dragon drinking tea? Is that the famous shape-shifting phenomenon? Kaiser said calmly. Kronos wasn't surprised at all, as if he had expected it. In truth, I simply wanted his name to be passed down through the generations. Zack exclaimed, that stubbornly? Time turned back thousands of years to the era in which he lived. Humans and the dragon race lived together in harmony. But if the powerful dragon race helped humanity without any limits, the balance of the world would collapse. The phenomenal world itself might have been endangered, so they suppressed their power and helped humanity by transforming into humans and forming contracts with them. Humans who had contracts with the dragon race, like Kaiser, were called contractors. Zack propped his chin on his hand and thought, the reason ancient relics are so valuable is because they were created with the help of the dragon race. But why did dragons and humans become distant later? Kaiser waved his hand and spoke, interrupting Zack's thoughts. I've been waiting for you, so long my neck's about to stretch. Hearing that, Zack glanced toward him and thought, I should take some time to read through the historical records. Zack slowly walked over and said, You waited 2,000 years for a successor. This much is hardly anything. Hearing him say that, Kaiser grumbled helplessly. Honestly, what a cheeky disciple. Let's see how long you can keep that cocky attitude. Kaiser stepped down. The final stage of advanced training is... His eyes sharpened and began to shine brightly. To me, it is only this. But if that's all, it would be no different from before. The corner of Zack's mouth lifted slightly. The atmosphere has changed. Kaiser continued, so I will add one more rule. He slammed his hand down powerfully and declared, From now on, you will not sleep, eat, or drink. The match will continue until I say it stops. Kaiser added, And you may only use the elemental sword just like me. Zack asked, What if I break the rules? Zack's eyes widened. Flames erupted fiercely. Elemental sword, Fire Force chapter, Fire Dance. At that moment, Kaiser had already rushed into attack, smiling faintly. Break the rules. Kaiser's eyes sharpened. If you think you have any lives left to spare, go ahead and try. The elemental sword was divided into 4 chapters, corresponding to each element. First was the one based on the fire element. The 2 of them quickly plunged into battle. The chapter of fire. Flames erupted violently. It released intense heat and fire, carrying overwhelming destructive power. They rushed in like monsters, tearing into Zack's body. His eyes opened wide, blood vessels standing out in them. Next, a long, deep line appeared in the ground. The chapter of Earth, based on the Earth element. Kaiser swung his sword from above and leapt down to attack. He brought down a tremendously powerful slash toward Zack below. It specialized in suppression and crushing pressure through the manipulation of density and weight. Zack quickly managed to block that mighty attack. He swung his sword and knocked away Kaiser's heavy pressure. Then, suddenly, a streak of light flashed across above Zack's head, the one based on the wind element. At that moment, Kaiser was swinging out slashes that formed a net above him. They descended like a cage, surrounding Zack. It was weaker than the chapter of fire in terms of pure power, but it was extremely flexible, useful for rapid attacks, high-speed movement, and cutting through the air. Finally, the one based on the water element. The chapter of water. Attack and defense, even suppression and support. It possessed balanced power that was fluid and adaptable, just like water. The attack was too powerful for Zack to defend against in time, and blood spilled everywhere. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. What the hell is this?" Kaiser's eyes were dark. I should be superior in both power and scale. A question arose. Why was there such a huge gap? Old memories came flooding back. Zack let out an interested "oh." A sword came down on his head, sending sparkling tears flying. A loud shout rang out. "Master, what now?" Kaiser scolded him lightly. "You blockhead. That is the power of a waterfall, not water." Zack looked up and asked, "Isn't it enough to manifest the element?" Kaiser stepped down and continued. "The other chapters work when you release the element and swing hard, and the power follows. But how many times have I told you? The chapter of water is about gentleness." He gave Zack no chance to rest. Softness overcomes hardness. You still don't understand. Again, Zack cursed inwardly, "Damn it. Softness overcomes hardness? What nonsense is that?" I surrendered because I didn't have the power to resist. I lost things because I didn't have the power to protect them. To survive, to keep my faith, to protect what was precious, I pursued only power my entire life. And now, softness overcomes hardness? There is no way I can understand words like that. A powerful wave of water aura rushed toward him, dragging him directly back to reality. At that moment, Kaiser had swung his sword and was attacking right in front of Zack's face. Zack thought, "Did I just lose focus in the middle of sparring?" Zack sprang upward, escaping Kaiser's control. Power surged, and Zack brought down an attack. When it was over, his entire body trembled with exhaustion. After 15 days, I stopped counting. The image of Kaiser and his fierce eyes flooded back. It has been at least a month since this insane training began. No food, no drink, no sleep, no rest, only endless sparring. Zack glanced toward Kaiser in the present. Thanks to that, I realized one thing. Infinite stamina is not omnipotent before a monster capable of overpowering even that ability. Suddenly, Kaiser rushed in once more. Without showing any fatigue, he unleashed a powerful water aura attack toward Zack. Zack could only stand there and take it, cursing inwardly, "Damn it. I can't even lift my arm anymore." Zack's foot stepped on the ground, but the ground was slippery too. His whole body was now battered and torn like a beggar's. Suddenly, an explosion erupted violently like a bomb going off on the battlefield. That wave of water scattered upward, twisting around the two of them like a snake. The corner of Zack's mouth rose, but I managed to deflect that heavy blow. Softness overcomes hardness. Sparkling droplets of water clung to Zack's wounded face. Now I understand. His trembling hand gripped his sword. From his strength to hold the sword, to the strength to stand firm with his feet dragging across the ground. Zack tossed his sword upward. Once I threw everything away, I finally understood what Kaiser meant. Chains appeared. The way I trained, controlling the path of my sword and my sword techniques, had actually been restricting my freedom of movement. Cut away the unnecessary chains. From top to bottom, like flowing water, let it find its own path. This was something I had felt in my previous life, when the boundary between myself and the sword blurred. The feeling of unity between person and sword. The wave of water surged high, sometimes violent. Droplets of water scattered through the air, at times graceful. Both of them wore faint smiles. Kaiser flicked his sword upward and unleashed another water breath. Zack drove his sword hard into the ground. He knew Zack had also grasped the rules of the game, and a smile remained at the corner of his mouth. Both their gazes were cold, flashing with electric intensity. Elemental sword. The two swords crossed, forming a radiant cross in the air. Chapter of water, horizon slash. The collision sent a massive tremor through the space around the tower. A blinding light flared and spread throughout the area. The corner of Kaiser's mouth lifted slightly, as if satisfied. He spoke in praise. Excellent, successor to my battle of the past, Zack Draker. Time passed, and the light slowly opened up. A question surfaced in Zack's subconscious. Was I unconscious? Zack lay on the ground, clutching his head. This is the second time. His previous memories rushed back. The first time was during the fight against Duke. The system window had displayed skill used beyond limits. Fatigue. For the user's safety, consciousness will be forcibly suspended temporarily. His thoughts surfaced, but back then, I overused the dragon art, and the system forced me into unconsciousness. This is the first time since my regression that I've passed out purely because of my physical limits. He sat up, turned his head, and called Kaiser, but there was no one there. Only the stone block stood in that place. Zack concluded. He must have returned to the spirit world. He turned his head and looked around. Then what about the quest? I think I applied the power of water pretty well at the end. Suddenly, the system window appeared, notification boxes racing by one after another without stopping. The information displayed. Linked quest complete. Additional bonus time has been added to the reward. Reading it, Zack cried out in delight. After going through that hell, of course I succeeded. The system announced, quest reward, Tear of the Fairy King, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. Achievement quest complete. Additional bonus time has been added to the reward. Quest reward, System Administrator rank upgrade, 500 karma points, and 3 random items. System Authority upgraded to Intermediate Administrator. New system functions unlocked. Beginner Quest Book upgraded to Intermediate Quest Book. Quick Equipment slot enabled. Minimap Teleportation Gate function enabled. The Administrator's soul has matured. Soul growth has partially unlocked Bahamut's heart. Current seal level, 90%. Intermediate Administrator status window. Name, Zack Draker. Class, Immortal, unique rank. Title, One blessed by the ancient dragon, heir of Tarakan Draker. Authority, Dragonkin Domination Authority. Constitution, Heavenly Bone Body. Immune to all poisons. System functions. Inventory, 100 slots. Minimap Teleportation Gate. Intermediate Quest Book. Class skills. Self-healing. Indomitable mental defense. Endless stamina. Combat sense. Martial Strike. Rank A proficient. Elemental Sword. Rank S beginner. Counter Spiritual Energy. Rank A beginner. He praised it with interest. That's quite a lot. Just checking all of this is a job in itself. The notification window displayed. Soul growth has partially unlocked Bahamut's heart. Zack rested his hand against his chin and pondered. First, check the seal level. The stat displayed. Seal level. His thoughts surfaced. It was 95% after I absorbed the heart. The notification displayed. The Administrator's constitution has changed to Heavenly Bone Body. Power exceeding the Administrator's capacity has been detected. 95% of the power has been compressed and sealed. Criteria met to access Tarakan Draker's secure archive. After reading it, Zack thought, back then, I tried to open the seal immediately, but the previous image returned. It had been locked by the system. The system announced, request denied. Risk of physical and mental damage from power exceeding the Administrator's capacity. He covered his face and rubbed his forehead as he pondered. Of course, I know very well from experience what power beyond one's capacity is like. Right now, it seems I can withstand 10%. Even Dragon Tongue, which can't be unlocked with karma points, and Dragonkin Domination Authority are probably connected to the seal level. Thinking that, Zack said, I'll keep an eye on it for now. Next, the random items. The system continued its announcement. Quest reward. System Administrator rank upgrade. 500 karma points and 3 random items. Information displayed. Shoes made from strong but light meteorite iron. Unique ability, none. Special note. Set enhancement activates when the full meteorite iron equipment set is worn. Greaves information. Greaves made from strong but light meteorite iron. Unique ability, none. Special note. Set enhancement activates when the full meteorite iron equipment set is worn. Earring information. An earring delicately carved from crystal. Unique ability. Increases the wearer's spiritual energy recovery speed by 15%. Special note. Goes well with a red dress. He picked up the earring and smiled excitedly. If I sell this to a mage, I'll make a fortune. Remembering the items he had obtained before, he was pleased. On top of that, I now have shoes and greaves to match the gauntlets. I'm almost at a full set. Zack turned his head to the side, and then a golden system screen with mysterious boxes appeared. He concluded, random skill cards. As the name suggests, there must be skills inside these. The notification window displayed, opening random skill cards. The cards shot upward, releasing sparkling rays of light like stars. Electrification, rank C, has been registered as a skill. Skill, electrification, generates electricity to shock a touch target. Flash bomb, rank C, skill, flash bomb, fires compressed energy upward, creating an explosion that releases blinding light and obstructs vision. Sound break, rank C, skill, sound break, emits an unpleasant sound that disrupts the opponent's hearing. Seeing that, he was a little bewildered. They're all rank C. If they gave high-rank skills away for free, then all my suffering would be meaningless. The notification displayed, activating skill, electrification. Zack picked up a knife that was emitting brilliant electric sparks. Then he looked back at his hand and chuckled. This is rank C? Zack glanced at the knife and praised it. Its power is pretty good for its rank, and I can use it in a lot of ways. He thought, if I combine Flash Bomb and Sound Break, I can expect an effect even better than the artifact I used in the promotion exam. Thinking that, he tapped the screen repeatedly. Also, the authority upgrade said unlocked new system functions. There it is. The system announced, quick equipment slot. You can use equipment in the slot like a skill. Zack covered his mouth and pondered. Use equipment like a skill? That could be useful in a crisis. His hand kept swiping across the screen. Since I have endless stamina and self-healing, I should use these slots for things other than elixirs. His gaze stopped. No, wait. Even a skill called perfect has weaknesses. There's no guarantee I won't meet someone like Kaiser again, someone I can't deal with even with endless stamina. I also don't know the true limits of self-healing. There's always a what-if scenario. Thinking that, Zack reached out and pressed the screen again. The notification displayed. 1 rank, a healing elixir has been purchased. Current karma points, 1465. High-grade healing elixir registered to the quick equipment slot. Instantly treats severe wounds and restores stamina. Special note, due to its outstanding performance, it will not affect the same target a second time, and it has unidentified effects. He said, it's an unexpected expense, but if it's at this level, it's worth it. It should be able to substitute for endless stamina or self-healing. Zack held the elixir bottle in his hand. And now, the most important reward. He exclaimed, Tear of the Fairy King. The information window displayed, Tear of the Fairy King. A tear shed when the hero King Kaiser fell to the scheme of an evil sorcerer. By using this tear as a medium, the Fairy King can be summoned once from the spirit world. Reading that, Zack immediately froze. Summon the Fairy King? He looked at the bottle and pondered. According to legend, the Fairy King grants wishes to mankind. If all the myths about Kaiser are true, can I summon the Fairy King and receive a wish? But there's only one chance. Zack's gaze returned to the information window on the screen. I can't test this carelessly. He raised the bottle and stared into it carefully. After pondering for a while, Zack put it away. I'll keep it for now. Then he leisurely walked outside. There will definitely come a time when I need to use it. When he stepped through the door, a new scene appeared. A magic circle on the ground lit up, surging upward and surrounding Zack. He turned his head and observed his surroundings. This place, the adventurer's outpost. I really teleported. Around Zack were old, worn houses. He leapt over the fence and went outside, thinking the new system teleportation gate function really is convenient. The system displayed. Would you like to use the system teleportation gate function? Please select a destination. Current location, Kingdom of Arath, 8th Adventurer's Outpost. Zack concluded, I just need to select a location on the minimap, and I can go there immediately. Kaiser's Sanctuary, required points, 150. Required points, 0. He observed it. Aside from requiring more points for longer distances, there aren't any restrictions. Zack looked up at the map screen. If I have enough points, I could even move between continents. It's not just convenient. It can even shake off people trying to track me. He rested his hand against his chin and pondered. This will help with my future plans. Then Zack noticed something unusual. Flowers were blooming on the tree trunks as if spring had arrived, making him suspicious. Flowers in the middle of winter? Zack's gaze swept over the surroundings. Don't tell me. No way. The scene shifted to Valhalla, the top knight training academy of the Central Continent. In the Great Hall, a loud voice rang out. Good heavens! In my 10 years as headmaster, I have never encountered a case like this. A hand was carefully holding shears and trimming a tree. The man continued working as he spoke. A new student appearing 1 month after the entrance ceremony. Zack stood there, crying inwardly. I had no idea I would be trapped there for 4 months, sir. His previous memory rushed back. The instructor who gave him the letter of recommendation had said that failure to attend the entrance ceremony could result in admission being denied at the headmaster's discretion. His expression grew tense. Waiting until next year would be too late. I need access to Tarek and Draker's secure archive. I have to persuade the headmaster no matter what. Thinking that, Zack bowed respectfully. Headmaster, the truth is that I fell into a trance while training on my own to make up for my shortcomings, and I lost consciousness for a long period. The man placed the shears down on the table. He turned around and spoke coldly. A trance. His gaze sharpened. That is the excuse you came up with after missing the entrance ceremony? This was Valhalla's headmaster, Frobert Boxer. Frobert Boxer, the longest-serving former captain of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of TB, was a knight respected across the continent. The story of Arthur Draker, the current family head, personally visiting him 3 times to invite him to take the position of headmaster was still famous. Zack thought, he respects honor and principles. Showing emotion will backfire. Zack bowed his head and explained, I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, even if I had 100 mouths to speak with. But it is the truth, headmaster. After hearing that, Frobert fell silent, seeming thoughtful. Then he said, achieving a trance is no easy matter. If you were any other student, I would have accused you of insolence for spouting nonsense. But you are a student recommended by the Academy's master. I will arrange a place for you. Hearing that, Zack was startled and somewhat surprised. Frobert continued, if I judge that your training was more valuable than 1 month at Valhalla, I will permit your admission. In his mind, the man was smiling wickedly. Even if it irritates me that damned Howarth paved the way for me, now is not the time to be picky. Zack replied joyfully, thank you, headmaster. Frobert pressed the bell beneath his desk. Immediately, someone opened the door and entered, saying, yes, headmaster. He said, I will secure an empty training room at once. Inform the professors of each department to gather immediately for a supplementary admission evaluation. The person answered, yes, sir. The scene shifted to a private training room at Valhalla Academy. Zack's eyes were extremely tense. This really is Valhalla. He observed his surroundings. Every professor here was a famous knight who had appeared in the Continental papers at least once. Frobert's voice rang out. Everyone is present. He spoke in a low voice. Show us the results of the training you claim to have undergone. All the professors' gazes focused on Zack. He drew his sword and thought, what should I show them? He made a firm decision. I can't show them elemental sword here. At that moment, an incredibly gloomy pressure radiated from the professor's side, causing Zack to waver slightly. What terrifying pressure! Before my eyes are the people who train the strongest knights on the continent. They won't be impressed by an ordinary technique. Then, the corner of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. A light flared around Zack. I suppose I should take this a little seriously. Zack raised his sword with both hands. His aura surged up in waves. His power made the professors exclaim in admiration. One professor quickly recognized it. Isn't that light aura? Zack's entire body was now overflowing with aura. They began to murmur noisily. At only 15, he has already reached the level of a Blue Knight. Wasn't the previous record set by the youngest ever, Knight Aben at 19? It is no exaggeration that people call him the Golden Awakener. His gaze turned toward the source of the whispers. I forgot. He recalled what Kaiser had once said. What do I think of that light aura? A petty trick that weaklings like to use. Zack thought, after spending months fighting Kaiser alone, I forgot that I need to control my light aura. Looking at the professor's shock, he pondered. Good thing something saved me. The corner of his mouth curved inwardly. It seems they think I'm at blue level. Before I met Kaiser, my light aura really was on par with the Blue Knights. But after learning techniques like the water force field and elemental sword, my light aura long ago surpassed that limit, reaching a level above red. The decisive difference between a red knight and a blue knight is poor light aura control. A blue knight can summon and maintain it, but a high-level red knight can shape and alter the blade at will while maintaining the destructive power contained within it. Zack remained lost in thought. Light aura sword. I'm glad they stopped when they did. Otherwise, I'd be even more exhausted than this. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out and pulled him back to reality. Splendid. Frobert walked over and praised him. It is truly an unparalleled achievement. Even if you had spent an entire month at Valhalla, if that was the precious revelation you gained, then I would not mind waiting several more months. No, even several more years. Zack was startled. It feels like he has become a completely different person. He bowed respectfully. No, Headmaster. Once again, I sincerely apologize for my absence from the entrance ceremony. The man chuckled. Do not worry. Then Frobert turned around and asked, and what do the rest of you think? Does anyone still object to Zack joining? It seemed he was always generous toward talent. The professors answered without hesitation, no objections. Light aura that clear is rare, even among knights today. Agreed. I do not think any further testing is necessary. After hearing their answers, he turned back. Then it is settled. Frobert's voice was warm. Welcome to the Academy, Zack Draker. The scene shifted to Atlas, the central region. A great kingdom, a city-level power located in the middle of the central region. Valhalla, the continent's finest knight training institute, and the Draker clan city of Four Seasons were both located there. Among them, the city of Four Seasons was where the main branch of the Draker clan and its core members resided, a place known by the nickname of the Draker clan's true fortress. A footstep forward. Zack looked up and let out a word of praise. Pretty impressive. At that moment, at Zack's private estate in Atlas, he raised his hand, opened the door, and sighed. This estate is way too big, even for someone with a black card. When the door opened, two people inside were standing there looking out. The moment Zack stepped in, fireworks burst overhead along with cheers. Congratulations on successfully joining Valhalla. Clowns appeared and spoke in cheerful voices. Zack froze. Master, Teacher Andre is here too. Duke patted Zack's shoulder with loud thumps and praised him. My disciple is quite something. This is the first time I've seen someone dare to skip the initiation ceremony at Valhalla. He waved his hand behind him. Now that the star of the show is back, shall we start the party? Zack looked rather confused. What? As soon as he returned to the Atlas Villa, Duke and Andre had already prepared a surprise party to celebrate his successful admission. I wonder which academic staff member is working here in Atlas. Duke received a summons from the main house and returned to the city of Four Seasons. He's been managing the villa for a month without even asking me. And Andre spoke up. I have decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. I'm sorry, but I also needed permission. Zach guessed that Andre had probably followed him here. After that, the two of them simply burst into lively laughter. Zach was utterly bewildered and angrily cursed inwardly. Why do you people keep deciding everything without asking me, the owner of this house? Some time later, the party had finally ended. Beer and liquor bottles were scattered all over the floor. After drinking themselves drunk, the two had collapsed right where they were. Night had also fallen over the entire estate. At a certain restaurant, loud laughter and chatter rang out. A hand wearing a black glove held out a coin and ordered, "1 dark beer. Thank you." Suddenly, the server became extremely startled. The person added, "And I'd like to meet Kay." A moment later, everyone present stood up, knives in hand, and approached. The corners of the masked man's lips curved into a cold smile, and a chilling voice rang out. "What? Want to try?" Someone quickly recognized that he was from the Draker family. They immediately returned to normal, and no one tried to attack anymore. The server was so frightened that he stammered, "Please forgive me. I should have stopped him." As he finished speaking, he picked up a bottle of alcohol. He bowed respectfully. "I will escort you to the branch manager immediately." That person was none other than Zach. As he walked down the corridor, he observed his surroundings and thought to himself, a secret door protected by magic. Before my regression, if one were to name the top intelligence organizations on this continent, there were two: the Draker family and the intelligence agency of the Zom Empire. However, there was another organization that was less famous, the Syndicate. At first, it was merely a gathering of smugglers, but a low-ranking member named Kay developed a communication network based on the routes used by those smugglers. Before my regression, at this point in time, I should have been expelled from the academy and joined the Meccan gang. I struggled to survive and became an assassin for the organization. Afterward, Kay, who was then a branch manager, approached me and requested that I wipe out an important transport route. Using the route that had been cleared, Kay expanded those branches and turned the Syndicate into an intelligence organization on par with the family and the intelligence agency. With Kay's vision and skill, she eventually succeeded in taking the Syndicate for herself after the Empire had taken everything from me. A person with half their face covered handed over a piece of paper and demanded, "Take this. This is information about the creation the king is searching for." A soft warning followed. "Be careful. It won't be easy." The person who actively helped me get revenge the most was none other than Kay. Although her main goal was still to use me to expand the Syndicate, without Kay, I never would have been able to obtain that creation, or at least I never would have gotten this far. Having information means having power. Just like Abin attending the blessing ceremony, the future can be changed by even the smallest moments. At that moment, the server raised his hand and knocked on the door of a room. Zach slowly entered, still thinking to himself, "Her abilities are truly outstanding. If I can maintain a good relationship after this exchange, Kay will be a powerful source of support in the future." In the spacious room, someone was sitting at a desk facing outward. That person held up a match, struck it, and a flame flared to life. Zach pulled out a chair and sat down. "Your tastes are still the same." The woman raised the match to her mouth and lit a cigarette. The lights also turned on, and a soft voice rang out. "So, why is the prodigy of House Draker come looking for me like this?" Kay rubbed her head in puzzlement. Zach seemed rather impatient. "Don't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point." He stated his request. "I want to make a deal with the Syndicate." Hearing that, she merely gave a cold smile. Kay turned around and said, "A pure-blood awakened genius, full of potential and nobility, from House Draker. At just 15 years old, you reach the realm of a Blue Knight. Why would you want to cooperate with criminals like the Syndicate?" Zach's eyes were filled with caution. It looks like she already knows what happened at Valhalla today. She really is quick when it comes to gathering information. He reached inside and rummaged for something as he judged. Judging by the way she's acting with that uninterested expression, she probably has no interest. Zach's hand slammed down on the desk, drawing her attention. Still, you should at least look at the merchandise, shouldn't you? A pair of earrings appeared, and Kay asked, "A recommendation?" Zack said, "This isn't ordinary merchandise. It's a treasure. Try putting it on. You'll be surprised." Kay agreed and put them on. Electric sparks began to rise around her entire body, and she asked, "It increases mana recovery speed?" Kay grumbled, "A cheap item like this." The cigarette in her mouth fell to the floor. But then Kay suddenly became extremely intrigued. What the hell is this? The recovery effect isn't 10%, but a full 15%. She thought of the accessories she had seen before and compared them. Current treasures only increase it by about 1%. Even the highest only reaches 3%. Yet this is 5 times that. If this item had ever appeared before, how could I not know about it? He must have a private trading channel, or he excavated it himself. Kay's gaze turned toward Zack. "This kid," seeing that there had been some progress, Zack asked, "Are you interested in the deal now? What in the world is going on?" Kay explained, "You only need to use the personal information I attached to create a new account, and it's done." She instructed him, "I register myself as the representative. You can receive the goods simply by going to the bank in Northern Atlas." Inwardly, Kay thought, "The moment I saw those earrings, I guessed it. In the end, this is still a commission to protect unknown relics, isn't it?" As she examined the documents, she pondered, "The commission fee is 10% per item. If the total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, there will be an additional bonus. This is indeed the highest price we set for a transaction. He even knows that I'm a mage. This guy must have an intelligence network that is far from ordinary. I need to pay close attention to him." Kate gathered the documents and spoke. "The contract has been established." With that, she stood up and smiled brightly. "From now on, I'm counting on you." Zack pointed upward and gave a faint smile. "Same to you. There's something I'm a little curious about." His voice turned serious. "Is your ghost ship still doing well?" Hearing that question made Kay freeze for a moment. Other guards began appearing around them. She said coldly, "Where did you hear about that?" Seeing that things were growing tense, Zack spread both arms and laughed calmly. "I only asked, why are you getting so worked up?" Then Zack lowered his voice. "Your intimidation isn't bad, but do you think that's enough to bring me down?" A burst of fiery breath erupted violently. Kay had been struck in a sore spot, and her expression twisted terribly as her whole body trembled. After an explosion, Zack had completely vanished, leaving the guards utterly stunned. Kate clenched her teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, but I don't have enough information." Zack Draker, the youngest Blue Knight? No, that's completely wrong. Whether it's the entire Atlas branch or even the whole syndicate, Zack appeared and asked, "Should we change seats?" "Partner, this guy can't be underestimated." The scene shifted to the office of the syndicate branch commander in Atlas. Zack held a piece of paper in his hand and said, "An oath, huh? This really is very mage-like." An oath was the method mages commonly used to establish contracts and guarantee each other's safety. As long as one used blood as ink and signed one's name, it was complete. It was simple, but its power was boundless. When the contract was activated, the other party's signature would be engraved on one's arm. If one side harmed the other, both would lose their lives. And if the betrayal was indirect, such as hiring someone to assassinate the other, the signature would disappear only from the betrayer's arm, and a curse of non-killing would descend on them, putting them at a disadvantage. Kay spoke. "If you understand clearly, that's good. Hurry up and sign. I need something to guarantee my own safety too. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll want to kill me." Zack used the pen tip to cut his hand, drew blood, and swore the oath with a faint smile. "You're absolutely right." His hand quickly moved the pen and signed the paper. A magic circle appeared, and Zack judged, "If this can earn your trust, I'll sign as many contracts as you want." Threads of mana and the signatures shone above them, and the mark was instantly engraved on Zack's arm. He turned and left. "Now I'm officially your partner." Zack lay back in his chair and asked, "Then shall we continue with what we were discussing earlier? The thing you're transporting with your ghost ship is the Mechangang Soma, isn't it?" Kay seemed rather displeased as she rubbed her messy hair. She sighed. I don't know where you got information about my ship. But that's right. I'm distributing the Meccan gang Soma. Soma was a kind of magical drug whose cultivation and use were banned in most kingdoms. But in the southern continent, which had become a lawless land after the kingdom collapsed due to civil war, it was an enormous source of profit. Zack sat up and asked, "It's because of the newly issued assassination order from the Transcendent House Ista, isn't it?" Kay raised the cigarette to her mouth and answered, "That's right. Even the Meccan gang wouldn't be foolish enough to touch a transcendent family. The only land route connecting the central continent and the southern continent is the desert region controlled by the Transcendent House Ista. But a few years ago, Ista suddenly closed the border, forbidding everyone from entering or leaving. As a result, the connection with the south was completely cut off." She picked up a match and continued. "The land route was blocked, and the sea route had already been controlled by the Pavella gang, so you had no choice but to use the syndicate's transport route. After all, you offered high price. To us, you are an important client. The Meccan gang and the Pavella gang, the two major criminal organizations dividing and ruling the lawless South, used the central continent's jungle as their boundary. The North belonged to the Meccan gang, and the South belonged to the Pavella gang. The Meccan gang had the advantage of transporting Soma by land, but because they monopolized that passage, the Pavella gang had no choice but to switch to the sea. Then, when Ista closed the border, the Meccan gang lost its land route and hurriedly sought out a sea route. But by then, the Pavella gang had already taken control of all of it. Kay still seemed somewhat curious. "But hey, how do you know about my ghost ship?" The syndicate's ghost ship was Kay's creation, covering the entire vessel in invisible steel. Thanks to that, it evaded detection by pirates and navies, becoming an important source of funding for the syndicate. It was so secret that it had never been exposed to the outside world. The corners of Zack's lips lifted slightly. "Of course I can't tell her that she herself revealed it in my previous life." Zack asked, "An intelligence broker is asking for my source." His declaration made Kay freeze. Now isn't the time to talk about that. Shouldn't you be focusing on the Pavella gang's proposal first? Kay seemed to remember something and turned around. "That's right. Recently, the Pavella gang contacted me. They promised to pay double if I stopped trading with the Meccan gang. The higher-ups are still considering it." Zack said bluntly, "Refuse." He stood and walked toward her. "The syndicate has concluded that it's merely a scheme by the Pavella gang to restrain the Meccan gang. If you yield, the Meccan gang will lose its Soma smuggling route." Zack's voice grew serious. "But what if the Pavella gang is actually the same group of pirates once swept away by the White Knight?" Kay slammed the table and shouted, "Impossible! The Pavella gang are people who respect rules. They're completely different from those bloodthirsty pirates." Zack shrugged. "That's just the facade they created for outsiders to see." Zack's face was serious. "The Pavella gang's true goal is to seize the only secret sea route they haven't found yet, the syndicate's route." He analyzed. "Unlike the Meccan gang, who would keep the ship in order to profit from it over the long term, if the Pavella gang learned the true identity of the ghost ship, they would definitely attack and seize it immediately. But the Pavella gang and the Southern Pirates are considered two separate forces." "How do you?" Zack slammed his hand hard on the table. "Hey, Kay, before that, shouldn't you pay me for the information I've provided? What I want is very simple." Zack smiled sinisterly. "Connect me with the boss of the Meccan gang, Don Don." He declared, "If you can do that, I'll help you dominate the syndicate." The scene shifted to night, having fallen over the entire city. Zack, wearing a tightly wrapped cloak, was quietly walking. Inwardly, he thought, even though Kay has a powerful source of information, it still isn't enough. Before my regression, the fastest way to take over the syndicate's intelligence network was to pacify the entire southern continent. Just wait, Don Don, you chain-smoking smoker with cigarette butts crushed underfoot. The small flame I have just lit, Kay sat in contemplation while smoking, will soon become a hellfire that burns your empire to ashes. The scene shifted to the next morning at Valhalla's night training facility. Zack remarked, The atmosphere here really is much freer than places like training camps or academies. He turned his head and thought. The headmaster said that if I waited a little, someone would come guide me to the meeting. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Oh my! Someone from the academy appeared and asked, Are you Zach, the person the headmaster mentioned? Diego raised his fist, a bright smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as though he wanted to get acquainted. But in contrast to his friendliness, Zach looked at him with a seemingly contemptuous gaze. Diego placed a hand on Zach's shoulder and winked teasingly. Our boy Zach here must still have that academy stiffness in him, huh? Zach coldly brushed his hand away and said, You're the person the headmaster assigned as my guide, right? Diego asked in confusion. A guide chosen by the headmaster? Then he bent down and asked playfully, Why does your voice sound so tense? Diego snapped his fingers teasingly. Don't bristle up like a hedgehog. Calm down. Let's keep it peaceful. I've been assigned the mission of showing you every little corner of Valhalla. Zach grumbled inwardly in irritation. He doesn't stop talking for even a second. Diego continued. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Diego. Hearing that, Zach's eyes widened in surprise. Diego stuck out his pierced tongue and introduced himself. A creator of a new style of music that combines medieval melodies with traditional Southern rhythms. That's me, Diego Villa. I look forward to your support, bro. But Zach abruptly turned his head away and answered flatly, Looking forward to working with you, Diego. Diego asked in confusion. The mood has softened, right, bro, Zach? Zach replied, That's just what you think. Inwardly, he thought, Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. I never expected to meet a talent who would later be known as one of the Five-Star Knights. The Five-Star Knights was a title given to male knights who achieved great merits in the Continental War before Zach's regression. Mischief Knight Bishop Castic, Arena Knight Jeffrey Solmath, Illusion Knight Aster Eladipo, Lightning Knight Rena Draker, and Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Zach looked at Diego and judged. Now that I think of it, wasn't there a rumor that all of the Five-Star Knights came from Valhalla? I need to verify whether that rumor is true. If everything goes smoothly, I may be able to expand my influence here sooner. Diego slung an arm over Zach's shoulders and pulled him along. Walking around is tiring. Want to try Southern food, bro? Zach said. I don't have any good memories of that food. Diego continued. That's just because you haven't found the right place, bro. Here, though, the scene shifted to a dining table. At that moment, Zach was holding up a sandwich and chewing it. Then he praised it. It's absolutely delicious. Diego was excited. Of course it is, bro. The dishes were arranged beautifully and exquisitely. Diego introduced them. This is Dragon Shark cuisine, a specialty you can only find in Valhalla. Even someone of Southern origin like me has to admit it's top tier. Yeah, I have to admit it's delicious. It's even better than the local dishes. Hearing that, Zeke grew curious. Have you been to the Southern continent before? He replied, I was just saying that. After that, the two continued eating, drinking, and chatting. Once they were done, Zeke asked further, By the way, if you're of Southern origin, why did you come all the way to Valhalla? Diego lowered his head and stirred his cup of water as he answered. It's a long story, but my parents were once the rulers of a small kingdom in the south. Hearing him say that, Zeke wondered, a rhythm knight who's also Southern royalty? A thought surfaced in his mind. The Southern continent was an alliance of small kingdoms surrounding the Kingdom of Gusco. Most of those kingdoms had likely migrated toward the center when Gusco collapsed due to civil war. Diego twirled the spoon in his hand and gave a light laugh. In other words, I'm a noble prince. Hearing that, Zeke could only feel helpless. Though that background no longer meant anything now, he had not expected a member of royalty to be this lively and energetic. Diego continued, but those conservative old men insisted that the royal dual sword technique had to be preserved, so I, who happened to have talent with dual swords, got sent to Valhalla. Diego winked and smiled excitedly. But instead of swinging swords, I just want to compose music. Zeke asked, Then what about the people who had expectations of you? Suddenly, Diego's eyes lit up. How about you join a music research club, bro? Zeke refused without hesitation. I'm not joining. The scene shifted to the classroom. Zeke asked curiously, are we really allowed to freely enter the classes of senior students like this? You still haven't shaken off that academy mindset. Valhalla is a kingdom of freedom. As long as it supports your studies, anything is allowed, Diego replied. If you want to learn, you can enter any class you like. Besides, today isn't an ordinary class, bro. I heard something incredibly grand is waiting for us. Zeke gave a dry smile. This guy really can't control his mouth when he talks. Suddenly, whispers sounded from behind them. Is that him? It has to be. Everyone's gaze was focused on Zeke, the youngest student to have newly joined Valhalla, Zeke Draker. I heard he's a direct bloodline, right? And a genius who even defeated an instructor. Hearing those whispers, Diego was somewhat shocked. What? Bro, you're a Draker? Zeke lowered his head. What? Zeke showed him the back of his hand with the symbol and asked, then what did you think this was? Diego looked blank. What do you mean, what? Zeke angrily explained. You idiot, this is the pure blood gauntlet, the symbol of a pure blood scholar of the Draker clan. Hearing that, Diego was thrown into confusion. Oh my goodness, you didn't even take it off while eating, so I thought it was some kind of cool fashion statement. My goodness, so is the pure blood gauntlet? I had no idea. Seeing Diego's expression, Zeke laughed inwardly. You came all the way to Valhalla and still didn't recognize the pure blood gauntlet? Well, I suppose that reaction is only natural before a pure blood scholar. Diego's entire body trembled, and his eyes widened in extreme shock. Zeke thought to himself, he should be quieter now, right? Diego's eyes suddenly sparkled. No wonder you kept acting so arrogant. So this was the reason. Zeke's eyes darkened. This guy. Diego threw an arm around his shoulders and laughed loudly. If you're a Draker, you should have bought me a meal, bro. Just kidding, just kidding. Zeke felt helpless. He had thought Diego would calm down, but he had become even more lively than before. At that moment, Frober clapped his hands on the lectern. He lowered his hands and spoke. Everyone, attention. All the students immediately focused and listened. Zeke thought to himself, no wonder so many people came. So today's special lecture is being conducted by the headmaster himself. Frober's voice rang out. Just looking at the number of students here is enough to tell how excited everyone is for this session. Diego whispered, hey bro, what do you think of this lecture? It's still amazing, right? Zeke reminded him, if you invited me to attend this lecture, at least pay attention. Frober continued, now then, let us skip the lengthy introduction. I will introduce him right away. An extremely special guest. A pair of feet stepped in through the door. After much invitation, the Black Knight of Draker has returned. Hearing that, Zeke could not help feeling delighted. He already returned to the city of 4 seasons. Could this mean he's about to make his return to the world? Phobies Shuton Ludli. Duke Draker. Duke entered like a god, raising his hand in greeting. Whispers broke out. Is that the Storm Knight, Duke Draker? The very Black Knight who disappeared without a trace. There were rumors recently that he had been seen in the city of 4 seasons. So it was true. He held a microphone and spoke. I have been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you still remember me. I am truly honored. Everyone focused on listening to Duke. I hope today's lecture will bring value to all of you. Now then, Duke Draker, will tell you about the journey of how I went from an ordinary academy student to the Black Knight. Seeing that, Zeke was a little surprised. What is this? I didn't expect him to be such an engaging speaker. Duke continued speaking without pause, but after a while, some people had already fallen asleep. Zeke looked toward Duke, who was proudly talking about himself, and wondered, he's been boasting about himself for 2 whole hours. I wonder when he'll finally end this. Now Frober snatched the microphone. I told you already, think about it again. And yet others still, forgive me. Though I feel sorry for the students who were listening attentively. Time is up. Zeke was delighted. Wonderful headmaster, Frober continued. The second speaker is someone familiar to all of you, so there is no need for a lengthy introduction. Even though this person is busy serving as a guardian knight, they still made time to come today. The Draker clan divided knights into 4 ranks: junior knights, intermediate knights, senior knights, and guardian knights. Among them, guardian knights were the highest rank, possessing authority equal to the council of elders within the clan. Zeke thought to himself, that is why there are fewer than 10 guardian knights. It seems the second speaker is no ordinary figure. Frober glanced to the side. The sound of a clock rang out, tick-tock, tick-tock. Just as everyone began to lose patience, a person with white hair entered. Their feet stepped inside, and the sound of their shoes striking the floor drew everyone's attention. Zeke assessed her. Platinum hair and pure white armor covering her entire body. She certainly stands out, but I still can't guess who she is. Whispers rang out. We're so lucky to have come to Valhalla. That's right. I can't believe we have the chance to see a living, breathing Saint Knight. Hearing that, Zeke could not help being startled. He snapped his head around. Lorem ipsum said, then that person is the eldest daughter of the Draker clan, Saint Knight Callie Draker. The scene shifted to Eisen, an important port city in the central continent. Eisen was a bustling commercial city that controlled trade routes with both the southern continent and the eastern continent. But a decade ago, this place was completely different. At that time, Eisen was a lawless land occupied and ravaged by southern pirates. After becoming an official knight of the clan, Callie Draker began purging them. 5 years after she began her campaign of extermination, not a single pirate remained in Eisen. Now, Eisen had become the largest seaport under Draker protection, and the surviving pirates had been forced to flee to the Dead Sea south of the Dota Republic. Callie was appointed the youngest Guardian Knight, a noble title that even Aben, before the regression, had never achieved. Zeke thought to himself, I knew she was a major figure, but I didn't expect my eldest sister. His gaze turned toward Callie as he pondered. To be the very person competing with Aben Draker for the right of succession. Zeke sank into thought. It's only natural that I didn't recognize her. Because before the regression, Callie Draker had already, at that moment, she began to speak. Callie's hand struck the desk once. A loud voice roared out, shaking the entire student hall. Everyone be silent. Everyone was utterly terrified. Zeke was bewildered. Everyone is trembling in fear. Is it really all right for a guardian knight to shout like this? She spoke with overwhelming force. Even though the lecturer has already arrived in class, the atmosphere is still chaotic and suffocating. The Valhalla I graduated from was not like this. If the seniors saw you as you are now, they would surely shake their heads in disappointment. Callie looked down over the auditorium. Do you think this peace was obtained easily? No. It was paid for with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She continued, understanding only with your head has no meaning. Only action creates value. Do you hear me? Zeke laughed inwardly. So that's how it is. Callie slammed her hand hard against the desk and shouted, training until your tendons strain, plus iron discipline, plus a sound chivalric spirit. Only when you possess all of them can you be called a true knight. Zeke complained, she's so long-winded. When the lecture finally ended, whispers sounded. Wow, that was a nightmare. Seriously, I actually missed Duke's lecture. As Zeke walked, he thought, it's not as if her advice was bad, but it seems these immature students can't appreciate it. His gaze lowered. By the way, that guy a moment earlier, Diego had said goodbye. Sorry, bro. 5 beams of inspiration for composing music have ignited my soul. I've finished guiding you around Valhalla too, so I'll head off first. Zeke wondered, he's just leaving like that? He pondered, but still, that's not bad. From now on, he would likely be very busy recruiting talent and getting used to life in Valhalla. Perhaps he should take advantage of this free time to visit the Terrakin Security Library and explore it. Thinking that, he spoke aloud. Then let's go. He had no idea that a pair of feet was following closely behind him. A voice called out Zeke Draker. Callie approached and asked, do you have a little time? The scene shifted to Valhalla's training arena. She swung her sword down, creating a surging wave of aura. Zeke's eyes widened in momentary surprise, and a thought surfaced in his mind. Is it the Midran sword gifted by the Holy Kingdom? The Holy Kingdom had once been troubled by pirates near Eisen, but thanks to Callie, they had gained a measure of peace. They gifted her armor and a sword made of 100% pure midrin. Her nickname, the Silver Knight, also came from that attire. Callie spoke, "Show me your full strength." Zeke bent down and warmed up his arms and legs, thinking to himself, so she wants to spar. That means she has heard the rumors that I reached the Blue Realm. Once he finished, he lowered his sword and planted it against the ground. Zeke's hand moved over the sword hilt. The sharp, gleaming tip of the blade was drawn out. "My full strength," he said. "Then I'm sorry, but that is not going to happen." Zeke's gaze became serious. "It isn't only her. Others are also watching my talent closely. If I reveal everything, it will do more harm than good. The Draker family follows the law of the strong, devouring the weak. Reaching the Blue Realm at the age of 15 is already an unprecedented miracle. If I reveal outstanding strength, Symes, who is competing for the succession, will try to kill me, and the clan head will do everything he can to control me. It won't be too late to show my hand after I surpass the clan head's level." He pondered. "All I need is the title of descendant of this transcendent clan. I will never let those people control me." Once that thought ended, Zeke charged toward Callie at lightning speed. The two clashed, and their swords flashed brilliantly. But suddenly, her sword knocked his aside. An incredibly powerful force quickly drove both blades downward. When Callie's sword rose again, a swift slash passed across Zeke's nose, sending blood spraying from it. The system notification appeared. The system has received the request. Activation of the healing factor skill has been temporarily suspended. Zeke's eyes darkened as a thought surfaced. My opponent is a Guardian Knight, so she may be able to detect the healing factor skill. Old memories surged back of Duke asking, "How did you recover so quickly?" I won't repeat the same mistake I made with Duke. The two plunged into an endless battle. She continuously launched attacks that were extremely fast and powerful. Zeke regained his advantage and leaped high into the air. Raising his sword high, he aimed straight down at Callie and prepared to slash. A powerful blow descended with tremendous force. He looked at his sword and pondered. As expected, she is in the Red Realm. Suppressing my strength to the Blue Realm while facing someone at the Red Realm is indeed a bit difficult. Suddenly, a powerful force sprang upward, shaking the ground. It was Callie who had leaped high into the air and was preparing to bring down a slash. She once again aimed straight down at Zeke below and struck. Callie's sword flew through the air. Zeke quickly raised his sword to block that powerful slash. The impact created an enormous explosion, and white smoke billowed upward. Dust and smoke obscured the entire space. Zeke judged. If this were an ordinary sword, it would have been split in two. The two collisions produced a dazzling light that filled the area. Callie spoke aloud in praise. "Not bad. That sword of yours is excellent." The corner of Zeke's mouth rose slightly as he poured all his strength into withstanding her attack. A violent explosion erupted, shaking the air. In the end, it left only ruins across the cracked ground. Zeke raised his hand to wipe the dust and smoke from his face, thinking, suppressing this sword to match the Blue Realm and using it to fight her Red Realm strength really was a bit reckless. Suddenly, Callie spoke again. "Did you think keeping this distance would make you safe?" Zeke's gaze sharpened after hearing that. "I forgot. Before she bore the name Silver Knight, Callie Draker had another epithet, the Great Force Sword, because when she swung her sword, it was as if a giant blade itself had descended." While he was still lost in thought, Callie had already unleashed a direct attack. Immediately, he failed to dodge in time and took the full blow, blood spraying from between his teeth. The attack created an earthquake-like impact, causing everything to explode as bricks and stones flew everywhere. After the smoke and dust cleared, Zeke's sword appeared. Another explosion erupted. She cursed under her breath. "Damn it. I failed to control my strength properly." Suddenly, Callie's gaze froze for a moment. At that time, the sound of footsteps rang out from within the dust and smoke. Zeke slowly appeared, walking out after the two explosions. His hand struck the nearby rock hard, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. My acting should be good enough, right? A teasing question escaped his lips. Hey, you over there. Are you satisfied now? Everything around them had now become a pile of ruined debris. Callie spoke in praise. Impressive, Zeke. Her eyes looked toward Zeke, who was trembling as he endured, and she felt admiration. You blocked that sword strike. You far exceeded my expectations. Suddenly, Callie felt a sharp pain in her head and lowered her head, her brows tightly furrowed. Afterward, she looked up and said, Zeke Draker, the truth is there is something I want to ask of you. All of a sudden, Zeke's entire body collapsed. He lay face down and motionless on the ground. Callie rushed over in alarm. Zeke, are you all right? She held him in her arms and cursed inwardly. Damn it. His internal injuries are severe. Callie wondered, did you overuse your light aura too much? She reached into the pouch at her waist and took something out. Callie opened the medicine bottle and poured it into Zeke's mouth, saying, This is the highest grade recovery potion in the clan. Drink it slowly. The medicine began to take effect throughout his body, and he started to glow. The system displayed a message. Request from administrator confirmed. Class skill healing factor is currently being continuously activated. Zeke narrowed his eyes and pondered. This should be enough to avoid suspicion, right? Reactivating the healing factor that had been temporarily suspended, this entire matter was staged. He had not only restrained his sword's strength to the right level so that it looked as if he had just reached the blue realm, but when that great sword strike came at him, he had deliberately let it graze him instead of counterattacking. For some reason, right before the attack landed, there had been a strange opening. Because of that, everything afterward proceeded smoothly. He had allowed Callie's light aura to flow into his body. Though he himself could not directly use light aura, it naturally caused internal injuries. Callie would now believe that he could use light aura. She would mistakenly think he had been injured from overusing his power. After thinking that, Zeke sat up, holding his head as he let out a faint groan of pain. Seeing that, Callie asked, Do you feel any better? He turned to her and smiled faintly. Yes, thanks to you. I sincerely thank you, Lady Callie. She lowered her head slightly and stood up. Callie spoke up. Just call me Big Sister, Zeke. The scene shifted to a deserted alley on the outskirts of Atlas. She held out a cup of tea. I heard you like tea, so I brought some here. This tea is imported for the Eastern continent. I hope it suits your taste. Zeke also changed his form of address at Callie's request and replied, Yes, thank you, Big Sister. He thought to himself, the clan head said the same thing too. Just how far has the news that I like tea spread? Zeke's curiosity slipped out aloud. Is this the inside of a carriage? I couldn't tell from the outside. Callie replied, It is a disguise spell. A guardian knight's carriage draws too much attention. Hearing that, he felt somewhat confused. She brought me all the way from the training ground to the outskirts in a carriage. Then he asked, Is this something sensitive that is not convenient for others to hear? Her voice sounded softly. The dragon-slaying knight. Callie expressed herself seriously. I want you to help me stop Aben Draker. Zeke could not help being surprised when he heard that. What did you say? Lord Aben is the second son of the clan, isn't he? Callie hurriedly replied, I have not explained it clearly yet. Let me go through it step by step. He leisurely drank his tea while listening to her explanation. At present, Aben is violating one of our clan's core doctrines, the Oath of Neutrality, and he is actively taking part in the conflict between the Zom Empire and Alencia on the Empire side. Hearing that, Zeke thought to himself, Aben has already acted this early? He spoke up. Does the 4-star order still know nothing about this? Callie denied it. No, they are turning a blind eye. Her voice sank. At present, the order is divided. One faction in the Council of Elders has begun supporting Aben and the Empire. Zeke asked suspiciously, Are you saying the elders have all been bought off? Callie said, Some of them are still maintaining a neutral stance. He continued, Those conservative elders are choosing neutrality instead of opposition. It is only a matter of time before all of them change sides. She judged, That is a reasonable assumption. We are investigating who he is manipulating, but we cannot wait for him to make a mistake. If we allow Aben to run rampant, it will only be a matter of time before a full-scale war breaks out. Zeke's expression tightened as he thought. Callie's prophecy is truly accurate. 3 years had passed since his regression. 7 years later, the Draker clan and the Zom Empire, under Aben's control, would ignite a continental war. Countless lives would be lost or ruined. The sky would turn black, and the earth would be soaked in blood. Callie spoke up. That is why I have made a decision. She continued, to rely on a force capable of stopping Aben. Aben is gradually taking control of Draker's upper ranks. He likely believes that once he has seized the head, the lower body will naturally obey. True knights do not bow to authority. They follow justice and noble ideals. Callie's voice grew much gentler. For that reason, in loyalty to my beliefs, I intend to gather the lower-ranking knights of the 4-star order. She looked up at him. But I will not force you to support me. You are still young, and you are an awakened pureblood. A bright future awaits you. Zeke's gaze sharpened as he thought. Now, I am beginning to understand what kind of person Callie Draker is. He looked toward Callie, who was calmly drinking tea, and continued his train of thought. She has unwavering convictions, and yet she is still flexible enough to bend for the greater cause. An upright and pure person. The flaw in her great swordsmanship may have appeared because she was worried about me. Like a true Draker, she is strong and upright, but her heart is also extremely gentle. Callie spoke and continued. If things do not go well, I may be branded a traitor, so you should take your time deciding. Zeke replied, Thank you for your concern. Then the chair legs were pushed back. He knelt down before her. But I have already made my decision. Firmness appeared in Zeke's words. Although I am still inexperienced, please allow me to take part in your knightly cause. Hearing that, the corners of Callie's lips curved into a faint smile. She spoke happily. Thank you, Zeke. The scene shifted to the Valhalla Research District. He looked at the system screen and thought, in my previous life, I only had a rough grasp of clan information through K, but I never imagined the rot had already begun even before the Continental War broke out. The reason I once wanted to leave the Draker clan early was to avoid Aben's interference while building my forces for the Continental War. But if there is someone who shares that goal, I no longer need to leave. Zeke walked while reflecting. No, in fact, this is perfect. Staying in the clan will make it easier for me to monitor Aben, and with Callie standing at the front, the pressure on me will be reduced. To achieve that, I need to become an official knight and guide public opinion in Callie's favor. Though she was the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, Callie was neither an awakened pure bloodline heir nor from a powerful lineage. In his previous life, she had failed against Aben's faction and could not save the Draker clan. But if I, an awakened pureblood, become a knight and stand behind Callie, that alone will be enough to stir up that biased tide of public opinion. Old images flooded into his mind. Thanks to that, I even played the role of a knight, though I myself was not even qualified. Zeke's eyes turned to the displayed map screen as he spoke. In any case, we are almost there. At that moment, in the central library of the Valhalla Research District, the reason he had come all the way to Valhalla was to enter Terrikan's top-secret archive. The scenery inside was extremely quiet. He stepped into a library. The system announced, "You have arrived." Zeke wondered, this is the top-secret archive? He reached toward the bookshelves with a slight sense of disappointment. Seriously? Compared to my expectations, this is worse than I imagined. Zeke looked at the books and commented, "It is tiny, and there is nothing but a few useless old books." In his mind, he thought, since it was marked by the system, I thought this place would be hiding something insane like Bahamut's heart or fangs. Zeke cursed under his breath. Damn it, was this a waste of time? He began walking. A notification appeared. Update, no detected. Suddenly, an enormous bookshelf appeared in front of Zeke. It slowly materialized, startling him. What is this? Zeke waited, his eyes widened. The system announced, synchronizing and updating the secure archive of Tarek and Draker from an external administrator. He wondered, an external administrator? Does that mean Tarakan was also a system user like me? Zeke turned to look at the bookshelf and spoke. If that bookshelf only responds to the system, it is no wonder no one has found it until now. Information continued to appear. The secure archive data of Operator Tarakan Draker has been synchronized. You may now access Tarakan Draker's secure archive at any time through the system, providing a categorized table of contents for efficient browsing. 1. Operations Organization Manual. 2. Dragon Slaying Technique Manual, version 5.21. 3. Reference Materials. 4. Collection of Growth Manifestos. After reading it, he let out a soft sigh. Fina, I will deal with these complicated things later. But honestly, the titles sound far too ordinary. Zeke requested, System, find me the thing that will help me grow the most right now. The system announced, the administrator's request has been acknowledged. A book suitable for the administrator's request has been found. He looked at the screen and exclaimed softly, Oh, is it this? Zeke's hand picked up the book. True Dragon Swordsmanship. He turned and left. I have never heard of this technique before. Let's see, the author is... Suddenly, Zeke froze as if a bolt of lightning had struck through his head. He was extremely shocked. The closest retainer of the hero, King Kaiser. Before passing down the secret art of the dragon-slaying sword art, I, Saturn Draker, wish to explain the reason that drove me to create this ultimate technique. The bond between dragons and humanity began with the great hero king. Thanks to him, even weak mankind was able to establish contracts with the ultimate beings known as dragons. However, dragons did not aid humans for noble reasons. They simply pitted mankind. For compared to other races, humans have always been weak and lacking in countless ways. From then on, the number of contractors increased rapidly, and around them, an independent civilization developed brilliantly across the continent. However, that very remarkable development could not help but make me anxious. I feared dragons. If such a superior species helped humanity merely out of compassion, then they could just as easily turn their backs and destroy humanity at any time. And if that fear became reality, humanity would certainly be annihilated. In a single night, unable to resist. For that reason, I began searching for a method to oppose dragons. The first thing I thought of was magic. But magic itself was the first gift dragons gave to humanity. The human heart is originally unable to generate mana, but dragons carved magic circles into human hearts, allowing mankind to use magic. Therefore, using magic to fight dragons would be no different from using the dragon's own power against them, something utterly unreasonable. The next thing I thought of was the Hero King's elemental sword, a power that even dragons feared. However, that power was reserved only for those of the bloodline of the king of the fairies. Thus, I poured all my efforts into searching for a new source of power that belonged entirely to humans. I tried everything to surpass the limits of humanity, from the original swordsmanship of the North to the mysterious powers of the East. Ironically, the one who wholeheartedly helped me on this research journey was Kronos, the Hero King's contract dragon. When I asked the reason, Kronos merely said he did it because it interested him. But in his eyes, the research process was long, and in the end, Kronos and I discovered a new source of power called aura. It was neither elemental power nor mana, but the only power that only humans could draw out and use. After finding that clue, and after the Hero King departed from this world, I continued devoting all my mind to researching aura. Before long, that research bore fruit. I compiled all knowledge about aura, from its concept and method of operation to the sword techniques that applied it, and edited it into the ultimate art known as dragon slaying. Fortunately, as of the time I write these lines, my fear that dragons would betray humanity has not yet become reality. But I am certain that one day, this swordsmanship will become necessary for mankind. If anyone finds this secret manual, I fervently hope that person will understand my wish and devote themselves to training until they become accomplished in order to save humanity. Finishing that train of thought, Zeke spoke. Fortunately, as of the time I write these lines, my fear that dragons would betray humanity has not yet become reality. Suddenly, the system screen appeared again. The information displayed: Achievement Quest, Saturn Successor. Master the dragon-slaying sword art of Sword Saint Saturn Draker. Time limit: 3 months. Quest reward: coordinates of the Kronos Dynasty's treasure vault. He was a little surprised. It appeared as soon as I finished reading. Zeke put the book back on the shelf, the corners of his lips curling slightly. The Kronos Dynasty's treasure vault must contain treasures far beyond anything I have seen until now. A thought appeared in his mind. The problem is that the time limit is only 3 months. Could it be even harder than the elemental sword? It looks like I will have to devote all my energy for the time being to understanding the dragon-slaying sword art. Zeke reflected. Now that I think about it, Saturn was indeed right. He thought to himself, though I do not know how much time has passed since the era of the Hero Kings, everything happened exactly as they once feared, and the consequence of that was the Human Liberation War. Zeke raised his eyes to look at the bookshelves and asked, System, is there any useful information in the secret archive? For example, Tarakin's journal. The system quickly provided information. The administrator's request has been confirmed. A suitable document has been found. Reconstructing magical image data, Tarakin's journal. Suddenly, the space around him slowly disappeared and shifted into another space. His eyes became wary. The space around me is changing. Past memories flooded back. Just like when the beginner tutorial started and everything suddenly distorted. An alien-like space appeared, leaving Zeke bewildered. Where is this? He turned and looked around. It seemed to be a space created by the system. Just then, a gigantic sword appeared, gleaming like a mirror. Zeke moved his feet and walked. Suddenly, a gigantic beast appeared, and dust billowed up thickly. The system displayed, activating class skill, unyielding spirit. He felt somewhat terrified, his whole body trembling. The sensation was so realistic that it felt as if he existed in reality. It is quite surprising that it was regarded as the pinnacle of all creation in the past. A dragon. A growl rang out. Bahamut. Zeke turned to look toward the beast. So that is it. That is the black dragon Bahamut. Moreover, as he moved a step closer, Zeke's gaze flicked back. A being whose presence I did not notice until he spoke right behind me. He looked at the man behind him. This man is a kind of monster, in a way different from the ones I have met. Suddenly, that man walked invisibly. He passed right through Zeke's body. Zeke was somewhat puzzled. He just walked through me. Could it be that this time, I'm only entering a memory preserved as images? And the scene now appearing before his eyes was recorded under the name Tarakin's journal. Could this be the legendary great battle between the dragon slayer Tarakan, Draker, and Bahamut? Bahamut let out savage growls. Zeke smiled with a sinister grin. It is starting. The battle that only existed in oral legends will now unfold right before my eyes. At that moment, it stepped down with its massive foot, creating a powerful tremor. The man's gaze remained silent as he stood there. Bahamut's eyes lit up as he growled. What are you hesitating for, Tarakan? But the dragon slayer remained silent and said nothing. Bahamut continued speaking. How disappointing, you who were once chosen by me as my contractor. Hearing that, he could not help being shocked. What? A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaiser and Kronos? His expression turned extremely ugly. If so, then the so-called legend of Dragon Slayer Tarakan killing Bahamut was actually... Before he could finish thinking, the scene before his eyes made Zeke's eyes widen in shock, as everything around him became like a television with no signal, filled with severe static. He became confused. Why did everything suddenly become like this? At that moment, voices rang out, but they could not form words, making Zeke uncomfortable. Damn it, I cannot hear what they're saying at all. He asked, System, is there no way to fix this? The system quickly replied, unable to confirm the administrator's request. Zeke clenched his teeth. Suddenly, a sound rang out, causing him to freeze. Zeke's gaze shifted back. The Dragon Slayer was also gradually being distorted by the static. Past memories flooded back, and a voice rang out. What? A contract dragon can harm its contractor? That is so ridiculous, it is unbelievable. Kaiser declared that dragons absolutely could not betray humans. His voice became stern. But on the contrary, if there is a betrayal, Kaiser said, it can only come from the contractor's side. The voice kept echoing. If such a possibility truly exists, then it will be the contractor. After the battle, all that remained was an empty void. After the dust from the massacre cleared, the Dragon Slayer appeared, and Zeke froze, his eyes looking around. There, a heart appeared. It is Bahamut's heart and fangs from the Dragon Slayer's holy land. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. But when dragons die, they usually turn to ash, and only a few things are left behind, don't they? He was somewhat puzzled, but considering that the blood god armor was made from dragon hide, perhaps Bahamut was a special case. Suddenly, the space slowly shifted back again. The scenery brightened, and the library appeared, leaving Zeke regretful. The film only goes that far. He sat down, lowered his head, and spoke. Honestly, I cannot understand it at all. Zeke sighed. I should go back for today. After the visit to the Great Library of Valhalla, Tarakan's secure archive had now been synchronized with the system and could be viewed anytime, anywhere. I replayed Tarakan's journal again, but sure enough, the interruption happened right at the beginning, and I still couldn't hear what the two of them were saying. Of course, I didn't come away empty-handed. I learned new information by slowly searching through the archive bit by bit. The secret manual of true dragon swordsmanship was the original form of the dragon-slaying sword art. Tarakan had simplified the complexities of true dragon swordsmanship into the dragon-slaying sword art. But in exchange for making it easier to learn, its power was drastically reduced to the point that, contrary to its name, it could not even harm Dragonkin. However, if one knew how to harmonize one's own strengths into a distinctive fighting style, it could still deal effective damage. So even with its diminished power, it could still be considered a success. What troubled him most right now was the enormous gap between the legend of the Dragon Slayer and Tarakan's real journal. The currently accepted legend of the Dragon Slayer was that Tarakan defeated Bahamut and opened an age of prosperity, peace, and golden glory. It was a heroic epic no different from countless legends passed down through the ages, though its main contents did match Tarakan's journal. However, throughout the entire record, there was not a single word mentioning that the two of them had once formed a contract. No, it was not simply something that had been omitted. As night fell, Zeke remained trapped in a stream of thoughts he could not escape. It's been a long time, my friend. I don't know why you've become curious about fairy tales again, but as you requested, I looked through every Dragon Slayer legend on the continent, including original materials that have not yet been translated into the common tongue. Well, basically, there is no record whatsoever of humanity making contracts with dragons, or of the legendary Kaiser or Tarakan being a dragon contractor. But while digging around, I found something strangely unusual. All the sources say the same thing, as if they had coordinated with one another, so I investigated more deeply. That was until your noble Draker clan personally sent us a warning. For that reason, our guild will withdraw from this investigation. We have no intention of making enemies of the Drakers. Seeing that, he closed the screen, turned, and left, thinking to himself, so it's clear now. The Draker clan is hiding information about Tarakan. However, Zeke was still extremely puzzled. But why? Their prestige was built by glorifying Tarakan, the first Dragon Slayer, who formed what is now one of the three transcendent clans, the Draker clan. And yet that very clan is controlling information about Tarakan and Bahamut. He pondered it. Whatever the reason, there were many suspicious circumstances. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Perhaps I missed something. I'll have to go through the secure archive again. After thinking that, he called out, "System." Zeke's gaze sharpened, and he glanced to the side as a glint of light flashed. Footsteps came from somewhere. He looked around, clearly on guard. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Today is the staff's day off, including Decker, and Duke and Andre are late because of a mission. Then who is that? At that moment, behind him, a man was standing hidden behind a wall, watching. However, he had already noticed the person's presence and silently called, "System, activate the mini-map." The system displayed, "Request confirmed, Administrator." The map appeared. Zeke observed the red dots that appeared on the screen and thought to himself, one inside, one outside. Two detected for now. His expression grew tense. Could I have been followed by those hounds from the giant mountain range? Zeke pondered. No, I didn't even use my sword there, let alone the dragon-slaying sword art. Even if they are hounds, they shouldn't be able to connect me to that incident. So who there doesn't matter right now. He ignored them, pretending not to know as he walked calmly. What matters is who ordered them to target me. That person continued following closely behind Zeke. The most likely culprit is still. He went inside and slammed the door shut. The man quietly stepped out and revealed himself, waiting for Zeke to appear, only for Zeke to emerge from behind him with eyes glowing red like a ghost and say, "Aben." The man was shocked and whipped his head around. Zeke leaped down and walked toward him, thinking an assassin sent by Aben. He discovered the alliance between Callie and me. That makes sense. Zeke quietly drew the knife from inside his clothes and said, "You don't have to answer if you don't want to." He sprang forward, his whole body shooting ahead as he thrust the knife straight at the man. The man quickly raised his hand to block the blade. Zeke's eyes shone brightly, and he gave a sinister smile, because there are plenty of ways to find out. A moment later, the hall rang with the sounds of metal clashing against metal, bursts of light scattering like blooming fireworks. In reality, he and the man were rushing at each other, attacking constantly. The man was also evenly matched with him, refusing to give in as he dodged and counterattacked. Zeke moved swiftly, launching powerful attacks one after another. After attacking for a while, his whole body began to tire, and he stood still, breathing heavily. Zeke looked up and thought to himself, "Now that we've clashed, I can read you to some extent." He stared straight at the man and pondered, "You can hide your face, but it's very hard to hide your swordsmanship in battle." His gaze moved to the knife the man was holding. That knife technique was exclusive to the Kingdom of Goka on the northern continent. The Zubing of the Kingdom of Goka were known as the strongest guards on the continent. They specialized in a particular type of dagger called a kukri and were often hired for high-priced missions across the continent. Zeke tossed his knife behind him and rested a hand on his chin as he pondered. In any case, if he really is a Zubing of Goka, then Aben probably didn't hire him. They don't accept assassination missions that could create grudges. But the man raised his blade, and for a Zubing, he was far too focused on defense. At that moment, the man also held his knife horizontally in front of him, taking a defensive stance. The images from moments earlier flashed back, along with Zeke's thoughts. Even when I deliberately exposed openings, he showed no intention of closing in. Zeke rushed forward to attack. He clearly has the skill to respond, but he chooses not to. In that case, their main objective is probably. His conclusion appeared in his mind. Not to kill me, but to capture me alive. His gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a ball flew in from behind him. The one outside has finally made a move. Zeke quickly swung and cut the ball in half. Looks like sleeping gas. They want to render me unable to move. The ball split apart and sprayed gray poisonous liquid in all directions. He coughed lightly and looked up at the rising fumes. As expected, it's the earthy smell of mandrake root, commonly used to make anesthetic drugs. Zeke's hand drooped. The knife slowly fell and stuck straight into the floor. Now let's see what you've got. The system displayed, traces of mandrake root detected, activating immunity to all poisons. His entire body lay motionless on the ground. After a while, Zeke's body was lifted up. The man carried Zeke over his shoulder and walked toward the masked man standing by the door. At that moment, the corner of Zeke's mouth curled into a sinister smile. If it isn't Aben, then I don't know who is behind this or why they want to capture me. But you had better prepare yourselves. The scene shifted to a small farm on the outskirts of Atlas. A pair of hands were tightly bound and locked in chains, while low laughter rang out. Zeke spoke mockingly. I didn't expect the client to be you. Cliff Reinhardt. This was Cliff Reinhardt, the head of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. Cliff said, if you know who I am, this will go faster. Zeke's eyes sharpened. In my previous life, I never had any connection with this man. The Reinhardt Merchant Guild was one of the top 10 merchant guilds, headquartered in the Kingdom of Valencia. Of course, if things continued like this, the Continental War between Aben and the Empire would break out, and it would destroy Valencia along with it. The story was recounted. Back then, Cliff Reinhardt had also fiercely opposed the Empire, just like Zeke. But for some unknown reason, after handing over crucial information that could strike a blow against the Empire, he returned to the collapsing Kingdom of Valencia and died there. Zeke thought to himself, after going through so much hardship just to escape, he still did that. Call it patriotism or whatever, but personally, I think it was a foolish act. Cliff pointed and spoke. In any case, I apologize for behaving rudely earlier. The man came over and unlocked Zeke's chains at Cliff's words. The guild will formally send an apology for that discourtesy. So let's speak calmly. Zeke rubbed his wrists and answered leisurely. Do whatever you want. Just get straight to the point. His voice turned cold. What do you want? Seeing Zeke's attitude, Cliff felt somewhat conflicted. A Draker is still a Draker, no matter how young he may be. He pondered. Even a veteran knight would feel anxious in this situation. Yet this person hasn't shown the slightest sign of wavering from the beginning. I set up this board to take the lead in the conversation, but the one who has seized control is him. After thinking that, Cliff spoke. Very well. Before I state my request. He took out an envelope. Could you look through these documents? Zeke opened it and examined the pages one by one. Cliff continued. This is a list of patients infected with a new plague spreading through the south-central region of the continent. Zeke flipped through the pages as he asked, why are you showing me this? Suddenly, his gaze grew serious, and he froze for a moment. Cliff sat to the side, carefully watching Zeke's reaction. Zeke looked at the paper. A woman appeared there, startling him. Elena Stone. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. She is the mother of my first subordinate. Liam Stone. She once contracted bloodflower fever, but she recovered thanks to the formula I gave them. He threw the stack of papers aside and asked, so what exactly are you trying to say? Cliff replied, in a local area, this disease is called bloodflower fever. It is a painful and horrific illness with a mortality rate of 100%. He placed his hand on the image of the woman and said softly, however, Elena Stone is the only person who survived and recovered. The doctor who treated her refuses to say a single word. Cliff's voice grew grave. Do you know anything about this? The corner of Zeke's mouth lifted in a slight smile. So he suspected me from the beginning and came to test me. He really is a merchant. Could his goal be to monopolize the cure for bloodflower fever? A thought appeared in his mind. With that disease's fatality rate, such a motive would be understandable. It should be valuable enough to drain money from the entire continent. Zeke closed his eyes. But the man I once knew at least knew right from wrong. He wouldn't risk kidnapping a member of a transcendent bloodline just for money. His expression grew serious. If that's the case, Zeke said, of course I know. I was the one who gave him that prescription in the first place. Suddenly, a chair fell over loudly behind him. Hearing his words, Cliff could not hide his excitement. Please sell it to me. Name your price. I'll pay anything. Then he suddenly retracted the smile from earlier. The corner of Zeke's mouth curled up into a smooth smile. He stretched out his hand and said loudly, why are you so worked up? That's not like a merchant at all. Cliff was frustrated, veins bulging on his face as he thought. Money isn't what he's after. Zeke rubbed his fingers together and made a suggestion. So let's conduct this transaction like merchants. In his mind, he thought, this concerns someone's life. After taking a moment to calm down, Cliff asked, you want me to agree to 3 conditions in exchange for the prescription? Zeke answered indifferently, yes. It sounds fairly simple, doesn't it? Cliff asked, Can you explain the details of those conditions? Zeke refused. Not yet. I'll use them depending on the situation in the future. Knowing Cliff was worried, Zeke reassured him, don't worry. I won't make any requests beyond your guild's capabilities, as long as we define what counts as reasonable from the beginning. He once again raised a sinister smile. After some time, Cliff looked extremely tense as he watched Zeke's hand write something on the paper. Zeke handed over the paper and reminded him, just follow the instructions written here. Cliff let out a delighted sound. Oh, so this is it. But Zeke curled his hand back, making Cliff suddenly grab for it, and said, before that, there's something I want to ask in private. Zeke asked, who is it? The person desperately in need of this medicine. Cliff pretended not to understand. What do you mean? I simply want to secure a high-value commodity for the guild. Zeke calmly recounted. You sent the Northern Scout unit to kidnap a member of a transcendent bloodline, and now you're acting completely irrationally. That isn't the sort of thing the famous Reinhardt Guild would do, is it? After hearing that, Cliff lowered his head toward the table. Cliff slowly sat down in the chair. He spoke. It is a member of Valencia's royal family. Zeke made an interested sound. Oh, which one of them? Cliff said quietly, I cannot tell you. Hearing that, Zeke could not help but be confused. Do you know how many members of the royal family Valencia has? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared straight at Cliff. Images from the past flooded back. A man spoke in warning. You're planning to return to the kingdom of Valencia? Don't waste your effort. Valencia and the Reinhardt Guild are both finished. If you go back, the only path waiting for you is death. Fleeing to the northern continent is your only chance to survive. Cliff paused and said, I appreciate the offer, but I'm tired now. His voice lowered. I want to spend the final days of my life in Valencia. I am sorry. Returning to the present, Cliff said firmly, I cannot say any more. Zeke's gaze turned serious as he thought to himself. His eyes are on a completely different level from when he was half dead before. It's somewhat important to you, isn't it? In any case, the Kingdom of Valencia is still facing off against the Empire. Kaiser once said that the Zom Empire is currently actively interfering in the conflict with Valencia. Everything is already chaotic enough with the dispute over control of the dwarf slums, and with a weak monarchy, there's a high chance internal power struggles are also taking place. Hearing that, Zeke held out the paper, the corner of his mouth lifting in a slight smile. It seems there is still time before the Great Continental War breaks out. Making use of a connection with Valencia's royal family from now on may prove useful later. Zeke said, very well. If you don't want to say, then fine. Let's consider the deal complete. Cliff seemed somewhat suspicious after hearing that, but he said nothing. Cliff's hand trembled as he held the paper. He hugged the paper to his chest, lowered his face, and began to cry aloud. While he was immersed in emotion, Zeke spoke. Sorry to interrupt your touching moment, but may I make my first request now? Cliff quickly returned to normal and stammered in response. Of course. Request anything the guild can handle within reasonable limits. Zeke praised him and pointed as he ordered. Good. Then first, arrange a job for me in your guild. Cliff's voice rang out. A job? Are you planning to trade or do some kind of business? More precisely, Zeke answered, I need a temporary false identity to use. Cliff asked, if that's all, why go through us? Zeke explained, I intend to use this identity on the southern continent. That place is full of seasoned criminals, so a poor disguise won't accomplish anything. He continued, and the Reinhardt Merchant Guild is a place that even the cartel trusts and uses, isn't it? Cliff agreed. That's right, though I'm not happy about it. He rested his chin on his hand, thought it over, and agreed. Very well. In any case, I understand what you mean. If that's all, then use my cousin's name. They probably won't dare suspect anything. Hearing that, Zeke could not help but be pleased. Excellent. In addition, I need regular transportation to and from the south, along with a house. The house must be spacious enough because I will use it to store goods. He asked, that is my first request. Oh, and since you people dragged me here, I assume you have already prepared a way to send me back, correct? Cliff smiled brightly on the outside, but inside he was angrily cursing. How can this shameless brat say that? He spoke up. Very well. Once we are ready, we will contact you. The transport team will handle your return. Zeke thought to himself, I never expected the famous Reinhardt Merchant Guild to agree to a deal so easily. It seems that person is very important to them, isn't he? After that, everyone stood up and left. A voice called out, making him turn back. Hey! The man pointed behind him. This way. A moment later, a pitch-black horse with large bulging eyes appeared. Zeke was a little surprised and let out an impressed sound. Oh, this warhorse looks fairly decent. He walked past the other two and chuckled. I will make full use of it. Then, without saying much more, he climbed onto the horse's back. The man turned his head back. Our business is finished, so we will be leaving first. Just as the two were about to depart, Zeke suddenly called out, so the contract with Reinhardt can be considered complete, correct? The man flinched and turned back to ask, You can speak the Goka language? Do you Drakers even learn that? A faint smile appeared on Zeke's lips. Let's just call it a hobby of mine. Zeke said softly, Anyway, let's get back to money. This time, we have a job we want to hire you for. The man crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a serious expression, Rescuing a person currently being held prisoner by Morgan. His gaze shifted to the side, as if he were thinking about something. Zeke asked, What is it? Is the price I offered not tempting enough? The man replied, No, that price is not a problem. On the contrary, if the conditions are similar to Reinhardt's, it would actually be even more profitable. His voice lowered. The problem lies with that person's identity. Our king does not like doing business with outside families. Hearing that, Zeke could not help feeling bewildered. What is this? They have to think it over just because of that old matter? Zeke instructed him, I already have a false identity prepared by Reinhardt. Just use that name to draw up a commission and send it to Goka. That will be enough. The man agreed. Fine, as long as it is not exposed. Zeke continued. Oh, by the way, we still have an unpaid debt, don't we? As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled wickedly and threw two knives straight into the ground. Both men immediately fell into extreme fear and panic. To the hunters of the kingdom of Goka, a kukri was not merely an ordinary weapon. It was something bestowed upon them when they were recognized as true warriors. To hunters, it was a companion of the soul, as precious as their own lives. The fact that I took their kukris without their owners noticing means I could have taken their lives at any time. Zeke's voice turned cold. Consider that my return gift for daring to kidnap me. It was a difference in absolute power. The man's expression changed, revealing a savage look. What kind of monster is this? Zeke chuckled. You speak the common language of the continent quite fluently, too. See you again, brothers. After dealing with Reinhardt, I officially began the phase of searching for comrades. My targets were the heroes once praised as the Five-Star Knights for their brilliant achievements in the Continental War before my regression. If I could get close to them now and draw them on my side, they would become an incredibly powerful team. Fortunately, thanks to the support of Principal Flowbird, who had always thought highly of me, I confirmed that all of them had come from Valhalla Academy. The only issue was timing. The Silent Knight, Bishop Castic, had already graduated and was now a member of the Knights of the Kingdom of Zerby. The Phantom Knight, Jeffrey, was in his final year and was busy with field training. Aster Eldred, although still enrolled, had dropped out because of severe insomnia. Zeke sank into thought. Reno will not enroll until next year, but since she is also a pure blood, there will be plenty of chances to meet her later. He grew pensive and thought to himself. In the end, his question slipped out aloud. Only Diego is left, right? Wait. Zeke suddenly snapped back to himself when he realized his hands were eagerly drumming along with Diego's band. What am I doing here? His expression became confused as old memories flooded back. That's right. I came to Diego's clubroom to persuade him to join my side. At that time, Diego walked over, put an arm around Zeke's shoulders, and invited him. Brother, you came at just the right time. There is still an open spot. Zeke was puzzled. What? You were about to say you only wanted to play music, right? I understand that feeling. Then, without saying much more, Zeke was made to sit at the drums as Diego cheerfully declared, "Congratulations. You are now officially a member of the New Century Music Research Club of the Southern Continent." Zeke raised the drumsticks high, preparing to bring down the most exciting sound he could. Forget everything else. Zeke was swept up in the joy brought by music. Let's just have fun for now. After a while, he became exhausted and haggard from overplaying. Zeke trudged back like a soulless man, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I got swept up by Diego's rhythm. As soon as he entered the mansion, Decker was standing there and bowed respectfully. You have arrived, young master. Zeke instructed him. We will begin training immediately. Tell the servants not to disturb us. The black sword of Bahamut was now planted in the ground, and Zeke's voice rang out as he gave instructions. First, control your aura and circulate it around your body to open your meridians. Then advance from the lesser heavenly circuit to the greater heavenly circuit. Zeke became bewildered. What is this? These are all terms I have never heard before. His gaze suddenly became serious. But thinking about it again, I now understand a little why Tarakan modified this technique into the dragon-slaying art. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Because every move in the dragon-slaying sword art is based on throwing out a massive amount of aura and then making it explode outward, something ordinary techniques cannot accomplish. He pulled the sword up. It was not a sword art meant to face humans, but literally one meant to cut down dragons. That was why its power could rival elemental swordsmanship. Zeke began to take a training stance. A thought appeared in his mind. In the sword forms of the dragon-slaying art, every movement is amplified to the maximum. A single technique is enough to split a gigantic dragon in two. Throw a tremendous amount of aura to the utmost limit, then swing the sword down. At that moment, a pair of feet approached from the doorway. The man quietly entered. Zeke continuously unleashed slashes filled with inner force and laughed inwardly. This heaven-given body truly is no ordinary thing. The system displayed. Heaven-given body constitution optimizes physical ability, grants outstanding speed in grasping techniques, and improves the body's magical power conductivity. Zeke felt as if a map had appeared before his eyes, clearly guiding him along the path to perfect the skill. I can feel it. The more I train, the faster I master these sword techniques. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and he immediately froze for a moment, his eyes widening. What is this? It was so clear that I surpassed the red wall and entered a new realm, and now I have already touched the black wall. A force struck Zeke hard in the elbow. They say that if you train too hastily, it will only create a wall blocking the path to a higher realm. But the heart of Bahamut, located in the Ezer core, was vibrating powerfully with the dragon-slaying sword art, continuously pouring out power. Suddenly, his family's mark appeared on his body. Zeke's eyes sank into darkness, and glowing veins rose all over his face. The system announced, "Before I lose this sensation, I have to swing the sword one more time." The heart of Bahamut is resonating with the 100 dragon sword art of Saturn Draker. The memories engraved in the heart of Bahamut are being awakened. Reading that, Zeke could not help wondering. Bahamut's memories? Zeke turned his gaze and looked around at a pitch-black scene. He sank into thought. It is too dark. It is hard to see clearly. Suddenly, within that darkness, Zeke saw someone moving toward him. Someone is coming. That person spoke in a low voice. "Ruler of Twilight, Bahamut, I have something to ask of you." Bahamut's eyes shone with an eerie, cold light. Bahamut spoke. "I knew you were a contemptible man, but I never imagined you had gone mad, Saturn Draker." Zeke quickly realized it. So it really is him. Saturn, Bahamut asked in confusion. "Are you truly entrusting a dragon-slaying technique to a dragon?" Saturn replied, "Yes. Even Kronos agreed to it. And as for the reason, you understand it better than anyone, Bahamut." Bahamut said nothing and stomped its enormous foot down with tremendous force. Dense waves of dark breath rose and spread throughout the space. It roared. Kronos has lost his balance, seduced by humans. Saturn dropped to one knee and swung his hand, releasing a surging aura. Saturn shouted, His false prophecy has no meaning anymore. Bahamut roared, I do not believe it. The two forces collided, attacking each other with powerful shockwaves. Saturn drew the sword in his hand and thrust it straight down below. With a swing of his hand, he created an earth-shattering explosion. Bahamut constantly swung its fists, unleashing chaotic attacks as swords flew everywhere. Sharp swords aimed directly at Saturn and stabbed down. The two collided, creating a terrifying explosion as dust and smoke billowed up. Spears plunged down with tremendous force, and explosions continued to erupt. Zeke flew up above, looking down and observing. He thought to himself, so this is the pinnacle of dragon creation magic. The sheer power alone is astonishing. If it were me, I could almost push back one or two of those. Zeke was somewhat shocked, but Saturn blocked all of them. This man was a monster beyond definition. The spears now stabbed straight downward, surrounding Saturn as Bahamut let out a great roar. Get out of my lair, Saturn Draker. Otherwise, my next attack will be aimed at the kingdom of Kronos. Saturn asked calmly, Are you sure? If you do that, you will suffer the retribution of karma. Bahamut laughed loudly. Retribution of karma? Ridiculous. Bahamut still released its power as it growled. What do you humans know? No matter how many of you insects I slaughter, I will not be punished. Saturn calmly planted his sword into the ground and replied, In the end, everything is exactly as Kronos predicted. He tore the necklace from his neck. When Bahamut saw it, its eyes widened in astonishment. Then Bahamut immediately released surging currents of aura that rushed toward Saturn. It chuckled. Do you think Kronos' power can do anything to me? The black sword of Bahamut stabbed straight down toward Saturn, and at that moment, the magic circle blazed with light. Saturn raised the pendant in his hand high. Light surged violently, and the compass-like circle beneath his feet lit up. Seeing this scene, Zeke became extremely shocked. He was bewildered. Bahamut's attack had stopped. No, this is... The light of the compass circle shone brilliantly, surrounding Bahamut's body. Saturn used magic to stop Bahamut. Zeke's brows furrowed tightly. His gaze turned toward the necklace in Saturn's hand. This strange spell must be thanks to the power of the clock. Bahamut laughed loudly. Do you think Kronos' power can do anything to me? A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Based on Bahamut's previous reaction, that clock must be a treasure containing Kronos' power. Suddenly, Bahamut threw its head back, startling Zeke back to reality. Zeke covered his ears in discomfort from the great roar. Did he break that spell? After a moment, Bahamut's foot stomped down, creating a tremor throughout the entire space, and its whole body flew straight down in front of Saturn. Bahamut's foot dug into the ground, creating long cracks. It growled, Saturn Draker, the illusion he just showed me, could it be? Saturn chuckled. Yes, that is Kronos' prophecy. Now you understand why I am entrusting true dragon swordsmanship to you. Saturn cursed under his breath. Damn it. From the very beginning, dragons forming contracts with humans was a mistake. Bahamut, what do you humans know? Bahamut's enormous mouth slowly opened, and it agreed. Fine, hand it over, that dragon-slaying technique, true dragon swordsmanship. At that moment, a book kept opening, its pages filled with drawings and tangled symbols. The book then closed, and Bahamut's voice sounded softly. You truly created this damned thing. Saturn said, It is to protect the world. Bahamut chuckled. Nonsense. You mean to protect humanity, not the world. It pointed at the book. Whatever it is, I will keep it. Unless the prophecy comes true, it will never see the light of day. Saturn replied, That is fine. He turned and walked away as he said, Even without true dragon swordsmanship, humanity will one day awaken light aura. Bahamut smiled coldly. If that day comes, I will personally erase humanity. This power must not fall into the hands of insects. The corners of Saturn's lips lifted, and he spoke. Although I fear dragons so much that I had to create that technique, ironically, I still place my trust in Kronos, and in you as well. Saturn continued. Kronos often repeated it like a mantra, that one day, even you would learn to open your heart, and that the time would come when you would find someone who would become your contract partner. After that, the cave returned to normal, strangely quiet. A contract partner who would make me open my heart. Bahamut slowly curled up and lay down. Utter nonsense. Its eyes gradually closed. That could never happen. The scene shifted back to the present in the training room. Zeke braced both hands on the floor and looked up, reflecting. From beginning to end, I did not understand a single word, but one thing is certain. The image from earlier flooded back, Bahamut's deep distrust of humanity. After absorbing Bahamut's heart, I can deeply sympathize with that feeling. His lips parted. But precisely because of that, I cannot understand what made him change and form a contract with Tarakan. I simply cannot understand it. A few minutes later, after seeing Bahamut's memories, I began investigating to find an answer, only to discover that the Draker clan had tampered with the entire history of Tarakan. Naturally, no meaningful records remained. Zeke came out after taking a bath. So I spent time cultivating true dragon swordsmanship while also searching for clues. Then I received word from Reinhardt that my first request was ready. His sigh rang out. It is true that I asked for an identity that would not arouse suspicion. Zeke picked up the card and smiled faintly. But Vice Branch Manager of Reinhardt's Southern Continent Division? Isn't that a little too much? Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Outside, a pigeon was pecking at the window pane as if signaling something. It was a messenger pigeon. So Kay has finally made a decision. The scene shifted to the secret garden, managed by the Atlas branch of the syndicate. Kay spoke. Greetings, partner, in a VIP room at the bar in the hotel's secret garden. Zeke chuckled softly. You are really calling me partner? That is quite a novel feeling. He glanced around. She saw that and looked somewhat puzzled. Zeke observed the surroundings and pondered. Although I had stayed in Atlas for quite some time, seeing the scene with my own eyes still felt unfamiliar. A thought appeared in his mind. It makes sense. The image familiar to me is of ruins and devastation caused by the Continental War, so it is no surprise that this feels strange. Zeke turned his head back and closed his eyes, then spoke. I did not think Atlas had a place like this. Kay asked why. Are you enchanted by the scenery? She introduced it. Magnificent, isn't it? This hotel is one of our syndicate side businesses. Those who do business in the shadows always need a secret place to discuss their work. Zeke instructed, Oh, by the way, allow me to refuse the alcohol. Next time, preparing tea would be more suitable. Hearing that, Kay gave a faint laugh. What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're underage. I never thought you had such a cute side. He replied, Actually, I simply don't find drinking alcohol appealing, so I don't drink. Zeke's thoughts surfaced again. Back then, at the party celebrating my becoming a new student at the academy, I got swept up in the mood and tried taking a sip. But just as I expected, my immunity to all poisons treated alcohol as poison and automatically purified it. Before my regression, I often drank alcohol to get drunk. System notification, alcohol detected. Immunity to all poisons activated. The detected toxin will be expelled. He reflected, Now I can't get drunk anymore, so it's better to drink the tea I like. She turned around and went to the back to get something, smiling. Right. In short, you don't like alcohol, correct? Anyway, enough of this nonsense. There's something I want you to see. Kay thought to herself, You really don't listen at all, do you? She handed him a bundle of documents. That man you're backing, Pavella, was actually once a pirate. I investigated it, and there's more than enough evidence. What's strange is that no one has discovered it until now. She pointed to the line of text below. More importantly, the timing of the Silver Knights attacking the pirates and the pirates disappearing matches perfectly with the time Pavella began rising rapidly. Not only that, I also uncovered an unexpected piece of information. Her brows furrowed tightly. The sound of reading rang out. Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Mencho. He is the number 2 figure in the Moken organization, yet he has been secretly trading with Pavella, his enemy. Kay said, This is so shocking that I still haven't reported it to the higher-ups. It would definitely cause chaos within the syndicate. Sometimes, Not knowing is better. Her voice lowered. Ah, and about the antique you asked me to sell for you. Suddenly, Kay's eyes widened, and her expression darkened. Zeke praised her. You've accomplished something big, Kay. A faint smile appeared on his lips. From here on, I'll explain the plan to turn you into the new leader of the syndicate. Rain began to pour down below. Curtains of white rain threaded through every alley. System notification. Teleportation gate activated at the designated point. Zeke praised, good. The preparations are complete. As he walked, he thought, although using a teleportation gate on the mini-map will cost quite a lot of karma points, it will let us completely avoid suspicion. Even if the possibility is small, among the 3 great transcendent families proficient in magic, the number of people who can use teleportation magic is extremely rare. And to travel between cities, one must at least use a large teleportation gate at a magic tower. In other words, this plan will be perfectly disguised as an ordinary accident. The corner of Zeke's mouth rose. Just thinking about that hateful old man's face makes me want to laugh. The rain had cleared, and the sun had risen, just as he had predicted. Tonight is going to explode spectacularly. Roar, roar. Screams rang out. There's a fire. Call the fire mages immediately. All the chaos erupted along with the blazing flames. If we don't, the fire will spread to the next building. Have you contacted the owner of that building? When are the fire mages coming? Ash and smoke scattered, along with countless cigarette butts crushed together. Kay thought to herself, that guy. Anyway, this really is the Draker style. He's quite the bold brat. She judged, he's not simply bold. Kay gloomily exhaled cigarette smoke, her eyes looking into the distance. He's completely insane. She slammed her hand hard on the table and blurted out, What? You're planning to burn down all of Mokin's Somo warehouses in the central continent? Zeke replied, That's right. So tell me the locations of the warehouses. Kay's panicked expression showed as she said, That's classified information. Only Mokin, the syndicate's high-ranking executives, and I know it. If we do that, we'll be found out immediately. He grabbed his glass of water and chuckled. Even better, I never intended to hide it in the first place. Zeke pointed directly at the photograph. Because I'll put all the blame on El Mencho. The fewer people there are to suspect, the easier it is to handle. And the syndicate still doesn't know that Pavella used to be a pirate, right? She answered, That's right. Because I still haven't reported it. Kay suddenly froze. Wait, don't tell me you. He smiled faintly. I knew you would catch on quickly. Zeke swept his hand across the table, pushing aside all the cups and plates, and said exactly. We don't need to get our hands too dirty. We just need to drag all the syndicate executives who are hesitating between Mokin and Pavella into this game, then report everything to John Joan. That will be enough. Kay was frightened by Zeke's expression and bit her lip tightly. In an extremely quiet voice, she said, Do you understand what you're saying? He answered calmly, Of course I do. Her whole body trembled. That's an insane plan. You know very well what happens to those who betray the organization. Zeke tightened his grip on the wine bottle. He shouted, When all the executives are blown away, who will care whether anyone betrayed them or not? Zeke's voice turned serious. Are you planning to remain a pawn of the organization for the rest of your life? Didn't you already agree to my proposal to make you the leader? His gaze sharpened. From now on, there is no fold. Only call or raise. Choose. After listening for a while, Kay also found herself somewhat convinced. Yes, he's right. I didn't join the organization just to stay a pawn forever. Zeke Draker, outstanding intelligence ability, able to uncover Pavella's true identity without anyone knowing. And it didn't stop there. With that intelligence ability, he also discovered ancient ruins that had never been made public, and even perfectly secured a large number of high-quality artifacts. After seeing those astonishing abilities with my own eyes, I decided to go along with him. She reached out and took Zeke's hand, the one holding the wine bottle. And yet now, Kay's whole body trembled as she snatched up the bottle. If I get scared after hearing the plan, what right do I have to be worthy of it? She lifted it and drained it all in one go. The sight left him stunned. The wine bottle came down on the table with a loud clack, along with Kay's shout. Is that all? Even if we fail, we'll only die. This is the biggest job of my life. She raised her hand to wipe the wine from the corner of her mouth and smiled faintly. Let's do it. Let's go all in. Zeke also gave a satisfied smile. Now you're starting to look fired up. This big job, I'll make sure you don't regret it. Sometime later, a cigarette was slowly burning down. A hand trembled violently, as if enduring sub-zero cold. Another hand struck down beside it, almost as if to steady it. Kay stood in thought on the balcony. Z. Draker, I'll put all my trust in you. A series of fires in the central continent. Coincidence or organized crime? Last night, a series of fires broke out simultaneously at multiple locations in the central continent. Local investigative agencies all agreed that, due to the geographic distances, it was difficult to regard the incidents as planned crimes. Because the buildings were completely burned down and no traces were found, the incidents were ultimately concluded to be accidents caused by human negligence. The scene shifted to another mansion. A low voice spoke. No matter which bastard it was, I swear. A figure leaned back in his chair. A man growled, I won't let you die easily. This was the Moken leader, Kato Meekinjon Joan. The scene shifted to the next day. A hand tapped against the tabletop. Zeke rested his chin on his hand and pondered. The semester is nearly over, and half a year has passed since the news reported that I had reached the Blue Realm. I realized this day would come soon. His gaze lowered to the box below. But now that I've actually received an invitation to the promotion party, I feel nervous. A promotion party was a celebration for Dragon Knights who had surpassed the Golden Knight realm and advanced to the Knight realm. Even for Dragon Knights, advancing to the Purple Knight realm or Blue Knight realm usually happened around the age of 20. That was why it was also called the Dragon Knight's debut. Zeke thought to himself, it's been 3 years since I last met the head of the family. He prayed, I hope there won't be any problems. The scene shifted to the central hall of the Spring Garden in the Four Seasons Castle. Laughter and conversation echoed throughout the center. A voice rang out and drew everyone's attention. I respectfully greet the master of the Dragon Knights. Ather turned and spoke. You've come, Aben. Aben smiled gently. Have you been well, my lord? He said gratefully. I have never seen so many guests at a promotion party before. The older man agreed as well. Indeed, Ather turned toward the guests and remarked, well, he is the youngest Blue Knight in the entire continent, so of course everyone is interested. Aben's friendly smile vanished, and his eyes turned pensive. He thought, he mentioned that even though he knows I held the record before Zeke. The older man waved. Zeke should be arriving soon, so I must go prepare for the ceremony. I'm sorry I can't speak with you longer, especially after so long. Aben reassured him, please don't worry, my lord. Ather turned and walked away with a faint laugh. Then enjoy the party while you're here. He obeyed. Yes, sir. After the greeting, the older man turned and walked away. Aben immediately became sinister, his eyes revealing clear disgust. Elsewhere, Zeke loosened his collar and groaned. It's suffocating. He spoke up. It's been hard to see you lately, master. Duke warned him, don't even bring that up. They stopped me from retiring and made me work myself to death. I can't even go home. The older man complained, I was already extremely busy because of that bastard Ather, and now they're making me play your guide for today. It's only natural for a master to guide his disciple, is what that sly snake said. Zeke thought to himself, no wonder he looks so exhausted. He's been working himself to the bone. He asked, so we're heading to the Spring Garden now? Duke replied, that's right. It's the only place in the Four Seasons Castle that allows outsiders to enter. Hearing that, Zeke fell into thought. After all, this castle is divided into 4 main sections. The Spring Garden, where most events are held, and also the only place that allows outside guests, just as Duke said. Summer Rock, where most matters concerning the Dragon Knights are handled and where the Lord's office is located. Autumn Fall, where private ceremonies such as night initiations are held. And finally, Winter End, where many rare artifacts collected over the years are stored. He reflected, I've only heard about them before. This is my first time seeing them with my own eyes. Before my rebirth, I had already been expelled from the academy by this point. After walking for a while, The two stood before a large door. The older man spoke. "All right, we're here." Duke reminded him. "From here on, you'll have to enter alone. This door only accepts honored guests." The older man placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder. "I have duties, so I won't be able to stay at the party." Duke advised him, "But don't lose confidence. Do well in there." The corner of his lips curved faintly. "It doesn't feel so bad to have someone worry about me like this." Zeke spoke to reassure him. "Master, you really worry about the strangest things." The older man chuckled. "As long as you don't make any mistakes, I'll be happy." At that moment, a trumpet sounded loudly. A great announcement rang out. "The honored guest, Sir Zeke Draker, is entering." Everyone turned their eyes toward him. The door slowly opened, and he stepped inside with dignity. Whispers and murmurs rang out. "So that is Sir Zeke Draker. He reached the five-color realm at the age of 15. He is entirely worthy of becoming a golden true point awakened. Still, I never expected him to break Aben's record as the youngest Blue Knight." "Oh my, then you must not have heard. They say he surpassed Aben's achievements at the Academy. Truly impressive." A voice rang out. "Before Lord Ather Draker, leader of all dragon slayers." Zeke Draker declares his first step as a knight. At that moment, Zeke was kneeling respectfully before Ather, and a sword lowered toward his back. The older man continued, "For the future of Zeke Draker, you shall become an honorable knight. I bless you under the name of Draker." And Zeke's eyes turned melancholy, and Ather declared, "Zeke Draker shall hereby be appointed as an official knight of Draker and receive the title of a knight." Everyone was utterly astonished. Becoming an official knight of Draker at only 15, although he is the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this a little too hasty? His expression was confused. In Draker, the only condition for becoming a knight is merit. Blessed by light aura, dragon knights awaken quite early, so reaching the purple realm or blue realm is easy to predict. That is why merit is far more important than level. Even Aben, the youngest Blue Knight before me, had to build up 3 months' worth of achievements before becoming a knight. That shows just how valuable achievements are in Draker. However, Ather's declaration clearly went against all those rules. Zeke looked down at the sword and thought, "The Lord has authority above all other titles, so no one will be able to object." But what is he planning? Ather's voice rang out again. "Today, I am very pleased to introduce my son to everyone." Zeke received an unexpected golden awakening and became the youngest Blue Knight. I believe the boy will soon surpass even me as a knight. The older man raised his wine glass and continued, "I do not want to sound like a braggart here, so I will stop boasting now." Ather shouted, "Raise your glasses and let us conclude the ceremony. Bless the future of this talented young boy, and pray for the peace and prosperity of the continent." For the Dragon Knights, everyone raised their glasses in congratulations. All of them lifted their cups and drank them dry. He glanced to the side with a resigned expression and reflected, "In my previous life, he stayed silent even when Howard suspended me. But now that I'm talented, he's playing the role of a father encouraging his son." Suddenly, a call rang out, cutting through Zeke's thoughts. "Zeke." He bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, my lord," Ather urged him. "Let us move somewhere else." The older man smiled faintly. "As father and son, I want to speak with you alone." Time passed, and the party had ended, with no one left behind. William spoke up to remind him, "Hey, Aben, fix the expression on your face." His voice lowered when he saw Aben's extremely strange and cold expression. That is not the face of an older brother who wants to congratulate his younger brother on his success. The corner of Aben's mouth tightened, as if he did not want to speak. Then Aben asked, "Where is the prince?" William replied, "He said he would come after this tedious ceremony, so he should appear soon." Aben urged, "Then we should hurry as well." William obeyed. "Understood." Elsewhere, a door opened, and Zeke walked out holding something in his hand. He looked at the badge in his hand and thought, a keepsake that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why did the head of the family give this to me? Zeke scratched his head in confusion. Well, it's not exactly a bad thing. So maybe there's no real problem. Damn it, I don't know either. He reflected, but there's a bigger problem now. How to endure the party continuing every day, not just for one night. That is what I should be worrying about right now. Already confused, Zeke became even more so. How can people keep the same mood and do this all day? High society really isn't for everyone. Suddenly, a voice called out. Sir Zeke Draker. A soft voice rang out. This is my first time meeting you in person. A girl approached and introduced herself. I am the first princess of the kingdom of Valencia, Melissa Alengso. He thought to himself, isn't she the most promising candidate for succession to Valencia's throne? She is currently acting on behalf of the weak and incompetent king, presenting a series of bold policies aimed at benefiting the common people. And because of that, she has the enthusiastic support of the populace. It was also for this reason that she often clashed with the nobility of Valencia. But if she officially ascended the throne, those nobles would sooner or later find some way to flatter her. However, before the regression, as conflict with the empire grew increasingly severe, that highly anticipated princess halted all diplomatic activity and then mysteriously disappeared. Rumors once spread across the continent that she had been assassinated by the empire, but when the kingdom of Valencia was destroyed in the war, the truth was buried forever. Zeke's gaze flicked back slightly. In this life, although she was also rather discreet, the fact that she had appeared at an official event like this definitely showed that everything was still fine. Wait, he suddenly remembered something. Recalling what Cliff had once said, the royal family of the kingdom of Valencia? Zeke turned back to look toward Melissa. Could it be? He lowered his head and gave a friendly smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess Melissa. Zeke stepped forward and spoke. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. It is truly an honor that you have come to attend my promotion party. She seemed a little surprised to hear that. Oh, you know of me? He replied. Of course. I have long paid attention to your highness's policies for the people. Zeke continued. Many people may think those are merely showy policies, nothing more than distributing what you already have. He smiled faintly. But in reality, everything from the budget down to the smallest details must be planned meticulously, must it not? Melissa froze when she heard that. She lowered her head and smiled softly, thinking to herself, just as the rumors say, he truly is different from other knights. Seeing Melissa react that way, Zeke was somewhat puzzled. Have I been rude to your highness in some way? She denied it. Not at all. I simply did not expect someone to understand the hardships I am bearing. To tell the truth, I am a little moved. Melissa lifted her skirt, turned around, and said softly, Then I shall take my leave first. It was a pleasure meeting you, Sir Zeke. He asked in confusion. You are leaving so soon? She replied. I would also like to speak with Sir Zeke more, but I cannot monopolize the main figure of the party. Zeke pondered. That is true, though no one has said anything about that. His gaze swept around, but everyone's eyes were clearly making her uncomfortable. Melissa continued. In any case, you need not feel too regretful. She gave a radiant smile and declared, The two of us will surely have a better opportunity to meet again. A few minutes passed. Zeke wore a bright smile for the guests, but inwardly he thought, so the greetings are almost done. At last, I can finally catch my breath a little. He let out a sigh. Honestly, parties like this do not suit my personality at all. Training with Kasia would be far more comfortable. Suddenly, at that moment, clanking sounds rang out, and his feet stopped. Zeke's gaze turned cold as he glanced behind him. He looked around and wondered, the clanking of iron armor? Confusion rose in him. Who would wear armor to a banquet? Zeke let out a sound. All right, I finally found you. A voice rang out. You are the main figure of this party. A blond young man approached. Zeke Draker, the youngest person to be granted the title of knight, correct? This was Carlos, the fourth crown prince of the Rome Empire, and the one who, together with Aben, had ignited the Great War across the continent before Zeke's regression. Carlos extended his hand as if to make his acquaintance and introduced himself. I am Carlos Nerva Constantinus, the fourth prince of the Great Rome Empire. In contrast to his warmth, Zeke remained extremely calm and bowed slightly. He said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness Carlos. Thank you for coming to congratulate me on my promotion." Carlos stiffened, his entire body giving off a cold and sinister air. He nodded, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly into a smile. Then Carlos put an arm around Zeke's shoulder and said brightly, "Come now, do not be so bound by formalities. Let us raise a glass together." He turned and called out loudly, "Hey, someone bring wine here at once." It must be the finest wine, worthy of the historic meeting between Carlos, the most outstanding man on the continent, and Zeke, the man who will become the continent's undefeated knight in the future. The wine was quickly brought out, and streams of liquor were poured into the cups. Carlos laughed with delight. "Come, this is wine bestowed by an imperial prince. Do not waste a single drop. Drink it all." At that moment, gazes turned toward the two of them, and whispers rang out. He accepted the fourth prince's invitation so easily. Even if he's a talented Blue Knight, he is still too naive. But that prince truly is arrogant as well. Given the influence of the Draker clan, he should have been more cautious with such crude behavior. Carlos praised him. "Excellent, wonderful. I have taken quite a liking to you. Today, drink with me until you can no longer stand." Just then a loud call rang out. "Your Highness." Aben approached and spoke. "Allow me to congratulate you, the rising sun of the Empire." Carlos exclaimed, "Oh, Aben, will you drink with us as well?" He replied, "I am greatly honored by Your Highness's invitation, but I have an urgent matter that I must discuss with Your Highness in private." Carlos was somewhat puzzled. "A matter to discuss? Just say it here." Aben said softly, "There are too many eyes watching us here. I believe it would be better if we moved elsewhere." Hearing that, Carlos agreed. "Very well. If you say so, I will listen." Then Carlos turned to say goodbye to Zeke. "Sorry, Zeke. I was the one who invited you. Yet I must leave first. Until next time, when we meet again, let us raise our glasses all night beneath the radiant moon and share the epic that praises the legend of the Dragon Slayer." After saying that, he left with his soldiers. Wherever they passed, they created an oppressive feeling that made people tremble in fear. Whispers rose around them. Someone like that is a prince of the empire? The Rome Empire was always lacking in legitimacy to begin with. I must say, Lord Aben's handling of the situation was truly impressive. It is not without reason that he has such a great reputation. Zeke thought to himself, "All I hear is praise for Aben." Indeed, if one did not know the inside story, they would simply think he was resolving the situation for an awkward prince. Thoughts appeared in Zeke's mind. But this happened earlier than the timing K reported before the regression. Moreover, judging from how the two of them interacted, it was as if they had known each other and been close for a long time. The scene shifted to another room, where Carlos and Aben were sitting and discussing things with each other. The Continental War was perhaps approaching sooner than Zeke had thought. The space then returned to silence. Zeke picked up the token and thought to himself, a token that can be exchanged for one Draker report. He recalled what Adher had said earlier. That is right. Is the plan to become the strongest on the continent going smoothly? Seeing you honored as the main figure of today's party, it seems everything is going well. He replied, "Yes, it is all thanks to the clan leader." Adher chuckled. "What do you mean, clan leader? In a private place like this, call me father affectionately, Zeke." Zeke lifted his cup of water and drank, thinking to himself, those words he recalled when Callie had once requested, "Call me sister affectionately, Zeke." Those were words Callie had said before. He set the teacup down. Now I understand what that strange feeling was back then. Zeke thought, Aben is acting so boldly that he is even pulling the Council of Elders over to his side. Callie even realized that and prepared to deal with it. And yet Adher, the head of the clan, failed to notice? That makes no sense. That means he is turning a blind eye despite knowing Aben's plan clearly. He pondered. If so, was his repeating Callie's words meant to pressure me, or was it merely a coincidence? Whatever the case, I will act on the assumption that Adher is on Aben's side in order to avoid losses. Having thought that, Zeke spoke. "Yes, father." Adher smiled faintly. "Father, how pleasant that sounds." "Very well. I will grant you a gift as encouragement so that you may continue striving toward your dream. After saying that, he placed something on the table. A token appeared, and Ather introduced it. This is a mark that can be exchanged for a treasure hidden in the fields. Zeke picked it up, his expression becoming excited. The fields. It was mentioned in the Draker report, a place famous across the continent for countless precious relics. Ather pointed and advised him, but engrave this in your mind. There, alongside true priceless treasures, there are also countless pieces of trash that merely look dazzling on the outside. Zeke replied, I will keep that in mind, father. His feet stepped outside. I do not know what he is scheming by giving this to me. But the report on the Dragon Slayer is in the fields of Four Seasons Castle. Anything can be used. I will exploit it to the fullest. A girl standing there greeted him with both hands. I have been waiting for you, Sir Zeke. Before you enter, I will briefly summarize this treasury for you. Would you please follow this way? According to Draker's report, this place stores approximately 17,000 precious artifacts, and they may be exchanged with the token. She continued, there is no time limit for making your selection, but once you leave, you will not be able to return, so please be mindful of that. Zeke remarked, I do not see anyone guarding this precious artifact storehouse. The girl explained, because that is not necessary. She continued, the protective magic system here is no inferior to the family head's office. Furthermore, all the artifacts in the storehouse are strictly controlled and managed by magic, so stealing an artifact is practically unimaginable. He thought to himself, as expected, one should not judge everything by outward appearance alone. She extended her hand. Now then, sir, please place the issued token here. Zeke walked over and inserted the token into the slot. A tremor rose throughout the space. The door slowly opened, and waves of cold air billowed out. The corner of his mouth opened slightly in surprise. Inside, countless shells were revealed. He walked inside and marveled inwardly. The interior is much larger than it looked from outside. As expected of Draker, the girl said softly, Then I shall take my leave first. Zeke spoke. Checking the functions of each of these artifacts would probably take a lifetime. System, can I sort these artifacts according to the criteria I want? The system announced, Administrator's request has been confirmed. Activating link function with the Dragon Eye. Please use the Dragon Eye to record the items that need to be categorized. He was somewhat confused. Record them with the Dragon Eye? After that, Zeke let out a satisfied chuckle. He swung his arm around, activated his joints, and his eyes shone brightly. I understand. In that case, let us begin. A notification appeared. Dragon Flag. Dragon Eye supports observation and detailed examination of target information. It can display information about objects according to the administrator's request. Zeke stamped 1 foot hard against the ground to gain momentum. He shot rapidly through the space. Zeke stopped at the end of the row and said, This much should be enough, right? The system announced, displaying recorded items on the minimap. Number of recorded items, 17,138. He was impressed. Far more than I thought. Remove ordinary items and single-use items that are not artifacts. The screen displayed, sorting detected items according to the administrator's request. Number of items remaining after classification, 9,832. Zeke felt somewhat helpless. Still too many. Remove all swords with power inferior to the black sword. The screen immediately went blank. He thought to himself, all the swords were removed. Does that mean the black sword is the strongest among the tens of thousands of artifacts here? Zeke paused for a moment, then looked toward the empty space in confusion. Why is this one not displaying any information? Zeke searched around. It is somewhere nearby. The system announced, You have arrived at the coordinates designated by the administrator. A bracelet appeared, making him somewhat puzzled. A bracelet? Zeke picked up the bracelet and examined it. Its appearance is far too ordinary, yet it has no information at all. The system screen appeared again. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. The notification displayed, This item is reacting to the title heir of Tariq and Draker. Zeke turned back to look at the bracelet and laughed inwardly. It reacts to the title of heir? Then does that mean this is Tarakan's artifact? His gaze turned to the stone embedded in the bracelet. The information displayed, Sacred Guardian Stone, a bracelet inlaid with a guardian stone, capable of summoning a spirit beast. Inherent ability, summons a spirit beast suited to the user's soul. Special note, the Guardian Stone contains the blessing of the Fairy King. The Sacred Guardian Stone has been connected to the Administrator. You may use the Sacred Guardian Stone to summon a guardian beast suited to your soul. Zeke was startled and shouted, "Hey, wait. What do you mean connected? Who gave permission? Can the connection not be removed?" A notification appeared. Administrator's request has been confirmed. This item is connected to the title heir of Tarakan Draker and cannot be removed. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. I have not finished checking all the other artifacts yet. This ruins the whole plan. Zeke closed his eyes and resigned himself to it. Fine. I have to think positively. If it is Tarakan's artifact, it must certainly be stronger than most of the other artifacts. System, activate this bracelet's inherent ability. The system announced, Administrator's request has been confirmed. Activating the Sacred Guardian Stone to search for a guardian beast suited to the user's soul. The bracelet then lit up, creating streams of radiant light. The screen displayed, thanks to the blessing of the Fairy King, the search range has been expanded to a level higher than guardian beasts, spirit beasts. A spirit beast suited to the user's soul has been found. Summoning spirit beast. A flash of light filled the space. It shone a beam straight downward, sending clouds of dust billowing up. Bolts of lightning crackled out, and a hoof stepped forth. A magical beast emerged from the dazzling light. The system announced, Spirit Beast Dragon Horse has been summoned. Zeke was stunned. This is a spirit beast? The power radiating from it is incredible. He looked up at the bracelet and cried out joyfully, the heart and fong of Bahamut, and now even artifact that summons a spirit beast. Zeke wondered, just how many miraculous things did Tarakan possess? Suddenly, the horse approached and rubbed its mouth against his forehead. Zeke reached out and held its head as he pondered. So this is what it means to be suited to the soul. It is our first meeting, yet it feels as if I have reunited with an old close friend. He smiled faintly. All right, I like you too. I even feel strangely close to you. The two of them continued rubbing their cheeks together and laughed happily. The system asked a question. If you name the spirit beast, you'll be able to summon it at any time through the sacred stone. Zeke looked up. A name? How about Bucephalus? After hearing that, the horse immediately leapt up and neighed several times. He chuckled. It seems he likes that name too. The information displayed, Bucephalus, a dragon horse bearing noble spiritual energy, inherent ability, can release the power of lightning from its two manes. Note, the ultimate spirit beast, king of the dragon horses. Zeke thought to himself, king of the dragon horses sounds impressive, but this is the first time I have seen a dragon horse in real life. How would I know how strong it is? Suddenly, Bucephalus lowered his mouth and bit onto Zeke's shoulder. He lifted Zeke up, making him startle and struggle. Hey, Bucephalus, what are you doing all of a sudden? Before he could regain his composure, Zeke was tossed down, his whole body landing on Bucephalus's back. He asked, You mean you want me to ride? Zeke bent down and stroked its mane as he pondered. As expected of an ultimate spirit beast, it read my thoughts, knew I wanted to test its power, and lowered itself so I could climb on. He tugged the reins and shouted, All right, Bucephalus. Come on, run at full speed. At once, Bucephalus sprang forward at a speed as fast as lightning. Its speed was so great that even the god of wind would be left behind. Zeke held tightly onto it and wondered inwardly. It is running this fast, yet does not make a single hoofbeat. Just what kind of wondrous creature have I tamed? Suddenly, his eyes widened. At this moment, every step it took created a magic circle, making Zeke delighted. Go! This is amazing, Bucephalus. The scene shifted to another place. A previous memory flooded back as she asked, Are you truly choosing this? Sitting in the carriage, Zeke thought to himself, The guide's attitude when I said I wanted to take this bracelet wasn't enthusiastic at all. Remembering what Adher had said, this treasury contains priceless treasures, but there are also plenty of useless items that only look flashy on the outside. So, I have to be careful. A thought surfaced in Zeke's mind. In other words, this bracelet is one of the pieces of junk Adher mentioned. That makes sense. Before it reacted to the title, even the system couldn't display any information about it. It's no wonder people didn't recognize the bracelet's true value. I thought Tarakan's relics could only be found in ruins guided by the system. I never expected to pick one up this easily. What luck! He laced his hands behind his neck and spoke leisurely. In any case, this is definitely a huge trophy. I am incredibly pleased. After all the exhaustion from the battle at the party, I'm going home today and getting a proper rest. A few minutes later, a voice rang out, "Congratulations on officially becoming a Knight of Draker, Sir Zeke." Zeke grumbled, "Talking so politely all of a sudden is making me embarrassed." He continued, "Cliff Reinhardt." Cliff smiled faintly. "You are now an official Knight of Draker, so it is only natural that I change the way I address you." Zeke sat down, scratched his messy hair, and sighed as he warned him, "Fine, but from now on, don't appear on your own like that. If someone discovers a relationship between us, every plan from here on out could fall apart." Cliff said softly, "I sincerely apologize for that. But the truth is, someone insisted on meeting you, Sir Zeke, no matter what, so I had no choice." At that moment, someone removed her hood. Melissa spoke. "We meet again, Zeke Draker." She smiled brightly. "Allow me to greet you once more. I am the owner of the Reinhardt Trading Company, Melissa Alenkso, first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia." Zeke was impressed. The first princess of the Kingdom of Alencia, Melissa Alenkso. As expected, the person behind the Reinhardt Trading Company was the princess. Melissa smiled lightly. "You must have already guessed that, haven't you?" Recently, Princess Melissa had rarely appeared in public, but then she suddenly reappeared at the celebration party for his own promotion. At that exact time, patients were injected with a medicine for red flower disease that Cliff had brought back, and they recovered immediately. He thought to himself, anyone who isn't a fool would immediately notice this coincidence. Then he spoke. "That's right. Exactly." She waved her hand and said, "Then I will skip the introductions and get straight to the main point, if that is all right. The reason I hurried to find you, Sir Zeke, is because I want to ask for your help." Zeke asked curiously, "Help? What exactly do you mean?" Melissa replied, "First, could you look through these documents?" He picked up the papers and looked at them as he listened to her continue. "This is information on the recent situation regarding red flower disease cases, mainly in the Alencia border region, along with the results of the analysis of red flower disease conducted by the supernatural clan Niravana." Zeke turned the pages one by one to examine them. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His surprise burst out in a question. "Is what's written here true? Red flower disease is a pathogen created with magic?" Melissa said, "These are the research results from the Niravana clan, one of the top 3 great supernatural clans, so they cannot be wrong." Zeke clenched his teeth, his expression turning extremely grim as he thought, red flower disease is actually a man-made illness. On top of that, the rate of infection is far faster than during the rare outbreaks before. Did my regression change this too? She added, "That is not all. As you can see in the documents, red flower disease first broke out in villages near the border between the Rome Empire and the Kingdom of Alencia, but did not spread toward the Rome Empire." A hand crushed a cigarette out on the table. Melissa continued, "It only spread in the direction of the Kingdom of Alencia." He stopped her. "Wait, are you saying?" Her gaze sharpened. "Yes, I am thinking the same thing as you, Sir Zeke. It is highly possible that the Rome Empire created red flower disease and deliberately spread it toward Alencia." Zeke became grave. This is truly far too serious. A thought surfaced in his mind. The reason the Kingdom of Alencia was so easily defeated by the Rome Empire before my regression was also red flower disease. Zeke's eyes looked straight at Melissa. "So that is why the princess needs my support." He set the documents down and spoke. what the princess wants. Zeke's voice turned cold. It must be the right to mass produce and distribute the cure for red flower disease, correct? She nodded. Yes, exactly. Melissa said, in the previous contract, our company only obtained the manufacturing principles. To distribute the medicine on a nationwide scale, we need a new supplementary contract. Moreover, the princess has proposed an extremely attractive clause. Even so, I have no intention of violating the contract. Her voice became brighter. Of course, I would do the same. As a merchant, whichever side reveals its intentions first falls into a disadvantageous position. But working with you, Sir Zeke, can hardly be called a disadvantage. Hearing that, the corners of Zeke's lips lifted into a slight smile. He thought to himself, just as expected of the true head of the Reinhardt Trading Company. It wasn't by chance that Reinhardt became such a powerful trading company. Melissa added, the medicine will be distributed to the people as relief supplies. You need not worry about the manufacturing formula being leaked. Of course, we will pay you appropriate compensation. I will give you 20% of our company's shares. Zeke's expression changed at once. The Reinhardt Trading Company is already among the top 10 most reputable trading companies. If it doesn't collapse along with Alencia in the Continental War like it did before my regression, the company will grow even more powerful. 20% of this trading company's shares would be worth at least several million gold. If I prevent the war and let the company grow further, that value could rise to tens of millions of gold. He fell silent, deep in thought. Zeke bent forward and spoke. This is truly an attractive offer, but first, I would like to ask the princess a few things. He became serious. What if I were someone from the Empire? I find it hard to understand why the princess would share information so openly and offer 20% of the trading company's shares merely for relief supplies. Seeing Zeke's concern, Melissa immediately explained, I will answer each of your questions. She spoke calmly, as if reciting from a prepared document. I have determined with certainty that you, Sir Zeke, are not someone from the Empire. If there is any strength I possess besides my status as princess, it is the sharpness I have honed through being hurt many times. In fact, after parting with you at the party, Sir Zeke, I did not leave immediately, but observed from a distance. Though it was very subtle and hard to notice, you showed coldness toward those connected to the Rome Empire. More importantly, you refused to shake hands with Carlos, the fourth crown prince of the Rome Empire. People might think you simply chose another polite greeting instead of a handshake, Sir Zeke, but to me it was instinctive resistance, a disgust, as if you wanted to avoid contact. Therefore, I am certain you are not on the Empire's side, Sir Zeke. Hearing that, he could not help but feel impressed. The princess's powers of observation were truly godlike. She continued, as for the second question, it does not require a lengthy explanation. It is only 20% of the trading company's shares. Melissa's eyes showed clear seriousness. If it can save the people, then it is certainly a worthwhile deal. Hearing that, Zeke could not help but be surprised. Screams rang out. Alicia, please don't push yourself anymore. Withdraw. Even if we stop the Empire right now, what meaning is there if the one who will become king dies? The conversation broke out. That's right, Zeke. That is your mission. Considering the future, withdrawing now is probably the right choice. You understand that too, don't you? But, Zeke, if sacrificing my life can buy time for the people to escape, then that is certainly a worthwhile deal. She was now a little puzzled when she saw him lower his head and clutch at his hair as if he were deeply distressed. He cursed inwardly, damn it. I tried to stop this from happening, and yet she said the exact same thing Alicia did back then. The corners of Zeke's lips parted, and he let out a long sigh before speaking. All right, we have a deal. Melissa rejoiced. Truly? That is a wise decision. Zeke warned her, but be careful. Do not reveal my identity. She reassured him, do not worry. I guarantee that on my end. Time passed, and 2 weeks later, in the training room in the basement of the mansion, he was constantly striving in his training. Powerful slashes were unleashed, and Zeke rapidly launched attacks filled with force. His entire body rushed through the air, dust and smoke billowing up, creating a vortex like an enraged whirlwind. He came to a stop and steadied his mind. At that moment, a screen appeared. System notification. You have successfully comprehended the S-rank dragon-slaying sword art. Zeke asked, "It's finally done. It took about a month, right?" The notification displayed, "The conditions for the achievement quest, Successor of Saturn, have been completed. Achievement quest completed. The full amount of time has been added to the reward." Quest rewards include the coordinates of the treasure of the Kingdom of Cronus, the title Swordsmanship Transmitter, 500 karma points, and 2 random gift boxes. After reading it, he let out an exclamation. 2 random gift boxes? Then the points I used when I burned Merkin's warehouse have basically been made up for. Zeke sheathed his sword. "All right then." He spoke. "Let's check this first. The coordinates of the treasure of the Kingdom of Cronus. System notification. Administrator's request has been confirmed." Suddenly, a red warning appeared. The current coordinates cannot be read. System notification. A seal must be found to activate the coordinates. If the scattered seal fragments are collected and reassembled, the coordinates will be activated. The locations of the seal fragments have been linked and displayed on the minimap. He observed the map. 2 fragments were in the central region, 1 in the south and 1 in the north. Zeke rested a hand on his chin and thought to himself, the fragments are quite far apart. It will probably take a fair amount of time to collect them all. Suddenly, he paused for a moment. Zeke gave a crooked smile. So that's how it is. No wonder it never appeared. System notification. Linked quest, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Kingdom of Cronus and restore them to their original state. Time limit. None. Quest reward. Title, Successor of the Kingdom of Cronus. The sudden appearance of the screen made him lean closer. Zeke was somewhat disappointed. What is this? The reward is only a title. System notification. Linked quest, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Kingdom of Cronus and restore them to their original state. Time limit. None. Quest reward. Title, Successor of the Kingdom of Cronus. He wondered, is restoring the seal and uncovering the treasure mentioned in the report counted as the reward? Or like before, when the relic reacted directly to the title, does this title also contain some hidden special power? Zeke's expression became extremely unpleasant, and he put away the compass. For now, I'll leave it be. Zeke turned and walked away. In any case, there is no time limit. I should deal with the urgent matters first and investigate it slowly later. He stepped outside. Fortunately, I just received word from Kay. Zeke formed a sinister smile. It has been a long time since I met those narcotics dealers in the southern region, hasn't it? The scene shifted to Gopah Harbor, a port village in the southern part of the continent. He thought to himself, the smell of the sea mixed with the stench of blood. The atmosphere in the south is as terrible as ever. Everyone bowed respectfully and shouted, "It is an honor to serve you, Deputy Chief of the Southern Branch of the Reinhardt Trading Company." Zeke waved his hand. "You have all worked hard," they shouted. "We look forward to the day we see you return as Deputy Branch Chief." He said helplessly, "Enough, enough. Don't overdo it." Zeke walked along, thinking to himself, whether before my regression or now, it seems not everything has changed. He glanced around and observed his surroundings. At least the smell of the sea is exactly the same. Zeke judged, I have to focus my mind on this. Now someone waved and called out, "Murray." His gaze turned straight toward the 2 people in front of him. "Your timing is perfect for the mission." Old images flooded back, and Zeke quickly recognized them. The Northern Rangers. He praised them. "Merchant clothes suit you pretty well." The 2 replied, "Thanks." Zeke asked, "Have you clearly understood the plan sent along with the mission letter?" The man answered, "Of course. On the day of action, I will use the chaos to rescue the girl being held captive by Merkin." Zeke walked over, nudged the man's chest with his fist, and praised him. "Good. It seems you understand the plan well. But the mission also includes protecting the target and escorting her to safety, so don't get careless at the last moment." The man replied, "Understood." But I have one question. Zeke asked, what is it? The man said, perhaps it was to prevent information leaks, but the letter did not mention anything about the chaos that will occur on the day of action. Is it some special occasion, like a festival in the southern continent? The corners of Zeke's lips curled slightly. Zeke said coldly, it is not a festival. It will be much more chaotic than that, because it will be the day Merkin disappears from this world. The man was somewhat startled by his attitude. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So you were here, Deputy Branch Chief. A man approached and spoke. Were you in the middle of a conversation? I will come back after you finish. Zeke urged him. You're the guide from the trading company? It's fine. We're done here. Let me there now. The guide replied, yes, understood. I will take you in the carriage we prepared. Please follow me. The man watched the two leave and wondered, could he be planning to start a war with Merkin? Hearing that, Zeke gave a small laugh and waved as he said, no way. I was only joking, so don't mind it. But after hearing what that young man said, it didn't feel like a joke at all. The other replied, agreed. After a while, they arrived at another residential district, and Zeke asked, have you checked the place the company prepared? The guide replied, of course. It looks a little old on the outside, but the storage rooms and interior are all managed by us. It is practically hotel quality. Zeke exclaimed, that's a relief. By the way, to review the plan, I'll summarize it once more. Today is John Wan's birthday. He said, it is an occasion to celebrate him, and at the same time, it is also a meeting of all the high-ranking leaders to discuss upcoming transactions. Therefore, Kay, an important figure in the transaction, along with her assistant, Zeke Murray, will also attend the meeting, correct? Kay replied, that's right. Zeke said softly, how many times have we gone over this? I think this is the 5th time. So many times that I've memorized every word. She pointed at him and shouted, it can't be helped, partner. I'm not as bold as you. It's normal for me to be nervous. Don't tell me you dragged me into this, and now won't even listen to me complain a little. He thought to himself, I thought something felt different from usual, and it turns out it was because of this. Kay hugged her head and trembled as she said, what if they discover that I was the one who burned the Soma warehouse? I heard Merkin's way of dealing with traitors is to paralyze their entire body, then stuff them onto a ship as shark bait. Mentally panicked, she shouted, this is not good at all. I cover my tracks so thoroughly, so surely no one will find out, right? Zeke was amused. Seeing her worry like that only makes me want to tease her more. Thinking that, he spoke. Kay, you're a mage, so you'll be dealt with differently. Don't worry. Kay asked, what do you mean differently? Zeke smiled brightly. In the south, there is a rumor that possessing a mage's body can ward off curses. No one would waste it by using it as fish bait. They would probably cut off your limbs and sell them to those who need them. Hearing that, she could not help but be shocked. Kay shouted, then those charms Merkin members have been wearing all this time weren't models, but real fingers? I wonder what will happen to my fingers. He simply sat there calmly, listening as Kay made a fuss. If that happens, partner, please gather my body and bury me somewhere with warm sunlight. But where did you hear about this? Zeke thought to himself, I couldn't possibly not know. I understand the southern continent better than anyone. I was also the one who, as a hired assassin, guided Merkin through both prosperity and collapse. My grudge with Merkin before the regression began when I was expelled from the academy, captured by slave traders, and then sold to Merkin Soma Farm. Merkin Soma Farm was not only a place that grew Soma under orders from above, it was far more complicated than that. Sometimes we were even sent out as cannon fodder in conflicts between forces, and I was the only one lucky enough to survive and return. Back then, I was simply relieved to be alive and didn't question anything. But thinking back on it now, my survival instincts may have unconsciously activated my healing ability. In any case, after I survived 5 or 6 cannon fodder missions, John Wan began training me to become a hired assassin. And as it turned out, John Wan's sharp I was right. Hired assassination work suited my abilities extremely well. If I lured my opponent into lowering their guard and then used poison, taking down a purple knight became as easy as turning over my hand. But Blue Knights were different. Even when I approached without leaving a trace, they would miraculously detect me, and even after being poisoned, they could adjust their aura to burn away or expel the toxin. But in the end, Blue Knights were still human. I learned to target the weaknesses only humans possessed, and from then on, I could even take down Blue Knights with ease. Once the number of Blue Knights I had killed reached double digits, I cemented my position as a hired assassin within the American organization. After that, I continued raising my standing through major accomplishments in wars and in the destruction of the Pavella organization, and eventually became John Wan's adopted son, promised to be his official successor. But on the night when all the gang's top leaders gathered to announce the heir, I killed everyone present, including John Wan, and left the American organization. Zeke gave a faint smile. Well, that's all in the past now. While he was absorbed in thought, Kay snapped, "Hey, partner, you've been dodging my question this whole time." She pointed at him and shouted, "Don't tell me you're an American spy, planning to use me to swallow the syndicate whole?" Hearing that, he pondered for a moment, then once again turned his gaze into the distance without saying a word, causing Kay to stiffen like stone. She made another fuss. "Am I wrong? Say something, partner." Meanwhile, Zeke laughed inwardly. The Kay of now, unlike before the regression, still has a bit of innocence left. That makes teasing her really fun. The scene shifted to John Wan's mansion, where everyone was anxiously gathered in the Great Hall. A voice rang out. "John Wan, this is Kay, the enforcer I mentioned." Kay said respectfully, "It is an honor to meet you, John Wan." Zeke glanced up and remarked, "This really is a wealthy place." He looked around. Not only were American assassins present, but also notorious outlaws and famed rangers. They really prepared quite a diverse force. At that moment, in the secret meeting room behind the mansion's hall, a low voice rang out. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard a mage would be coming here, but I didn't expect a young lady. A beautiful mage is more precious than any jewel." Malcolm chuckled. "I look forward to hearing your wise words. Let us begin the meeting." This was John Wan, the boss of the American organization. Kay seemed pressured by the surrounding atmosphere and had to struggle to regain her composure. Kay spoke. "A few months ago, do you remember the fire at the Soma warehouse?" The question made everyone freeze. He stubbed out his cigar and replied, "Of course I remember. No, I should say it is impossible to forget." Merkin's voice turned cold. "But why are you bringing that up now?" She stammered. "That is because there is a traitor here who colluded with Pavella and burned down the Soma warehouse." Kay regained her composure and said, "Among us is someone who conspired with Pavella, and he was the one who set fire to the warehouse." The people present reacted fiercely. "What did that crazy woman just say? Drag that hag outside right now." Immediately, a fist slammed down onto the table, stopping the clamor. Everyone fell silent, and no one dared say a word. His gaze sharpened. "What you just said, are you prepared to take responsibility for it?" She gave a slight nod in agreement. Merkin pointed directly. "Good. Then tell us, who dare betray Merkin?" Everyone was utterly shocked when they heard that. At that moment, Zeke had already walked over and placed a knife against someone's throat. He smiled coldly. "It is an honor to meet you, John Wan." He introduced himself. "I am Zeke Draker. Regarding the matter John Wan just mentioned, I believe I can help." He said softly, "Zeke Draker, it is an honor to meet you." Malcolm chuckled. "It is my birthday, yet instead of bringing a gift, you brought a knife?" Zeke looked toward Joquin. "The gift is right here, isn't it?" he asked. "Are you saying my dear brother Joquin is the traitor?" Zeke raised an eyebrow. "Hey, Joquin, also known as El Mencho, you should know best yourself. Why don't you say it?" The man thought to himself, "Even the boss hasn't discovered this. How on earth does this bastard know?" Joquin shouted, "You useless idiots! What are you standing or staring for?" His expression twisted viciously as he cursed aloud. "After taking so much from me, do something useful for once." A man standing nearby stammered, "But even if you say that, sir, there's nothing we can do." He looked towards Zeke. "That man is a professional. He isn't showing a single opening for us to approach. If we attack from a distance, He will use Sir Joaquin as a shield. He may very well be a spy sent by Pavella. Zeke smiled faintly. As expected of Merkin's right-hand man. You're quite trusted, aren't you? Even though you are the one who is Pavella's spy, you dare turn around and suspect me? Joaquin said softly, now that your identity has been exposed, you've started spouting nonsense, have you? Suddenly, a voice rang out. You sound rather confident. Did you think I did all this without evidence? The man grew flustered. Kay was now standing not far away, activating a magic circle. Merkin simply sat there smoking as he watched the spectacle unfold. He reached out and picked up the clipboard. Merkin silently opened the stacks of papers one by one and examined them. His brows furrowed tightly. You brought me something interesting, Zeke Draker. Everyone was astonished and listened silently as Merkin spoke. Not only did Joaquin collude with the syndicate to betray me, but it turns out those Pavella bastards are pirates as well. Zeke smiled wickedly. As expected, the moment pirates are mentioned, the atmosphere changes immediately. No one liked pirates, and Southerners hated them even more because they lived close to the pirates' bases and had suffered greater losses than any other continent. Zeke pondered. Above all, John Juan lost his entire family to pirates, so his hatred for them cannot be soothed. Even if it is John Juan, he will absolutely never overlook anything involving pirates. He looked at the report and asked inwardly, now what are you going to do? Joaquin cursed himself. Damn it. Damn it all. He glanced slightly at the paper in confusion. Where on earth did you get that photograph? And that report too. It clearly states that my past smuggling with Pavella is connected to the Soma warehouse fire from a few months ago. That alone is enough to make my own people suspect me. Merkin threw the report down and spoke. I have looked it over carefully, Zeke Draker, but do you think I will suspect Joaquin, my own blood brother, based on this small amount of evidence? Zeke thought to himself, looks like this alone isn't enough. I don't want to have to use this method, but it seems I have no other choice. He spoke. Mincho. He turned back and judged. If that truly is all there is, then your crime of insulting my younger brother cannot be forgiven. The man spoke quietly. Boss. Joaquin confessed on his own. Zeke Draker is right. I am the one who secretly colluded with Pavella. Silence covered the surroundings. Merkin stood up. So that is how it is. I never expected you to betray me. How disgraceful. He slowly walked over. Since you have confessed, you must receive treatment fitting your crime, mustn't you? Zeke's eyes widened. Before he could do anything, Merkin had already stepped forward and slashed straight into Joaquin, sending blood splattering all over Zeke. The man's entire body lay motionless on the floor. Zeke looked down at the blood-soaked body and thought to himself, to think Merkin's right-hand man would meet such a miserable end. Southerners really are strange. Earlier, he had said, El Mincho, admit that you are the traitor. If you do as I say, I swear before God that I will not touch your hidden family. Zeke raised a cloth and wiped the blood from his face as he continued thinking. An oath before God is absolutely trustworthy, after all. In truth, I never intended to touch your family from the beginning. He turned his eyes to the axe in Merkin's hand. Still, as expected of the boss of a notorious criminal organization, John Juan certainly did not dispose of El Mencho because he truly believed he was the traitor. It was simply that the situation forced him to deal with him. A few months ago, the person who caused the fire at the Soma warehouse, the incident that dealt Merkin a heavy blow, was also the one who colluded with Pavella and set that warehouse ablaze. At the same time, I acted in an extreme manner, pointed directly at El Mencho as the traitor, and immediately subdued him. On top of that came the shocking news that the Pavella organization was actually made up of pirates. Even in such a chaotic situation, John Juan seemed to maintain his composure and analyze the circumstances coldly. But his subordinates did not. And then, right in the middle of that chaos, El Mencho personally admitted that he was the traitor. Even if El Mencho had not truly been the traitor, if John Juan had ignored it and let it pass, the organization's discipline would likely have collapsed. Zeke pondered, as expected, John Wan is still as rational and calculating as ever. That hasn't changed at all. His axe chopped down, blood spraying everywhere, and Merkin's entire body radiated fierce, killing intent. Merkin's voice rang out. However, if Kay's report is correct, and Jokwin truly is the traitor, then those working in my beloved syndicate must also be traitors. He drove the axe straight down. The report clearly states that burning the Soma warehouse was merely a stepping stone, so that all of you could prepare to defect to Pavela together with Jokwin. Merkin said coldly, "If you confess like my brother Jokwin did, I will send you off without making you suffer." A stammering voice rang out. "This is complete slander." He pointed toward Kay and shouted, "We never plotted anything like that. This must be some filthy trick by that damn mage woman. If you interrogate that mage, then..." But before he could finish speaking, a slash struck him down on the spot. Blood splattered all over Kay. Her entire body trembled violently. Merkin turned and asked, "What are you doing?" His gaze looked straight at Zeke. "Zeke Draker." Zeke calmly pointed and replied, "I am merely helping the boss deal with a traitor." Zeke continued, "Jokwin confessed on his own, and you personally executed him. As for the syndicate, they were already colluding with him. That gives us more than enough justification to kill them, doesn't it? Isn't that right?" Merkin thought to himself, "I kept wondering what exactly this brat was scheming." So his final goal was to borrow my hand to eliminate the syndicate. He nodded slowly. "Justification, is it? That sounds nice. However, Zeke Draker." Merkin's voice turned cold. "Are you a messenger of God sent to help me, or merely a servant of the devil sent to destroy me?" The corner of Zeke's mouth lifted into a faint smile. Zeke placed a hand on his chest and replied, "I am neither a messenger of God nor a servant of the devil. I am merely a business partner who wants to propose a new deal." He asked in confusion, A business partner?" Zeke answered, "That's right." Zeke said coldly, "I think the same way you do, boss. You want to wipe out the corporate order and restore command, don't you?" He analyzed. "However, with Ister's expulsion order and Pavela's control over the sea routes, Merkin's only current Soma distribution network is through the organization." Zeke's gaze fell on Jokwin's corpse lying on the floor as he continued. "You are clear-headed enough to see all of this plainly, boss. That is why you hesitated to punish them even when you learned they had betrayed you." Merkin pondered. "You speak as though you have known me for a very long time." He turned to look at Kay, who was trembling beside him, and said, "Do not worry. Until now, the Federation's Soma distribution has been handled entirely by Kay." She was now letting out faint laughs. Zeke struck his chest with his hand and declared, "From now on, Kay and I will take over from the Federation." He lowered his voice, "And we will handle Merkin's Soma distribution ourselves." The chair leg quietly turned backward. Merkin leaned back and spoke. "That is indeed a wonderful offer, Zeke Draker." His voice sank. "If what you say is true." The axe embedded itself into the stack of papers onto the table. "Deals must be built on trust," Merkin added. "But if there is no trust, how can I entrust this distribution to you when this is only our first meeting?" Zeke stepped closer and spoke. "You are absolutely right. Then how about this?" He swung his blade and knocked Merkin's axe away. Zeke swept his hand upward, sending all the stacks of papers flying into the air. His hand spun the blade he held. He drove the blade directly down into one of the papers. Zeke smiled faintly. "Paulo Santos. I will eliminate the area taken over by that coward. Paulo Santos, nicknamed Covarde Paulo." His nickname came from the fact that he always valued safety above all else. That was why, although he had become an enforcer, his reputation within the organization was extremely low. Merkin thought to himself, "And you even know details like his existence and his nickname. Well, as long as it benefits me, I do not care." He turned his chair and spoke. "Very well. That may be enough to earn my trust." Merkin stood up. "However, although I am impressed by your boldness and courage, that place is still too dangerous for you to ambush alone. Therefore, I will send Merkin's elite assassination squad to support you." Hearing that, Disdain showed plainly on Zeke's face. Support my ass. They'll definitely just be watching me. Merkin continued, and while you prove your courage, just as a precaution. Merkin gestured toward Kay. This young lady will be placed under our protection. Zeke's gaze sharpened. That's just a long-winded way of saying she has been taken hostage. Zeke spoke. Understand. Please take good care of Kay, boss. Night had now fallen. Pavela's Soma cartel. Therefore, I will send Merkin's elite assassination squad to support you. An arm was raised. Zeke and the group of assassins were stealthily advancing. He signaled. Stop. One man thought to himself. Even as the leader of the squad, I stopped at his order without even realizing it. This was Manuel, the leader of the assassination squad. Manuel pondered. Well, after seeing his skills, only a fool would refuse to follow his commands. He has more stamina than assassins like us, and he moves faster and more precisely, as if he knows this northern forest by heart. But above all, he is extremely skilled in battle. Even when facing monsters, he is strong enough to easily defeat the most expensive mercenaries. The Wolf Tribe. The man concluded, he really is a monster. At that moment, Zeke spoke. All of you wait here. Manuel stammered. But we came here as observers. We are not allowed to directly assist you. Zeke glanced back and reminded him. This is the only place where the factory can be seen clearly. Stop saying things you do not really mean and just focus on observing. He waved his hand and said, Sir Murray. But before he could say anything else, Zeke had already leapt away. Manuel's expression turned extremely grim, and he spoke. What should we do, leader? We will do as he said and continue monitoring this place. Just as he said, we only came here to observe. There is no need for us to follow him in a battle. Manuel instructed them. From now on, hold your positions. Make sure you are properly disguised so that we are not discovered. Suddenly, a noise rang out. He said in a low voice, he has begun charging in. At that moment, flames kept erupting fiercely. The entire fortress was engulfed in scorching waves of fire, and shrill screams rang out. There was a mage among the attackers. We cannot handle this on our own. Request support from the magic weapon unit immediately. Zeke said. Such reactions were only natural when they saw the elemental sword for the first time. Suddenly, a shout was directed at him. The intruder had been spotted. Zeke closed his eyes. Still, for an organization that opposed Merkin in the north, he had expected this much. Their response was very quick. At that moment, he was swiftly surrounded. They all rushed forward to attack Zeke. The flames now kept blazing, and he brought down the elemental sword. Field of fire, radiant flame. Zeke's foot dragged across the ground. He turned to look at the people being burned by the flames and smiled faintly. But this was not even enough for a warm-up. Suddenly, a sound rang out and drew Zeke's gaze. He raised an eyebrow. That coward Paolo really was crazily resourceful. Right now, tanks were aiming their cannons straight at Zeke. He wondered, did he even develop a magic tank? How much money has rotted away here? Wouldn't hiring mages have been cheaper? Explosions erupted violently one after another as shells were fired straight at him. Without saying much, Zeke raised his sword and slashed horizontally at the incoming shell. It immediately flew back in the opposite direction and caused a terrifying explosion among the tanks. He glanced back. Well, unless you're a criminal, you would never accept an exchange agreement like that. After saying that, Zeke unleashed the elemental sword. Field of wind, rain sword. It descended straight below. Beneath his mask, the corner of his mouth curled up. Before the regression, I might have run away the moment I saw that magic tank. Ignoring the explosion behind him, Zeke turned and walked away. But now, things are different. A door near the ground opened, revealing a passage down to the basement. All the guards had been completely eliminated. A powerful force shot tore the remaining man. Zeke aimed straight for his head and slashed. Zeke calmly stepped inside. Now that I have dealt with this many of them, it should be about time for him to show up. Suddenly, an arrow flew down from above with incredible speed. He quickly caught the arrow. However, it shattered releasing all the gas inside. System notification. Black Mamba poison has been detected. Immunity to all poisons negates the poison's effect. The arrow and the dark gas fell to the ground. A notification appeared. Administrator command confirmed. Continuous activation of the class skill recovery factor has been temporarily suspended. Zeke thought, "At last, you have finally shown yourself. What the hell is the underground army doing, letting an intruder get this far?" Paulo Santos's footsteps approached as his voice rang out. "What you just inhaled is poison gas. Even an aura user can do nothing against this deadly poison." A large man spoke. "I will give you a chance. Exchange information about the comrades who came with you, and I will give you the antidote. I am Paulo Santos, an executive of the Pavela organization." Paulo continued, "It seems this was a diversion, but considering how quiet it is above ground, your comrades must have all been subdued, right? Why not accept the deal before it is too late?" Zeke thought, "He wants to make a deal with something that does not even exist? Does he think I am that easy to fool?" His eyes moved toward the arrow that was releasing poison gas. For Southerners, the fact that Black Mamba poison has no antidote was basic knowledge. An ordinary person would die within minutes of being poisoned. Even a Blue Knight would have difficulty purging the toxin, and it could even leave after effects. It truly was a deadly poison. Zeke's thoughts continued. "Well, with invulnerable to all poisons, it has no effect on me at all. The system had notified him earlier, Black Mamba poison detected. Due to the effect of invulnerable to all poisons, the body is unaffected by poison." After thinking that, he did not hesitate and swung his sword, cutting apart the bottle of antidote. Paulo shouted in shock, "You lunatic! How dare you destroy the antidote? Do you really want to die?" Suddenly, his gaze froze and his expression darkened. Zeke pointed straight at him and said reassuringly, "Relax. My constitution is immune to poison. Also, the reason it is quiet above ground is because I have eliminated all of your comrades." Paulo could not help but panic. "What?" He stammered. "Do not talk nonsense. They are Pavela's elites. They were even equipped with magical weapons." Zeke replied, "If you're curious, go and check for yourself. Of course, I mean if you still can." Paulo shouted, "Who are you? Who ordered you to do this?" Zeke laughed softly. "Surely you have already guessed a little, haven't you?" Paulo growled, "Could it be Meccan?" Zeke let out an impressed sound. "Oh, you are quick, aren't you?" Paulo analyzed the situation. "The only one who could throw Pavela into this much chaos is Mercan. But I thought both sides still respected each other's boundaries. Why would he suddenly do something like this?" Zeke smiled faintly. "You really have no shame at all." Paulo was startled. "What?" Zeke said coldly. "Pavela's so-called respect was nothing more than secretly interfering with the other side's distribution network while waiting for a chance to leak goods out, wasn't it?" Ignoring Paulo's stunned reaction, Zeke continued, "Pavela has crossed the line. That alone is reason enough to start a war. The boss declared that he will not stop until the Pavela organization has been turned to ash. He even swore to wipe those filthy pirates off the southern continent." Zeke thought, "And he even knows very well that your roots are in piracy." Hearing that, Paulo tried to turn and run, cursing under his breath, "Damn it." But Zeke had no intention of letting him go and gave chase. "Do you think you can escape from here?" After a while, Zeke walked alone through a vast space. He looked up and thought, "This chase should be enough. But where is this place? It seems completely different from the underground mine from earlier. Moreover, there were countless traps on the way here. I had to pretend to get caught in them to avoid suspicion. What a nuisance." He glanced to the side. Those traps were not originally part of the ruins. They looked as if someone had recently installed them. Zeke's brows furrowed tightly as he cursed inwardly. Those damned Pavela bastards. What the hell are they doing here? At that moment, someone was hiding behind him and watching. Taking advantage of the moment when Zeke seemed unaware, the man rushed out. He charged in and swung his sword straight down at Zeke. But Zeke had already turned his foot. He shifted aside and dodged the attack. Pressing close to the man, he said coldly, "Just who the hell are you?" The man refused to give up and swung the sword in his hand, preparing to launch another attack. He spun his blade and attacked, but Zeke dodged every strike. Zeke twirled the dagger in his hand and unleashed several fatal slashes, ending the man's life instantly. Blood burst from the man's body and splattered everywhere, spraying all over Zeke's face. He stepped closer to the corpse, but suddenly another man appeared in the distance, making Zeke irritated. Wherever I go, I run into these bastards. However, it was not just one, but many of them. Damn it, the Empire's hounds. Manuel spoke. This is why I never wanted to cooperate with those southern bastards. They should have settled things within their own territory. What are they trying to do, dragging all these rats in here? He said in a low voice. In any case, now that you have come this far, do not dream of leaving alive. Zeke thought. On the tactical map carried by the hounds I encountered in the giant mountains, the ruins in the southern continent were clearly marked as well. Then is this place one of the ruins containing the relic the Emperor is searching for? Manuel looked toward the dagger in Zeke's hand. He said, that dagger may look ordinary on the outside, but there was clearly wind gathering around it before he swung it. Consider it an ancient artifact and respond with caution. The man beside him obeyed. Understood. Manuel's bro suddenly furuba tigli. He saw Zeke holding a sheet of paper in his hand. A magic scroll. Manuel shouted in alarm. That is a magic scroll. Get into ready positions. Zeke tossed it behind him and said calmly, there is no need to be so afraid. Zeke withdrew his hand and explained, this is only soundproofing magic and a protective barrier. It has no destructive power. To put it simply, for the next 30 minutes, no matter what happens here, it will not leak outside. He reminded them, there's no need to worry about being discovered. Besides, chances to test a new technique do not come often, so enjoy it to the fullest. At that moment, Zeke raised the black sword high with a soft laugh. Isn't that right? After hearing that, Manuel was confused. A spatial pouch? No, something about it is strange. It does not look like a medium connected to another space. It looks as if it was created directly in the void. His eyes widened. And that strange weapon from earlier too. He is clearly a mage, yet he can use a sword as well. Suddenly, Manuel froze, his face revealing clear astonishment. At that moment, the black sword was sending streams of electricity into Zeke's hand. A fierce surge of inner power erupted. Swaltoha! He grew alarmed. Could he be a blue knight? At that moment, the slash descended straight down, directly attacking all of the assassins. Manuel was also immediately struck and coughed up blood. A spatial door opened wide and shone brilliantly. Then it slowly faded away. In the end, only a heap of ruins remained. Holding the sword with flames in his hand, Zeke thought, if the bodies are burned with fire, it will be very difficult to find traces. Moreover, it will make people think that Merkin hired not only knights, but also mages for the raid. That could make the conflict between Merkin and Pavella even more intense. The thought appeared in his mind. Come to think of it, why did Pavella and the Rome Empire appear here together? If I had to guess, it must be cooperation to search for ancient ruins in the south. Before the regression, when I came to this place, there were no signs of anything like this. That makes sense. Back then was about 3 years later than now, so perhaps they had already found the relic and withdrawn. Zeke stomped his foot hard and let out a sigh. Well, whatever, as long as the result is good. Even if I only interfered by chance, I still ruined that Emperor's plan. He turned away. Now, then, I really should return. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him, making Zeke turn his head to look. Footsteps approached along with a soft laugh. How troublesome. A person with red hair walked over and spoke. I sensed a powerful and vicious aura. But then it disappeared like magic, so I came out to take a look. He slowly walked toward Zeke and said, so there was an uninvited guest. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Zeke shifted his eyes back and observed. That armor. It seems to be Hosen, the magical armor granted to the Red Knights of the Rome Empire, right? A thought appeared in his mind. A treasure among treasures. Hosen is engraved with countless kinds of support magic, from weight reduction spells to self-repair spells. But his Hosen seems different from the Empire's Hosen. Zeke spoke. Who are you? The armor you are wearing looks very much like Hosen. Are you a Red Knight of the Empire? Suddenly, an incredibly fast force shot straight toward him. Zeke quickly activated absolute defense, still holding out the black sword. Qian rushed in and attacked him with his sword, but fortunately, the black sword appeared in time and blocked the force of his attack. Qian's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Zeke, resisting him. The powerful attack sent Zeke flying backward. His whole body slammed straight into the wall, and because of the heavy impact, the wall cracked open as dust billowed up. Before Zeke could regain his bearings, Qian charged in to attack again. The two created an impact that shook the entire basement. The two swords clashed sideways, producing piercing metallic clangs. Zeke thought, damn it, this strength is no different from a monster's. His foot scraped across the ground. Could Hosen have also been enhanced with strength-boosting magic? Heavy collisions kept erupting one after another. In the end, thick clouds of dust filled the space. Qian turned his head, searching for Zeke's figure. Suddenly, a huge boulder crashed down behind him. System notification. Elemental sword skill activated. Metal tension. Giant blocks of stone descended, surrounding Qian. At that moment, the stone blocks gathered together and closed in like a mountain. On the outside, strands of aura enveloped the mass of stone, but he quickly shattered it completely. Qian's gaze was sharp as he stared intently. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light flashed and shone straight at him. It rushed toward Qian like a powerful attack. An information panel appeared. Flash bullet skill activated. Layers of earth and stone exploded and shot straight toward him. Zeke appeared. Caught you. A beam of light shone down into the dark basement, flashing like a flare. Zeke was somewhat surprised. He blocked even sword, aura. Zeke lowered his sword. Suddenly, he looked up, astonishment clear on his face. System notification. Dragonkin skill activated. Dragon scale armor. At that moment, Qian unleashed a powerful slash toward him, and Zeke was fortunate enough to dodge it. Zeke said, So you also possess quite a few strange techniques. The man spoke. You asked who I was earlier, did you not? Qian laughed softly. With your ability, I should at least tell you my name. Qian's voice deepened. I am Qian. Qian Zyman Constantinus. Zeke thought. His name is not only Zyman. His gaze sharpened. It also includes Constantinus. Constantinus is a surname passed down only within the imperial family of the Roman Empire. Furthermore, a member of the imperial family's middle name can only come from the elector families, the nobles with the right to elect the emperor in the Roman Empire. Zeke raised a hand and rubbed his hair as he pondered. Then does that mean the Zyman family, one of Draker's great families, is actually one of the Roman Empire's elector families? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared from somewhere and crackled across his face. System notification. Demonic energy detected. If the bearer of demonic energy is eliminated, bonus points will be awarded. Zeke raised a hand to cover himself. Demonic energy. I do not know exactly what it is. A conclusion burst forth in his mind, but it is definitely extremely dangerous. His aura surged like a raging storm as he spoke. To think I would meet a knight equal to me in a wilderness like this. In that case, I will show proper courtesy. I will go all out and grant you an honorable death. Zeke was somewhat shocked. I can no longer oppose him with ordinary techniques. Even if I use the elemental sword to deal with him, my level is still far inferior. Zeke's foot scraped across the ground. If so, there is only one way. He unleashed the black sword with tremendous force. His eyes focused intensely. It is still not enough. A thought appeared in his mind. His defense and strength enhancement are so exceptional that they can repel even sword aura. As long as Hosen is still there, I can't inflict any fatal wound on him. The most important thing is to drag him down to my level. System notification. Skill activated. Mana reflection. The moment he saw it, he froze. What? Hosen suddenly stopped functioning. Unable to understand it, he asked, What did you just do? Zeke pretended not to know. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Qian laughed loudly. How amusing. If you don't want to answer, then so be it. He unleashed a powerful attack. Discovering the enemy's abilities for myself is also one of the pleasures of battle. Both sides leaped up at the same time. The two of them unleashed mighty attacks at once, and the two terrifying forces collided with a boom that shook space itself. Everything was now swallowed by the surging auras of both men, and attacks that would make anyone wary exploded forth. After a while, only piles of ruin and wreckage remained around them. Sparks drifted through the air like dust. A hand hung limply, blood spread across the ground, and a growl sounded. Damn it! System notification. The ratio of demonic energy in the administrator's body has exceeded the permitted threshold. The performance of the healing-type elemental class skill has decreased. Zeke was now severely injured. His whole body was torn up in a terrifying state, covered in blood as he spoke in a trembling voice. This situation is truly too dangerous. Qian spoke. The Draker bloodline truly lives up to its reputation. How admirable. Zeke stammered. How can you? He continued. Even if only for an instant, the only thing that could have nullified Hosen's function is the sealing magic of the Draker clan. Moreover, the swordsmanship you used in that final strike. Qian judged. It was very similar to the Dragon Slayer art. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. The 100-Year Sword art was originally the source of the Dragon Slayer art. So naturally, the two had many similarities. But the Dragon Scale thrust I just performed only appears in the later part of the Dragon Slayer art, a secret technique forbidden for being passed outside the clan. The fact that an Imperial Knight like Qian knows about it means the Zyman family has already offered the entire Dragon Slayer art to the Empire. At that moment, he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Zeke collapsed to the ground. Qian said, It seems your body has been invaded by quite a lot of demonic energy. It must be extremely painful. Leaving you in this state would be no different from disrespecting an opponent who faced me honorably. Zeke froze when he heard that. Qian stabbed straight into Zeke's body and spoke softly. May you rest in peace. Qian quietly added, I pray that you find rest. After that, he pulled the blood-soaked sword out of Zeke's body, turned around, and walked away as he said, Though we were enemies, it has been a very long time since I encountered someone so evenly matched with me. But suddenly, a knife flew past Qian's face. He immediately turned back in shock. Before his eyes, Zeke's figure had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood spread across the ground. Qian was stunned. What is this? The system now announced, recovery potion used. The user's vitality and injuries have been greatly restored. While Qian was still dazed, Zeke had already rushed out and slashed, sending Qian's head flying. Zeke's entire body fell downward, his knees buckling to the ground as he coughed dryly. Zeke looked at the potion bottle and thought, good thing I'd set a recovery item in my quick slot beforehand. Information displayed. Salvation is the masterpiece of Zebul ibn Hassan, a supreme elixir that heals fatal wounds and restores stamina instantly. Warning. Due to its excessively powerful medicinal properties, the potion will be ineffective on anyone who has used it before, and it comes with several unidentified side effects. He let out a breath. I almost went to meet my maker. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind, but it seems the internal injuries caused by that aura still haven't improved. System warning. Warning. You have overused your skills beyond their limits. Due to excessive skill use, your exhaustion has exceeded the red alert threshold. He propped his sword against the ground and pondered, if I pass out now in this tiger's den, right in the wolf's mouth, then? A notification appeared. To preserve life, the administrator's consciousness connection will be severed. Zeke panicked slightly. No way. His eyes glanced to the side. I need to recover more. At that moment, Zeke looked toward Qian's body lying on the ground. No matter what it takes. After that, his entire body collapsed to the ground. The Dragon Slayer rose into the air. It coiled around and enveloped the headless body. System notification. Dragonkin's skill gluttony is activating. The fallen demonkin corroded by black energy has been devoured completely. Zeke's body was lifted up. Information displayed. Missing stamina, mental power, and mana are being replenished. Absorbing the bloodline ability of the demonkin just devoured. Active skill static electricity, grade C, has upgraded into electric shock, grade A. His whole body lay sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a tremor made Zeke wake up, his mouth hanging open. He sat up, clutching his head as he shouted, "I really thought I was a goner. Good thing I remembered gluttony." Zeke looked at the armor before him in suspicion. What is this? Could it be Qian's battle armor? System notification. Armor acquired. Would you like to register ownership rights to this armor? He was puzzled. It doesn't display the item name. Zeke reached out and pressed the Z screen. A notification displayed. User registration for the armor has been confirmed. The armor's form can be customized based on the owner's will. Of the 28 grand magic circles engraved on the armor, 3 currently meet the conditions for activation. He chuckled. This thing is unbelievably light for such a top-grade set of armor. Zeke put the armor away and thought, if I wear it now, the Empire will definitely identify me. I'll store it for now and use it after changing its appearance later. The urgent matter right now is escaping from here. Suddenly, he smelled something. This smell. Zeke's gaze turned toward the room beside him. The stench of blood and corpses. Out of curiosity, he stepped inside. This place is conducting experiments on living bodies. Zeke angrily ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. Those damn Imperial bastards. At that moment, one of them discovered him and shouted, "There's an intruder! Catch him!" Zeke roared furiously. You dare use human lives as experimental materials? System notification. A toxin synthesized from magic has been detected. This poison exceeds the resistance capability of the 100 poison immunity constitution. You have entered a poison state. Without another word, Zeke bit open and shook down an antidote. System notification. High-grade antidote used. He growled. Then you must be prepared to pay with your lives too, right? After a while, Zeke had leveled everything with blazing flames. He picked up a sheet of paper and thought, I need to seize all the research materials and wealth in this place. Since this is an Imperial laboratory, there might be clues about red flower disease. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the smoke and dust, interrupting Zeke's thoughts. Was it you? An old man with a wrinkled face spoke. The one who smashed my laboratory to pieces. Without wasting words, Zeke launched the black sword and charged in to attack. Gilliban quickly realized it. Swaltoha! He immediately raised his hand and unleashed a circular magic formation that emitted powerful bolts of lightning. Power erupted violently, illuminating the entire space, but Zeke was one step faster, moving in and slashing across Gilliban's body. Blood sprayed out as surging aura rose. After that powerful attack, Zeke bent down to catch his breath. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Judging by those patterns and that magic, he's definitely from the Desert Scorpion tribe, which specializes in forbidden arts. A Sixth Circle executive? Huh? This guy looks hard to deal with. I can't believe the Empire has even joined hands with these people. System notification. Mana separation skill has been activated. The old man quickly managed to restore himself completely and shouted, Damn it! Are you a pure-blood Draken? Gilliban tore up a sheet of paper. If that's the case, his power surged up, raising rolling waves of earth like a raging storm. In an instant, Gilliban had transformed into a giant monster, leaving Zeke stunned. A synthetic hybrid chimera monster? Loud laughter rang out. Behold my greatest masterpiece. Even a Draken has no hope of resisting it. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately brought its giant foot down, nearly trying to crush Zeke. Zeke quickly unleashed a slash to counterattack. Zeke unleashed consecutive slashes. The Chimera refused to lose, raising one leg after another continuously to block the blows. His legs shone brightly as he spun and jumped with tremendous force. Immediately, the Chimera's foot with its giant claws stomped down onto the ground, sending dust billowing upward. That purple aura kept surging and rising. wrapping around the chimera's entire body. Like a snake, Zeke climbed up its body and unleashed direct attacks. The chimera's tail kept flicking and swaying, trying to drive him away. It turned back to look towards Zeke and let out ferocious roars. Without hesitation, Zeke attacked and severed the chimera's tail. Zeke's expression became incredulous. It has no blind spots at all. At that moment, it turned back and roared again, as if signaling that he had angered it. Zeke was not intimidated either and charged in to attack. I have no intention of wasting time in a place like this. Zeke launched a powerful attack while thinking, if this drags on, their reinforcements will arrive. Suddenly, his gaze froze. System notification. The conditions to activate the ancient authority, Dragonkin domination, have been met. Would you like to subdue the Dragonkin target? Zeke rushed upward. Dragonkin domination. He aimed straight at the chimera's foul mouth and thought, "Are you kidding me?" Zeke thought inwardly, "Submit already." System notification. Dragonkin skill activated, Dragon's Majesty. At that moment, its eyes shone brightly as it charged toward him. Suddenly, the chimera froze, became as obedient as a puppy, and let out sounds that were somewhat cute. A notification appeared. Terror has been awakened in the mind of the lesser Dragonkin. The effect of Dragonkin control has been strengthened. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Both Dragon's Majesty and Dragonkin control are taking effect. It seems that when it was fused into a chimera, part of a dragon's essence got mixed in. System notification. Activate Dragonkin control to subdue the dragon target. Confirm. After reading that, he agreed without hesitation. Fine. Subdue it. In the next instant, two swords crossed together. They became chains that bound the chimera's body. The system announced, Lesser Dragonkin successfully subdued. Zeke was delighted. Excellent. He walked over, brought his hand close to it, and said, "Now you're as obedient as a puppy." At that moment, Gilliban watched from behind. Extremely shocked, the old man cried out, "What the hell? Why isn't the chimera obeying my orders?" Zeke turned back, his eyes glowing brightly. "Shut up." A while later, Gilliban had been taken offline, lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Zeke sat down and spoke softly. "Let's see. What this guy was carrying is..." Zeke picked up a sheet of information. Gilliban alumni, huh? He propped his chin on his hand, his gaze thoughtful. If I remember correctly, he's the second-ranked figure in the Scorpion tribe. At that moment, the chimera kept rubbing against him, making Zeke flustered. "Hey, why do you keep..." The screen displayed. "Would you like to name the Dragonkin you have just subdued?" A named dragon can be summoned at any time according to its master's call. He asked, "You want me to give you a name?" Zeke stroked its chin. "From now on, your name will be Gyurub. Registration of summoned beast Gyurub has been completed." The chimera seemed a little displeased and let out growling sounds. Seeing that, Zeke wondered, "What's wrong? You don't like it?" "But I've already decided." The scene shifted to another place. The sound of applause rang out, and a deep voice spoke. "Truly impressive. I can hardly believe it." "Zeke Murray," Muyuk said appreciatively, "I didn't expect you to be able to deal with cowardly Paolo as well." Zeke bowed respectfully. "I'm someone who always keeps his word." The man chuckled. "Indeed, you have proven your abilities, so I have no choice but to trust you." Muyuk turned his chair and continued. "A brave warrior deserves respect. I have always loved and cherished strong people as if they were my own children." He expressed, "I want to treat you that way too." An inner thought appeared in Zeke's mind. "Children? Right, children. You mean the kind of children you can freely use as tools, don't you?" The corner of Zeke's mouth curled into a smirk. "You dare say that to me, you bastard? I swear I'll finish you with my own hands." Muyuk walked over. "Zeke Murray, take a good look." He brought out 3 gift boxes and spoke in a sinister voice. "These are the gifts I prepared for you." Zeke's eyes froze with caution. Muyuk glanced at him. "Didn't you say you wanted to do business with me? Then we need suitable proof to build trust, don't we?" Zeke walked over and took out one of the boxes. He thought, of course, this size and power. He slowly opened the box, and a severed head appeared, horrifying everyone. It was one of the leaders of the syndicate. Muyuk held out his hand and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Zeke gave a cold, faint smile. He said, "Of course, boss." In his mind, he praised, "Very good. Everything is going according to plan. This incident has cleared out the entire leadership of the syndicate. Now all that's left is to put Kay in the leader's seat." Myuk continued, "However, a small problem has just arisen." Zeke asked in confusion, "What problem?" The man explained, "It seems the Pavella organization has sniffed out that we were the attackers. They have even misunderstood that I mobilized both knights and mages." Zeke laughed inwardly. Looking at the scene, that's understandable. Myuk expressed, "So, taking this opportunity, I want to send a firm warning to those filthy bandits." He held a cigar between his lips. That the true master of this southern continent is Myuk. Zeke thought, "So what you mean is that you want me to attack Pavella one more time?" Without hesitation, he agreed. "I'll take this job." Myuk was somewhat surprised. "Huh?" Zeke clenched his fist, his eyes full of determination. "I will go to Pavella and clearly convey the boss's will." His voice turned cold. "In exchange, I have one request. Please grant Kay more authority so she can become the core of the new syndicate." After hearing Zeke's request, the man closed his eyes and pondered. Then he spoke. "Very well. I will personally sponsor her. And for your sake," Myuk beckoned with his hand, "I will send the finest assassin and an army from the cartel with you." Immediately, a group of people jumped down below, all surrounding Zeke. The young man with one eye covered was named Simon. Myuk added, "He will be a great help to you." Zeke's gaze turned toward him. "That person is—" The scene shifted to the territory of Paulo Santos, which belonged to the Pavella cartel. Footsteps slowly entered. William spoke. "Aben, the investigation is complete." He reported, "The Imperial Intelligence Bureau finished its examination before leaving. There's nothing left to dig up. We've already received the shared results too, haven't we? At least one squad of knights and mages participated in the battle here. They fought extremely fiercely." At that moment, Aben suddenly crouched down. William was somewhat confused and called, "Aben." He reached out, scooped up the layers of dirt and dust below, and spoke. "Wrong," Aben stated. "There was only one person in this place." Hearing that, William was somewhat stunned. "What?" William asked in bewilderment. "What are you saying, sir? How could there have been only one person? There are both sword marks and traces of magic." Aben judged, someone at least at the level of a Red Knight. "That person alone wiped out everyone here." Hearing that, William did not understand at all, while Aben continued analyzing. "There are signs that the Intelligence Bureau hurriedly cleaned up the scene. That means there is some secret even we are not allowed to know." Aben turned and walked away. "I have to find out what the Empire is hiding." William reached out and called loudly, "Wait, are you planning to investigate the entire Intelligence Bureau, sir? What will the consequences be?" He stopped in his tracks. "William," Aben said urgently as he turned back, "there is definitely something here that I absolutely cannot afford to miss. My instincts are telling me it was here." He shouted, "You know it too. I have always longed." Aben's gaze turned sinister. "To make Draker and the Empire my own." The scene shifts to a harbor district under the control of the Pavella cartel. A man aboard a ship spotted the small boat approaching. "A small boat!" He shouted, "Hey, you lot, stop! Which faction are you from?" The moment he finished speaking, Zeke impatiently leaped up and rewarded him with a horizontal slash across the body, sending blood spraying everywhere. The man's body quickly went limp and fell into the sea. At the same time, Simon raised his sword and swept out a razor-sharp stroke. He immediately drew his sword, fixed his gaze on the target, and pinned the corpse directly to the side of the boat. Zeke opened his eyes wide and reminded himself, "We need to clean this up. Don't let there be any splashing." He called, "Climb up, Simon." Hearing him, Simon raised his head and looked. This was Simon Zapatero. Zeke thought to himself, "In my previous life, he was the one who taught me Southern martial arts and assassination techniques." A thought surfaced in his mind. Even in this thieves' den full of scum, he was the only person I dare to trust. And even though I have turned back time, his combat coordination has not diminished at all. Zeke judged, If only I could recruit him under my command. After a while, everyone entered the city. He said quietly, "Guards are scattered all throughout the city." Simon asked, "Is there any way to slip into the central district?" Zeke answered, "Of course there is." He explained, "This land originally belonged to the Holy Empire, so there must be an old underground drainage system somewhere. You're thinking of going through the sewers? That's absurd. How are we supposed to find our way through a maze-like underground sewer?" Zeke walked on. "Just keep quiet and watch. There is a solution to everything." A system notification began activating guidance toward the underground sewer, Mateo's room. After reading it, Zeke smiled inwardly. The navigation function on the mini-map. With this in hand, even a maze is nothing. He looked up at the screen and thought, there seem to be a lot of guards ahead. I'll have to take a detour. Moreover, enemies at the level of Red Knight or higher did not appear clearly on the map. He had to be cautious. His last clash with Qian had happened because of that very oversight. Zeke turned back and warned them, "We're almost at the destination. From here, we split up and act separately. Plant explosives at as many points as possible. I will deal with Vice Commander Mateo directly." Everyone obeyed. Understood. As soon as they answered, everyone scattered, while Zeke ran off to carry out his mission. He soon arrived at a place piled high with enormous black sacks. Clinging to the iron door, he thought, if I assassinate Mateo, Pavela's boss will definitely go mad. Then Myuk will be forced to go to war with Pavela. Zeke quickly tore the iron door apart. He ran straight into the sewer. However, a question arose in Zeke's mind. Did John Joan truly want this when he sent me here? A suspicious man who purges his own subordinates with his own hands just because he fears the organization's discipline might be shaken? Impossible. On the contrary, he is praying that everyone sent here dies, never to return. He planned to use this raid as an ultimatum to warn Pavela, and also to boast that such a small sacrifice meant nothing to him. Inside, Zeke walked on calmly. A sinister smile appeared on Zeke's lips. Unfortunately for you, things will not go your way, John Joan, because I really will take Mateo's life. He leaped forward and rushed ahead, startling the people below. What the hell? Who's there? He charged out and attacked, cutting down all the cartel members there. Zeke's eyes sharpened. Just as I thought. Pavela has clearly allied with the Empire, so why don't I see a single Imperial soldier? The mini-map is silent too, with no warning. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone directly into his face. A thought appeared in his mind. He is hiding there under invisibility. Soldiers rushed in from somewhere and shouted, "Capture him alive!" All of them obeyed the order and immediately charged. Zeke quickly leaped high into the air, avoiding their fatal slashes. Then, without hesitation, he descended with an attack and killed all the soldiers. A man standing at the rear raised his hand and summoned magic, shouting, "Where is the mage unit? Open fire!" But before he could do anything, Zeke stepped down and completely shattered the magic circle. He swung the dagger in his hand, immediately unleashing a series of consecutive slashes like a web of threads covering the space around him. Zeke thought to himself, these guys are much weaker than the soldiers from the Empire. Did they send these sacrificial pawns here and then beat their chests saying they had provided military support? He landed and spoke. "Listen well. I will give you one final chance." Zeke's whole body flared with blazing fire aura. A system notification appeared. Skill Dragon's Majesty activated. His gaze was icy and full of killing intent. "Disappear from my sight now, and you can still keep your lives," Zeke shouted. "Otherwise, come at me and die." A few minutes later, the soldiers lay scattered across the floor, bloodstains spreading everywhere. Zeke was puzzled. In the end, would the Empire come all the way down to the south to do? Suddenly, a dark aura rose from Zeke's arm. He looked up in the direction of that aura. From above, a voice rang out. "A little loach is obstructing the great work." Zeke was startled and thought, when did he appear here? I didn't sense his presence at all just now. He asked aloud, "Who are you?" The man did not answer. He extended his hand, and a dense aura drifted out. Those strands of aura flew down toward the soldiers lying on the ground below. As if revived, they slowly stood up. Now they had transformed into demons, growling viciously. The man ordered, "Seize him. For daring to interfere with the great work, I will personally drain your soul dry." Zeke quickly launched an attack as he pondered. Undead? He can summon this many at once? Is he a great dark mage? His gaze turned toward the man standing above. But then Zeke's eyes shone brightly. No, aren't most dark mages of that level from the Desert Scorpion tribe? Why doesn't this man have any faction mark or magic circle? Zeke attacked and sighed. What a troublesome bunch. A system notification appeared. Demonic or infested undead knight defeated. 10 karma points obtained. Seeing that, he froze for a moment. Then Zeke smiled with interest. Points? That's a pretty good deal. Blood sprayed along with the continuous ringing of system notifications. 10 karma points added. As if empowered, he brought down a slash full of inner force. Zeke looked at the screen in confusion. Was that the last one? After that, he turned his eyes toward the person standing on the upper floor. Suddenly, the man slowly faded away, then completely scattered like dust, leaving Zeke puzzled. What is this? Did he run away? He also turned and left, thinking, the next time I meet him, I have to convert him into points. In any case, this area was now finished. Zeke continued walking. After a short distance, he would reach Mateo's office. His eyes lifted upward. It is almost time. Suddenly, something flashed past Zeke's head. He looked at the dagger pressed close to his neck and said, "I was waiting for you to come." Zeke's voice turned cold. "Simon." Zeke was slightly surprised. "I did not think you would actually come." He judged, "John Joan must have sent you, telling you to eliminate me before things got out of hand." The dagger in Simon's hand slowly lowered. Then he shifted it to his other hand. Still pressing the blade close to Zeke's neck, Simon said, "The boss wants to destroy the Pavela cartel. In that plan, there is no place for someone from the Central Continent like you." Zeke casually winked and replied, "If it were not for me, Pavela might have taken your supply route." Simon said, "The syndicate will continue attempting that. Do you understand? It means that person does not necessarily have to be you." Zeke chuckled softly. "Is that so?" His hand reached out. A system notification appeared. Administrator request approved. Continuous activation of the weak class recovery element skill will be temporarily suspended. Zeke pulled the dagger closer against his own neck and said, "Then what are you still waiting for? Come and kill me, Mu Xian Gi, the Shadowless Wraith." Simon became confused. "You? How do you know my old alias?" Zeke called softly, "Simon Zapatero." Zeke said, "I know your past, and the reason you operate under John Joan." Simon was shocked. "What the hell are you saying?" Zeke cut him off. "To protect the last bloodline of the Cuzco dynasty." Zeke's voice grew cold. "Isn't that right?" Simon's eyes turned fierce as he growled. "You? How do you know about that?" Zeke thought, "It's coming." Zeke's foot kicked off the ground. He summoned the dagger into his hand and brought a slash straight down, knocking away Simon's sword in one blow. Zeke's eyes were icy. Simon stammered and shouted, "How much do you know? Who are you?" Zeke smiled faintly. "My identity? Fine, I will tell you." He introduced himself. "I am one of the direct line blood descendants of the Draker clan, Zeke Draker." Simon froze after hearing it. "Zeke Draker." In complete surprise, he exclaimed, "Impossible. You are rumored to be the youngest person ever granted the title of Blue Knight." Simon judged, if a member of the Draker clan gets involved, the entire southern continent will be shaken. Zeke denied it. "No, my clan has nothing to do with this. This is my decision alone, so you do not need to worry about that." Simon wondered, then why reveal your name so easily? You could have kept it hidden until the very end. The two swords were raised again. Zeke used force to send the sword in Simon's hand flying and called loudly, "Direct your loyalty to me instead of John Joan. I will help you protect Cuzco's bloodline and even restore the dynasty." Simon looked at his own hand in bewilderment. "What?" Zeke's sword stabbed into the ground behind him as he continued, "I know this is hard to believe right away, But you know it too. Staying with Myuk will not help your future. Zeke analyzed. Think about it. If you kill me according to that order, what will you do about the Pavella men already on their way here? Will John Joan send reinforcements for you and your comrades? Simon stammered that. No. Zeke said, you always have to survive on your own. He added, and after the kingdom of Cuzco collapsed, it was the criminal cartels that seized your homeland. John Joan truly wants a royal knight, like you, to sacrifice yourself. Because then he can sell the princess left all alone to the Cuzco rebels for an exorbitant price. The story was recounted. 10 years ago, when the kingdom of Cuzco collapsed, Simon fled to the frontier lands with a newborn little princess. There, in order to become stronger, he became a criminal, waiting for the day he could wipe out the rebels and return the princess to her rightful place. He had even become an assassin under John Joan for the same reason. But John Joan had long since learned of Simon's past. In Zeke's previous life, Simon was marked by John Joan as a risk and eliminated, while the princess was sold to the rebels. Before dying, Simon begged Zeke to find and protect that princess. But when he found her, everything had already turned to ashes. Zeke thought to himself, that is why I want you to stay away from Myuk. Simon spoke. There is no time, so I will not ask why you know this. He hesitated a little. But Myuk, the place I thought I would belong to for the rest of my life, is shaking, Simon said. And it is all because of you. Ever since the boss's birthday banquet and Pavella's involvement, everything has gradually become a mess. What is your goal, Zeke? Zeke let out a sigh. Earlier, you said there was no place for someone from the Central Continent, right? Whatever. First, I want the two cartels to tear each other apart. And then, Zeke's gaze sharpened. Once this is over, I will go to Myuk. Simon could not help but be shocked. So your true target is John Joan? Zeke repeated, I am serious, Simon. I truly want you to follow me. Simon said quietly, then promise me two things. Simon expressed his terms. First, you must help both me and my people escape safely. Second, keep your promise to protect Cuzco's bloodline and revive the dynasty. He shouted, remember this, at any cost. Zeke struck his hand against his chest and shouted, I swear it on the honor of a knight. Suddenly, Simon knelt at his feet in reverence. Simon Zapatero, captain of the Cuzco Royal Army, greets Master Zeke Draker. Zeke praised him. Good, Simon. No need to stand on ceremony. Get up. We will talk outside. What about your people? Simon replied. Once I give a signal, they will activate the explosive scrolls, then gather to evacuate. I will send the signal and lead your people out through the underground waterways. The target, Mateo, has been captured and is being held inside. The two turned and left, accompanied by Zeke's instruction. Good. I will see you later. The scene shifts elsewhere, where a piercing scream rang out. A fat man was tightly bound and shouted, Do you think Myuk will remain safe after this? Zeke gave a sinister smile as he leaned close to the man's trembling body and replied, Of course not. Once war breaks out, nowhere will be safe. This is thanks to you, so appreciate it, Mateo. He stuffed a piece of paper into Mateo's mouth. Now bite down. The rest is for those who raise their swords against Myuk. Then blood sprayed out like water bursting from a broken pipe, accompanied by muffled, breathless screams. Zeke turned and walked outside, thinking, I have taken all of Pavella's secret ledgers. In that case, I should... Suddenly, Simon ran over to report. Master, I have sent the signal to my people. Zeke raised the sword in his hand and shouted, Simon, get behind me. Immediately, the sword appeared, and at the same time, arrows flew in from somewhere and lodged straight into the blade. Members of the gang rushed in and shouted, Intruder! Capture him! At that moment, an extremely powerful fire aura rose from Zeke's sword, and his eyes shone brightly. Zeke swung his sword and charged at the men. The sounds of blades clashing rang fiercely throughout the space. A few minutes later, a voice rang out, Show your respect. This is our new boss. For rows of people bowed their heads respectfully and shouted, Welcome, new master. Zeke reminded them. We can talk later. We have to move. They'll catch up to us soon. After that, everyone fled. Zeke's gaze turned back behind him as he judged. They have arrived. Zeke gave an order. Stop. We will split up here once more. I will draw them away. Take your people and leave. Once you get out, meet up with Kay of the Syndicate. Tell her my name, and she will understand. Simon hesitated and stammered. But the princess is still with the Myuk cartel. Zeke said softly, Do you think I did not prepare for that? He recalled what he had said before. You memorized the action plan attached to the request, right? Of course. Rescue the teacher being held hostage by Myuk when chaos breaks out on the day of the execution. Good. Do you remember? Zeke smiled faintly. The princess has already been rescued. The scene shifts to John Jones' grand mansion on the southern continent, where an angry shout rang out. Do you think these words are acceptable to hear? A clenched fist slammed hard down onto the table. It has already been a month since we struck Pavela. A loud roar rang out. And yet, for that entire month, Myuk cursed furiously. Those bastards have ambushed us countless times already. He shouted, Half of Myuk's executives are dead. Half of them. Myuk sat down, covered his face, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, those two are far too dangerous. That was why I intended to use this opportunity to assign them an impossible mission and get rid of them. But against all expectations, those bastards succeeded in provoking Pavela and drove them into a frenzy. Just then, someone spoke up. Boss. The call pulled him out his thoughts, and he replied, What? The man offered his opinion. What would you think of leaving Myuk for a while? Myuk asked, Are you telling me to run away? The man analyzed the situation. Not at all. Those deranged pirates have been blinded by their desire for revenge. They are foolish enough that they will soon charge straight into Myuk, and we will use that against them. Myuk asked suspiciously, You mean we lure them here and wipe them out all at once? The man replied, Yes. As for you, you will command from the mansion in Tahuhani. After hearing that, Myuk found it reasonable and nodded. Not bad. He spoke up. As you all know, danger always makes us stronger. This time will be no different. Isn't that right? Everyone stood up together and shouted, Yes, boss. In the end, everyone left. As the man stood up, Zeke suddenly leaped down from somewhere and held a knife close to his throat, praising him. Well said. The man stammered, I did exactly as you told me. I lured the boss to the mansion in Tahuhani, so please spare my life. But before he could finish speaking, Zeke put him out of commission, still praising him. Well done. His gaze sharpened. Thanks to you, I can finally enjoy the main course. The scene shifted to John Jones' mansion in Tahuhani. Myuk stepped down from the carriage, let out a sigh, and thought to himself, They dared to force me to come all the way here in person? I will wipe out those pirates without leaving a single one alive. Night had now covered the entire mansion. He was sitting in contemplation before a full-length window. The door opened. Without turning around, Myuk said, I did not call for support. Get out. But when the door did not close, he impatiently turned around and snarled, I said I didn't call anyone. Get out. But Myuk quickly froze when he saw Zeke appear, radiating dense, killing intent. Zeke pulled down his mask and said, Still taking it easy on vacation, are you, John Joan? Even though the situation isn't looking very good. Myuk cried out in shock, Zeke Draker. Soon after, he regained his cold composure, picked up a bottle of liquor, and said, Do you think I climbed to this position without ever facing threats like this? Liquor poured into the glass along with Myuk's faint laughter. Ridiculous. Before he could even finish pouring, Zeke came forward and drove his knife straight down, shattering the glass and sending liquor flying through the air. Zeke praised him. That's perfect. I was worried you might cry and beg for your life. John Joan, that wouldn't be any fun for someone out for revenge. Myuk shot to his feet and shouted, Insolent. Amir Brothers, guards. Make him kneel before me at once. Zeke chuckled softly. No one is coming. Myuk was stunned. What? Zeke told him, Because I killed them all. Zeke continued, In my previous life, I didn't have enough time, so I couldn't make you experience all the pain you should have suffered. I have always regretted that. He drove his knife straight into the table. Even now, I often dream those dreams. Dreams of the time I had to crawl like a dog at your feet, and of the people I was forced to kill just because of your orders. Hearing that, Myuk became confused, his voice stammering. What the hell are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense. I never made you do anything. Zeke asked, Do you know what they say to me in my dreams? He quickly pinned Myuk against the glass behind him. Zeke unleashed a barrage of punches, his voice grinding with rage. Please save me. Save me. They begged me to spare them, begged a man like you, who sits upon their blood and flesh to enjoy wealth and luxury. He raised his knife high. That is how they begged. Myuk fearfully denied it. No, I'm chosen by God. Thanks to me, those poor commoners, Zeke roared, shut your mouth. In an instant, one of Myuk's ears was sliced clean off along with his scream. Blood splattered all over Zeke. Zeke raised a hand, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said softly, Fine. Then experience the pain you should have suffered, and slowly die bit by bit. The cruel night passed, and the sun began to rise. Bloody footprints trailed across the floor one after another. Zeke swung his hand and removed his blood-soaked cloak. A voice asked, Is everything finished? Zeke asked, What about the syndicate? Kay replied, You mean the matter I reported to them? She recounted, Everything went exactly according to the script you laid out. The executives were accused of colluding with Pavella and were all killed by John Joan. As for the actual work, I was the one in charge of it from the start, so I didn't receive any punishment. Zeke handed over a stack of documents and praised her. Good. From now on, the syndicate will take care of this matter. Kay picked them up and read them, somewhat puzzled. What is this? A contract with the Reinhardt Trading Company. Zeke removed his wig and said, I hear the trading company is about to establish a new pharmaceutical company. Zeke explained, We will produce high-quality soma and distribute it to them. Properly refined soma can be used to make all sorts of medicines. As for the rest, I will leave transportation to you. Hearing that, she could not help being startled. What? Where will we produce it, and how will it be operated? In our name, we can't transport it openly. He leisurely walked outside and replied, We will help the Cuzco Kingdom. In exchange, they will grant us permission to cultivate it there. I already have plans for everything else, but explaining it all would take time. See you later. Kay called out loudly, Hey, partner. A few minutes later, Zeke walked to the edge of the forest and thought to himself, Now then, let's get started. He put his hand into his pocket and rummaged for something. An envelope was taken out. It was the invitation from His Highness Karos, Nova Constantinus. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Dicker reported that ever since the banquet, the prince has not returned and has continued staying in Atlas. He focused on reading the paper. But getting from here to the center of the continent would take at least several days. If I arrive late, the prince might. Zeke could not help pondering. Someone beside him might grow suspicious as well, and they would immediately guess the reason for the delay. That Zeke Draker is involved in the matter that caused Myuk's downfall. He pressed his hand onto the screen. Or worse, they may have suspected me from the beginning, which is why they summoned me. Even if that possibility is small, no matter what, I can't let anyone trace my tracks. I have to create an alibi. The corner of Zeke's lips lifted slightly. Right now, the system announced, Please designate a movement location. Designated location, Atlas Ruins area. Points required to move to the Atlas Ruins area, 600. Activating movement gate function. He quickly disappeared. Information appeared. 600 points have been used. The scene shifted to the Sky Lounge at the Atlas Hotel. When Zeke entered, cheers rang out. Look, Zeke is here. Over here, Zeke. Karos waved and called him over. Zeke thought to himself, Karos, and just as I thought, he is here too. A voice rang out. You have arrived, Zeke Draker. Zeke spoke respectfully. Zeke Draker, answering the summons, has come to pay his respects. Your Highness, may I ask why you called me here? Karos smiled warmly. I called you here because of an extremely important matter. That matter is, he draped an arm over Zeke's shoulders and lifted a bottle of liquor. This, Karos explained, William and Aben are both very capable at work, but unfortunately, they cannot drink. But aren't you quite hearty? That is precisely why I invited you here. Zeke cursed inwardly. Damn it. Since when did I leave that kind of impression? He glanced toward Aben and William and pondered, putting that aside for now, Prince Karos, Aben, and William too. I can roughly guess the content of their conversation. Zeke looked into Aben's sharp, cold eyes and made his judgment. Moreover, it seems Aben has something private he wants to tell me. Karos spoke up, cutting off his thoughts. Come now, don't stand on ceremony. Have a drink. Zeke smiled faintly. Yes, then. 2 glasses clinked together amid loud cheers. Here's to an enjoyable time. Cheers. After a while, Karos was the first to get drunk and was escorted back by William. The system announced, alcohol detected. Invulnerable to all poisons, physique effect activated, neutralizing the identified toxin. Zeke thought to himself, this is a bit awkward. I'm the only one still completely sober. I feel rather guilty. At that moment, Aben walked over and said, Sorry, little brother. I heard you were resting in order to train, but now I have gone and disturbed you. Zeke replied, It's all right. On the contrary, I've been feeling restless because I haven't made any progress. Aben picked up another bottle of liquor. It's fine. That is all part of the process. Now sit down. Let the 2 of us share a drink, Zeke. Zeke looked at the liquor rippling in the glass and was a little surprised. I didn't expect Aben to create such an intimate atmosphere. It seemed that here, he intended to share a rather important story with him. Aben called out, Zeke. Zeke replied, Yes. Aben asked, What do you think of the Draker clan? His voice sank. As for me, suddenly, Aben's voice turned cold and filled with killing intent as he declared, One day, I will bring the existence of House Draker to an end. He sensed it. You give off the exact same scent as I do. The scent of blood and battle, of death, and also of victory. Aben continued, the qualities that a pure-blooded dragon slayer naturally possesses. You faintly carry the scent of a predator who has all of those things. As a fellow predator, I am certain you will understand what I am saying. Zeke cursed inwardly. Damn it. It's this bloodline rhetoric again. After saying that, Aben raised his glass and drank. Zeke asked curiously, Then, is establishing a close relationship with the Empire also for the purpose of overthrowing the clan? Aben set down his empty glass and replied, Many people, he said, have praised Atlas as the greatest on the continent. But my view is different. One cannot be satisfied with a single small city. To be praised as the greatest, one must become even stronger. Aben's voice sank. Look at the Rome Empire. Are they not constantly expanding that path? From north to south, they're even striving to connect the eastern continent into one united whole. Roads, commerce, possessed resources, the moment all of it is connected to Rome. He clenched his fist and spoke urgently. At that time, the world will truly become far more prosperous than it is now. An ideal land where all things harmonize as one. Zeke judged. That truly is a vision only the emperor of an empire would speak of. Thoughts appeared in his mind. Kin Zyman Constantinus. That man's younger brother is also a Zyman, and that is also the maternal family backing Aben. Furthermore, after listening to this story, there's indeed only one conclusion. Aben, the Zyman family, and the empire are connected. Suddenly, Aben called out, cutting off his thoughts. Zeke, my blood-related brother. He spoke with blazing, killing intent. I believe that someone with talent like yours should receive a fitting reward. And if it is you, I can give you the most radiant treasure I will obtain in the future. Join under my command, Zeke. We will carry out a grand design together. Zeke pondered. Does he mean he wants me to become the number 2 figure in his faction? After thinking that, he bowed his head respectfully. I'm very grateful for your offer. However, Zeke turned and left. I have already decided my own path for myself, so I am afraid that will be difficult. Aben asked in a stern voice, Will you not regret this decision? Zeke replied calmly, I will not regret it. Zeke clenched his teeth tightly, anger flaring across his darkened expression. Does he think I will become a slaughterer, a pawn exactly like him? Aben, you are wrong. At that moment, William returned after escorting Karos back to rest. He was somewhat puzzled. Why are you alone? Where is Zeke? Aben, blazing with rage, growled, My beloved youngest brother says he will walk a different path from mine. In that case, William, I have no choice but to destroy that seed before it sprouts, do I? William's brows furrowed, confusion rising within him. Aben chuckled softly. I clearly gave him his final chance. The scene shifted to the front of the headmaster's office at Valhalla. Zeke thought to himself, I'm already 17 years old and currently a second-year student at Valhalla. Of course, I have no intention of completing all 5 years before graduating. Application for early graduation. As I have officially become a knight, I wish to contribute to my clan as soon as possible. However, as I still hold the status of a student, it is unfortunately difficult for me to participate in important activities. Therefore, I respectfully request this support. To the esteemed headmaster. Zeke bowed his head and smiled faintly. With such a touching and reasonable presentation, I should be scheduled for an early graduation interview right away. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. You have business at the headmaster's office, too? Zeke replied, Yeah, Diego. Diego arrived with another person, making Zeke curious. Who is that over there? Zeke observed him. That is a face I am seeing for the first time at the academy. Looking at the man's rather unhappy expression, Zeke wondered, who is he? Just then, Florbert spoke up. You all arrived at just the right time. Student Zeke, Student Diego, and Student Astor as well. Student Astor, it has been nearly a week since I last saw you, hasn't it? Hearing that, Zeke could not help being startled. His name is Astor? Could it be the Phantom Knight, Astor al-Dab? Thoughts appeared in Zeke's mind. Before my regression, he was a 5-star knight, but no information about him was ever revealed. I never expected to meet such a major figure here. Astor, looking somewhat apologetic, stammered, I'm sorry, headmaster. Because I suffer from insomnia, I have difficulty attending early classes. Zeke pondered. It seems his insomnia is quite severe. Diego approached and teased him. Brother, do you need a lullaby to help you sleep? Astor refused. Sorry, but my head is ringing. Could you please keep quiet? Zeke thought to himself. In my previous life, Astor was active on the battlefield on the Empire's side. If that is the case, Zeke's gaze sharpened. It would be perfect if I could win him over to my side now, just like I did with Diego. Florbert then continued speaking. Now, the reason I summoned you here today is nothing else. Since all 3 of you submitted applications for early graduation at the same time, I called you here together. The other professors also said that there are no issues with your graduation qualifications. Therefore, I have decided to assess your abilities through this mission. Zeke looked at the paper in confusion. A cooperation document from Del Poa. Florbert asked, Have any of you ever heard of the Black Yaksha? Zeke replied, As far as I know, they are people with unlawful backgrounds who are considered public enemies by other organizations and targets to be eliminated. Public enemies referred to individuals regarded by the entire continent as enemies who must be destroyed. The Black Yaksha was one of those public enemies, and recently, he had begun hiding in Del Poa. The headmaster explained that their mission was to cooperate with the Del Poa Knight Order to eliminate him. He continued, Outlaws are people who awaken auras solely for the purpose of murdering innocents. Their fighting style is fundamentally different from that of knights. That is why they requested that only those of purple rank or higher be sent. Florbert warned them, This mission will be extremely brutal and dangerous. Anyone who wishes to withdraw should speak up now. Diego asked, How many rounds are there in total for this academy examination? Florbert replied, There are 3 rounds in total. This is the first round. He chuckled. 3 more times, sir? Florbert asked, Do you have any other questions? Seeing that everyone was silent and no one said anything, he smiled brightly. If not, I will take it that all of you are participating. Return and prepare thoroughly for this mission. A few minutes later, Aster walked along while rubbing his head and complaining, "My head hurts." Suddenly, someone called out, "Aster Elidoth." He turned around, and Zeke asked warmly, "Do you need medicine for insomnia?" Aster asked a sleep aid. Zeke reached into his pocket and rummaged around. "Exactly. Fortunately, I happen to have an extremely effective special medicine." Aster replied softly, "Well," Aster explained, "I appreciate your kindness, but I think I'll pass. I've already tried countless medicines that were advertised everywhere, and the result was still zero." Zeke held out some kind of pouch and said, "It's fine. Just try a little first. If you're satisfied, sign a contract with me, and I'll guarantee you a long-term supply of the medicine." Aster refused. "No, I think it'll be useless no matter what." But by then, the scent had already drifted toward Aster, and he instantly fell into a deep sleep. The light before his eyes gradually faded, and darkness swallowed him along with faint snoring. Aster exclaimed joyfully, "I've finished signing, President." Zeke asked, "You signed that quickly? This is a master-servant contract. You didn't even read the contents?" Aster said with delight, "As long as I can get a good night's sleep, I'll accept anything." Zeke chuckled. "I see." A thought surfaced in Zeke's mind. Having access to the system shop really is lucky. I have to admit, it's far too convenient. As long as I save up enough points, I can easily obtain rare ancient artifacts. Thanks to this item, Aster will definitely remain on my side, even after graduation. What a bright future. This is truly Valhalla. I'm a little worried because it seems no one among the 5-star knights is normal. Perhaps Xena is the only one who has kept her sanity. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. It feels a little wasteful to leave things as they are. Since we're already here, should I test his abilities? Then he called out, "Hey, Aster." Aster replied, "Yes, I'm listening, President." Zeke brought out a giant sword. "Before we set out on the mission, let me see your talent with my own eyes." A moment later, a spear was planted straight into the ground. Then Aster spun it in his hand like a top, and the spear, surging with power, thrust straight forward. Zeke thought to himself, the moment he grips the spear, his entire bearing changes completely. Zeke shouted, "Attack with everything you have. Don't hesitate to use your aura." Aster chuckled. "In that case, I won't hold back." The two quickly charged at each other and attacked. A thought appeared in Zeke's mind. Thanks to the spear's advantage, his spatial control range is very wide. His ability to stop my sword strikes is also quite impressive. Has he chosen a style focused more on defense than proactive attacks? If that's the case, I'll use Shadow Step. Zeke bent his knees and leapt, quickly evading Aster's attack. At that moment, he appeared behind Aster and prepared to attack. Zeke moved in directly and slashed down with a blow filled with inner power. Suddenly, Aster reached out and snapped something. Aster's sword broke in two. He unleashed a horizontal slash downward, but all at once, Zeke swung the black sword up from behind him and prepared to land a blow. The spearhead suddenly detached, making the attack's trajectory truly unpredictable. Aster rushed in with a fierce attack, and the blade tip stabbed straight down into the ground. Zeke flipped backward and thought, this is clearly an offensive technique, one usually seen only among dangerous criminals. A faint smile rose at the corner of his lips. Interesting. Without saying anything more, Zeke swung his sword and charged straight toward Aster. On the other side, Aster yanked the spear upward, then immediately spun it in his hands. By then, Zeke had jumped off a rock and launched himself upward, his figure shooting into the air. Aster began preparing to break the spear's joint again. As Zeke brought his sword down, he thought another attack. However, you won't be able to neutralize this strike that way. Zeke instantly shot forward. His black sword slammed into the ground to build momentum. Dragon-Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 2, Verse 1. Earthcleave. The sight immediately shocked Aster, and then he lowered his spear. He instantly unleashed the Elidoth family's counterattack skill, Reverse Flow Spear. Aster struck with a sweeping slash through the air. A dazzling flash of light streaked like a shooting star. A few minutes later, Aster clutched his trembling arm and wondered, Just what kind of monster is the president? He rubbed his head. I'm a recognized genius. How could I be defeated so quickly? Zeke replied, it's precisely because you've been immersed in praise calling you a genius that your fighting spirit has been worn down. His entire body filled with murderous intent as he said, you still lack far too much. From now until the mission begins, I will personally give you special training. Hearing those words, along with seeing that expression, made Aster freeze. He had a very bad feeling. Back at the mansion, Deeker was waiting at the entrance and bowed respectfully. Welcome back, young Master Zeke. Zeke replied softly, Deeker. Deeker informed him, there is currently a guest waiting for you inside, sir. Inside, Galleon was looking around blankly with grateful eyes. Your residence is truly magnificent. Zeke stepped inside and said, it has been a while, Galleon. I invited you here because there's an item I would like you to inspect. Galleon was startled. You want my help? Could the Black Sword have developed a problem? That weapon was born from a magic forge, so it should be very difficult to damage or scratch. Zeke thought to himself, now that I think of it, Galleon's reputation should already be spreading everywhere around this time, thanks to the magic forge I helped him with in my previous life. He's creating high-quality weapons earlier than in the original timeline. Sooner or later, I'll have to recruit him as my personal blacksmith to keep others from eyeing him. He said aloud, Bahamut is still completely fine. The problem is this. Then Zeke circulated his power and put on the armor. He smiled faintly. I recently acquired this. When Galleon saw it, his jaw dropped in astonishment. He exclaimed, good heavens, by the gods! What is this before my eyes, sir? Zeke explained, I'm not sure myself. That's why I need you to appraise it. This is something I do not want to investigate too openly. His voice lowered. So, can you examine it carefully for me? Galleon took the armor and agreed without hesitation. Yes, of course, sir. A few minutes later, his voice sounded again. I sincerely apologize, sir. Galleon explained. Among the modern ancient artifacts I know of, there's nothing similar to this. Have you noticed any characteristics that might help identify its material? Zeke fell in a deep thought. A thought surfaced in his mind. Thinking back to the time I fought Keen, Zeke rested his chin on his hand, puzzled. That armor was capable of deflecting even sword aura. Hearing that, Galleon sprang to his feet. What did you say? Sword? There's only one material in this world capable of such a miracle. Zeke concluded, the metal passed down in legends as the material of the gods. Galleon realized that is orichalcum. After hearing what Zeke said, Galleon could hardly believe it and exclaimed, incredible. I never thought I would see orichalcum with my own eyes in my lifetime. Zeke asked, is this metal truly that valuable? Galleon affirmed, it is more than just rare, sir. He explained, people have always praised orichalcum as the most perfect substance bestowed by the gods. Its ability to conduct magical energy far surpasses that of any existing metal. Because of that, one can engrave far more magic circles on it than normal, greatly increasing a weapon's power. Zeke asked curiously, is that so? Then how many grand magic circles can an ordinary set of metal armor usually contain at most? Galleon placed his hands on the table and spoke in a serious voice. What are you saying, sir? Fundamentally, ordinary metals cannot even endure a single large-scale magic circle. Hearing that, Zeke glanced at the armor and pondered. I realized long ago that it was no ordinary item, but I never expected it to be of such a high grade. Then he asked, is there any method to alter this armor's shape into another design? Galleon reacted strongly and raised his voice. What? You were talking about changing the structure of orichalcum metal. That is completely impossible. He continued, even divine metal can be processed, but the problem is that this armor is already in a fully completed, optimized state. If you carelessly tamper with it and damage the magic circuits, this armor could instantly turn into a useless pile of scrap metal. Of course, the result would be different if my master handled it. Zeke's voice grew cold. Are you referring to that renowned master blacksmith, Golan? Galleon replied, yes. If it were my master, he would be fully capable of recreating its shape while preserving all of its functions intact. Zeke asked, "Do you know Master Golan's current whereabouts?" Galleon answered calmly, "He is probably still staying in the Himonas region, as usual, sir." Seeing Zeke pause slightly, Galleon explained, "You likely do not know where Himonas is, do you? It is an isolated land far to the north." Zeke concluded, "That place is under the jurisdiction of the Northern Grand Duke." Galleon wondered, "How do you know that so well, sir? People living in the central region of the continent are usually not very familiar with matters concerning the Northern Grand Duke." Zeke faltered, "It's just, I happened to hear about it by chance." He turned and stood up. "In any case, thank you very much for the information. Galleon, if you want to learn more about metals, feel free to conduct your research while staying at this mansion." Hearing that, Galleon looked somewhat puzzled. "Sir," he hesitated, "I'm deeply grateful to you, sir." Zeke said nothing and only thought to himself, "Himonas, huh? I still have plenty of time. I can finish taking care of the necessary matters before setting out." That's right. As he walked away, he thought, "I must follow that plan." The scene shifted to the Renhard Trading Company. Khalid spoke. "It seems the pharmaceutical production process, according to Lord Zeke's instructions, will proceed smoothly without any obstacles." He lowered his voice. "However, at least within the central region of the continent, establishing a factory to process Soma ingredients will be a great challenge." Zeke thought to himself, "Just as I expected. If word leaks out that the princess is helping with Soma processing, her reputation will certainly be severely damaged." He asked, "Then what if it is already a fully processed product?" Clip explained, "If it is a finished product, it will be classified as medicine. As long as we obtain safety certification from the Magic Tower, everything will be fine, sir." Zeke's voice became serious. "In that case, we'll decide on this. We will establish the production factory in the southern region of the continent, then import and distribute the products through the Renhard Trading Company's network." At that moment, Melissa spoke. "Lord Zeke, forgive me for speaking frankly, but the trading company's current budget is not enough to invest in a large-scale factory on another continent." She analyzed, "Operating the disease treatment medicine factory alone is already forcing us to devote all our efforts. Therefore, for this factory project, I believe we need to find another solution." Zeke reassured her, "There is no need to worry about that. I will be the one to build the factory. In exchange, please handle the distribution documents from the Magic Tower so that business can proceed smoothly." Melissa was somewhat surprised. "You will do it personally, sir? Does that mean the Draker clan will directly get involved?" Zeke stated, "This has nothing to do with my clan. All expenses will be paid from my own personal funds." He took out an envelope and continued, "And now, this is the main point of today's meeting. Please look over these documents." She opened them and read. Melissa's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Good heavens. The Empire actually dared to join hand with the Scorpion tribe to conduct these cruel synthetic biological experiments." Zeke watched intently and said, "If red flower disease is truly an artificial plague created through magic, then it is very possible that this was a clinical trial carried out by the Empire on the people of Valencia." Her whole body trembled violently. "I had my suspicions, but I can't believe they would be this cruel to their own subjects." Zeke reminded her, "Your Highness, the reason I am allowing you access to these documents is because, for now, we need to keep the Empire's crimes secret." Hearing that, Melissa could not help but be startled. She slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and shouted, "What are you saying, my lord? We must expose their crimes immediately to prevent similar actions, shouldn't we?" Zeke analyzed calmly, "I understand your Highness's anger right now. However, this much is still not enough to serve as decisive evidence on the diplomatic front." He continued, "The Empire was very cunning in pushing all responsibility for conducting the experiments onto the Scorpion tribe. They are already a notorious organization of dark mages, so their conducting human experiments is not something that would be too surprising to the world." Zeke concluded, "Therefore, the Empire only needs to deny any connection with that group and say a few words of regret to wash its hands of everything." He continued, "And most importantly, Temporarily holding on to this secret will bring us greater benefits. She clenched her fists and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Zeke's gaze sharpened. "The Empire has no idea that we have already grasped the truth. Furthermore, since they are expanding their experiments on a large scale, there must surely be more direct and clearer evidence somewhere." Melissa quickly understood Zeke's intention. "You want to use this opportunity to gather that living evidence as well, so we can create absolute, undeniable pressure on the Empire?" He replied, "Exactly. Even so, the reason I showed you these documents first is so that we can prepare." She asked, "What preparation do you mean?" Zeke's voice grew serious. "If they use the disputed Alencia region as the testing ground for red flower disease, then it is very likely that other synthetic toxins will soon be put into practical trials here as well." He affirmed, "Before that tragedy occurs, we need to complete antidotes for those poisons." She thought to herself, if these biological weapons are released on the battlefield, the Alencian army will face death from poisoning without any preparation. Melissa was thrown into turmoil. However, if we already have antidotes in hand, not only can we minimize casualties, but we can also strike a fatal blow right at the Empire's weak point. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. "That's right. As expected, I did not misjudge him." Melissa looked directly at Zeke. Bringing Lord Zeke over to the trading company's side was truly the wisest decision I have ever made. Zeke turned and said, "For a while, I may not be able to attend the regular meetings. My training schedule of Valhalla is entering an extremely busy period." Melissa smiled softly. "Understand. If the opportunity arises in the future, I sincerely hope to welcome Lord Zeke to visit Alencia." Zeke asked, "Alencia? That is the land with many famous scenic sights, beautiful mountains, and lakes, isn't it?" Hearing that, she could not help but ask in surprise, "Have you been to Alencia before?" He smiled faintly. "I've simply often heard people praise it as a place well worth visiting. If I have the chance to go there someday, I hope you will show me those beautiful sights." Melissa immediately agreed. "Yes, of course, my lord." She and Clip bowed respectfully. "Then we wish you a safe journey." The scene shifted to the training room, where Aster lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Diego was not much better, lying flat as he complained, "Zeke, I'm sure I'll die before I ever manage to complete the mission." Zeke warned him, "Stop whining so pathetically. Instead of wasting strength complaining, why not swing your sword one more time?" He shouted angrily, "You really are a demon. That cold-blooded Draker bloodline is unmistakable." Diego then yelled in frustration and charged in to attack. The corner of Zeke's mouth lifted slightly as he thought, so it really does take a direct strike to the nerves to motivate them to train. Under his coordination, after a week of high-intensity training, Aster and Diego were gradually becoming more in sync with each other. Zeke's eyes observed every movement they made, especially Diego. Unlike his flippant attitude at the beginning, after several rounds of training together, he had become much more polished and obedient. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It looks like everyone is giving it their all." A man walked over, and everyone exclaimed, "Hello, Professor." Zeke spoke up, "Professor Andre." "What brings you all the way here, sir?" Andre announced. "I came to inform the three of you of something important." Zeke asked curiously, "What news is so serious, sir?" He replied, "All three of you will be ordered to take part in the operation to eliminate the common enemy of the continent." Andre lowered his voice. "Of course, we cannot allow students to throw themselves into danger on their own, so—" He gestured to himself. "I will also accompany you on this journey." The ship continued to move, and a surprised-sounding conversation could be heard. "I never expected you students to be taking part in this Black Yaksha operation," Andre said. "As I mentioned, I cannot leave everything solely to the students. In addition, I have some important information I need to explain more clearly." He asked, "Have you heard what kind of land Del Poa is?" Zeke replied, "I have received a basic overview through our theory classes." Andre explained, "They say it is completely different from other places. Mages there hold a superior position." Andre nodded slightly. "That is exactly right. That land operates under a rather unique system." He continued, "Knights in Del Poa are mainly equipped with shields, which is a major difference from other places. Andre went on. And while the knights used their shields to surround and pressure the enemy from the front, the mages rain attacks down from the rear to finish the targets off. Aster asked in confusion, "Wait, if that is the case, wouldn't our own troops fighting in direct, close combat suffer terrible losses too?" Andre assessed. "That is a very good question." Andre's gaze shifted to the side. That is why Delpoa's knights usually focus more on training their shield-handling escape skills than on actual combat skills. This is precisely why Delpoa's Knight Order never receives respect from Valhalla graduates. Diego joined the discussion. Huh, then doesn't that mean this Knight Order only exists to serve those mages? Are you saying they completely look down on us, Professor? Andre agreed. Your assessment is very accurate. So do not be too shocked when you set foot in Delpoa. He remarked, because the mages there are all arrogant and haughty to a disgusting degree. A few minutes later, Andre's warmly courteous voice rang out. It is a great honor to meet you, sir. I am Andre Draker, an assistant professor at Valhalla. A man walked over, shook his hand, and said in a deep voice, I never expected someone from the Draker clan to personally come here. This is truly a great honor for us. The man introduced himself. I am George Outer, commander of Delpoa's 8th Knight Order. Andre looked toward the 3 people behind him. The students accompanying me are all among Valhalla's finest talents. There will be no obstacles during the mission, so please rest assured. Outer turned and walked away with a hearty laugh. Hearing those words from you puts me completely at ease. Now, the commander is seated inside the carriage over there. Diego was somewhat surprised. The commander? Wasn't that bearded guy just now already the commander? Zeke warned him, be quiet, Diego. Outer opened the door. Since this is Delpoa, naturally it would be. The door opened, and inside sat a man who looked extremely cold. The man's icy gaze looked outside, giving off an unapproachable impression. Diego commented, that face really looks unpleasant. Zeke said quietly, I told you to stay silent, Diego. Zeke observed him and thought, so that person is the leader of Delpoa's mage corps? Seeing Outer's attitude, he felt suspicious. To think that even a knight commander has to bow and scrape like that. Outer then spoke. Actually, the commander has ordered that he wishes to travel separately. It seems you will have to ride in another carriage by yourselves. Diego was shocked when he heard that. What? He angrily grumbled. What the hell is going on? Is he treating us like trash and just leaving us behind? Diego said loudly, no matter the reason, this behavior is unacceptable. We came all this way to carry out a cooperative mission, and yet. Before he could finish speaking, Zeke kicked him, sending him flying to the side. Diego sat down in pain, clutching his leg as he cursed under his breath. Zeke, you damn demon. Why is even Professor Andre not saying a word in protest? Underspuke. Once you graduate and set foot on the path of a knight, you will encounter situations like this often. He looked toward the carriage as it moved away and instructed them, etch the experiences you are about to face from this moment onward deep into your bones. After that, everyone went inside. Night then fell, and a sigh rang out. Zeke lay there, staring up at the ceiling as he lamented, this really is a huge gap. He thought, our accommodations are shabby, old, and prepared in the most perfunctory way possible. Zeke's thoughts continued. Meanwhile, the facilities of those mages that I saw along the way were luxurious, with spending so extravagant it was excessive. In truth, I never expected any lofty treatment in the first place, but, unable to sleep, he sat up. I should go outside and get some air to clear my head. Zeke quietly walked outside, thinking as he went, I myself do not particularly care about this poor reception. After all, in my previous life, I experienced far worse things than this. His gaze turned pensive. But what truly concerns me is this operation to eliminate Black Yiksha. Images from the daytime came back to him. Throughout the entire tactical meeting, from Commander George down to the knights beneath him, all of them simply remained silent and obeyed the directions of the mages. Zeke sighed. I expected this, but I never imagined things would be this sluggish. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you doing here alone? Startled, Zeke glanced up. This person is. Zeke looked at the man before him and pondered. It's that mage commander from earlier. The mage commander spoke. I also have something to say. How fortunate that I happened to run into you here. He continued. You people from Valhalla will be of no help to our great undertaking. So it would be best if you did not meddle in magic and cause more trouble. Just quietly pack up and go home. The corner of Zeke's mouth lifted slightly. If that's what you think, why send an invitation to cooperate in the first place? I really can't just swing my fist straight into his face. The mage commander looked at the glove Zeke was wearing. But looking at that glove, his eyes narrowed sharply. Are you a pure-blood awakened, one of the Draker bloodline? Zeke replied coldly. That's right. Is there a problem with that? Seeing Zeke's indifferent attitude, the mage commander growled. What is with that insolent attitude? He clenched his teeth and warned him. While you are here, you had better not take off that glove. After that, he spun around abruptly. The mage commander walked away, warning him, if you still want to keep your life, complete the mission and return home. Seeing this ridiculous scene, Zeke could only remain silent and think to himself, he really is perceptive. Well, of course he is. I am a pure-blood who possesses the power to disrupt mana. Suddenly, another voice called out, Zeke, is that you, Zeke? Zeke turned back and softly made a sound of surprise. He asked in confusion, Professor Penn? Penn broke into a bright smile. It really is you. He came over and asked after him. It has been a long time, hasn't it? Have you been well? Zeke replied, I have been well, sir. But why are you here, Professor? Penn scratched his head. There is no place more ideal than this for a mage to gain practical experience. I felt that burying myself in research alone was not enough, so I volunteered to join the army. He asked curiously, And what brings you here, Zeke? Zeke answered, I am here this time for the Black Iksham mission. Hearing that, Penn could not help but start in surprise. What? He called out. Zeke, come with me for a moment. Why has the atmosphere suddenly turned so strange? Zeke asked curiously. Then, do you have something important to tell me, Professor Penn? Penn said softly, Zeke, listen carefully. Regarding tomorrow's operation, you absolutely must not participate. Zeke was confused. What do you mean by that, sir? Penn's voice sank. It is a mission that has already been predetermined to fail. Penn warned him coldly. Therefore, no matter what, do not follow them on that mission. Seeing the professor's attitude, Zeke could not help but feel bewildered.